Shangri-La Frontier Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game, Part 2 by Katerina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 80 Part 1, Returning Kingfisher. Long time ago, the first giant fell to this world. The beast started rampaging in the center of the newly formed world but soon enough died from severe exhaustion. Soon enough, giants started to fall all over the world, nearly driving the newly created humanity to the point of extinction. Not many things are known about that first civilization, but they certainly existed on a whole different plane than the current humankind. Giants and humans. Eventually they learned to coexist and fuse together. By inserting themselves into the cause of the giants, humankind learned to harness their might and power all for themselves. Nearly 200 years after the war with the giants, called the Nephilim War, humanity completely adopted the giants into their systems and daily lives. Nephilim Company is the organization that prides itself on being the closest to the first humans from the days of the First War, controlling the most giants and utilizing their power to gather resources and keep society in check. The giants are also the center of the Holy Religion, an organization which by the order of the Pope deploys holy knights piloting the giants and hunting down all heretics who would dare to oppose the one and true faith. Giant killers are the organization from the opposite side of the barricade. A united human front that serves only one purpose, to dispose of all the giants. Nephilim Company, Holy Religion and Giant Killers. Those three organizations keep the fragile balance of the world in check up to this day. Good morning, Rust-sama. NHH. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the girl returned the greeting with a low grunt. The place was the dock where her favorite machine was being kept. Riding the elevator, the girl looked up at the strangely shaped giant with a motif of gently flickering flame painted all over its frame. This giant, who for some strange reason was calling itself Hikurenri, was in fact a Nephilim, and supposedly the strongest one at that. This here Nephilim was a medium-sized biped equipped with laser Gatling gun on its right shoulder, missile pod on its left leg, laser sword tucked to its waist, and 2 pairs of double blades on its back. It was a frame that was mainly designated to engage enemies in close quarters. It was also equipped with boosters on its back, as well as left arm and right leg, which allowed for some really tricky and complicated maneuvers, and it was the use of that feature that was making it the strongest. At least that's what Rust thought about it. Morning, Rust. You're early today as well. Mold, you're 5 minutes late. There was a boy who appeared in the place where only certified personnel were allowed to enter. His physique was sturdy and strong, but the way in which he was talking and walking was giving off a rather soft impression. A boy who was such a walking contradiction called out to her with a voice that was way younger than he looked. You say that, but it's only 5 minutes, so what's wrong? I better stop talking for now. Let's get down to business at once. Sure. What settings would you like today? The boy shrugs his shoulders to the words of the Queen of Dawn. Rust got that nickname because she was always up and running between 5 and 7 o'clock in the morning. Then the boy asks her about the details of the Mox battle she would prefer. I feel like doing a duel today, so why do you need me for it? Aren't duels essentially one-on-one? Analysis and navigation. That is your job. As you wish, Your Majesty. Wait just a moment, I will get the puppet up and running in no time. Ouch. Stop kicking my shin, please. The reason for why the girl was kicking the boy's shin was the fact that he didn't finish the maintenance of the puppet, a smaller version of the Nephilim that could be installed onto the mainframe and support the pilot, in time. You should think about maintenance like that in advance. But yesterday's club activities were taking really long and it was so late by the time they were over. Geez. After she finally stopped kicking his shin, the boy got up and started performing the maintenance of the puppet on the double. When Rust and Mold went to the pilot's entrance of the Nephilim Company, they realized that there was a commotion amongst other pilots and their operators. Is there some sort of a problem? If it isn't the Phoenix, just look at that thing over there. Phoenix was the title that Rust received during a certain company event from the CEO alongside a huge cash bonus after she managed to defend her top spot within the pilots' rankings 5 times in a row. It was a title derived from the unique paint job of her Nephilim, but that was not why the place was so lively. The eyes of everyone in the room were currently directed towards the holographic projector displaying the battle that was taking place right now. This is King's Gambit, the third place in the pilot's ranking, piloted by the useless knight. The Nephilim was equipped with lots of long-range equipment and radars, and was overwhelming its enemies at an astonishing speed while maintaining a safe distance from them at the same time. It was the King's Gambit, which was always sure to win after landing a successful first blow in combat and following that up with murderous firepower and precision. Of course, being a long-distance type of frame was kind of a disadvantage in one-on-one duels. However, the frame and its pilot wouldn't be placed third in the rankings if they weren't able to cope with that disadvantage and be able to handle their opponents even at close range. The things that decided the rankings of the pilots were their overall skill and the ability to put all of their experience to good use. But right now, the monitor was displaying a scene where the King's Gambit was currently being pushed back with ease. Chapter 80 Part 2, Returning Kingfisher. Another clean hit. This time it's the head sensor. This isn't right. It's moving even faster and it is doing so much damage with only that single railgun that looks as if it was made out of scrap. What kind of a monster is he? Look at that. King's Gambit's attacks aren't catching up at all. How fast do you have to be to shake off homing missiles? Yeah, this is definitely weird. What's up with that? Transforming while maintaining full speed, then blasting at King's Gambit only to transform back and retreat to safety. This isn't balanced in the slightest. Isn't that some kind of off-meta build that's been popular lately? Looking closely, you could see King's Gambit being slowly but surely taken care of. There was something flying all around it, slashing it and blasting it so fast that you could only see the after images. Exclamation mark. It took them a few moments to actually understand that the occasional blue flashes they were seeing were actually the sightings of the machine that was utterly destroying the King's Gambit. It was now clear to them that the name of that frame is the Kingfisher. It was no coincidence and it was in perfect harmony with its bluish paint job. This Nephilim really was moving like a kingfisher would. As soon as they realized that, Mold took a step back, probably from the intimidating aura that was seeping from the person that was standing right next to him. In this world, everything was just a bunch of processed data, a cluster of information. But the amount of animosity Mold felt right now was pretty much the real deal. So, you finally dared to show yourself again, huh? Kingfisher? Kingfisher? Yeah, you newbies surely wouldn't know anything about it. But if Phoenix was at the time a #1 pilot when it comes to defense, this guy was #1 when it comes to offense. He was a monster that could easily go toe-to-toe with Phoenix and give her a run for her money. I honestly thought that he retired, since I wasn't seeing him around all that often. While the other people started to explain things to the newcomers, Mold was forcefully dragged away by Russ to the waiting room where they would await their match. Mold, move your ass. We are going to challenge Kingfisher right now. I get it. I get it already. So stop pulling me. You hear? Please, don't pull on my clothes. Since he was an operator, Mold sends a challenge invitation to Kingfisher. After a while he got a response saying that the match was over, ending with King's Gambit's utter defeat. There it is. Challenge accepted. Rust. Mold, this is serious. We are going to fight like we really mean it. Roger that. Kingfisher. This frame was constructed in such a way that it was meant to be a high-risk high-reward in operating. It managed to set and break many records when it comes to performance and combat, setting the bar so high that no other pilot could possibly hope to come close to beating them. Of particular note was that frame's spooky mobility, achieved at the expense of its light armor and poor armaments. Its only weapons were the close-range overheat rod mounted onto the right arm and a sniping railgun mounted onto its left arm. Its armor was also a bare minimum so that it could maneuver at an extremely high speed. It was a really risky build that was almost bordering on stupidity and bravado. It was the kind of frame that completely abandoned walking in favor of flying and maneuverability. Its bird-like wings making it the swiftest and fastest of all Nephilim types out there. sacrificing everything else in favor of speed and maneuverability. That was the essence of what was called the Kingfisher build. Even forsaking the ability to walk on the ground, it was moving so fast that it was impossible to hit it with automated fire, but at the same time it was hard for it to damage its opponent. Its fuel economy was also really bad, and if by some miracle it was to miss its railgun shot, the battle was as good as over. That was the essence of the Kingfisher build. Behind the left side. No, from the upper right. Oh shit. It's right from the front. Rust started to pilot the Phoenix to evade the incoming attacks from the Kingfisher that was moving at ultra-fast speed, looking for the opportunity to shoot the Phoenix down with its railgun fire. A sudden descent. Here comes the overheat rod. It was all expected. After firing off a barrage of missiles and Gatling gun fire to give them some space, Phoenix transforms into its humanoid shape in order to intercept the incoming melee strike, all the while continuing to evade. Overheat rod was a type of weapon that could apply some serious damage, but it had one significant weakness. It needed to charge up a huge amount of heat first in order to power up its attack. It was a weapon that was devised with thought of utilizing the heat that was accumulating from the frame doing all the crazy maneuvers in the air. Although it was a weapon like that, Rust barely managed to avoid it by using her back boosters and leg thruster mold. What about the Kingfisher? No way. At this rate, he's going to turn back. Kingfisher turned over the ground at the last possible moment. Then it used its boosters to reposition itself and transformed into its flying form and started to fly back up. It was currently approaching the Phoenix after maneuvering in such a crazy way that it should be impossible for the human body to handle the backlash from doing that. Rust, don't underestimate me. The overheat momentum caused the left shoulder booster to rotate, and Kingfisher tried to attack them from down below, but his attack was intercepted with a laser blade. On the other hand, even though he didn't manage to kill his target, Kingfisher was carried with his momentum, and the clash of their weapons caused his lightly armored frame to be blown away. Left shoulder booster, overheat. 3 minutes until it will cool down. That guy. He's repositioning right now. This is it. If we are to attack, it's now or never. Crimson Phoenix flies ahead at full speed, intending to close the distance. In the meantime, Kingfisher regained its composure and took a stance while preparing its railgun to fire. The clash of two birds was entering its climax. Chapter 81, Wismerman's Heritage Part 1. Let's get back in time a little bit. Approximately 2 days after the defeat of the Gravekeeper Wismerman, I finished the battle with the Gravekeeper Wismerman and went back to rabbits. I then went to bed and woke up in the real world, where the next day already started. Also, waking up was accompanied by a rather peculiar feeling, food moisture. I am used to prolonged sessions of gaming, but my body was having trouble keeping up with my mind after being asleep for almost a whole day. Right now I was like a horror game zombie, moving mindlessly without any indication of intelligence. Staggering on my feet, I arrive at the refrigerator, and thanks to the glass of milk and a sweet bread, I quickly cut the emergency call that my body was sending me. I don't think I want to drink energy drinks for a while. Like a really long while. After robbing the refrigerator of its contents for another 5 minutes and catching some sun for a while, I log into Shanfro again. I think that it was a terrible day rhythm to follow, but right now I was completely absorbed in it. Sanraku-san. Good morning, Sanraku-san. NHH. Morning. Now then, yesterday I was too tired to do this, but maybe I should check my status to see what changed. I opened up the status screen and couldn't help but to smile unconsciously. Fufafu. Talk about leveling up nicely. PN, Sanraku. LV, 78, 200. Job, mercenary, dual wielding. Money, 150 money. HP, 30. MP, 10. Stamina, 60. Strength, 40. Dexterity, 50. Agility, 70. Technique, 55. Vitality, 2. Luck, 74. Skill, Infinite Ream. Drill Piercer. Growing Piercing. In-fight level max. Skate Foot Drift Step. Parrying Protection. Setsuna no Mikiri. Hand of Fortune level 6. Greater Climbing. Climax boost level 9. 5-fold jump, 5-fold leap, sharp turn, quick turn. Assassin earrings level max. Oppressive kick level max. Best step, moon jumper. Hungry wolf, hungry predator. Off-road level 2. Secret sword, dart, water mirror, moon, fatal blade, dart, water mirror, moon. Ignition level 1. Overheat level 1. Nitro gain level 1. Duelist. Equipment: right, Yuzuki upper fang. Left hand, Yuzuki lower fang. Head, mask of bird's eye view. Vitality 1. Torso, curse of Lycan. Waist, none. Feet, curse of Lycan. Accessories, inventory. My level went up by 25. And just from that fact alone, I had way too many skill points to distribute. Were they some bonus points for leveling up? Or was that a bonus for defeating the unique monster? But honestly speaking, I don't want to fight a monster like that ever again if I can help it. Aside from skill points, I can see that some of my skills also leveled up and changed. So I was really excited to go to the gardener later and see what I would be able to do with that. All those things were putting a smile on my face. Not only loot, but skill points and skills as well. Fufafu, fufafafafu. Sanraku-san, your smile is starting to creep me out. It's not creepy at all. It's beautiful, because I'm honest with myself when it comes to my desires. Maybe that is as legit as a hydra that claims it is now a vegetarian. Does that mean that maybe I'm evil to the bone? Or on a molecular level? Then I proceed to check my item list. Sure enough, there were some new additions to it. First, let's take a look at the secret heart of the dragon pillar. Secret heart of dragon pillar, a storage device left by the swordsman from the era of the gods, describing the secrets of his secret sword techniques. Needs a special item to decode the secrets stored within. A sword dart that pierces the heavens, cuts the earth, and banishes the clouds away. Really? Or maybe there is a way for the player to use that without having to decode it first. Seriously? No, really? Seriously? I can use many of the crazy sounding skills no problem. However, this item that was labeled as a book, or tome or whatever, looked like a cube that was glowing with bluish light and looked like a really advanced piece of tech. Is it going to be explained why it is like that once I'll be able to decipher its contents? Next is the Book of the World Truth, Gravekeeper Wisman. Ah, so it's like a lore behind the boss or something like that? But rather than a novel or a storybook, it seemed to be more like a strategy guide to fight the boss and listing his backstory. In other words, they are only handing it to me now, after I fought so desperately to defeat him? But perhaps it is just a mere bonus, since unique monsters do not respawn. Well, I can read it if I have some time to spare. Fufafu. Oh, how I love things like that. Now, onto the details of the item that seem to be a whole lot more important. The inventory accessory. Inventory, a special bracelet-type accessory that only a selected few could wield during the era of the gods. This item is used like how a key to a storage room would be used. Wearing it shall consume one accessory slot, but even if the player becomes the victim of Park, this item won't be lost. By consuming magic power, it can transport you into the storage space, mobile access device into the special expansion. As the gods intended, this device shall become part of the wearer's body. This tool is a small portable warehouse with no limitations when it comes to carrying capacity. Capacity limit, none. Storage limit, non-living type up to 50 meters in height. Contents: non-standard tactical machine bird Suzaku empty. Non-standard tactical aircraft Tiger Byakko empty. Non-standard tactical machine Dragon Seiryu empty. Non-standard tactical machine Turtle Genbu empty. Non-standard special reinforced armor Wabane empty. Non-standard special reinforced armor Bamboo empty. Non-standard special reinforced armor Shiro empty. Special non-standard armor Fugaku empty. Non-standard arm, sword type Harbinger empty. Non-standard arm, steel wire type Keep Out empty. Non-standard arm, piercing type Battering Ram empty. Non-standard arm, crushing type Phalanx empty. Non-standard arm, vertical type Erebus empty. Non-standard arm, double sword type Hyros Locos empty. Non-standard arm, cannon type Regulus empty. Non-standard arm, twin gun type Cast Epilogue empty. Non-standard arm, long gun type Sagittarius empty. Non-standard arm, convergence mechanism type Comet catapult empty. Non-standard arm, diffusion mechanism type Meteor diffusion empty. Chapter 81, Wisman's Heritage Part 2 S. Sanraku. San? I'm going back to sleep. Right. I save my progress and log out. I then get out of my bed, change into my jersey and leave the house. Naak. I kept on running around and screaming until I eventually managed to get my thoughts back on the right track. The random passers-by were all looking at me as if I was some kind of a moron, but now was not the time to be worrying about things like that. The feeling that was filling me right now was that strange mixture of both shame and ecstasy that you'd get upon scoring the RNG you wanted to score. No, 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 no. What's this one-man army? Suddenly I felt as though I was about to go against the whole player base of Shanfro at once, and I don't feel that I could win if such a fight came to pass right now. Wait, let's not forget about that inventory space that was taken straight out of the space soap opera. I mean, there was clearly something wrong with that damned accessory. For now, email. That's right, email. It would be unfair of me to just keep those feelings all to myself. I must share them with someone else. Check the inventory accessory ASAP and send. My heart was racing like crazy from all that running. I slowed down to a slow walk, and it was around that time that I received the responses from both Modorokatsu and Pensilgton. Subject: What's wrong with the game? From Modokatsu. 2. Sanraku. Body: this email has no body written. Subject: screaming internally. From Pencil Warrior. 2. Sanraku. Body: let's meet immediately, the same place as usual, the Snake Apple Inn. From the ways in which both emails were written, I could guess what kind of emotions were behind the ones who wrote them. Sharing that with both of them was the right choice after all. Right, for now let's just try to forget about this whole inventory. Worrying about that all the time would be ill-advised for my mental health. For now let's just assign skill points and organize my skills. Yup, the subjugation of unique monster granted me tremendous benefits. But in a way right now I was suffering more mental damage than during the battle with Wisman. The NPC Cafe Snake's Apple became our usual meeting place. The tension must have gotten to us good because we unanimously ordered a birthday cake to celebrate our victory. We celebrated in one of the private rooms while the NPC owner looked at us like a bunch of idiots. Because a mule wasn't here, I was using a scroll so that he could listen to our conversation. From the looks on your faces I reckon you've seen it. What should we do about it? You say that, but right, since we're at it, before coming here I went to the inventory and checked it out. There was no point in just staring at the cake, so we divided it in 3 equal parts, and while we were eating Pensilgton started to talk about the results of his investigation. From what I could gather, at least for now, it is nothing more than an ornament to us. What about that part? Hey, that's Pensilgton's portion, you know? Give me the part with lots of fruits. Anyways, to put it in simple terms, we lack the power source to make use of anything that is stored in there. Power source? Katsu, be a dude and pass me the fork. Are you out of your fucking mind? Don't throw it, you idiot. Don't be a bitch and deal with it. So in other words, it's something that's just for show. While devouring the slices of the cake, we urge Pensilgton to continue his story. Yeah, since the tactical golems or mobile suits require items such as non-standard ether reactor or things like that, I don't even know where we could get things like that. Except that I have an item like that. You are? Now that's filthy. Don't spit the cake on my face, dude. Joke. It's a game, so what's the big deal? It's not like I'm spitting all over you in real life, but what does that mean that you have it? After spitting the cake out of his mouth, Pensilgton started to approach Katsu in a fast manner. His usual atmosphere of a nice guy was almost completely gone now. Confused as to what was going on, Katsu opened his mouth and started to make excuses. You know, I was fighting the Kirin almost the entire time during that fight, and as a reward after the battle I received the item called Ether Reactor Core, damaged. For being strapped to an oversized pony for about half an hour, and also supporting and reviving you whenever you got owned. You think it would affect your real life much if I was to pulverize that pretty little face of yours right now? Talk about a twisted sense of morals. Anyways, it looks like we needed some ancient artifact from the era of the gods to activate the inventory's contents, but there's more where that came from, so brace yourselves. Okay, I'm not all that sure about that, but there seems to be a way of repairing the broken items from the era of the gods. Yeah, it would be awesome, but aren't we basically grasping at straws at this point? At this point Pensilgton looked as though he was about to throw up. Oh well, I do believe that Wysash also spoke about something similar in the past. What was it called? Craftsmanship? The art of restoring the ancient artifact back to their former glory. So perhaps Katsu's broken reactor could in fact be repaired. I can look into that matter, but I would need you to leave the item with me temporarily. I can do that, but on one condition. Condition? Katsu takes the strawberry from the top of his portion of the cake and then looks at me suggestively after eating it. If you'll tell me about the unique conditions that you're hiding, then I'll gladly part ways with the reactor. I see. Now I get it, Katsu-kun. That's a little bit. Huh? You think I'll just accept? What happened to discovering the game on your own? Can't do anything without other walking you by hand? You want to say that again to my face? It was just funny in my opinion that a professional gamer would act in such a way. That was a really surprising development. I didn't really want to disclose that information, especially since I knew that neither one of us would normally share information regarding things like that or unique monsters. Then again, sincerity is the sign of friendship, they say. Both Pensilgton and Katsu look at me as I swallow my saliva and make my decision. I cannot be sure if it works exactly like that, but in my case it was tied up to the unique monster Night Prowler Lycan. I had to hit it with critical strikes a set number of times with a vorpal weapon, dodge its attacks for about 5 minutes and be at least 20 levels below his level. Right, end of meeting. Take that, you fucking idiot. Ouch. What the actual fuck? Jr. Katsu then throws the reactor directly in my face, and after suffering a direct hit I shook in my chair and fell over. I pick up the reactor, massage the huge bump that rose on my head and raise a voice of protest. Why in the everlasting fuck would you do something like that? Are you fucking retarded? I think that it would be easier to teach pigs how to fly than to be able to attempt something like that. Fucking agility builds. Go below yourselves and drop dead. That's too unreasonable. Apparently Pensilgton agrees with Katsu on that one. Shit, that could have gone better. After completing the item transfer process I place the ether reactor inside the inventory accessory and then proceed to stand up from my chair. That's right, Sanraku-kun. What is it? Could you give me back that thing I lent to you? Now that I think about it, it was the first time after the battle with Wisman that we met, so I haven't really had the opportunity to return it earlier. Did I? Roger that. I opened up my own inventory and fish out the item that I was supposed to return to Pensilgton after the battle at the reversed hidden garden was over. The golden scale shone brightly in the private room, illuminating the place up. Chapter 82, Pensilgton Sensei's Lesson in Park Laundering, Part 1. What was that just now? You let him borrow this thing? Oh, that's right, about that. This thing is probably one of the best items in the entire game. If you accumulate enough money and sacrifice it to this thing, the power you get in exchange will allow you to best even the strongest of unique monsters, Pensilgton says while playing around with the golden scales of the device. I don't know about that stronger than the unique monster part, but I could surely confirm that this thing was the real deal. How did it go again? Offer something of tremendous value and to balance it out you shall receive power of an equal value? Or maybe it was something different? Or maybe it was receiving just compensation for committed investment? I don't know. Pensilgton played around with a separate window for a moment, and then the particles of light escaped from his body and got absorbed by the scale. Then after a moment, a small flower ornament and a small notebook appeared on the other scale in the flashes of the light that escaped from Pensilton's body. I was willing to sacrifice even my best equipment for the sake of our victory. But since we managed without that, I didn't want it to be taken away from me as penalty for PKK, but I didn't want everything to go to waste like that, so I laundered the portion of it. What's laundering? Oh, basically, it's a little handy trick to protect part of your valuables and property from being taken away from you by different penalties. If the player gets killed by another player, in other words falls victim to park, all of the items that player had at the time shall be transferred to the person that killed that player. However, if the PK does not collect the items that fell from his victim for a certain amount of time, the ownership of those items will cease to be at all. And every single item that was stored away because of that shall be automatically sold off by the system. There are two kinds of penalties for park in this game. One is that your likability with the NPCs will start to drop, and the second one is the bounty that is put on your head. And those things can only increase with more park you successfully commit. Incidentally, the bounty is always more or less proportional to the amount of karma you lose with the NPCs, but that's beside the point right now. The bounty was the biggest problem here. Although the total amount of money that would be sold from your items would be deducted from it, you would still need a considerable amount of it if you wanted to get rid of it completely. So, how come you were able to afford such an awesome item? I threatened the NPCs dealing with second-hand items sale. I'm getting some serious flashbacks from that other game we used to play right now. Threatening the clerks that obtained your items to give them back to you to minimize the costs and save yourself from bankruptcy. That's what laundering meant in this game, but it's more complicated than it sounds. For example, if you were to just give your items to someone else for safekeeping, they would still get sold off. In other words, even if Pensilton was to transfer the items to me or Katsu before the fight with Sega Zero, the items would still disappear from our inventories as soon as Pensilton got killed. So the logic, I give you these items so they are now yours, not mine, the criminal, does not apply here. So what about that scale? Why isn't it disappearing? Because this item was not mine in the first place. Originally, this item belonged to the NPC Trading Guild Golden Scale Company. So even after I got killed, this scale would not disappear from my inventory. Now comes the laundering. If all of your possessions would be taken from you as a result of paying off the bounty, you could circumvent that condition by temporarily relinquishing all ownership rights of the items in your inventory. It was a simple yet devilish method. This here prayer flower decoration was brought here thanks to that transaction just now. In other words, up until now it was not on me. I even got something extra for some additional luck in getting it, and the ownership of the item was transferred from the scale to me. What's more, when given to the scale, the items are not present as a solid substance in the game world, so they are not treated as items per se, and you can get it back for a fee. That's how it wasn't affected by the process of taking away the items. I get it now. So you just got this back with this operation just now. I had to sacrifice about 40 levels worth of experience to get back some of my items and the Book of Wisdom. But the profits are well worth it. About that, the Book of Wisdom is virtually useless. It's only a strategy guide plus some backstory and lore. Seriously? Man, what is this shit? I know that feel. For a moment there Pensilton looked as though his whole world came crashing down onto his head, but soon enough he regained his composure and started talking again about the topic that mattered the most right now. By the way, after the battle with Wisdom I had almost no items left on me because I sacrificed most of my possessions to bring him down. What's more, I deposited my main weapons with the Golden Scale Company as insurance that I won't try to do anything shady with the scale. They will be returned to me once the balance on my account will be settled. So even if I'm in the red, I think I will manage it after a while. That's not fair. So you knew something like this would happen and you decided to protect all of your important items from being taken away from you? Smart. By the way, just how big is the bounty on your head? Roughly around 500 million money. I won't lend you any money, so don't even ask. And I don't intend to ask you to lend me any. This is the amount I must return with my own honest work and effort. Otherwise there would be no point in that. Also, I know that you probably have your own share of troubles to look out for. I know that a positive attitude is important, but come on. This is 500 million we are talking about here. Do you realize that? Pensilgton, this isn't the amount that you can just hope to pay off that easily. I understand that you intend to use Wisdom's unique monsters items to pay off the part of your debt. How can you be so sure about that? But it was true. Perhaps by selling the items that were contained in inventory, Pensilgton would be able to make his debt a little bit easier to swallow. Also, the loot from other unique monsters should also provide a hefty amount of money, provided you manage to beat them. That is why I have a suggestion for you. You need someone who would be willing to buy the items from the inventory. Sanraku, you really think he would do something like that so easily? Let's talk about that some other time. Okay. What I wanted to talk about now was, would you like us three to form a guild? Chapter 82, Pensilgton Sensei's Lesson in Park Laundering, Part 2. Guild. I was involved with them a bunch of times in the past, and every single time I had arrived at the conclusion that they weren't for me. Certainly, my view of them can be rather twisted, since up until now I was only involved with Ashura Kai and Black Wolves, but isn't it necessary to have a larger group of people to form your own guild? I'm fine with the idea. I don't belong anywhere anyways. Same here. Right, that settles it. It's really helpful that you were so quick to make up your minds. Now then, all three of us fell silent. There was this awkward kind of silence in the room. We should decide on the name of our guild. What do you say for Pensilgton and Convenient Gophers? I think that's okay. And thus the guild Pensilgton and Convenient Gophers is formed. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Don't you decide on something so embarrassing. Do-over. I call for a frigging do-over. I know. How about League of Shitty Games? Make a guild yourself if you want such a lame name. Besides, not all of us are shitty games maniacs, you know? So how about Outrage? Doesn't it sound cool? I would never personally trust anyone from a guild like that. I would be afraid they might be a park guild, or even worse. I would watch my back with them as well. This proposition was rejected. We would sound like people who would stab others in the back for the pettiest of reasons. After that, the conversation went on for a while, with each consecutive proposition being firmly rejected. Example, here you go, Samurai Slayers. Since we defeated Gravekeeper Wisman. Too flashy. So it was a no-go. Unique Trinity. Since we defeated a unique monster with the party of 3. Too simple. So it was a no-go. Gold Rushers. Since we were all broke and one of us had a huge ass debt, only one of us had true financial problems. So it was obviously a no-go. What's so bad about Gold Rushers? I like the sound of that, but Pensilgton is the only real Gold Rusher in here. Something cool sounding that would satisfy us all. What would that be? Oh, I think I got it. How about Wolfgang? After that jet black wolf you mentioned before? Even a grade schooler can farm levels, but that name would suggest that we aim to bring down the most powerful of unique monsters in the game, and the word itself sounds a little bit like German, so the coolness factor should only skyrocket because of that, right? And no, I don't have any intentions of competing with Black Wolves in any way. It is also symbolic. Not many people out there can be as strong as Sega Zero, but if I'd be able to gain strength with my own effort that would allow me to challenge the Night Prowler, that would be more than enough of a gratification for me. I see. It certainly has a nice ring to it, Pensilgton says while nodding his head, agreeing to my proposition. Katsu also agreed, since he had no real reason to reject that name. So rather than a victory celebration cake, this was a guild establishment cake. It was surely delicious, but why the hell did we decide on a birthday cake in the first place? I don't think that there's any point in overthinking that too much. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. I don't know when he managed to order that, but the barkeeper brought us 3 cups filled to the brim with something that looked and smelled like fruit wine. Each one of us took a cup and then Pensilgton took the lead again. To celebrate the birth of the Wolfgang Guild. Cheers. Cheers. We then chugged our drinks. This was indeed a fruit wine and it was quite delicious if I do say so myself. What a nice taste. I thought it was just fruit juice with added water, but can we drink wine just like that? No worries. It's a non-alcoholic one. Non-alcoholic wine is like a hot dog without the sausage inside of it. Oh, by the way, we formed a guild and it's great and all. But who is going to be the guild leader, I wonder? First goes the rock, paper, scissors. I went with scissors. Pensilgton went with rock. Katsu with scissors as well. Up to 3 wins. Forget about it. God damn it. Welp. Do your best, Mr. Pensilgton. The guild leader. Sanraku, who was marked by the Black Wolf itself. Do I need to remind you that even your reaction speed was not enough to beat that unique monster? Please don't remind me of that. It was enough of a trauma for me as it is. You don't have to make it any worse than that. But still, looking at us now, I was really starting to wonder just how in the hell did we manage to end up here. Pencil sis, let's go play at the swings. Pencil bro, buy us some yakisoba bread. Hey, stop that. Don't you say things like that to me. It's embarrassing. You're not my stupid little brother, so cut that out. For some strange reason I started to feel a kind of compassion for that poor Orslet. And that's how it went. Pensilgton went to do a marathon all the way to 5th year saying got to get the money ASAP so I can have my weapons back. He seemed to be down to level 50 as well, so I wonder how he was going to do that. Katsu went to the previous area, saying that he wanted to grind some levels to get back to where he was before the Gravekeeper battle. He also said it's weird that my level right now is lower than Sanraku's. I was going to go back to Rabbits to meet with Emule and see if the broken reactor can be repaired. And since Pensilgton was now broke, he couldn't get me a teleportation scroll. That is why I messaged Emule and told him to go to third room at the appointed time. Fortunately, no one would suspect anything since they would think I was simply chatting with some other player. 5 more minutes until Emule gets here. Are you perhaps Sanraku-san? Nope, sorry. You've got the wrong person. My name is Sazeraku. Ah, I see. I'm so terribly sorry. No, I affirmed that person that nothing really happened, and I smiled brightly, while still wearing a mask, and when that person looked the other way I quickly jumped into one of the back alleys, getting as far as humanly possible from them. No, that can't be right. I could swear that the font reads Sanraku and not Saso. Raku. Well, this sucks. Goodness gracious. Right now I felt like a Hollywood star being chased by paparazzi in search of some hot scoops. Because of that I managed to memorize the whole net of third roomers back alleys by heart. I emerged somewhere behind a pile of rotting boxes. That player, I didn't catch their name, but I do believe it was a girl. One that looked like she just started the game not that long ago. Not to mention that she looked poorly equipped at that. It would be a whole different matter if it was a player that looked like they had experience or high enough level. But what did I expect? Up until now I was known as the pervert that runs around half naked, and pervert that carries a bunny on his back. But now, since my reputation suddenly skyrocketed to the level of slayer of a unique monster, people were bound to talk to me more often on the streets. Might as well get used to it. Now then, whatever should I do? First order of things. Let's go to Rabbits. Chapter 83, Usage, Training and Capture Part 1. Well shucks, young master, but this thingy here seems to be beyond salvation. I see. Oh well, guess we'll go and ask Sash if he's going to be able to do anything with it. You moron. Fire tongs? Yo, what the fuck? Get that thing away from my shin. Get the fuck away, I said. Even Benkai wouldn't be able to handle something like that without crying. While I was still busy trying to protect my shins from the hot fire tongs, Break jumps up in the air and smacks me on the head. Of course, feeling that something like that might happen, Emil evacuated from back a moment before so he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Don't you dare rely on Pops for every little thing. He has enough to worry about on his own. So don't add to that pile. I'm sorry? There was still a possibility for us to meet Emule's trader buddy randomly around town, since he was not always at the palace every single time. But remembering Break's words, it would feel helliver awkward to ask him now to repair the reactor. This was also strengthened by my intuition of a shitty game hunter, that if I was to ask him for help, that would raise another weird and complicated flag. So for now I put that idea on hold. Right, so what should we do right about now? What are we going to do? It's been a while since I had to think that far ahead. For now, let's go to the skill combining shop and see what we can do with our current skills. It would also be a good idea to allocate my skill points since I had so many of them. PN, Sanraku, LV, 78. Job, mercenary, dual wielding. Money, 4000 money. HP, 40. MP, 50. Stamina, 100. Strength, 70. Dexterity, 70. Agility, 90. Technique, 65. Vitality, 2. Luck, 104. Skills: Infinite Ream, Growing Earrings, Infight level max, Drift Step, Setsuna no Mikiri, Hand of Fortune level 6, Greater Climbing, Climax Boost level 9, Six-fold Jump, Ricochet Step level 1, Hate Trample level 1, Moon Jumper, Transient Wolf level 1, Off-Road level 2, Mystic Sword Dart, Reflection of the Water Mirror, Ignition level 1, Overheat level 1, Nitrogain level 1, Dualism. Equipment: right hand, Yuzuki Upper Fang. Left hand, Yuzuki Lower Fang. Head, Mask of Bird's Eye View, Vitality 1. Torso, Curse of Lucan. Waist, none. Feet, Curse of Lucan. Accessories, Inventory. Now this is great. Finally my stamina and luck parameters reached the levels of 3-digit numbers. Also, since I was going to give this whole inventory thing a go in the future, I decided to assign a few points into magic as well. Vitality was the only stat that was still but a single-digit value, but I could easily boost that with appropriate equipment. What's more, since I had a skill that would allow me to survive the otherwise fatal blow with 1-digit HP left, it was all coming up nicely anyways. While you're at it, how about a secret skill? If I save enough money, then we can talk. Pew. Hey, don't you fucking dare to pout on me like that. If I give you a chance, you'd take all of my money off of me without a second thought. After some deliberation, I decided to leave my skills as they are, without combining them. With Assassin's Earring and Oppressive Kick maxed out, surely that would open up some nice combinations in the future. It was also nice for focusing aggro on yourself, which could also be utilized nicely if done right. I had a feeling in my gut that they would become quite handy in the future. While some of the skills got stronger, others mutated into new variants, so I would need to try them out later and see what exactly they are about. Nurture growth. I see. If you don't have the skills you like, you can always buy them, or if you don't have money you can always try to cultivate them yourself. That's right. If we can turn to Wysash for help, we can only depend on Break for now. Currently, Break's skill level at blacksmithing was called Master, and apparently you couldn't repair the reactor if the smith didn't have the Grandmaster level of profession. However, Break herself was claiming that she was still practicing her skills. That means that there is no way that she was going to hit the level of Grandmaster all on her own in the near future. So I wonder, Emule, I now know more or less what we are going to do. So, what is it? I named it Break's Secret Training Plan, and that is why we are going to help you score the rank of the Grandmaster. Where did that come from, I wonder? That reaction was inside the spectrum of my expectations. I'd say it would be a whole lot more suspicious if she screamed all right, let's do just that, and went on with the idea. Now here comes the hard part, actually convincing her to let us help her in her training. I see. So if you can't rely on Pops, you want to make me a Grandmaster. But is it really going to work out? I mean, you don't have anything to lose, right? It's something you'd have to do one day anyways. Break mumbled while playing around with one of the short swords she recently made. It was a short sword, but in human terms, so for a bunny it was especially large and long, and every time Break swung it it looked as though she was going to fall over under its weight. What the hell? I don't know what you have in mind, but sign me up. Good. Really good. It was a good thing that we managed to convince Break without much trouble. One less thing to worry about. Chapter 83, Usage, Training and Capture Part 2. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business. Emule, bring forth the schematic. Right away. A moment later Break received a schematic scroll from Emule and spread it over the anvil. As the name might suggest, it wasn't a magic scroll but a scroll containing the procedure of creating a specific weapon. This? Oh, And just to let you know, I'll need two things to be able to become a Grandmaster, which are, first of all, the legacy of the era of the gods legacy weapon. This is mandatory for anyone who wants to deal with real weapons. Alright, I get it, I get it. There's also the other thing that Pops mentioned, magical unity unit or something like that. Break chanted the name of the other necessary thing, but it doesn't ring any bells for me. Magical unity unit? What's that? Magical unity unit. Magical unity unit. This magical unity unit. Do you have any idea what it is? Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, great. It's just fantastic to know what we are looking for. Just magnificent. For all we know, it could be literally anything. So, in order to become the Grandmaster you need those two things, legacy weapon and magical unity unit. Is that correct? What is this legacy weapon? Is this something that will serve as a normal weapon after some kind of maintenance? Like this, for example? As I said that, I selected the non-standard weapon, Harbinger, from the depths of my inventory and manifested it onto the schematic scroll spread over the anvil, without the energy coursing through it. The weapon was dark all over, but the weapon was definitely the one that Allslot used after the battle with Wisman, although with some differences. Break was looking at the weapon all over, mumbling to herself as if she was unsure if the weapon was real and it wasn't a mere hallucination. She even touched it lightly a few times to be absolutely sure. It's a little something we obtained after our battle with Gravekeeper Wisman. I don't know if it is the legacy weapon you were talking about, but it seems that it won't work until we get that ether reactor back to being fully operational. Legacy weapons are the arms that require ancient knowledge and materials to be crafted. They are tricky to make. It looks unlike anything I've seen before, but as long as I can understand the mechanism behind it, it should all be fine. I mean, this blade looks almost brand new, so there's no complaints from my end. I see. Feeling a strange sense of déjà vu while looking at Break, who was happily bouncing about the place, I then withdraw the Harbinger back to my inventory. If I was to break that thing into components, those guys would probably never forgive me for that. After the formation of our guild, I've noticed a few important things that changed. One of them was that the inventory space was now shared. Another was the fact that every single item obtained as a result of the battle with Wisman was transferred to that shared space. In other words, Katsu and Pensilgton were as much the owners of those items as I was. It was somewhat of a messy system, one where you could take the item out of the shared storage and do whatever you want with it, and the other people who owned the items could literally do nothing to stop you from doing that. Still, there's one problem. According to Pops, Magical Unity Unit is located right here. Right in the middle of Ancient Ruins. Ancient Ruins. It was the name I couldn't possibly ignore if Break's training plan was to proceed smoothly. No, rather than that, I need to capture that whole area so that there won't be any problems. All for the sake of advancing the extra quest that I received from Wysash, the Epic of Vorpal Bunny. Receiver Delta, Coordinate Device Delta, Transmitter Delta. The quest was asking me to locate and gather those specific items. When I tried to get intel on where I could possibly get some of those items, the name Ruins of the Ancient Castle popped up. A place that was supposedly located near Fifshire, the current front line of the whole game. Another place where I needed to go was called Arbender, and it was the ruins of the ancient city way behind Fifthshire. So, it so happens that every single road leads to Fifthshire. I checked out the surroundings of Thirdrima on the map, which was strangely accurate for being written by Bunnyhand, and I made plans on how I was going to advance in the near future. But should I aim straight towards Fifthshire, or maybe somewhere else? Although it was true that I wanted to get to Fifthshire as soon as possible via the shortest route possible, maybe it would be worth my while to stop by some optional areas first. Maybe there was some sick loot to be found there? But the problem is, how am I going to smuggle the two of you into town? It would be hard for me to run around town in my current state with two bunnies hitchhiking on my back. And I don't suppose that every single one of them can transform themselves into humans. Would you like me to become a scarf again? Nah. I think I'll pass this time. Maybe I should try wearing a coat or something like that for the first time in a while. Et tu, Brutus? Chapter 84, Walking of the Air Cleaner Part 1. Valley of Lost Souls. It's a place a little bit further down the road from the ancient ruins. It seems it's the place of the final battle that nearly decided the extinction of the human race in the times when they were much more technologically advanced than they are now. Ironically enough, the battle itself was supposedly interrupted by the arrival of a monster army, but the fact that so many deaths took place there made it has become a perfect breeding ground for various forms of undead. Many years have passed since then, and this place was still as dangerous as ever, not only for humans but for stray monsters too. You could practically feel death and curses permeating the air in here. While a mule was explaining to me the backstory of this place, he was doing that in a lowered voice, as though he was telling a horror story or something like that. Unfortunately for him, I was pretty resistant to horror stories and horrors in general. In fact, I loved rail shooters with zombies, which were basically a breeze once you get your hands on a shotgun or any kind of weapon with a high enough kick to it. Unless we were talking about horror games where zombies and monsters can tank a whole clip without collapsing and run like professional athletes while being shot at. Then it was not so funny anymore. No, that was hardly the problem here. The problem lies in the characteristic of the Valley of Lost Souls. Rather than having an area boss, this whole place feels like a boss fight. If we stay in here long enough, we will get afflicted with curse status. What's more, a large portion of enemies here can use debuff magic, and if the battles are prolonged enough, they might call reinforcements that are as strong as sub-bosses. That is why you need a priest when you come here, or at least huge amounts of holy water. Unless you have a priest with you in the party that can use purification magic or use the holy water to negate the effects of the curse status, you are going to suffer it continuously, and it would cause more and more harm and discomfort to you as the time goes on. And the prices of holy water in 5th tier were outrageously high. What a messy area this is. But, say, a mule, maybe we are just way too overpowered for this area? My thoughts exactly. The air is getting purified around here for some reason. This must be the work of the disabling all other curses that the curse of Loken has on me. Also, since the monsters were running away from us, I could only assume that their levels were way lower than mine at the current moment. But contrary to the cursed vapors filling the whole area, the air in my close vicinity was surprisingly clean and devoid of any such vapors. What's more, since I didn't suffer the level reduction penalty like Katsu and Pensilgton, I was actually able to level up quite nicely from the Wizardman fight. Take a look at that, Emule. They aren't just randomly walking around, but they are holding their positions. It must have been a very strict and powerful army when they were still alive. That may be so, but it still doesn't change the fact that they are running away from us the moment we try to approach them. Who would have thought that even zombie wyverns would be afraid of the night prowler? As we were taking a stroll through the bottom of the valley, we saw various types of enemies running away from us in terror. I thought it might have been a good idea, but going to the bottom of the valley gives us literally nothing. Is that what you are worried about? Sorry, but if you want to commit suicide by running into a horde of monsters, do so without me. There was something like a crystal scorpion at the top of the valley. I'm pretty sure I saw something just like that out there. If we manage to find one and defeat it, we might get a whole lot of precious crystal gems for ourselves. And it shouldn't even take that long for us to gather them. Incidentally, that crystal scorpion's level should be around level 100. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't it be like trying to bring down a brick wall with my bare fists? That thought alone was a way bigger horror than the backstory of this whole area. Well, from the meta viewpoint I could understand something like that. A monster like that was a means of preventing the players from going over the valley rather than through it. And once you become strong enough to beat that scorpion, it will become a great source of loot and will unlock a shortcut through the area. Like that, the time you'd need for going from 4th tier to the optional location Italato would become significantly lower. Amu. I know that we probably aren't ready to take that thing on, but a part of me still wants to give it a go. Just for the heck of it. After a while, we heard a sound of hooves and heavy breathing growing closer and closer. It seems that some monster was currently approaching us without showing any signs of running away. No. Or was it that it simply failed to notice us? Dullagan. Huh? Nice. As if I hadn't had enough of fighting horses and their riders recently. The rider as well as the mount were headless, but I got a feeling that during his lifetime this knight must have been rather famous. His armor was almost entirely decayed, and the mount was giving off a dignified aura. Think we could go for a preemptive strike? Wait just a moment. Stay, I said. Maybe it is an NPC and we can actually reason with the guy without having to fight it? You moron. Dullahans have no mouths. How the hell you expect him to communicate with us? Huh? Ubia. It drew it. It drew its sword. Ha ha ha. Now that's more like it. Go. It's time to hunt us some Dullahans. But watch out for yourselves or you might end up dead. I jumped before the Dullahan that was charging straight at us, Empire Bees swords in hand. They were properly repaired and enhanced, so let's test out those new skills. Shall we? For starters, let's see how this works. Ignition. This skill has limitations placed on it. It can be used only once at the very beginning of the battle, and once activated, it gives you a boost to your movement speed. The effect was supposed to last for 1 minute but the engine needed to heat up for 30 seconds before going into effect, so the actual duration of the skill was those 30 remaining seconds. Although the effects were hard to see during the initial 30 seconds, the movement speed was still rising, but still, the Dullahan was able to dodge to the side and avoid a certain collision with me and the impact it would bring. Chapter 84, Walking of the Air Cleaner Part 2. Since neither the Dullahan nor its horse had heads, it was impossible for me to predict from their eyes where they would try to move next, but I could tell that to some extent from looking at the horse's movements, and sure enough, the horse was moving in that direction, even without the Dullahan doing anything to order it around. Just a little bit more to go. 3, 2. Now, after matching my moves to the horse's charge, I jump back a few steps and prepare the secret sword Dark Water Mirror Moon's evolved form to be unleashed. I managed to activate the skill just as the headless horse was about to charge straight at me. I took another step back with a flawless, uninterrupted motion. Could it be that the battle against the Gravekeeper sharpened my player reflexes? Or maybe it was all because my stats increased tremendously? What happened next was that the horse got hooked on the aggro from the image that appeared behind it and tried to make a sharp U-turn while maintaining its high speed. It would be hard for a normal horse to do, never mind for the one without its head. You are my sincerest condolences, as the headless horse was trying to accomplish a seemingly impossible maneuver. The double combo of inertia plus centrifugal force caused the Dullahan to fall off of its back and hit the ground. I was glad the skill worked, but at the same time I felt truly sorry for the Dullahan for some reason. The moment his body hit the ground, Break rushed towards him with a huge sledgehammer in her small paws. Now, dance for me like a puppet. Megaton swing. Crush. There was a loud and painful sound to be heard at the hammer connected with the Dullahan's chest, caving its armor in. The damage from this thing must be serious business for sure. The force of the swing combined with other forces working on the Dullahan right now caused him to be sent in the air even higher than when he flew off of his mount. It hurt my eyes to look at this, but it cannot be helped. You reap what you sow for not running away from me even though your level was supposedly lower than mine. The beautiful arc that the Dullahan's body made in the air was the testament of how strong the force of the swing must have been. I could technically wait for him to fall to the ground and then unleash hell on him, but I wanted to test something out first, just for the heck of it. Moon jumper and then six-fold jump. The Dullahan started to fall down, pulled by gravitational force, and I jumped high into the air, which was possible thanks to the two above skills which respectively lessened the way in which gravity was working on me and allowed me to do a few mid-air jumps to aim even higher. Honestly, there was no real reason for me to try so much, but maybe by doing something like that a new skill or two shall awaken. Take aim and jump in the air. I then activate the infinite skill and blow the Dullahan away. By performing a textbook example of a drop kick on him, utilizing the fact that he wasn't focused on me right now, I also managed to land my drop kick on the part of the armor that Break hit with her sledgehammer, so that it was sure to have hurt quite a lot. The finishing touch was that when I landed back on the ground, I completely ignored the fall damage. Now, seeing as the horse was yet to get up, should I take care of the Dullahan first? And since we are already bullying him so much, maybe it would be a good idea to let Emule in on the fun as well. Emule, ready some magic? Sure thing. After confirming that Emule used his add spell skill, I checked to see where Break currently was. She was holding her sledgehammer like a professional batter about ready to score a home run. So was she expecting me to send the Dullahan her way? Oh, isn't that nice? Introducing NPCs to the idea of tactics taken straight out of shitty games. Assist skills were really important in games like that, and what we were doing right now was basically allowing for them to land some blows in without risking getting hit themselves. It was also letting me train my battlefield control skills, knowing when to hold back and when to go all out against an opponent that fell down and was unable to get up easily. Knockback, positioning, distance. Right, the chart is completed. I grab the chanting Emule with my left hand and rush towards the Dullahan. I reach out my right hand towards his torso, grab it and activate in fight. Eat this. The power of 3 digits numbers. Hand of Fortune pierces right through the Dullahan's torso. His body started to bend in lots of funny and grotesque ways because of the impact, and even though he was supposed to be undead, it surely must have hurt. Then I point Emule towards him while holding the bunny like a handgun. I call this move Rabbit Gun, Turret Palm. Magic Hedge. Emule shouted in an angry voice, releasing a magical blade that flew straight at the Dullahan. It seems that just like Katsu or myself, Emule wasn't neglecting his own training and managed to get stronger on his own. The magic edge hits Dullahan and thanks to that he gets blown into the air for the 3rd time. Can you guess in which direction he was currently going? Titan Blast. If the previous Megaton swing dealt so much damage and made such nasty sound, then I don't know how I could possibly describe the sound that Titan Blast made right about now. There. How do you like that? Sanraku-san. Sanraku-san, don't you think I deserve some kind of reward for my help? Here, have some carrots. Yay! After properly disposing of the Dullahan, I fed Emule to some delicious carrots. Chapter 85, Bird with Bunnies vs Talking Heads Part 1, NPCN, Break. LV, 98. Class, Blacksmith. Side class, Archaeologist. Vorpal Bunny Master Smith. HP, 175. MP, 530. Stamina, 120. Strength, 130. Dexterity, 120. Agility, 30. Technique, 130. Vitality, 169. Luck, 130. Skill, Best Step, Quake Stomp. Gigant Swing, Titan Blast. Fortress Breaker, Material Destroy. Critical Focus. Analyze, Legacy Level 4. Magic, Damage Repair Level Max. Break Repair Level 8. Quick Forge Level 4. Stack Grind Level 7. Enhancement, Life Drain Level 7. Art, Wreckage Level 1. Art, Forger Level Max. Art, Strengthening Level Max. Art, Evolution Level 8. Art, Fusion Level 3. Art, Truth Level 4. Random Encounter Level 3. Enchantment, High Robust. Miracle Mining. Legacy Sense Level 3. Equipment, Weapon, Sledge Ogre. Head, Heat Resistant Cap. Torso, Bunny Blacksmith Uniform. Waist, Bunny Blacksmith Uniform. Feet, Bunny Blacksmith Uniform. Accessories, Efreet Gloves. So strong. After the Dullahan dropped dead, we ended fighting the Headless Horse as well. But it turned out to be nothing all that special. After the fight was over, I checked Break's status, and once I did that I almost had to collect my jaw from the floor. That's how broken her stats were. What was this strange feeling of déjà vu? That's the kind of strength you attain by smiting every single day, topped with participating in many difficult battles. Yeah, I get it, but it still kinda hurts that you could mop the floor with both Emule and I if you wanted to. Take that as you will. I averted my gaze from Break and looked towards Emule, but he also had no words to say to that. We stared at each other in complete silence for a moment or two. I never said that she was as delicate as a flower. You never did. Guys, Not that I want to interrupt, but one more word and you'll end up like the headless guy over there. While a mule let out a sound of utter terror, we decided to keep our mouths shut. For the good of both of us. Besides, nothing good could come from delving deeper into that topic. Right. For the time being. Let's see what materials we can collect from the Dullahan's corpse. Let's not waste any more time. I proclaim that while approaching the pile of shiny loot that Dullahan left behind. Beheading sword of the Dullahan General. A long and huge sword that once belonged to Dullahan General. Now it has decayed and is only good for crushing its opponents with its brute force. Deals additional damage if the target is hit to the neck. Having forgotten its memories, love and sense of pride. This body finally even lost its head. That is why even in death it still hunts for the heads of others. What else can I say? That description is pretty damn accurate. Long story short, this Dullahan lost its sanity and sense of self even before losing its head. But was that supposed to be unique, or what? Every other Dullahan in here had also lost its head, so isn't that kind of generic description? Oh well, at least the sword looks good. Maybe it will fetch a good price. Now, when I was about to put the sword into my inventory, Break stopped me from doing that. What? Are you interested in that? Compared to other weapons, this one looks like a bunch of rust and blood-covered scrap. Here, lend me this for a second, will ya? Sure thing. Here. I hand over the Dullahan blade to Break, and she swings the blade a couple of times, turns it in her small paws and looks at it closely. I knew it. This sword is dead as well. If you let me hold on to it, I can bring it back to its original glory back at my workshop. Not that I was going to use it or anything, but my gamer mind was telling me that if its form could be changed into something better, then that's what you needed to do. Right. Let's do just that. Having decided on that, we commenced the exploration of the area once more. But I gotta say, this dungeon is relatively straightforward when compared to other ones we've been to so far. All we've been doing so far in here is to go straight. This map wasn't all that broad when it came to the sheer size of it, but rather than branching paths it consisted of bigger and smaller cliffs that you needed to traverse in order to go forward. And while I get the idea that constant onslaught of undead and curse status effects would make this place a whole lot harder for me, a human air purifier, this whole area was like a walk through the park. We've been walking for quite a while now, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere. It's getting kind of annoying, but at least we don't have to waste any holy water, so that's a plus. I don't know how much holy water we would have to waste if we were to do this area normally, but maybe that's a good thing. That being said, we were a birdman carrying 2 bunnies on his back, so for a valley filled with madness, decay and the undead it was surprisingly fitting of an image. I know that it was absurd, but precisely because of this fantasy setting this situation could receive a passing grade, so just rolling with it for now was fine. After all, could you experience something like that in real life? I doubt it. I guess godly games can get surprisingly deep at times and deliver you experiences you wouldn't otherwise hope to experience. Chapter 85, Bird with Bunnies vs. Talking Heads Part 2. But here's the real question. What is a godly game? What is a shitty game? And what is a game in general? While dealing with such deep philosophical questions, I didn't even notice when we arrived at a much larger, open space. It looked like a huge dome, surrounded by grey mist. Maybe this is a boss arena? I touched the mist lightly, but my hand wasn't stopped and easily went through. So that means that nobody is inside of the dome right now. This must be the default setting of this place. Are we really going to dive into this? Asked the bird head. Not me. It's the default setting, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Come on, guys, let's go. I changed my weapons to Yuzuki and I entered the misty dome. It took me a few seconds to traverse to the other side, and having been wrapped in that cold smoke-like substance was rather unpleasant, but when I finally emerged on the other side I saw the image of the guardian of this whole area. It was a huge black skull, one that looked as if there was some kind of black smoke coming from inside it. Then there was a black spine, remnants of a black rib cage, black right skeletal arm, all of that trapped in the cloak of black smoke. The missing bone structure was nowhere to be seen. In its arm, The skeleton held a magic staff that looked as though it was made out of a human spine that just got straightened. It was also decorated in a rather disturbing way. It looks like this skeleton must have loved someone so much that it didn't want to part ways with them even after death. How sweet. Careful lads. I sense something really disturbing about this chump. This is probably the source of all the toxic vapors in the entire valley. It must devour death and suffering of anyone who enters here and convert it into the poison vapors. I don't want to get closer to this thing. Ha ha ha. Compared to the horror games with an R18 rating, this is actually nothing to be afraid of. It's just some weird-looking skull, nothing more. Skeletal ghosts collecting souls and death and recycling it for something evil. Talk about an overused rope. Almost every game had at least one scenario in it like that. Hope you have something with a holy attribute to it. Otherwise physical attacks will be utterly worthless against that thing. Seriously? Physical attacks aren't going to work? Thing is, I don't really think that I have anything that would apply for that whole holy element thingy. Both Emil and Break must have realized it as well, for they stiffened in astonishment. It was at that moment that the black skeleton, whose name was apparently Hummin Rich, decided to raise its staff and unleash a torrent of black projectiles onto my defenseless back. What's this? What's this? It felt as though a delicate paintbrush was stroked right against my back. I slowly turned around with my jaw hanging wide open, a hypothesis already blossoming inside my mind. I opened my status in a hurry to see if I was right, or if I was right. I mean, yeah, I was feeling funny, or even strange, but aside from that there was literally nothing wrong with me. What the hell? Don't tell me. Since I have no weapon with holy element to it, I have no means of doing harm to the Hummin Rich, and because of my curse-negating curse marks, this thing has no way of inflicting any kind of damage upon me. It was the weirdest kind of a stalemate, one that would continue to drag on and on and on without being resolved. That is, if I was a single player. Foo. My dear mule, it seems that the situation calls for another rabbit gun, palm turret. We're doing that again? That being said, curse marks only make me invincible against various curses. Magical and physical attacks are going to damage me like they would normally do, and even though I was quite strong right now, my vitality was still paper thin, so I absolutely couldn't afford to tank any kind of serious damage. So I somehow managed to avoid the barrage of magical missiles that were flying my way as I closed the distance between Hummin Rich and myself. Then I pointed my improvised Emil gun right towards its head. Let's see how you like my single-shot revolver. Ha, bang. Pia. I don't get it at all what you're talking about. Magic hedge. Emil shouted and then released one huge magic blade right into Hummin Rich's face. It managed to do some damage, but apparently it wasn't all that great. Oh well, good enough I guess. I tried to slash it a few times just for the hell of it, but my weapons didn't even leave a mark on its bare bones. So for now I put my swords away into my inventory and focused on attacking with Emil's magic. Break? How's it going on your end? Give me a break. You think that's so easy? Then come over here and give it a go yourself. Break shouted while tinkering with the Dullahan General's sword that I thought that I would never ever use. She unbottled a single vial of holy water and poured it all over the rusty blade while chanting some kind of spell. That is why I was right in the Hummin Rich's face. That way I could focus all aggro onto me and let Break do her job in peace. I wonder if it can use those ribs as a melee weapons of sorts. For now my job was simple, focus the boss's attention on myself and buy Break as much time as possible, so that she could finish doing whatever it was she was doing with the Dullahan's blade. 3 kinds of projectiles, dark spheres, a dark hand emerging from the ground, summoning smaller demons, staff swipe. There's also a short-distance teleportation to adjust its position. We're surrounded. We're completely surrounded, but compared to the Gravekeeper that's actually very easy. I activate Moonjumper to get out of the flock of smaller monsters that surrounded us, and then I jump back a few steps to carefully assess my current situation. It can't even hold a candle to Wisman, but that teleportation can be annoying. Is it random? Or maybe there's some kind of pattern to it? Unlike Wisman, whose every single attack could prove deadly, It was quite easy to deal with the majority of Hummin Rich's attacks, but it was not a war of attrition but an extermination battle, so running away and dodging infinitely was ill-advised. Its occasional change of place and teleportation were the only things that were annoying to deal with. Was it due to a pattern or was it completely randomized? Finding the answer would be imperative for devising a further strategy of wearing its HP down. It's done. The very same moment that Break shouted those words, Hummin Rich started to move in some suspicious way. Chapter 86. Emergency Item Craft, Paper Thin Armor Part 1. Hey, Break. Something is about to come out of this thing. It doesn't look good. That much I can see myself. No need to rush me. It looks kinda tough, but this should do the trick. Just swing it at this thing a few times and see if it works properly. And if you happen to break it, I can just fix it again on the spot. With those words of advice, Break handed me the Dullahan sword. There was no visible change to it, but just by holding it in my hands I could already feel the difference. So light, and what's with the blade? This feeling is rather good if I do say so myself. Since I don't have my furnace or anvil with me, the only thing I could do on the spot was some emergency repairs and sharpening. Because of that its durability is not all that great, but it should still pack a nice punch. Ah, I see. The blade had the additional effect of extra sharpening to it. Now that I see its status, I can see that she managed to get the blade in shape in just a short amount of time she was given. But there were still specks of rust and dried blood on the sword's blade. Still, its feel was way better than before. Low durability, limited number of swings. Seems like one heck of a challenge quest to me. I'd say about 8 swings or so. Will this be enough to defeat that boss? Just how much damage can I dish out with a single swing? And how do I calculate the damage needed to bring the spooky skeleton down? Remaining ever vigilant, I start to analyze all the information I had on me to see if a pattern would emerge that would lead me to victory. Think you can do it, boy? Yes, we sure will. Now, looking at the Hummin Rich, there were some nasty-looking black flames that were starting to accumulate inside of its staff. And it wasn't just burning inside of it. It was leaking outside the staff, covering the ornaments on it, making the whole thing look like a giant jaw of some scary monster. Googie, ga, gigagigi, kukakakakik, kekika, kaka, ayai, jaiawah, jagagaga, gagage, gagagagaga, triple A, ga, dash ga. What was that? Whispers, screams, moans, shouts, groans, gurgles. All of those sounds were currently coming from within the Hummin Rich. Ah, I see now how it is. It's not coming from inside of it. There were about 6 jaws growing out of its staff at the moment, making noises like that. Even more enemies? No, this might actually work in our favor here. The black flames started to turn into clouds of smoke. Then the smoke started to solidify as it was dividing itself into 6 parts. What emerged from that were 6 copies of Hummin Rich, except they didn't have the magic staffs, were a whole lot smaller, and each of them carried a different type of weapon. I could see this fight go into 3 basic directions from here. Pattern 1. They would attack interchangeably whilst teleporting all around the place. And since the main body started to shrink to adapt to them, they would probably try to mix it amongst them, making it harder for us to find the main body and damage it. It wasn't helping that the bodies didn't have any distinguishing features. Pattern 2. There would be no alteration, but rather attack pattern involving all of them attacking all at once. In that case we would have to focus all of our effort on the main body whilst ignoring the fake ones, which would be really hard to do in and of itself. However, I don't really think that the game would really go with that pattern. Pattern 3, they would all attack independently of one another, acting like 6 completely separate and unique units. Somehow, I was willing to believe that this pattern would be the most likely to occur. I just hope that they are sharing the HP bar with the main body. It would be a huge help if those things were just all part of one body that split up. Then it would be technically possible to defeat the main body simply by damaging the copies. Phew. About 8 minutes have already passed, I believe. I had about 8 attacks with that sword that I could use, so I had to make every single one of them count. Not to mention that all of my current skills have quite tricky trigger conditions. So before I can satisfy all of them, I need to gather as much information as possible. We've got a whole lot of work to do. Break. Emule. No matter what happens, stay close to me. Right on it. If it was right at the beginning of the game, it would be really hard for me to maneuver around whilst carrying two bunnies on my back which weighed as much as a small child. But right now it was no problem at all. Although I must admit, that friggin' hammer was really heavy. Just then 5 bodies rushed at me, with 2 others staying at the back, probably to support the ones that were approaching us right now. The situation was not good. But at the same time it wasn't all that bad. Staff, sword, spear, bow, axe, dual swords and a shield? I checked the weapons they were carrying, but somehow it didn't make any sense for me. Like that last one, was that really a shield? It was too small to be a shield, in my opinion, and even if it was a buckler, there was something seriously wrong with it. Goo-goa, such a small shield. Then I saw something. It was only for a moment, but I think I saw something similar to a throat right in the middle of that shield. Right after that, the inside of the throat lit bright orange and there was a gush of flames that was expelled from the shield, making it look kind of like a flamethrower. I immediately used the skill drift step to avoid the gush of flames, at the same time noticing 2 distinct things. First thing was that it seemed to me that the monsters thought that they were the hunters here and I was the one being hunted. Another thing is that drift step turned out to be a whole lot more versatile than I would have thought. I get the feeling that my feet are surprisingly tired after that. The sword swung down, the spear was thrust forward, and the others started to perform maneuvers that simply wouldn't be possible for humans to pull off. For now I focus my attention on dodging and not letting myself get hit by any attacks. Also, I think that this skill should be named Drift Slip instead of Step, but I really like it so far. My eyes. They are spinning around and around. Keep a close watch on them. Tell me right away if they try to flank us. Yeah. Time to swing my hammer around for a bit. The AI in this game was not stupid, but it wasn't exactly brilliant either. It was following my evasive maneuvers, but the way in which it was doing that was rather straightforward. I was getting slightly impatient, but I decided to play it safe, so that I couldn't get caught off guard like with that flamethrower just now. I don't like half-assing things like that, but if that's the game you want to play, then have at you. Chapter 86. Emergency Item Craft, Paper Thin Armor Part 2. I dodged the arrow and magic orb shot that were aimed at me and then activated Ricochet Step to gain a safe distance in between myself and the enemies. Using that occasion I also fired a single shot at one of them, getting myself ready to engage them at any moment now. Then, did you see that? Just now, it wobbled. This was all the confirmation I could possibly want. Right now I knew that the copies were sharing HP with the main body. Also, wasn't that single attack really powerful just now? Oh, that's right. For me it may have been just a normal boss battle, but for anyone else it would be a constant hell filled with toxic vapors and curse status. I take all of that into account, as well as the size of our party, the number of enemies, the number of times I could safely attack with the Dullahan blade. All right. I think I can see the road that would lead us to victory. Emule. Break. Let me explain my strategy to you really quick. Is it something that is to do with the situation just about now? Right. What would you like us to do? Behold, this is the difference between knowing the patterns of your enemies and being unaware of them. Emule will continue to fight together with me, with all of the jumping, evading, rolling around and attacking that comes with it. It's an improvised strategy, so I really hope it will work. We'll keep on hacking away at the copies, while you go and wait near the original body. Even though the area boss deals in magic, the finishing blow is going to rely wholly on you. We could do this, and we could fully utilize the power of the Dullahan sword I received from Break. To do that, I positioned her behind the lines, where she was to wait for the opportunity to deal the finishing blow, and since I leveled up so much, I was thinking that my current level was more than enough to deal with the boss of this area with no problems. If that's how you want to play it, it had better work out for you. I had a clear purpose in my mind, And this battle here was just a passing point for me, one of many that I was sure to encounter on my way forward. And while I hated to rely on NPC's strength to do things, right now it was the best possible course of action we could take. But, what are you going to do if the weapon breaks? No, break, that's not the case in here. When you wield a weapon, you must always win with it still in one piece. Otherwise it would be rude to the weapon itself. Hearing my words, Break opens her eyes wide in surprise. By the way, those words weren't mine, but they were from another character from a different game. Incidentally, it was from a character that was using his whole body to fight, but because of his nature of going all out even against the most basic of enemies, he would often end up breaking his equipment completely. Because of that, he was dead set on fixing his disrespectful ways towards his equipment. That is why from now on it's going to be a non-stop action. Alright. Break then detached herself from my back and proceeded to approach the Hummin Rich from the side, trying her best not to get herself spotted. Also, she had a bottle of holy water on the ready. At the same time Emule was shooting magic edge after magic edge, keeping the aggro on us so that the monsters wouldn't notice what was up. She's making good progress. Right. We have to play our part equally as good. I can't do it. I can't do it. I then activate another one of my new skills, Overheat. It's a skill that can only be activated after a certain amount of time has passed since the beginning of the battle. It was a great skill, one that would double my status points for 5 minutes, but there was a catch. After those 5 minutes, all of my status points would be cut in half, so it was a skill that was best suited for fast skirmishes, ones that could be won fast enough. I cast Nitro Gain. It was a skill that had 1 second cooldown, and by the expense of 20% of your maximum HP it would increase both your strength and agility, but its true value was HP control. Then, after my HP was lowered down, I activated Climax Boost for an even greater boost in stats. It's a shame that Hungry Wolf is so tricky to use. Its effects would surely come in handy right now, but I was stuck with it on one bothersome condition, redirection of aggro, which wasn't really what I wanted to do right now. If possible, I must seek to improve that skill and get rid of that part as soon as possible. Emule, we are going to dispose of the copies. We'll pick them out one by one. So go wild and shoot without my orders. Yes, sir. Beginning my offense, my first target was the skeleton with the flamethrower shield. I started to strafe around it to avoid the spewing flames, waiting for my chance to strike. Mew mew mew. Magic edge. Phew. As Emule fired 6 magic blades at the skeleton, I jumped high in the air. The magic blades weren't as fast as bullets, but avoiding them was already quite hard to do. 2 more steps to close the distance. There. I activated the 6-step leap. 2 steps to close the distance. Remaining 4 to outmaneuver the shield that was spewing out flames without a moment of rest. Hot, 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 so hot. It will be a lot cooler in here once we get rid of that thing. I then take the Dullahan blade in both of my hands and take a stance. I swing the blade with all my might at the direction of the black skeleton, hoping that it would be enough to reach the target and dispose of it. The sharp blade goes through the skeleton without any problems, cutting it cleanly in 2 halves together with the shield. Alright. And here comes the buff for making it a critical strike. Emule, we go for the one with the axe next. Roger that. We have 4 possible targets remaining and 7 sword swings to use, so now I turn towards the one with the axe, after the rest of them tuned towards me after the flames have dissipated. The axe wielder, which was the closest one to us, swung its weapon down, but it was so slow of an attack that it would be hard not to be able to dodge it. On a side note, ever since my battle with Wisman I realized that my parry skill changed drastically. It was still a parry skill, but right now it was more of an offensive skill rather than defensive one. Even if I'm a little bit late with parry, as long as the action connects the system will still register it as successful, and after that, parrying the opponent's attack, it was pushed back, giving me a moment to counter it. Before the axe wielder was able to react properly, I activated Setsuna no Mikari and swung my sword again. The axe was cut in half together with its wielder. 3 more opponents to go, 6 more swings. Chapter 87, Rare Items Weight Heavier Than Life Part 1. That being said, scoring a critical hit precisely on the neck was easier said than done. We still had 2 copies to dispose of, one with double swords and one with the bow, as well as the main body. While avoiding the quick slashes of the singing skeleton, I gradually started to calm myself down. No need to be impatient here. Even though it was the area boss, its copies die in a single strike thanks to all of my buffs and critical strikes. Let's take it nice and easy. But still, I had to keep precast times in mind, as well as the fact that after the 5 minutes limit all of my stats would be lowered dramatically. So I had to wrap this up as soon as possible, but without getting impatient. I do that, and I'm as well as dead. I rushed towards the bow-wielding skeleton while avoiding the arrows that it was constantly shooting at me. When I get close enough I activate Moon Jump to avoid another set of arrows and then prepare a mule to fire another shot of Magic Edge. The impact of the magic attack was so great that the shot managed to pierce the skeleton's body and exit on the other side of it. That was close. A little bit too close for comfort. Wait, isn't that way too dangerous? If there is no holy attribute to the attack won't deal any kind of damage to the skeleton. So when my body accidentally bumps into it, it was thrown back while getting this really funny feeling of something wet and slimy brushing off of me. Without much of a thought of how gross it felt, I let out a battle cry and slashed my Dullahan sword at the skeleton, separating its head from its body in one fell swoop. There was only one enemy left, and roughly 2 sword uses that I could make. Now, what will you say to surrender? If you do that, who knows, I might even spare your life? The answer came under the form of magic attack, not words. I raised a mill up to counter the attack with my own, but I was a second too slow and ended up swallowed in the waves of dark magical energy. All around me I could hear screaming, presumably coming from all the dead souls that were felled in this valley. Your defeat is, let's see, it will be the same as mine at that time. If only I wasn't so unlucky. Dying time after time to the big and powerful blows of the mechanical samurai until I found my way towards victory. Remember his movements, assume the same stance as him, and then use everything you've got to slash through any obstacle that stands in your way. I know that it might be a little bit of a stretch, but how about calling it a pseudo-tensei? That should pay it the respect it deserves. I directed my blade at the main body of Hummin Rich, but instead of slashing its neck I managed to rip its arm off from the rest of its body. It wasn't enough to finish it off with one slash, but I didn't even expect that in the first place. When you are an agility-type warrior like myself, the power of buffs can often be misleading, but I didn't need to kill it. No, that job was destined for someone else. You did well, Dullahan Blade. Just 2 more slashes and you can finally rest. I then change my posture from one meant for slashing to the one meant for thrusting. Then I push the blade forward right towards the main body. It was for this reason alone that I was saving a slash or 2 up until now. As the sword plunged towards the neck of the Hummin Rich, I activated the skill Growing Piercer, a skill that naturally evolved from my previous skill Drill Piercer. Its special ability was that the more hits the drill got in, the bigger the additional damage and critical strike would be. The total number of hits was 5, and the Dullahan blade started to gradually pierce through the Hummin Rich's bone with a clean sound of the drill working at full power. I could see and hear cracks forming all over the blade's surface, but the attack continued without the swords breaking apart. But I knew it. It was sturdier than the copies. There's no way for me to cut it on my own. However, sorry to tell you this, spooky skeleton, but I'm afraid that's the end of the line for you. It was time for a switch. I let go of the sword and let it hang from the Hummin Rich like an ugly tie. At the same time the skeleton took a few steps back, trying to put some distance between us. It was then that a small shadow appeared right above its head. Sorry about that, but I'm gonna beat ya into a bloody pulp. Material focus. Fortress breaker. At the same time I threw a mule high into the air and let break catch him. while I dodged to the side trying to get out of the range of Hummin Rich's offensive spell. Then Break swung her sledgehammer down, hitting the handle of the Dullahan blade and forcing it to go even deeper into the bony frame of the skeleton. I heard it after the battle was already over, but apparently Pensilgton and Katsu defeated Chiron in exactly the same way. Human-powered stake driver or not. In that case maybe it would be more accurate to call it just a really powerful stake driver. Sanraku-san, now's not the time for that. Here, a carrot for all of your efforts. Hooray. Not. I knew it. You use them to mislead me all the time. Here, I'll throw you 2 more as a bonus. So cheer up. Hooray. So goddamn easy. Even though Break didn't have a combat-oriented profession, the full-blown skill from a level 98 character was enough to send the sword flying through Hummin Rich's skull and emerge out the other side, forming a huge hole right in the middle of its head. There was no way that any monster, no matter how powerful, would be able to survive having its skull penetrated with a sword like that. So after a few moments of agony-filled screeching, Hummin Rich finally stopped moving and burst into a fountain of red polygons. Phew, talk about a weapon with a kick to it. Mugu, you can praise me all you want later. But first thing first, I must repair this thing ASAP. Chapter 87, Rare Items Weight Heavier Than Life Part 2. Saying that, Break rushes to pick up the fallen Dullahan blade while I went to pick up the items that dropped from the fallen skeleton. Ribcage's fragments. Oh, it seems to be a magical ingredient of some sort, so I might as well hang on to it. Need to read the flavored text later as well. And if it turns out that I cannot utilize it for anything, I might as well try to sell it at one of the shops in town. For now, off to inventory you go. I then looked up the valley to see the mysterious misty dome dissipating, and saw that the toxic vapors were also growing thinner. But then, I also noticed something else as well. No, there is just no way, sir. However, it was just like with that box that people opened even though they were explicitly being told not to do that. It is a story about Pandora's box, and honestly, I think that the gods knew from the start that she was going to open the damned box, or it was like having a premonition during playing a card game that the most important piece of your combo is right at the very bottom of your deck. In other words, I think that Pandora was nothing but an antique. Oopsie. My thoughts started to wander somewhere funny yet again. Somehow, I think that Sanraku-san is thinking about something weird yet again. No, me? Thinking about something weird. As if, for the time being, we managed to add yet another landmark on our map towards our goal. I somehow managed to convince Break to stop doing whatever it was she was doing for the moment, and we left this place, while I placed the Dullahan sword back inside of my inventory, and the 2 rabbits camouflaged themselves as a fur coat that I wore over my half-naked body. It was making me look rather peculiar, but oh what the hell. I could only thank the gods that Break and Emule could transform into something as reasonable as a coat or a scarf. Otherwise it would be really hard for me to remain inconspicuous. Now then, upon arriving in the town of Idalada we opted for returning to rabbits for the time being, so that we could disband our party temporarily. Fortunately enough, Break seemed to have repaired the Dullahan blade, and satisfied with the results of her work she went back to her forge. Emule was a little bit harder to ditch properly, but it was nothing that a good carrot bribe couldn't fix. Honestly, his naivety was a little concerning to me at times, but what I was about to attempt to be done alone, without Emule's help. Looking inside of the Valley of Lost Souls, I could see the misty dome spreading over the exit out of the area once more, housing the boss inside of it. I'm sure that someone was fighting that black skeleton right about now. But, well, without a priest in your party your chances of winning are less than 20%, so good luck with that, I guess. Well then, let's start climbing, shall we? My target was not inside the valley per se. The cliffs that rose right before my eyes, climbing up and up. There was supposed to be a secret area up this rocky wall, which I should be able to reach if I managed to climb it. And there was also the Guardian of the Passage, which just happened to be a level 100 crystal scorpion we saw on our first visit here. No matter how you look at it, There was simply no way for me to be able to beat a level 100 monster in combat on my own at my current level. So then, why was I going there in the first place? Because there may be other areas or passages there, ones that are yet to be discovered. Besides, since it was just the game, why not? Even if I was unable to defeat the monster itself, there was nothing that would prevent me from going on a little reconnaissance mission. And that it was basically a suicide mission? Small detail, I dare say. What about my items? Haha, anticipating my imminent failure, I chose the bare minimum of equipment, so that I couldn't lose anything of value upon death. But even without most of my equipment, climbing this stone wall was no small or easy feat. At first it was going smoothly, but the higher I got the more flat and whole the surface was becoming, giving me little to no footholds that I could cling to. Ooh, who would have thought that climbing a wall like that would prove itself to be so challenging? The spectacle that awaited me at the end of my climb was a field littered with crystals of various shapes and sizes. The whole cliff was filled with them, and the further you look the more crystals you could see. The view from here was simply breathtaking. According to my information, the crystal scorpions usually sit dormant, mimicking the crystal chunks littered all over the place, and only become active once you've stepped into its aggro range. Still, my luck stat was now a 3-digit number, so I should be lucky enough to be able to go the rest of the way without any major incident or difficulty. Crumble, crumble, crumble. Some of the crystals started to move and crumble away, forming the shape of a wild beast. Phew. Right, calm down, me. I'm only sightseeing. Yes, no problemo. Oh, who the fuck am I kidding? At least let me map this entire area before you fucking kill me. Shouting that, I plunged right in front of me, going for the massive rocks and crystals that looked relatively normal to me. Thinking that I've managed to escape, I suddenly heard the sound of something heavy approaching fast from behind. From the sound of it, there were 3 pursuers. Also, it seems that there was something right in front of me as well. It was just like an aurora borealis. The rays of the sun were reflected in many crystals littering this place, creating a very unique tsunami of colors. Yup, if that thing wasn't a crystal scorpion, then I don't know what is. Holy shit. I knew you'd be big, but to be this big? What the fuck is this? Talk about overdoing it. They were all level 100. My level was around 70. No matter how you look at it, they would make me into a bloody pulp just by running over me without any effort at all. Don't you dare think that I am going to give up simply because of that. Chapter 88. Items are important, but you must know how to use them. Part 1. It could easily be assumed that since the recommended level for this area was 100, the items that you would be able to obtain here would be equally as good, maybe even netting you some rare artifacts or items from the era of the gods. But considering that their stats and level restrictions may be a little bit too high for me right now, it would also be safe to assume that the weapons enhanced with materials from this place would yield better results than the raw weapons from the era of the gods. In other words, the purpose of my visit to this place would be collecting lots of raw materials from gathering points instead of gathering something that would be unusable for me, dying, then just coming back here and repeating the whole process again. In that way I could legally cheat the system in almost any RPG out there. However, there are also games out there where power leveling and obtaining OP weapons and items early on takes away from the fun of fighting bosses and beating the game. A good example would be obtaining shotgun early on in any survival horror game. Now then, this will be my second attempt at doing exactly that. Respawning at Rabbit's I go to the Valley of Lost Souls again, climb the steep cliff and then do a mad dash to the nest of crystal scorpions. This time around not even trying to be stealthy about it. Hello there. I was found out. I got killed. Next try. Third attempt. This time around I was going to use my accelerating skills to scout the area out for items. The moment the group of crystal scorpions awaken and go towards me to attack, the effect of Hungry Wolf could finally be activated. It was regretful that I wouldn't be able to use Overheat here, but instead I had Ignition, Nitro Boost, and Climax Boost to back me up and up my stats, with added off-road and 6-fold jump just in case of emergency. But soon enough the reinforcements arrived and even more enemies ganged up on me. Oh well, At least I managed to find an item before I got slaughtered this time around. It was a small crystal mass that simply had the words "break me apart" written all over it. So without much thinking I took a pickaxe from my inventory and started digging like mad. After a moment of intense work of my whole body, the crystal fell apart and I stuck its contents right into my inventory without even bothering to see what kind of item I actually got. Having done that, I could hear and see the scorpions approaching me, announcing that my inevitable death was only seconds away. But drunk on the feeling of obtaining the item, I wasn't going to just die obediently like that. Although I was killed without any problem, at least I managed to prolong the fight for a few seconds by jumping high into the air. The sight I could see down below looked like a car crash site on a trafficked highway in a Hollywood movie. Each beast wanted to be the one that would get me, and they were swinging their stingers aggressively towards my general direction. It was a terrifying sight to look upon. Amidst all of the commotion, their stingers would occasionally end up crushing their own armors and claws, inflicting damage onto their own brethren. Nonetheless, I have reached the highest point of my jumps, and just like a certain someone with wax wings, the only way for me now was to fall down right into the raging abyss filled with crystal stingers and claws. Gotta say, going out like that is a little bit heartbreaking. As I fell down I was assaulted by a myriad of stingers, and on top of dealing damage to me they also managed to poison me. Right about now I must have looked like a needle cushion or a fly caught in between a whole bunch of chopsticks. Oroncle's jade crystal, a mineral fossil containing high density of magical power thanks to being involved with many monsters over the years. Not all that hard and durable, but its true value surfaces when it is used as a coating agent. Minerals and living organisms. It is the ultimate truth of the world that one cannot possibly exist without the other. Phew. It looks like it was more work than it was worth. After respawning in rabbits I log out to eat lunch and then log in once more. Then I check the description of the item that I managed to gather. For the time being, there are a few things I managed to find out as a result of my little challenge. First of all, the crystal scorpions. It seems that they lay dormant for most of the time, but once a certain condition is met, most probably tickling their aggro as a result of vibration in the air, they would become active and go after you. Next comes the AI governing the flock of crystal scorpions. Turns out that their AI is not all that clever. However, it didn't need to be clever in the slightest. When you have a bunch of level 100 characters, the sheer power and number advantage was on your side. It was like a tsunami wave, crushing everything that was in its path. But still, they were able to tear each other's plating off. Now that I think about it, could it actually be that? No, it couldn't be that. But there would be no harm in eventually trying out that possibility. Now, on to the problems and solutions section of the show. First problem is the number of monsters that I tracked to myself, and it seems that their number is largely random. Now, is there something I can do about it? Except for praying, that is? It's not that I don't like a little bit of RNG in my life, but when the RNG basically overtakes the whole game and nothing can escape its clutches, that's where I draw the line. Next is the problem of their power. Just how the hell was I supposed to deal with something that could just flick me with its stinger or claw and I would be dead as a result? In fact, I was already starting to see the answer to that problem. Even though it's normally hard to do, but that's the way to do it this time around. If I let them harm themselves for long enough I should be able to damage their weak parts. But if I was to do so, I would require a bunch of safe zones to be able to do that. And by safe zone I don't mean a place where their attacks won't reach me, but rather some place to hide where the aggro could be taken off of me. Chapter 88, Items are important but you must know how to use them. Part 2. However, the crystal scorpion's nest has no spaces where I could hide myself. Saying colloquially, it was a space as flat as the chest of a flat-chested girl, with little to no nooks or crannies where you could conceal yourself from the gazes of your enemies. Safe zone. Safe zone. It would be nice if I could freely fly through the skies. Then I could easily escape the monsters. But unfortunately, my bird mask was only decorative, with little to no effects that would allow me to ascend to the skies. God damn it, Does that mean my only hope is to try numerous assault attempts in order to get myself a favorable RNG? Does that mean the only option for us is to give up? Now listen here, Emule. We pioneers are not afraid of death. And why is that? Because the urge to discover the unknown is bigger than the fear of death. You could think about me for a moment out there. Pew, it feels like I'm about to drop dead every single time I'm opening a portal right now. Emule complains. But still he opens the portal that would take me to the bottom of the cliff. After so many casts his MP must have gotten pretty low. So I took an MP recovery potion out of my inventory and gave it to him so he could chug it down. Emule, stop right there for a moment. Mew mew. While Emule was chugging down the MP recovery potion, I stopped him and he almost choked on the liquid going down his throat. Repository. MP. Disappearance of substance. Reappearance. That's it. Nbufuge. Cough, cough. What the hell, Sanraku-san? In response to Emule's furious words, I took him in my arms and started to throw him in the air in a fit of ecstasy. My grey brain cells finally stumbled upon a solution. Nice idea, me. Thank you so much, Emule. Ahaha, this is gonna be great. Pew. Don't move me like that shortly after I finish drinking. There, calm down Emule, good girl. I mean, good boy. There were preparations to be made. However, if I'm correct about this, then I'll be able to wipe that whole area clean with little to no effort at all. They should no longer be any threat to me. That's what I've been telling myself ever since I climbed the cliff again and was now awaiting the sound of incoming scorpions. So far I saw 3 of them coming right at me. Since I must have entered their sensing range, I knew what I had to do in order to best them. If I chicken out now, the only thing that awaits me is painful death full of shame. Foo-fa-fa-foo. In the end, it is technology that shall have the last laugh here. Transfer, inventory. At that moment, the world around me changed completely. It was a strange place made entirely out of metal, one that would probably be hard to reproduce with the technology currently available in Shangri-La Frontier. It wasn't the crystal peak where certain death was fast approaching me. This is the storage space that only those with inventory can enter. I'm going to be in here for a moment, so I might as well have a look around. That's right. Weren't there supposed to be some items stored away in here? Thinking about it, Katsu and Pensilgton could enter in here as well. So, would it be possible to store monster material here as well as what was intended to be stored in here? But the items floating about this place and emitting a bluish light weren't what was the most important here. No, it was something else. A little further ahead, there was a huge space occupied by 4 giant beasts made out of steel and advanced science. Just as their names suggested, they were in forms of the guardians of heavens and were quietly resting in their respective docks. The sheer look of them was really amazing and it was striking a soft spot somewhere deep down inside of me. If they are this big, does this mean that the players will be able to use them at some point? Seeing this somehow reminded me of the Wizardman battle and his terrifying mount. But 4 iron golems inside of here? Not to mention that they were all massive, way bigger than that stupid horse could ever hope to be. And they even had cannons, and rifles and missiles and thrusters installed on them. Whoa now. This won't do. This won't do. Maybe now would be a good time. Spatial transfer, exit gate. I say that after chugging down MP recovery potion and activating a spell that would return me to the real world from this artificial space. I then return from the side world back into the world where fantasy and science coexist in harmony. Phew. Kyukakaku. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, I look around and then at the huge chunk of crystal right under my feet. I kneel, pick it up and place it inside of my inventory. Crystal scorpion shell, a crystal plating that crystal scorpions wear all over their bodies, extremely sturdy and can even stop incoming magical attacks dead in their tracks. Scorpions often break each other's plating due to their violent nature, but they can regenerate missing plates by ingesting surrounding crystals. Q fa-fa-fa-foo. Phew, ha 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 ha. Oh! I can feel my hands getting wet. Time for all-you-can-eat buffet. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit, spatial travel, inventory. Getting myself surrounded just like that for a moment out there made me really break into a cold sweat. Laughter was the only way in which I could really respond to that. Chapter 89, You Win Some and You Lose Some Part 1. Originally, the pioneers had a limited inventory space. You get too greedy. You pick too much stuff on the field, and you had to pay the price of having your movements hindered. However, what an amazing place this here inventory was. Even if you count the things that were already here, you could continue to add more and more items in here and you would never really run out of space to store them in. Above all else, this storage space was perfectly safe. It would allow me to wait here for the aggro of the scorpions to wear off, and go back into the real world to collect any materials that the grouping monsters would destroy on one another. It was a strange feeling, but right now I was completely fine with that. Foo ha ha ha, I'm a genius. I'm a freaking genius to find a hole in the system like that. I start to laugh like a certain mad scientist that managed to create a monster out of various body parts only to end up drowning in the cold waters at the end of the world together with my creation. And the only thing that I needed to take care of was my MP pool. There was nothing else that I had to worry about with this strategy. There was minimal risk and maximum of profit to be had for me with this strategy. And even if I were to somehow run out of space in my inventory, I would just go to the shop and sell some of my stuff, gaining some money that would also benefit me in a lot of ways. I knew it. Finding tricks like that is the best part of games like that. I drink an MP recovery potion and shake my pickaxe around until the transition completes, and then proceed to mine all the mining spots in the vicinity. That way even if I run out of MP recovery potions I could just go back and buy some new ones. Rinse and repeat. As I headed into the next mining point that looked promising, my inventory was slowly getting filled with lots of precious loot. Now then, I got a fair amount of items. My MP potions are starting to get low and any more stuff in my inventory and I might become over encumbered if I'm not careful. What to do now? I was mining for over 30 minutes now when I decided that it would be right about time to call it a day for this run. The abused pickaxe literally broke in my hands, and when it comes down to MP potions, yup, I have none, since I just used them all. My inventory was also already overflowing with precious minerals. I might as well drop the items into storage and let the scorpions kill me to get a quick way back to rabbits. In the meantime I rummaged through my items to see what exactly I managed to get. Crystal scorpion's shell, crystal slabs, crystal claws, crystal legs. Strange thing was that I was yet to receive a single crystal stinger. Speaking of scorpions, their stingers were apparently the rarest drop that you could get from them and could be sold for the biggest sums of money. So that was ultimately the best drop that you would want to aim for. And if you don't have any luck, you need to keep trying. Obtaining stingers is easier said than done, when there are so many of them. How could I possibly trigger a stinger attack? Not to mention that the conditions in here for baiting such attacks are just terrible. And since there was no clear strategy for breaking their stingers, it seems that the only thing I could do was to rely on the RNG gods to bless me with a good drop. Not to mention that their tails are naturally folded, so it's that much harder to get to them. Also, making so many trips over here led me to be able to recognize the hidden crystal scorpions in their dormant state. Finding a camouflaged scorpion in an area full of crystal is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but even the most perfect of camouflages won't make you 100% invisible. There are ways to distinguish their shape from ordinary rocks. Taking both of my Uzukis in my hands, I gently lift them up and drive their edges alongside the crystals, creating a distinct sound as a result. The moment the crystal pile begins to shake and tremble, I activate ignition, nitro boost, climax boost, off-road, six-fold jump, every single skill that I have at my disposal that would allow me to gain some safe distance from the waking crystal horde. I could feel all of my skills finally kicking in the moment the scorpions extended their tails and directed their aggro towards me, aiming at me with their stingers. First of all, one shot, I then lightly throw one Uzuki into the air, and after activating in-fight, Hungry Wolf and Duelist I try to punch the base of the scorpion's tail with my fist via the Hand of Fortune skill. Oh, Even if the level gap would be 2, 10 or even 30 levels, there's just no way that the crystal plating should be able to withstand a punch with so many buffs added to it. But that's exactly what happened here. So with tears welling up in my eyes, I catch Yuzuki back in my hand while muttering curses under my nose breath. I jump in the air and land on the back of one of the scorpions, hearing the sounds of shattering crystal and approaching scorpions all around me. I then drive both Uzukis into the scorpion's back as strongly as possible. At least let me make a crack. That's all I'm asking for. Grasping a stable foothold on the unstable ground, I then drive another hand of fortune punch right into the place where Uzuki struck the crystal plating. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. 5th hit actually missed because the blasted thing moved. I did so much to damage the crystal plating, and it was still intact after all of that. I knew it. It's going to be hard without at least level 90 something. However, I must do all that I can right now and at least find out if I'll be able to damage it. At the edge of my field of vision I could see a little tsunami of light reflections. The massive crystal scorpions approached me rapidly, looking like a mass of bulldozers that would just run me over and turn me into a pulp of minced meat. But I must say, that light surely was beautiful. But I wasn't just going to let them defeat me. No. If I was going down, mauled to death by them, I at least wanted to put up a good fight while I'm at it. After all, that's where the fun lies in games like that, from challenging the impossible. I take a step back and just stand there fully exposed to the wall of crystal stingers and crystal death running towards me, displaying my courage and the power of my resolve in this single action. Come at me. Chapter 89, You Win Some You Lose Some Part 2. The stingers started to appear one after another. I don't know if it was intentional or maybe just a glitch in the system, but at this moment every single scorpion stinger was aiming towards my heart, intending to pierce it mercilessly. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Just when the stingers are pulled back to be thrust straight at me, transfer, inventory. My whole existence disappears from the realm of Shangri-La frontier. Arriving inside of the inventory, I slowly begin to count. 1, 2, 3. The stingers strike at the place where I was. The claws were trying to reach me, but it was all to no avail, since I was in here, waiting patiently. Now, after enough time their aggro should subside. Right about now. Transfer, exit inventory. I could do this only once. After that I would have to change my coordinates, but it should be alright. When I return to the crystal cliff, I will have to perfectly utilize every possible second at my disposal to get my hands on what I wanted. I look around to confirm my position. The scorpions were now scattering all over the place like salarymen who finally ended their work for the day. I can see that some of them had huge cracks on their stingers. So my strategy was a success. No matter how sturdy, no crystal could possibly hope to withstand being repeatedly smashed against the ground just like that. Rare drop spotted. Even if the monster itself is still alive, as long as the material separates from its body it will still be converted into an item. I activate moon jump and jump high in the air, approaching the cracked group and trying to strike their stingers at places where the nets of cracks were the densest. A perfect strike like that should be more than enough to separate the stingers from their bodies, no problem. There was a loud cracking sound, accompanied by the image of the stingers breaking apart from the bodies that were carrying them. Drunk on the ecstasy that my strategy worked so flawlessly, I reached out my hand towards the falling items. For a moment I think I saw it. The image of the RNG goddess smiling graciously at me as she raised her middle finger in the air and waved it right in front of my eyes as the ultimate fuck you gesture. It appears that I was blessed with the worst RNG possible at this very moment. The stingers fall to pieces, but not a single one of them left any loot to be collected. And right next to that goddess was the devil itself, waving his red hand at me with a grin that the douchest of all douchebags could never possibly hope to achieve. It was impossible. There was nothing that I could do here. I wouldn't be able to get any items or do anything about them, no matter how hard I may try. The spiteful gravity starts to pull me closer and closer to the ground, making me realize just how hopeless my current situation really was. No, wait. One more chance. Just give me one more. At that moment I felt as though I was hit by a train. It took me a moment to realize that one of the scorpions smashed me with its stinger before I even managed to hit the ground. I saw sparks before my eyes, my whole vision started to go round and around, and then I burst into a bunch of red polygons and I wasn't able to feel anything anymore. Sanraku-san. Good to see you back in one piece. Sanraku-san? I could hear Remul's words well, but the crippling emptiness in my heart made me unable to answer him properly. What was that feeling? It felt as though you were just about to finish the marathon run only to realize that you were brought back to the start line. Or that you were about to have a bite of delicious food only to realize that it was all but a dream and the food was nowhere to be found in the first place. Or it was like a mystery novel with an erased ending. You get the idea. Nah. Sanraku-san? Seriously, what's wrong with you? You look as though you were about to cry. Ha ha ha. Unattainable dreams are of the best kind. Nothing I can do about it. Ha! The sky is so blue and vast. Sanraku-san? Why the fuck are you trying to jump out the window? Seriously, what happened out there? The RNG is a lie. The RNG is nothing but a fucking lie. The RNG gods are dead. After that little show of self-pity, I slapped myself on the cheeks a couple of times to regain my composure and wore my bird mask again, which I previously took off to avoid damaging it. Right. I'm all right now. I'm all right. Say, Emule, think I could fly in the air? Context, please. Context is everything. We people cannot soar through the skies, no matter how hard we may try. For a while, I don't think I want to see those scorpions again. They've managed to scar me on the emotional level. However, at the same time I managed to gather items that I wouldn't be normally able to gather at the current moment, so it was at least some form of a win in my book. What's more, if I try to make weapons and equipment using the materials I got during my suicide escapade, I might be able to create something that will exceed even my current equipment. Through that act of unreasonable conformism I managed to somehow recover my sanity back to the 80% of its original capacity. It is an ability I acquired as a result of playing so many shitty games, where I was constantly being harassed with failure and frustration. Right, let us go and see how Break is doing. Right. I don't know where that exactly came from, but I'll keep you company either way. After all, one can be most proud of one's achievements when one brags about them to everyone else. I think that there's something seriously wrong with that logic. I think so as well. But the main goal of it all was to not be left behind by Katsu or Pensilgton. After that, we went to Break's forge and showed her the materials, at the sight of which she basically freaked out and started to jump around the place in ecstasy. That sight refilled the remaining 20% of my sanity. Chapter 90, and so, finally a breath of fresh cat Part 1. This is our own Cal's, said to be the absolute best of the coating agents. And this is the first-class crystal, Lapistria. It cannot be. Roan amber of this size? And so much of it. And this here is the Amrasian quartz. Is this real? I have collected all materials that can be dropped from crystal scorpions. Except from stingers, but you don't need to know that. And why there aren't any stingers I'd drop it if I were you, Emule. Otherwise I'll force feed you carrots until you explode from overeating. Someday, I shall have my revenge for this utter humiliation. I thought that even though their personalities might be different, these guys were siblings all right. Seeing Break rummaging through materials like that with wild excitement in her eyes, it was hard for me not to smile. Think you can make me some weapon using these? Are you kidding me? With these I can make even your wildest dreams come true. Usually I have no interest in gemstones, because they are just shiny stones. But oh well, might as well leave one just so that I can admire it during my free time. Why not? Break then proceeds to rub her furry face against the smooth texture of the crystal. But then she proceeded to put it into her mouth and suck on it as though she was trying to taste it. It was a weird thing to look at, especially since it was so sudden. Wobya? Please don't scare us like that. Thank you for returning my reason to me. For a moment out there I was afraid that it went somewhere else. So, you want to know if I can make a weapon out of this for you, huh? There was a moment of silence during which Brake was rummaging through the items, apparently sorting them out. Crystal scorpion materials and those ores can be used to craft some weapons out of them. The other stuff can also be refined, but it's not my area of expertise anymore. You'd need to ask a jeweler for that. Jeweler? They are people who craft various accessories that boost the effects of both weapons and armors, especially if they are to be made from jewels. I see. Inventory is also an accessory, and items like that often play an important role when it comes to strengthening one's battle potential. Up until now I was only interested in weapons and armor while strolling around towns. Accessories never really bothered me. However, right now maybe it would be a good time to actually give them a go. Thinking about it now, even Katsu and Pensilgton seem to be wearing things on them that must have been accessories. Now, the important question. Is it possible to have more than one accessory equipped at a time? Since right about now my slot was occupied by the inventory. Now then, about accessory craftsmen here in Rabbits. You'll find blacksmiths and armorers here, but sadly, we have no jewelers. Really now? If that's the case, it seems that the jewels are going to make for a quick cash grab for us, which was a real shame, but what can you do? However, as I was about to mope because of that, Brake continued speaking. But, it's not that we don't have people who are skilled in working with jewels and gemstones. Since you are a friend to us Vorpal bunnies, there is a certain Kate Scythe that might be able to assist you. Her skills are no joke either. Kate Scythe? Honestly, my impression of them is that typical one from fantasy games. A huge cat people walking on two legs. They were in a really huge amount of different games. During my gamer career I had to deal with them as both friends and foes, but I was yet to see a Kate Scythe in this game. I take a look at a mule who was playing around with some jewels without looking at me, and then at Brake who was mumbling something under her breath for some reason. If bunnies can be bipeds in this game and command such destructive power, then what is a cat capable of? For some reason, the face of that certain player comes to my mind right now. What was her name? That's right. Animalia. Personally, I can't stand her on a personal level, but as a fellow craftsman I must admit that her skills are something to be reckoned with. It would be such a waste to let those gems go to a pawn shop, so wait a moment. I'll call her in here now. Right now? No. I don't really think that calling someone somewhere would be as easy as to call for a buddy that's been working right next to you. Oi, you stupid cat, move your furry ass and come here for a second. You called? Here I am, a beautiful black cat maiden. If you called for me, I would have climbed the steepest cliffs and climbed from the deepest bowels of hell just to answer your call. Things can't possibly get any weirder now, can they? If I had to describe her in a single sentence, Puss in Boots would surely hit the jackpot. It was a black cat that was almost the same size as Brake, which would mean she was reaching up to my waist as far as the height is concerned. She was also wearing a cape and a hat fashioned after the French musketeers, and there was a small rapier stuck behind the belt at her waist. But the boots were the most elegant of her attire. It was decorated with jewels all over, in sheer contrast to the rest of her attire which was fairly minimalistic and must have put practicality over looks. The boots made the polar opposite. Mew Mew. You must be my dear Brake's sibling, am I correct? My name is Emule. And this person here is Sanriku-san. Mew Mew? What's a birdman doing in Rabbits? No, wait, the shape of his arms is different. Is he a human? No. But still, I heard that there are people out there that looks exactly like birds. No, maybe just your impression of humans is twisted to begin with. Not that I would know since I have no idea how humans are perceived by other races. To my remark, the cat musketeer suddenly struck a strange pose. If that's how it is, so be it. I shall reveal my name to you. I am the one they call a holy sword, the leader of the feline musketeers, a citizen of the beautiful land of Kate Scythe, Catsaria. My name is Aramayas. I wouldn't be surprised if there was confetti falling from the sky any minute now. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Chapter 90, and so, finally a breath of fresh cat part 2. The figure of a small cat draws its rapier and thrusts it into the sky, looking more cool than adorable in that moment. For some strange reason, I remembered the words that Animalia-san spoke to me. You must always remember, the borderline between cool and clingy is always incredibly thin. Ah, my lady, your words are like icicles that pierce my poor heart with merciless precision. However, it is not that I don't like that kind of merciless affection. Nope. I can already see that if I leave those chumps to their own antics, the conversation won't go anywhere. You say that you are a holy blade, but your real profession is that of jeweler, right? Hey, you stupid cat. Hear that? This lad here. Yes. He has a request for you. Hearing that, the black cat's face started shining as if it was the sun itself. The contrast with Brake's annoyed expression was simply astonishing. Her name, it was Aramis. If I remember correctly? Of course. But of course, oh fair maiden. If it's for your sake, I shall challenge even the Night Prowler himself. No, if you challenge that thing you are going to end up grinded into minced meat in no time. I wanted to say, but I left that remark to myself. While Aramis was jumping in place full of energy, Brake sighed deeply and handed her one of the gemstones, which was incidentally almost as large as the black cat's head. If her facial expression was the embodiment of the sun's brightness all this time, but upon seeing the gemstone it changed completely. Ah, my fair lady. This is one of the ambers that this bird head here managed to get his hands on. Catch. For a moment there, the cat looked to be completely dumbfounded, which I admit was an unusual sight. Receiving the gemstone from Brake with trembling paws, she gazed upon it from every possible direction, put her ear to it, traced across its surface, licked it and even tried to put it whole inside of her mouth. Hey, could you stop that? Wah. Oh, please forgive me for that shameful display. Force of habit, I guess. Sometimes I just can't help myself. Aramis, listen to me, girl. This lad here wants you to make an accessory out of this rock, but not just any kind of accessory, you understand? Anything below a masterpiece simply won't do. Who is this guy? Again, a guy who Pops recognized as the bearer of Vorpal Soul, the one marked by the Night Prowler himself and the slayer of Gravekeeper Wiseman. When Brake says those words, Aramis's eyes open wide. She even mumbles the words such as human that walks on rabbits' streets and that Sanraku guy. And not to say anything, but I kind of stated my honor on the matter that you will be able to make the best accessory possible for this lad. Surely the great leader of the musketeers, Aramis, will be up for the task. All of those gems. The birdman here collected them all, huh? Can I really use them? Use one of them. Use all of them. I don't really care. If there will be something left, I'm just going to sell it anyways. So Aramis looks at Brake, then Emil and finally at me, as if wanting to make double sure that it was really alright for her to use the items. Using that moment, I asked a few questions that were bugging me. What's Cat's area? It's the kingdom of Kate Scythe, but I guess that calling it a kingdom is a little bit of an over-exaggeration. By the way, Brake, what's your relationship with that feline? Years ago I happened to make a weapon for this idiot. That's all. Nothing else to it. And how strong is she? Stronger than me. That's fair, sure. I see. That's right. Something was telling me that she would be close to Brake's level, but for her to actually be stronger. Right. I think I'm going to take a quick nap. We can later go and search for that magical unit gizmo or whatever it is supposed to be so we can get you a Grandmaster title. Lad, I thought that you wanted to get this done ASAP. And I'm free now, either way. Brake, my dear, slow and steady wins the race. Rather than trying to sprint through the story, I think that baby steps are a much more beneficial strategy we can take here. So tired. The time was now around 4 o'clock. After eating a light meal and taking a nap, I wanted to resume my strategy from earlier on that day, but then I pick up my phone and see that I have received new mails. There were 3 unread messages waiting for me. One of them was a newsletter from one of the games I used to play in the past, so we don't give a damn about that one, but the other 2. Subject, I have something to ask. From Modrokatsu. Destination, Sanraku. Body, where are you now? There's something I would like to discuss with you as soon as possible. Subject, question to Sanraku. From Pencil Warrior. Destination, Sanraku. Body, where are you now? 50. I'd like to meet and talk for a moment, but are you free tonight? Wow, Is this the peak of my popularity? Suddenly remembering that I exist. It was all written like that. But I could bet that the true meaning was something in character of get your ass over here this instant. We're in some deep shit. Rather than specifying the place, they were now asking me for my whereabouts. And just to clarify, when you say trouble in a game like that, this could only mean other players. Sorry, but I don't feel like doing PvP right now. Also, can I use some of the items from the common inventory space? Send. Now, time to eat something and go to sleep. Ringtone. However, since I happened to receive replies to both of my emails, I opened them and their contents made a bitter smile bloom on my lips. Subject: Are you fucking serious? From Modrokatsu. Destination: Sanraku. Body: Do you understand how it feels to be constantly nagged by people, often in very rude ways, to schedule an appointment with you, all the time? So get your ass in here and take one for the team. Subject: No. It doesn't work like that. From Pencil Warrior. Destination: Sanraku. Body: As the clan leader, I order you to get your ass in here right this instant. And no, you cannot refuse me, since you have lost your veto privilege. Fail to show up, and you shall invoke my righteous fury. LNNNHHH. Right, time to sleep. For the time being, let's just pretend I didn't see that. Chapter 91. Those Who Open the Darkness of the World Part 1. HNNGH, that was a good nap. I felt as though I was having a nightmare halfway through it, but all in all I was feeling rather refreshed. So for now I turn off my mobile device. Now then. Oh well, I can ask the two of them what the hell they wanted with me tomorrow. Right now, I would like Break to take me to the old man again so I can have a word with him. Not that it's anything urgent or important, but I just wanted to do it for the heck of it. Consider it a gamer's privilege. Speaking of my real intentions, I was getting a feeling that my real goal would take a really long amount of time to complete it, so for now I wanted to postpone the inevitable. Saraku-san. Good morning. It's night technically, but it doesn't matter all that much. Now then, isn't the thing we are looking for located inside of the ancient ruins? Let's go there and try to look for it. Oh, about that. There's something I must tell you, Sanraku-san. Tell me something? I wonder what's this all about? While striking some strange kind of a pose, Emil thrusts his hand forward and to the sky. Where have I seen that before? Called me? Oh fair maiden, just the fact that you step on me is enough for me. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Or maybe I should go with something a little more normal. Ouch, ouch, you ouch. Ouch. There must be something seriously wrong with your head if you're having preferences like that. Oh well, if you want me to step on you, I can happily oblige just this once. Oh my spleen. Oh yeah, right. Better to turn my eyes away. I'm pretty much sure that this sight is not something I want to have permanently burned in my mind for the rest of my life. By the way, even if you are logged out of the game, the time will advance like it normally would. So you're telling me he's been practicing this whole shtick all this time? That being said, Aramis, even you're here? I came here to deliver you your jewels. Anything. Cough, cough. AAA. I see. Adventure is the means by which every maiden can reach new, previously unexplored grounds. If it's like that and you insist on me tagging along, then I guess there's nothing I can say but to agree. So worry not, for it is I, the Holy Sword herself, that shall assist you and cut any enemy that dares to stand in your way, she says, while taking out her rapier again and striking a pose. I see, so Emil was trying to imitate her antics, huh? But anyways, this means that Aramis will temporarily join our party, huh? Well, it's fine with me, but should we readjust our strategy now that we have more people on board? No, but if I was to take 2 level 90 characters with me to the ruins, that would make capturing them easy as pie. No, maybe it would even be too easy. Where would be fun in that? But since right now we have a concrete goal of obtaining magical unity units, some additional help may not be so bad after all. Right, let's do just that. Let's go. My comedic duo. Who is a comedic duo here? Ooh, that's Sanraku for you. I see that nothing can get past those stern eyes of yours. Nyack, my ribs. I don't know why, but for some reason Emil was now stepping all over the black cat. Anyways, even though she seemed to be enjoying this quite a lot, there were some things I needed to confirm with her. I heard from Emil that you can be a good addition to our team. Oh, yeah, that's right. But it is not just my whimsical wish. You can call it the will of all cats area. After all, we must repay you in kind for your gift, Sanriku-san. Gift? Huh? I didn't give you any gifts. So why? Allow me to explain, lad. Suddenly even Break was here, and she took over from Emil to step all over Aramis. What is going on here? She then beckoned me with her paw to lend her my ear. Cats I thought love jewels. You might even say there is a national craze for them. And Katsuria's jewelers are the most famous for their skills and attention to detail when it comes to their craft. Really? Lad, you pushed all of your jewels onto her, but think about it for a moment. Even if she were to utilize them to make accessories for you, she would still be left with a huge amount of gemstones, more than she would know what to do with, probably enough for her to establish a monopoly if she wanted to. According to Break's words, it was entirely plausible that the king of Katsuria came to know about the request that I made for accessories, and that I gave her some very rare materials to work with. This, alongside the fact that I was in a good relationship with Vorpal bunnies, were going to hunt down unique monsters, and that I brought down Gravekeeper Wiseman. So apparently, it was a pretty big a deal for every intelligent monster species out there that rabbits have gained such a powerful ally. Perhaps in time, the trade between the nations would flourish as they would want to get on rabbits' good side. All of a sudden it has developed into some sort of a serious situation. To my words, Break's expression got a whole lot more serious. Lad, pray tell, just how big of an influence upon the world do you think striking down one of the 7 unique monsters has? Is there any influence to begin with? Enough to cause a war or two without a problem. But it has little to no effect on humans. No, or could it be that only us pioneers are special and others have to suffer because of that? And especially since you're someone who was recognized by the Night Prowler. I think that would be enough of a reason for werewolves and lizardmen to want to come to peace with us. To think that one action like that could have the power to affect entire nations like this. While I was still trying to comprehend all that information, Break let out a heavy sigh, apparently thinking I was hopeless. Well, being either a hero of the world or an enemy to the whole world is a new thing for me. Oh well, shall we go? Sure thing. Oi, get up already. My head is filled with so much bliss right now. Why are you even smiling like that? Chapter 91. Those Who Open the Darkness of the World Part 2. This town's name was El Dolato. Even though the time right about now was night, the sight of crystal lamps illuminating the streets was something else to behold. Since the crystal cliffs were nearby, trauma spot for me, the crystals were generally used here, either as crafting materials or incorporated into the architecture itself. Crystal statues were a common occurrence, and some of the roofs in here were made out of crystal tiles, crystal pavement, crystal pillars, crystal armors in armor shops, crystal weapons, crystal accessories. Everything in here was crystal. They must really love it here. If you leave some of it intact, the crystals on the cliffs eventually grow back to their original size. That is why people of this town love it so much and incorporate it in everything, since it will never run out. At least that's what the boss said. It's actually nice to know that people of this world have so down-to-earth views on things. We engage in some small talk while taking a stroll through Crystal Town, looking at the fantastic sights all around us. I could feel some other players staring at us from the distance, but I genuinely stopped caring about that. Otherwise I would go crazy. Sanraku-san, aren't you going to sneak about anymore? You know, recently I realized that there's no point in doing that anymore. It would just turn out to be a major inconvenience to me. I mean, what if we suddenly need to use some of the city's facilities, but we wouldn't be able to do that because something as silly as that? But standing out too much is not a good thing either. Phew, haha. Right now I feel like a spectre cat. Also, I like the way this wind blows over me in here. It feels so nice and pleasant. Just don't go too wild in there, why don't you? I never would have thought I would be using this thing again. I was wearing that long hood that Emil introduced to me way back in third Rmas, with both Emil and Break riding on my back and holding Aramis in my hands. When the three of them were moving under the cloth, I must have looked like some kind of monster with bulging or swelling insides. That must be the reason why other players don't talk to me right now, but either way it was a good change of pace. How exactly did you manage to buy an item like that? I've bought it from a suspicious street vendor. At the time when we were in third Rma we really wanted to stay incognito. Is that so? Welp. Thanks a lot for telling me that. There were people who would occasionally approach us to ask us about the cloth, but usually we would just answer them in a vague tone like that. You can get something as bizarre as that in third Rma? Really? You'd be surprised what kind of premium items you can get from backstreet vendors in huge pioneers communities. Right. After all, there are some business opportunities. Now then, once we pass the city we should be just a little bit away from our destination, so from now on there shouldn't be anything that would pose a prob. Sanraku, is that you? Sanraku? Pardon? Hearing that unknown, chilly voice I stopped in my tracks and turned around. I also had to watch out for my animals to avoid bumping into anything. I then turn around and see no one there. That's what I thought, but then I noticed a pink top hat that happened to be just slightly below my line of sight. My name is Kyron, and I'm the current leader of the guild library. You are one of the 3 people that took down Gravekeeper Wiseman, correct? I heard about you from the other 2 members of your party. Pink hair with twin tails, porcelain white skin, long, dark eyelashes. Her eyes were red and she was wearing a cute dress with a whole lot of frills. Rather than a sorcerer, she was giving off a typical magical girl vibe, but then it was all contrasting heavily with the voice of the middle-aged man coming out of her mouth. PFFFFFFF. Please pardon me. It was just a sneeze. Emil, you moron. You're lucky there is this pinkish girl here, so I'm willing to overlook that. At least for now. To think it would be possible to sneeze even inside of the game. Well, it doesn't really matter. Say, are you free right about now? Not right now, you see. Wow. But before I could even finish, I could see a certain kind of glow in the eyes of this magical girl. It was the type of eyes that simply wouldn't take no for an answer. In a way, she was just like that bastard Pensilgton. If I tell her that I don't have time right about now, I might lose the opportunity to gain something out of interacting with her, so instead I opted for, you see, I already have an appointment with someone else, so could you tell me when you are free? We could meet then and discuss whatever it is that you want to know. Of course it must come to this. The conversation should naturally proceed to the promise of having a nice and long chat some other day. But that alone would not be enough. So I resorted to my other trump card, other people. And when it comes down to Gravekeeper Wiseman, it just so happens that Arthur Pensilgton knows a whole lot more about it than I do. I see. That guy. As long as I can get someone from Wolfgang to spill the beans, that works for me. Sorry, Pensilgton, but please become a scapegoat for my peaceful gaming days. I see. But there is also a thing or two that I would like to ask you about. It doesn't have to be here and now, but please do let me know when you will have time. By the way, what's with the hood? It's like you're trying to hide something under it. Ha ha ha. I got called out over it. As I was thinking just how exactly am I going to get out of this mess, Kyran hurriedly opened a window and typed something inside of it. She then smiled at me in a mysterious way, which was heavily contrasting with her overly sugary appearance. You received a friend request from the user Kyran. I want to hear what you know so that I can dispel the darkness of unknown surrounding this world. Well then, see you later. As she started to walk away, I let out a deep sigh while staring at her back. With a voice like that, why would this dude even want to become a magical girl? But a guild like that? Honestly speaking, there was a part of me that knew that we would need to maintain relationships with other groups like that sooner rather than later. I knew it before, but the longer I played this game it was becoming more and more apparent that this game was unlike any other games I have played before. No matter the process of getting from one point to another, games always need to have a starting point and a finishing line. The same can be said about MMORPGs, where the finishing line would be the closure of the servers. Consider a new area with a new boss as an example. There's a flag that lets you know about a new area. A series of events in that area that guides you through it and culminates in a boss fight event. This is a basic structure of the story, but Shangri-La Frontier is different. This game is all about going in blind. In this game, all of the flags are cleverly hidden in plain sight. Either be it a certain item, area or special condition, the player needs to find it through experimentation and trial and error. It's like looking for treasure in complete darkness, but in order to dispel said darkness you have to get extra close to the treasure. Otherwise you won't be able to see it. At that moment I remembered the words of Setsuna, Bahamut and the plan's second phase. So it seems that raising one's level and defeating the unique monsters has something to do with pushing the story forward. A unique monster deeply rooted into the lore of the world itself. If I want to ever challenge Night Prowler again, I'll need to collect as much intel on it as possible. You know, I'm slowly getting tired of always playing the one who gets isolated. I mumble that to myself more than to anyone in particular while I accept the friend invite from this magical girl. Chapter 92, Half-Naked Pervert and His Furry Entourage in Golem Paradise Part 1. Chronicles, Grave Markers, Claw Marks, Ruins. There is still much to be learned from all the items like that continued to be excavated from inside the ruins all around the world. Amongst all of the ruins of the gods, this here, Lost Ruins, is one of the most famous ones. Just what are they going to be like? I can't stop myself from wondering. What could have happened to the civilization of literal gods? What kind of cataclysm could have wiped them out from the surface of the earth seemingly overnight? I have no way of knowing that, but some clues are obviously here from the very first moment we step foot inside the ruins. Whoa! Talk about a place out of a completely different setting. As I continued to surveil my surroundings, the only word that was coming to my mind was huge. But even that was an understatement. I let out a deep sigh when faced with the might of the ruins. This isn't real, I know that, but still, I couldn't help but to admire the sight of a medium-sized city that was spreading before my eyes, seemingly with some empty space left for possible future development. Streets, skeletons of gutted buildings, houses, everything in here was made out of metal. So this is the place from where the legacy weapons were being excavated? I could only imagine that even though they were fossils, their efficiency must have remained over the top if the structure of this place was also in such a good shape. But one thing's for sure, that civilization must have been fighting something, and that thing must have been the reason for them disappearing. Was it perhaps a unique monster? Or maybe some kind of entity serving as this game's last boss? Whatever that thing was, I don't think that any of the current strongest players of the game would be able to best it in combat. Was that perhaps this whole Bahamut's fault? No. It's too early to conjure up a theory like that. I have this nasty habit for my thoughts to go off trail more often than not, but it's not at all a bad thing. It just goes to show that there are many possibilities to consider. But still, the place in and of itself won't provide me with all the answers, especially since it looks like it was a factory of some sort. Why is that? Because the iron golem that was currently coming straight towards me was equipped with an industrial power burner on one of its arms. Deluxe King Megiddo, unite! At the same time as the iron golem was about to attack, Emule, Break, and Aramis all separated from me and we all assumed battle stances, about ready to get this party started. The golem was swinging its burner around like some kind of fiery sword, but since it was so big its moves were rather clumsy. But still, it may not be all that lethal, but its range is far longer than you might expect. This golem also looked to be a lot sturdier and resilient than you might expect. Now, I was about to give it the taste of my swamp daggers, but just then I felt a strange and unnatural breeze just pass me by. What there? Nah ha 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 ha. Oh, the wandering iron giant foolish enough to dare to challenge us. The great Aramis is going to sing you a requiem. Wait just a wah. Servant solo, primal slash. There was a huge blast of energy flying right next to me. If I was standing just a little bit more to the left, it would have been a direct hit. Although there was about a 5-meter distance between Aramis and the golem, the blast didn't lose any of its speed and power, and once it connected with the golem, the following explosion resulted in the golem's total annihilation. Foo. Well, my fair maiden, my fellow gentleman, what say you to that? Rest assured, for as long as I, Divine Blade Aramis, is here there is no obstacle that shall stand in our. Are you stupid? You must be, you stupid cat. Don't use anti-dragon skills for simple gillums like that ever again. You complete idiot. She's right, you know. What in the ever-living fuck was that? If your aim was even slightly off, I could say goodbye to a huge portion of my body. What would you do if that happened, huh? Of course, since the golem was taken out in such an over-the-top fashion, there was no drop left out of it. Or even if there was some loot that dropped out of it, it would surely get disintegrated in that explosion just now. Right. I can see where this is going. Say, Aramis, could you, hold back on using killer moves like that for a while? This is a rather harsh request, but I understand. It shall be as you wish. Aramis came to accept my words, but she looked as though she was hit on the head with a sledgehammer and she was about to faint from that critical hit. Chapter 92. Half-Naked Pervert and His Furry Entourage in Golem Paradise Part 2. Since we are already here, we might conduct some actual investigation, get a feel of the place. I see, so that's how it is. For example, we can investigate where all those golems are coming from, so that we don't get caught off guard in the future. Like the ones over there. See? They are different from the other ones. I see. First things first, golems might not be the most intelligent of monsters, but they are rather sturdy and resilient, and since they are active all over the place, it should be safe to assume that they remained operational since the time of the gods themselves. That's to be expected. Second of all, the materials that create this whole place. Golems, the place where they were created. Seems like a whole lot of things to investigate all at once, but Emil shouts while giving Magic Edge a rest and then brandishing his own sword that he was carrying. The golem he was currently fighting was round in shape and had short, potato-like legs. This golem was called Ball Golem and currently Emil was doing his best to cap its knees with his sword. If it's something important, then please tell me that first. I keep telling you. Magic makes no difference on those guys. You sure it's not a problem of your attitude not the working? Is that the reinforcements I see? Eventually Emil managed to knock the golem to the ground, and it started to roll down the hall, crushing into another golem which resulted in a small explosion. The flames were still lingering around when we got to that spot. Around 8 of them, I do believe. Sorry to disappoint you, but there's actually 9 of them. Just how many are there? Those bastards, the ones that arrived managed to avoid the ball one and the flames that were left after it. They got closer and closer with their mouths wide open. Could it be that they carried cannons or guns inside their mouths? Shit, even though their moves were still clumsy, the AI controlling those golems was pretty clever. Seeing the approaching golems and understanding that even the level 90 NPCs might have a problem with taking them on all at once, I begin to look around, looking for a possible escape route. All right, I can see the path. Break, grab onto me. Right. Once Break jumped on my back, I cannonballed straight ahead. Surely, the number of golems was a serious threat, but when I do this, they would have a hard time picking us off one by one. I leave the literal carpet bombing to Emil and Aramis, while I'm looking for the holes from which the golems were emerging. Sure enough they were there, scattered here and there on the ground. Let's see, what was it that one of those guys carried with him? Perfect. It looks to be C4, just what we need. Now, how do you detonate this thing? Magic, or maybe there's some kind of fuse? C4 is a clay-based explosive that is most common in various kinds of military games, and although those golems weren't exactly military-like, it was close enough for me. Here's where things get a little bit complicated. If they were equipped with that, they could most likely self-destruct, and that fact would make fighting them that much harder, not to mention collecting any kind of loot. Especially since their AI was so clever, a simple enough monster that got elevated to the rank of problematic thanks to its AI, just great. It's not only levels, It's like they are able to assess the combat threat of every enemy and focus on the ones that might be the most problematic. Using that knowledge, I activate Moon Jump and start to change my location, using fallen Gillums as stepping stones and utilizing the fact that other Gillums targeted Emil and Aramis the most, leaving Break and I alone. Like that we should be safe from their self-destruction move as well. Together with Break we were aiming to get closer to one of the Gillums that seemed to be more or less intact. I'm counting on you, Striker. When it comes down to Gillum's weak points, that would be their core. Of course, Material Destroy. I could have attacked the Gillum just fine, but since Break has better stats than me and has some bonuses to attack power, it would be possible for her to take this thing down with one blow. Hopefully there should be a reactor somewhere right at the center of the Gillum's body. Now whether it was the same old nuclear reactor from my world or some crazy advanced piece of tech created by the gods, the principle should be mostly the same. The sledgehammer manages to make a clean strike right to the Gillum's jaw, managing to make it all loose and tattered, just like the one that Hummin Rich had. Eat this, sucker. Critical hit. Oh shit. Everyone run like you mean it, or you. Once its head shattered to pieces, the Gillum's whole body began to shake and tremble. Having a really bad feeling about that whole shaking and trembling, I took Break by the neck and ducked behind one of the inactive Gillums, using it as a blast shield. Once the explosion occurred, Emil and Aramis were both blasted away. Well, when the Gillums carry around explosive inside their bodies, it's nothing strange that they can self-destruct themselves, right? Hey, look. Looks like it dropped something. It looks like something managed to survive that explosion. Once the flames had settled, I managed to catch it in my hands. It looks like an item of some sort. It looked like a really simplified clay figure. It's a Haniwa. What's with that idiotic name? But don't you think it's kind of cute? Let's have a little look-see at the item description in inventory. Shrapnel grenade, a small, portable explosive that can be rarely dropped from iron Gillums. The grenade explodes on impact, causing the shrapnels to penetrate the target, causing additional bleeding damage and wounds. Comes in variations that create a pillar of fire upon impact. A fucking grenade. Now even a single mistake could prove to be fatal. Chapter 93, The Past Always Come Back to Haunt You Part 1. It just occurred to me, but what the hell are we even looking for? It could be literally anything in this huge junk heap that is this place. This is quite a problem. Whatever are we going to do? Look for the entrance of the forge. The magical Unity unit was used by the blacksmiths of the era of the gods. We find the forge. We find the unit. Search for a forge or a workshop. Got it. Just as Break suggested, we begin the search for the entrance to the forge. And since it was a search for something that a bunny needed to become a grandmaster, surely it won't be as hard to find as the entrance to the hidden garden. At least I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. But still, good luck finding the door of any kind if they are buried under all sorts of debris like that. Here and there you could see broken pillars that stick from the ground like a grotesque rib cage. Here, in this area, broken Gillums were mixed with a whole lot of architectural and industrial ruins, making the place look similar to a colossal junkyard. What's more, since it was in ruins, the visibility here was rather poor, and I was seriously starting to regret the fact that we came here in the dead of night. Isn't there something that could guide us towards what we are looking for? Like, anything at all? If it was so easy, why would we have to search for it? Fair enough. Unlike searching for something with a party of players where people could utilize the help of the internet or message someone more experienced, it was hard to search for something peculiar together with NPCs, mostly because I couldn't be so sure I would be able to guarantee their safety. Also, there was a key difference: time. In offline games a time would stop when you save your game and quit it, but in MMOs time was advancing like it normally would in the real world. But I guess there was no use worrying about that right now. So, in the end we have no other choice but to look. No, I do believe it would be best to split up and search for clues. That way we can cover more ground. Why wouldn't we? That's why. So? How are we going to split up? The little furball can go with that bird head for all that I care. Aramis says that and Break looks like the world just ended for her. Was that on purpose? Was that supposed to be intentional? Right. I don't get why you guys would like to split up, but I would be a whole lot more reassured if Emule was to go with Aramis. Oi, does that mean you are worried about me? You are the one who's crazy enough to want to challenge the 7 strongest monsters in this world. Welp, you got me there, can't really deny it. However, I really would like Aramis and Emule to go together. Like that, their chances of survival would increase dramatically. Well, what do you say? Will you go with Emule, Aramis? If that's what my lady wishes for, so be it. Oh, so you will bend the knee? Well, good thing that break was here to prevent the crisis before it even got the chance to unfold. And what about my opinion on the subject? Seniority. Does that word ring any bells? And just like that, we started to search for the forge in the following pairs: Aramis and Emule, and Break and I. There we go. Oh Aurea. This golem here was covered in swords all over, with his head almost severed by one of them, which was almost making it look like a hedgehog, or a pincushion for that matter. Break managed to get a hold of one of the swords, then she used me as a platform to leap high in the air and thrust the sword right into the golem's core that was peeking from inside the space between his head and the rest of the body. Well, I'll be damned. Who would have thought that my daggers would lack the reach to damage them? Having its core crushed to pieces, the hedgehog golem stops moving and collapses on the spot. The rest of the swords collapse on the ground and disappear in a geyser of polygons, since they were a part of the monster instead of loot that would drop from it. What remained out of it was a small statue that looked like a polished stone. Picking it up, the stone turned out to be a statue of a female knight. Idol of the sword, a small sculpture that may sometimes generate itself out of a golem upon its defeat. The waves emitted by the statue can attract a certain kind of monster. The more polished the idol, the stronger the monsters it attracts. Why do I get the feeling that those certain monsters would be goblins and orcs in this case? I really don't want this to happen, since those are exactly the kind of monsters that female knights tend to attract. At least, according to certain media. While trying to resist the urge to collect as much of those statues as possible, I take a look at the straight sword that Break used to kill the golem. It was the very same Dullahan blade that she used to kill the Hummin Rich with. Contrary to its previous state, the rust and dirt was scraped off, the blade itself was sharpened, and it now has a slightly red luster to it. Rather than renovation, you could say that the blade was given a second chance at life. Is it just me? Or was this sword a little shorter before? It certainly was, but it was thanks to years of improper use and lack of sufficient maintenance. Once I got my hands on it, I got it back to its former glory, so that's how it was supposed to look. Maybe now would be a good time for me to practice using some of my specials skills as well. But I must say, this blade was doing really good in fights, even though its primary strength should lie in beheading its enemies. For a rare weapon that dropped from the enemy, it was really nice. Considering the amount of materials and effort that Break must have poured into restoring it back to its former glory, it was lacking any fancy abilities, like that fusion with the user or attribute reversal, but it was its former role that was making it so effective. No, I'd say that additional damage when striking the neck was more than worth it, plus its durability was making it even more useful in long skirmishes. Apparently, their durability was 5 times greater than my current weapons. Additionally, it was very resistant to any kind of heat. Chapter 93, The Past Will Always Haunt You Down Part 2. But it's so bulky, almost like a two-handed sword now. There's also the fact that I'm used to fighting with 2 swords only, so any other weapon would be almost impossible for me to handle. To wield something like that in an effective way, at least some level of skill would be required, not to mention that my playstyle is very much like balls to the wall kind, so a weapon like that wouldn't be a good match for me, not in the least. Besides, I still have my trump cards, Yuzuki's. Looking back at the battle with Wizardmen, the main problem here is that there are hardly any skills that are compatible with them. Now, separate they are fine as they are, but when you combine them into one, their weight and size increases considerably. I need to gain some proficiency with weapons like that before actually attempting to do battle with them. It's just that it's really hard to increase your proficiency when your class is not all that compatible with something. You see, The relationship between classes and skills in this game is tad a bit confusing. For example, my main class is mercenary, dual wielding, meaning that I excel at combat with any kinds of weapons that can be dual wielded. Moreover, mercenaries have trouble with learning magic spells, but acquire weapon skills more easily, and it's not only narrowed to dual wielding. I could easily learn about any weapon skill that is meant for polearms, hammers, great swords, etc. etc. However, there was a certain catch in here. Just because you can learn something, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to utilize that skill properly. Skills without the appropriate weapon proficiency would suffer negative modifiers in battle. Well, in theory you could improve your proficiency to negate those bad modifiers, but it was more effort than it was worth. Then again, there is always an element of RNG involved with acquiring skills. You have a chance of obtaining skills that are truly overpowered, but it's a relatively small chance. You are more likely to acquire something that is common or average. Putting it in layman terms, you are always getting fucked by the RNG gods. And believe me, RNG gods enjoy every second of fucking others like that. I get the feeling that you are getting a little bit caught up in your own delusions, lad. Most probably. My thoughts slowly returned to the problem at hand. We needed to find a certain item in this rather spacious dungeon, but we had no map or any clue as to where that item could possibly be. Without at least some information we were as good as screwed right about now. First of all, Break was calling that place we are looking for a forge, but looking by the surroundings, it might as well be a production belt, factory or any other place like that. It doesn't necessarily need to be a forge or a blacksmith's workshop. Since this was a dungeon in a sci-fi setting, it would be more probable for something as important as the Magic Unity unit to be in a place packed to the brim with science, not where you swing hammers all day and night long. Then, judging from the shape of the buildings and their surroundings, this should be something like territorial advantage against foreign invaders, or at least something that would allow them some self-defense. Yes. For example, something that would allow us to easily defeat the golems, or at the very least get around them. Break, let's look for a place in which we can fight the golems without being obscured by anything. Preferably something that is easy to defend but allows for good offensive options as well. Sir, yes sir. Golem, 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 golem. Golem. Fighting the same kind of monsters for so long was slowly starting to become repetitive and boring. Fuck me. What is this? Some sort of nightmarish Matryoshka doll. You keep on beating them but smaller ones are always coming right after that. Better that than having to deal with the ones that explode on impact. Thankfully there were no nasty surprises like that, and together with Break we were somehow managing to stand our ground, but it's a shame that those small golems couldn't just be omitted. Hopefully we wrap them all up before we end up with some serious or nasty injuries. But, as long as all the golems are gone, there's nothing more that could potentially stop us, right? After a while we could finally see the end of the passageway. There was an old elevator shaft that was going down from this level. It was probably the place where all of those golems were coming from. There were husks of other golems laying about the entrance to the elevator, and compared to the rest of the buildings around here the elevator itself seemed to be in fairly good condition. It was suspicious to say the least. How long do you think it will take us to get to the bottom? Looks like a really deep hole to me. Break took a piece of scrap that was just laying around and threw it down the elevator shaft, tilting her ears and listening for any kind of sound indicating that the junk landed at the bottom of the shaft. Now, whatever shall we do about this? I highly doubt that there's any kind of cushioning at the very bottom. Although we have no way to actually confirm this, it seems that this hole here is quite deep and reaches the deepest levels of this facility. That being said, it would be suicide to just try to get down to the bottom of it with no kind of lifeline at all. Well, we want to cut down unnecessary risk as much as possible and safely get down to the very bottom of this hole. Having spare rope around is really convenient. Sanraku-kun, you never know when you might need one. So what? Does this mean there's some other treasure hunters here who just so happen to have an archaeologist class and rope to spare? That's actually really helpful. Well then. Chapter 94, Suddenly, a Gatekeeper Part 1. You know, There are a whole lot of things I would like to point out right about now. I will gladly listen to you sometime later, but leave it at that for now. Under the gazes that were piercing me right now, I tried my best to crack a smile while I simply shrugged my shoulders. But it was no surprise that Pensilgton and Katsu would like to know just what the hell was going on here. For the time being, I promised them I would explain everything later, so that we wouldn't waste any more time. Why, you assholes, how did you even manage to get in here? My dear Sanraku-kun, you really need to learn how to cover your tracks better. You've placed some of the materials from Crystal Scorpion into the shared inventory, right? Those monsters spawn only in one particular place, so it was relatively easy to predict where you were headed from that point on. So you've been tailing me ever since that place. I've made a huge blunder. You've also fucked up by ignoring our emails. From that point forward we knew that you'd be here, so we planned to be 2 steps ahead of you. But the most deciding factor, as Pensilgton continued to point out all of my blunders, Emil was looking between him and me alternatively. I thought they were your friends, Sanraku-san. Is it that bad that they followed us in here? Emil, you'd be wise to remember. These guys are our friends for now, but you never know when they might turn into enemies. So stay vigilant. Ha ha ha. It's so funny seeing you trying to antagonize us so much. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. These guys are the important pawns of mine. I mean friends. I meant to say they are my best friends. Basically, each and every one of us was acting as if the other 2 would instantly turn on us. It's good for Emil to know about that. These guys are razor sharp when it comes to cunning tactics. And while operating 2 razors at the same time, it is quite easy to cut yourself by accident. Anyways, there's a high chance that at the bottom of that hole is the item that we must obtain to satisfy the conditions for repairing the reactor. So let's stop just standing in here and jump down. You first, Katsu. Right, you heard the man. Jump down, Katsu-kun. Oh, shucks, why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? On the battlefield, one must always be aware of one's surroundings and be cautious not to attract too much hate onto yourself. You fail to do that and you're basically minced meat. Well, it's all good, but this is this, and that is that. After some more complaints, Katsu eventually gave up and tied the rope to a piece of rubble, and started to descend down the elevator's shaft with quick, swift movements. Sometime later we could hear the rope being pulled strongly as Katsu went back to us after doing some reconnaissance. So, what was down there? Just a small robot that looked exactly like Gravekeeper Wiseman. There was a brief silence. No, that can't be right. Why would someone as imposing and impossible to kill like him be stuck in here of all places? Okay, all right, maybe it's not Wiseman himself, but it certainly is one heck of an imposing robot, and it looks like it guarding some door down there as well. So it looks like that instead of another Matryoshka we have some genuine gatekeeper on our hands right now. We then listen to Katsu as he tells us the layout of the lower floor and the position of the gatekeeper, thinking of the best strategy to beat it. By the way, what's the deal with that black puss in boots over there? I heard that. And I'm a holy sword, mind you, Katsu-kun. Sometimes I think that this careless tongue of yours will be your end one of these days. You can see just at the first glance that she's a fierce warrior and a fine artisan. When Pensilgton said that, Katsu looked really confused for some reason, and I couldn't help but smile as well. For now, why don't we all go down there and try to feel the place up, preferably without waking up that guardian robot, okay? It was really annoying that my party was getting bigger and bigger, but after adding 2 more people to my animal entourage we were all set to go. It's not all that unusual to form parties with NPCs, but for those NPCs to be animals, that's a first for me. What's the deal? It's more unique that way. That being said, try to push me down this hole and you're in some deep shit, buddy. Chapter 94. Suddenly, a Gatekeeper Part 2. For a good couple of minutes we were descending down the elevator shaft via the rope, and once we got down we found ourselves in the underground section of the facility, which was presumably deserted long ago. Judging from the fact that no equipment here was working, surprisingly enough, all of the equipment was in good condition. I'm honestly surprised this facility is so well preserved. How should I put it? It gives you those serious sci-fi vibes. Power armors, guarding robots, automated systems. The tropes are surely here. After a while, the whole party had descended down the elevator shaft. There was no electricity here, but even so, the emergency lights on the floor were dimly lit, utilizing some sort of power source that was probably well beyond the reach of current technological advancement of the human race. Then, at the end of a long corridor, there was a huge gate that was clearly separating something from the rest of the facility here. I always thought that battlefields in the form of a straight line were the shittiest ones. Aramis, think you can reach all the way over there? I could if I put my back to it, but with this thing standing in our way, I'm afraid that it might be a little bit impossible for the moment. No, that's actually fine. For now let's try to get as close as possible to see how it reacts. Since we had no idea when the golem would start moving, we discussed our strategy in advance, so that everyone would know what to do. According to the strategy, Aramis fired her energy wave attack at the golem from the distance, which Emil and I used as a diversion to try and get closer to it. Ha ha ha. Go, go, go. Pierre. Sensing Emil and I, two biological signatures getting closer, the black golem activated, and his forearms and started moving. The golem's upper arms were raised before him and two energy shields were activated. Just as predicted, Aramis's energy wave attack smashes against the shields and disappears, doing no real damage to them. It was to be expected, judging how weakened it must have been after traveling such a long distance. However, it was all a diversion on our part. I used the opportunity that was created to jump over both energy wave attack and golem's shields, getting right behind its back. I then activated Water Mirror Moon to keep the golem distracted as it quickly turned round to take care of my clone that started to aggro him suddenly. Emil, right away. At that time Emil separated from me, positioning himself right before the golem while I stayed behind its back. During my career as a gamer, I have experienced such narrow passages many times before. Of course it was completely different here, since there weren't laser grids coming from the walls or numerous enemies coming at you without end to overwhelm you with their numbers alone. In that case we would be red polygons before long. But since there were no other obstacles and the enemy was alone, otherwise it would be much more frustrating. Wall running is the essential skill to go to here. I then activate 6-fold jump. Then I jump on the wall and start bouncing off of it the very moment my feet touch it. The true value of this skill lay in its ability to be able to bounce off walls and ceilings with more ease as your proficiency with that skill started to increase. So far I was unable to properly use it in battle, but right about now it should be a good to confuse the golem. And just in accordance to my wall jumps, Emil attacks the golem on his own. As long as Water Mirror Moon was active it was focusing the golem's aggro on my clone, but once that wore off the golem's full attention was directed towards Emil. But as soon as I land behind its back again, the golem's arms all direct towards me, trying to catch me and crush me to death. I see how it is now. The one who is closer to the door is of higher priority. When it comes to this thing, the small reactors in each of the golem's palms shine brightly and eventually 4 laser pillars shoot out of them, aiming towards me. Fortunately enough, the aim of the lasers was quite loose, so it was easy for me to avoid them. I am sure that if I let some of those lasers hit me the amount of damage I would suffer would be quite significant, since attacks like that are really solid and cannot be easily deflected or tanked. That being said, you really sure you should be only focusing on me and leave the others idle like that? All-out attack. There was a golden cocoon piercing right through the air. It was one of Pensilgton's special skills, one that would require him to sacrifice all of his stamina. It went right over Emil's head and pierced the golem's stomach. Yellow, green, combination of 2 combination skill Wakaka Tadashi, point striker. Additionally, Katsu jumps in towards the golem and begins to strike at its kneecaps with his fists, which were glowing yellow and green. It takes him some time, but he eventually manages to dent the armor around them and damage the circuits running around its joints. The golem then responds by trying to target Katsu. But, now, I wonder who takes more priority, the one trying to reach the door, Or maybe the one who is about to cap your knees with his fists? When I touch the door with my hand, the Guillem's aggro turns towards me again, and he starts to move towards me. Then Katsu hit it with his fists again, finally blowing off his knees and forcing the Guillem to fall towards the door, carried by the impact. Hey, you hermaphrodite over there, you'd best retreat for now. Oh my? Is the secret of my gender finally out? Titan blast. The impact of the skill pushed the hammer further into Guillem's body, penetrating its armor and causing some strange energy to gather around its back. Was that supposed to be an explosion of some sort? And while I was still lurking around the Guillem's back? No, wait, that was dangerous. What the hell? Mew. Sorry my bird-headed friend. If I ended up caught in that blast it would have made a fried chicken out of me. Metal chicken skewer. Could you even be able to eat that? Bufu, bu, kukaku. A metal skewer, fufafu. While the Guillem started short-circuiting while still being focused on Pensilgton, I hit its back, and then laughed maniacally when my attack came out to be a clean cut. Still, when the Guillem was in that frenzied state, it would actually be hard to expect it to act in any sort of a predictable way. The four-armed Guillem started to turn slowly, sparks leaking out of its mechanical knees, and because it was leaning forward right now, its head was at just the right height for Aramis' attack to connect with it perfectly clean. A fully charged blow hits the Guillem dead in the face, just like the icebreaker on a hit with an icy surface. The Guillem's body begins to be covered with a huge net of cracks and fissures. Now, have a taste of my blade, Divine Wind. Ah. Could we just skip that, please? I was getting a feeling it was going to be a long one. Chapter 95, The Unknown Remains Mysterious Until It Is Revealed Part 1. Perhaps the design of this Guillem was meant to keep players at a distance, not allowing them to get closer. That would certainly explain forearms, energy shields and laser beams. However, it was his own misfortune that he had no means to defend against an all-out attack like that. Otherwise we could have been at a serious disadvantage here. All-out attacks were the strongest tactics that you could employ in a huge majority of games out there. And because it wasn't a simple monster but also not a boss per se, there was no rare drop or anything like that after it was defeated. So I watched Pensilgton pick up his spear from the ground. Is that your main weapon for the time being? Yup, and believe me, getting my hands on something like that was a real pain in the ass. Meaning? Oh, you know. Defeat 15 enemy squads in PvP while being solo and stuff like that. Seriously? Talk about a real MVP. Thinking about it now, Pensilgton was always doing crazy stunts like that, making it feel as if no amount of power leveling would be enough for you to get even remotely close to his level. This weapon's name is Saint Ulf, one of the 5 hero weapons in the entire game. It looks like that there are the super rare weapons in this game that you can acquire, each with its unique hero power: sword, spear, staff, bow and greatsword. Apparently, the requirements to obtain but a single one of them were quite literally insane. Learning that fact leads to a certain conclusion that I was personally finding hard to believe. So wait, does that mean that you are a hero or something like that? It's only a side job. My main class is that of a magic spear master. So even Shanfro has something like heroes, huh? You say hero, but heroes aren't all that different from mercenaries or assassins when you get down to it, you know? At that moment I updated my inner list of things I don't like, adding the term hero to it. Also, Pensilgton gave the vibe of a professional murderer more than a hero, one that would spur up things like I'll cut the whole world down should I feel like it. Yeah, not exactly a hero material over there. There was once a game with a motif like that. Throughout the 90% of the game the story was your typical fantasy setting, but then it all turned upside down when the main hero turned out to be the villain when he decided to take revenge on the entire world for all the harm and loss he suffered. Talk about the pinnacle of a shitty game. So does that mean with heroes like that this game had potential to turn to shit? No. It would be more accurate to say that it would change alignment and become an evil godly game. By the way, the main reason that one particular game has turned to shit was because of the main heroine. She was there for the protagonist the whole time, developing her character until the very end when she was killed by the protagonist as one of his first victims. There was something about betrayal in there, and it was totally not cool or cute. Not in the least. That act of turning, of shifting from a protagonist you've grown fond of into the villain, that was the most evil and shitty game design choice that the developers could have decided on. But seriously, even though it sounds stupid, it works rather nicely. So I guess it's not stupid after all. Does that mean it's something super op? Well, I wouldn't go that far with calling it that, since it is only effective when you are wearing a hero weapon. By the way, how do we open this thing? Is there some sort of key to it? Or a password? Open sesame or something like that? It would be nice if the gate would open just like that, without any other conditions. Because if they were to remain close, I'm afraid that we don't have any means of actually prying them open by ourselves. Maybe the gatekeeper could, but he was gone now. It is entirely possible that there is a key in here somewhere, or a passcode, a keycard, or that maybe we would need to hack into the gate, or blow it up with C4. So does this mean we would really need to force it open? So maybe this thing is meant for situations like this? What's wrong, Katsu? Does this have to do with something unique? Would you give it a rest already? This is getting old. But we will keep on reminding you until you go to your grave. Right, time for me to kick the bucket. It seems it was the usual talk between us. When it comes to treasure hunters, or even archaeologists in general, they can learn magic called treasure sense. Of course, since I have that class as one of my side ones, I learned that magic as well. Treasure sense is that some sort of detection magic that might come in handy in dungeons such as this. Katsu then touches the gate with his hand and activates a spell. Soon enough, there are light runes spreading all over the gate's surface, kind of like roots of the tree, but then they all went out. The higher the level, the higher the success rate, and right about now I'm level 1 with this spell. Which means, it means that the time has come for Sanraku-kun's natural enemy, the RNG, to enter the stage. Incidentally, Katsu said that at level 1 the success rate of this spell is about 15%, which roughly translates that on 10 tries, about 8 of them would end up in failure. That was some great and long sigh out there. Long ago, Sanraku-kun was so traumatized by RNG gods that the shock lasted for about 3 weeks. The name of the game was the Great War of Minakokura. In order to cure a heroine's illness you needed an item called Send and Peach. Of course, the RNG gods kept on fucking with me and the item wouldn't drop for me no matter what. It took me almost 3 weeks to obtain it, and when I finally did there were more or less 3 days left until the end of holidays. I had to finish the whole game in those 3 days. I really preferred the games with no RNG elements to them whatsoever, but I do realize that it is hard to do without them. But when it becomes necessary to advance the story, that's where I draw the line. Chapter 95, The Unknown Remains Mysterious Until It Is Revealed Part 2. The fact that you need some RNG to save someone important for the plot of the game is shit itself. I mean, you were on the journey to save the world, but you must sidetrack to grow peaches in the orchard. Because of that, for quite a while after that I couldn't stand the look of peaches. I would suffer from headaches, nausea, chills, stomach pains. Peaches, 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 peaches. That is why I hope that this game does not have any such elements of brutal betrayal or RNG, but seeing that someone like Pensilgton holds the title of the hero, we might see something like that down the line. Massacre. My dear Sanraku, when at war, you will come to understand that there is no such thing as no action too vile or brutal if it can help you attain victory. Murder, betrayal, sabotage, poison. Sometimes it is necessary to get your own hands dirty, and I must say, the experience was quite enjoyable for me. Oh, yes it was. I don't want to be told something like that by the guys who would look up his enemy's stats and tactics ahead of time and take them out via underhanded tactics. The remote-controlled bomb was placed at the gate's lock and then it was detonated with a nasty sound. But thanks to that, the gate opens up with a quiet beep sound. Well, I wouldn't expect that someone who was peach farming for 3 weeks straight would understand. This bastard, if you were going to do that from the start, was there any reason for using that spell earlier? But of course there was. You see, treasure sense can be used to appraise the ruins and see just what kind of locks or devices might be hidden within them. I mean, it would have to be something complicated or amazing if it guards a part needed for a legacy weapon, right? So, in other words, it was a work that was mandatory for us to press forward. But as the dust caused by the explosion finally settled down, I looked towards the gate and pushed the unpleasant memories away. Wow, amazing. It looks just like a laboratory of some kind. This is on a completely different level than anything we've seen thus far. Beyond the gate that the four-armed golem was guarding, there was a laboratory that looked like it was used to develop fantasy weapons of some sort. Although the place was run down in some spots, most of it was relatively well preserved. Together with Pensilgton we could well understand it. The scent of treasure was hanging in the air. All right, now we can split up and look for that whole magical unity unit thingy. All right. And our dear animals, try not to break anything while you're at it, okay? Phew. So far, there was no sign of the magical unity unit. But we managed to find something that resembled a keyboard and a holographic display. Just then, something on the screen suddenly activated. What's that supposed to be? A mark or symbol of some kind. This symbol looked like two octopuses were trying to entangle themselves around one another. Yes, that's right. The correct term would be that it looked as though two infinity symbols were placed upon one another. This symbol is most usually attached to cards or represents bosses of various kinds, but this holographic shape didn't look like it would benefit the players in any kind of way. I don't know if it would be a correct way to describe it, but only the word monstrous comes to my mind. Its upper body looked like that of a dinosaur. There were some human elements here and there, and the lower half looked as if it was a combination of a frog and a spider. Whatever that thing was, one thing was for certain, it was not an ally. Suddenly, what comes to my mind is the black skeleton with a split open rib cage. Something not quite out of this world. Was that thing like that as well? Or perhaps such abominations walk on this earth? This isn't right. I understand that it is something from a world of fantasy born into life via science fiction means. But what was that, exactly? A mule, who was looking in some other place, now noticed the display and looked at it. Then he tilted his head and raised his voice after a second. Sis, isn't that it? Let me take a look at it. Ooh, that's it. This is what we are looking for. Magical Unity Unit. Looking at the display through the lenses of the googles of some kind that a mule handed to her, Brake let out a sound that was more or less synonymous with hitting a jackpot. With this, you will be able to craft the weapons from the Age of the Gods. With this, we will finally be able to repair the reactor. Both Pensilgton and Katsu grabbed me by the shoulders. I tried to shake them off with a gentle smile, but they just grabbed me more firmly, not letting their eyes off of me for even a moment. Hey, let go of me. God damn it. Why the fuck are you even doing something so bothersome, so noisy? Anyways, you won't escape us this time around, my dear Sanraku-kun. Your role here is done, so now let's leave the reactor's repair to the Bunny-chan and let's be on our way. Yeah, resistance is futile, Sanraku. Like hell I'm going to submit to you over my dead body, you stupid as fucks, is what I wanted to say. But in reality, I get it already. I'll think about it, but you know, I was also contacted by one of the members of the guild library not so long ago. Look at him go. He realized that he couldn't escape and he's trying his best to change the subject. You'd better be prepared for what's coming for you, since you've dumped all of the nasty things regarding our sudden fame on us. You are? What was that? You're acting like some nasty old men right now. It's creeping me out. What the hell? What the hell? So there really was nothing I could do to avoid this? It's like there were suddenly two iron balls chained to my ankles. While watching us bicker with one another, both Emil and Brake let out a deep sigh for some reason. Aramis was just sitting down and giving us a look that was saying, what are you guys actually doing? Chapter 96 Surprising Meeting, Speculations and Zombie Part 1. We were hurling insults at one another even as we were getting back into town. After we got to El Dolato, Aramis and Brake went back to Rabbits, but for some reason Emil stayed behind. Believe me, you might regret it dearly if you don't present Emil to this Animalia chick anytime soon. Yeah, or else what? She'll cause a server-wide zombie apocalypse. By the way, Katsu, you've been strangely quiet for a while now, and you're spacing out. What's wrong? Wait a second, why do I get a feeling that something seriously wrong is about to happen? I've sent all the mails to everyone that's interested. They should be here soon. I don't like this. I don't like this in the slightest. I just want to go home. I don't want to be dragged to the Pensilgton's most favorite shop and just want to log out and sleep. Getting chills from Katsu's absent-minded gaze, I start to look around. And lo and behold, I could see some avatars quickly approaching us like a horde of angry zombies. All right, let's go, Mr. Scapegoat. Drop dead? You unique bastard. Ha, ha ha ha. What's with this strange sense of déjà vu that I'm feeling right now? They were getting closer and closer, just like a mindless horde. Wait just a moment, weren't there a little bit too many players moving towards us in the same fashion? Scary, too scary. The fuck is this? A real in-game zombie outbreak? Is this what they mean by biohazard danger? And there was also Animalia-san, whose eyes were dead set onto me. No, it's not that. She was staring right at Emil, who, sensing the incoming danger, turned into a scarf and was pretending to be just that around my neck. Emil, my friend, let's show these chumps what it means to carry a Vorpal soul inside of you. Trying to get away from here right now would be nothing more than suicide, not a display of Vorpal soul. Finally, Animalia stood right in front of me. It's really amazing how the game engine could even reproduce the bloodshot eyes. Fuck this. Where is my trusty boomstick when I need it the most? You've got a friend request from Animalia. Let's cooperate for now and shake hands. Sub, give me Emil and no one has to get hurt. I could feel Emil staring at me with his eyes full of despair and hopelessness. I'm sorry, Emil. Please do try to forgive me and bear with it for a while. Epilogue. The moment Animalia got her hands on Emil, all of the players that were following her got around her and began to study Emil with utmost care. It's all right. They won't hurt him. They are an animal-loving guild, after all. It should be fine, right? It's like throwing a lump of fresh meat right into the crowd of angry zombies. See? Told you that would happen. You know, Sanraku-kun, sometimes you should really take to heart the advice that others give you out of the kindness of their hearts. But didn't you tell me that when it was basically already too late? While I was thinking that, there was already a large crowd of people starting to form around us. That was a very sudden call. Pensilgton, nice to see you. Momo-chan, you know that surprises are my forte. So full of yourself. And there was Sega Zero, wearing her usual heavy armor. But this time around it was not emitting its malevolent aura and color. Also, her full armor was so heavy that the ground was shaking with every single step she was taking. Next to her was another female player who had a sword hanging on her back, looking oddly similar to the one that Pensilgton was carrying around. She was also wearing a long coat with armor plating hanging all over it for protection. Her long red hair was all let loose onto her back and shoulders. Apparently she must have known Pensilgton, for their conversation was entirely different than with any other player. Looking at Sega Zero and exchanging a small nod with her, I felt that the meter showing my urge to run the hell away from here was rapidly increasing. Hello there. Hello there. Whenever I was talking with this person I felt as though I was starring in an American Western. Just like a quick draw, whoever would come with the initiative would emerge victorious. Gee, what are you doing? Fidgeting around like that for? Nice to meet you. I'm Sega 100, the current leader of the Black Wolves Guild. Ah, the pleasure is all mine. I've heard so much about you. I always wanted to talk to the person who managed to receive not one, but two curse marks from the Night Prowler Lucan. Yeah, thanks a lot for making my life become defined as half-naked Lucan, you asshole. Shaking my hands with Sega 100, I felt as though the meter to get the fuck away from here managed to get even higher than before. Does that mean that I'm the last? Oh hey, won't you look at that? It's the pink-haired magical girl wannabe. She just walked right up to us and sat comfortably on a chair that she pulled out for herself without asking anyone. Even though she looked like a magical girl, her voice was actually that of an old man. What a contradiction. Oh, hey, if it isn't Sega 100-kun, how are you doing? Everything alright? We managed somehow. And how is Massive Dynamite-san doing? Still busy with the New World Exploration team? From the flow of the conversation I could only assume that this Massive Dynamite-san was this magical girl's partner. I mean, really? Massive Dynamite? What was that? A pro wrestler's name or something? While I was thinking that to myself, I could feel that this magical girl wannabe was staring right at me. Well, who would have thought that we would end up meeting in a place such as this so quickly after becoming friends? We also came here completely by accident. What a fat lie. I know that you were all summoned here by Pensilgton, but still, I see that many great and important people gathered here today. Black Wolf's top players, Animalia the animal freak, and that magical girl wannabe was from library, correct? Yup, only some real kingpins here. Chapter 96 Surprising Meeting, Speculations and Zombie Part 2. Yes, I would like to thank you all for all of your hard work. My humble person, Arthur Pensilgton, who just recently graduated from being a park player, is going to be your host for the duration of this meeting. Sadly, no animal allowed in here, so could you please start acting like normal people and regain your humanity for the time being? Regain your humanity. I never thought I would hear those words directed to any normal person under any circumstances. Sanraku, you stupid idiot. Let go of me. Couldn't you just dodge it like any normal person would do? And what's the deal with trying to bite my hand? Could it be that a scapegoat finally turned into a goat? That's like, so cute. While I was trying to stop Katsu from leaving, Pensilgton pointed towards me. Well, since I finally managed to capture my human Tsuchinoko Sanraku, we might as well proceed with the 3-direction consultations as we initially intended. Who the hell are you calling Tsuchinoko? Say, Sanraku-kun? You do know that you are famous around the forums, right? That you even have a thread dedicated solely to you? Really? Sure. Most of the time I was playing in such a way as to not get myself involved with other players all that much. But I had no idea the situation developed so much like that. Not that I really care about it all that much, since at least half the anxieties of both SF Zoo and Black Wolves can easily be solved by talking to Sanraku-kun. I gently turn my gaze towards both Sega Zero and Animalia. I don't know what their history with one another is, but it seems like there's one thing that connects them. Night Prowler-kun. The question was now, who was going to make the first move? Feel free to do so. We shall gladly answer any question. Are you satisfied? Yes, for now that's very satisfying. Animalia-san made the first move on the Black Wolves with a lustrous appearance. On a side note, I was worried about Emil for quite some time now. Would Emil really be alright surrounded by that mass of people in the back? To put it bluntly, we want to know more about the unique monsters. Especially any information regarding the Night Prowler-kun would prove to be extremely valuable. The ultimate goal of our Black Wolves Guild is the subjugation of the Night Prowler-kun. It's somewhat embarrassing for me to say, but I have never really fought against the unique monster before, and even you, who have defeated one yourself, Gravekeeper Wiseman, have little to no information about them. Sega Zero said while looking at everyone gathered in a rather straightforward fashion. I see, so there is little to no information on the Night Prowler himself as well as the other unique monsters. Certainly, I would be able to tell them a thing or two about the Night Prowler, while Pensilgton could say something about the Gravekeeper. Although, there is one more crucial bit of information that I decided to keep for myself. The existence of the unique quest scenario, the Epic of the Vorpal Bunny, and the existence of the unique monster Wysash. To be perfectly honest, I didn't want to reveal any of this to the other players, but there are ways of passing them the other intel without spilling the beans on that. Information is the biggest weapon possible in this game, and now that I was sitting at the table with some of the most influential people in the entire game, I really needed to carefully choose what can or cannot be said. What? Could it be that my beauty has rendered you speechless? As they say, one action can speak more than 1,000 words. This here Pensilgton is the problem. If you have any kind of information that might prove useful to him, this guy will almost certainly sniff it out like a goddamned police dog. No, it may be possible that he already sniffed something out. For example, the fact that there is a unique scenario that involves Vorpal bunnies, a quest in which you have to cooperate with a member of the Kate Scythe race, and a fetch quest with the technology from the era of the gods. First of all, I think that it is actually impossible to defeat the unique monsters with brute strength alone. Preserving the trump card that was Wysash, I decided to throw all these people here a bone in the form of Gravekeeper Wisman, since this was something that was already useless to us after we managed to defeat it. There's a possibility that every single unique monster has its own questline. For example, our Wolfgang had to accept the X-Quest scenario before we could even access the Gravekeeper Wisman as a boss battle. Sanraku-kun, let me take over from here, since I'm a little bit more knowledgeable in that regard. Unique monsters are special monsters that play the central part of every X-Quest scenario. The Black Wolves are currently fixated on defeating Night Prowler Lucan, but I don't think that beating that beast will be possible until you manage to start a questline for that specific monster. Oh well, guess the only thing they can do about it now is to try to train on him or try to repel its attacks. Furthermore, on this continent Wysash and Wisman were flagged as scenario monsters, and I couldn't possibly hope that other unique monsters would be just like those two. Most likely, this new continent, which is less than 10% map, would be the stage where I would be able to find the remaining unique monsters. That's right, if you really want to know just what kind of monster Gravekeeper Wisman was, I can bestow upon you this here tome that describes him in great detail. Of course, if you help me with paying off the debt that I had to go into to obtain it, first. That Pensilgton of ours is really something else. We watched for a while how Pensilgton was trying to sell the now completely useless Book of World Truth Wisman volume, to which Katsu let out a deep sigh. While the leader of the library guild was shining brightly, the meeting of the smaller guilds carried on. Chapter 97, Meeting Goes On. The Desire to Speak and Hinting Clues Part 1. You say you want information about Night Prowler Lucan, but truth to be told, we don't know much about it ourselves. Doesn't matter. Even the information about his attack patterns may prove to be invaluable. Is that right? Night Prowler Lucan, the source of my trauma as well as the goal towards which I was constantly striving. Although it sucks some major ass that it ravaged me the way it did, it was thanks to its curse marks that I was able to come this far. At that time I wasn't really paying that much attention to its moveset, and moreover the memory of Wisman was still very much vivid inside of my mind. It would not be a surprise if I wasn't able to remember anything, but there was no way for me to actually forget carnage like that. First of all, his basic attacks are much faster than that of normal mobs or even bosses, and there is little to no telegraphing them. However, I could make out three distinctive patterns: straightforward, diagonal and zigzag. There may be some delays between them, but there's not that much safe space to talk about. He can use his claws as well as his fangs to deliver devastating bites and slashes that can also cause some additional effects. So if you get hit even once you might be as good as done for. Next, it can jump into the shadows and conceal itself within them only to deliver a devastating strike a moment later. Of course this also counts as a one-hit kill since it is taking you completely by surprise, but there is one saving grace here: it will make a slight sound the moment it is about to emerge from the shadows. A slight window to avoid, but better than none. Aside from that, you must guess the place from where it is going to jump you. In my case it was always jumping out on me from right under my feet, so it might be a good idea to be constantly on the move to minimize the risk. By the way, the sound it makes when emerging from the shadows is so quiet that other ambient sound can make it impossible to notice, so you need to watch out for that as well. So as long as you go in with company you should be able to make this fight just a little bit easier, but it is not anything major or crucial. Dashes, bites, slashes, surprise attacks, it's a bit much, but as long as you run like you mean it should be entirely possible to dodge most of his attacks. Terribly sorry, but do you think you could possibly write this down for me? This is a little bit too much info at one time to take in. Not good. Just remembering all that was making my throat parched. I could even feel Sega Zero's careful gaze at me all the time while I was relating everything I knew. I could also feel that the longer I was talking, the higher her eyebrows were going. Welp, in the end it is nothing more than an oversized wolf. At least that's the impression that I got, but I don't know if that's all techniques it can use. Since I fought too little with it, to be sure. Too little? I then remembered the last attack of Lucan, the one that most probably devoured me whole. It was a bite, that's for certain. I know I was most probably eaten, but on what principles? Hell if I know. At the time I was focusing mostly on dodging and keeping my distance, so I don't know that much about its close-ranged attacks. I know that Lucan did something to me, and that something basically busted my legs and sent me onto the ground. But what could that be? I thought it might have been an unavoidable attack with some insane tracking, but now I think that it was something different. I don't want to call it a bug, but it pretty much looked like that to me. I wonder if I would be able to see it clearly now if I was to fight it again? But that kind of thinking is pretty much unrealistic at this point. When I finish speaking, Sega 100 looks to be deep in thoughts for a moment or two before eventually opening her mouth while standing up. Right. I guess it wouldn't be fair if we didn't give you some information in return. Let's see. How about we tell you how to lift the curse of Lucan from you? Really? The method is not that big of a secret or anything, but it's a real pain in the ass, and us Black Wolves can make it 100 times easier for you. Curse marks of Lucan were currently occupying my torso and legs, and while it wasn't any major inconvenience, going around half naked because of that was becoming increasingly more annoying with each passing day. But hearing Sega 100's words, my opinion on Black Wolves went up a little bit. Only a little bit, but it certainly went up. That being said, really, I was surprised that you are hanging around Pensilgton, but I can only assume that you are going to continue to do so in the future as well. Right. I'm really curious about you, so if possible I would like to play together on occasion. You formed a guild together with Pensilgton, right? How about it? Maybe our two groups could do some quests together in the future. Say, Black Wolf, could you give me some private consultations sometime later? And there it was, a buzzkill of a voice that suddenly got in between Sega 100 and I. From the satisfied look on his face I could guess that Pensilgton most probably managed to sell the Book of World Truth, Wisdom to the magical girl wannabe. Honestly, is everyone in here so goddamned easy? Seeing as he had nothing to say on any of the present matters, Katsu just gave up completely, and upon accepting his fate as a third wheel he just continued to order cake after cake and proceeded to drown his sorrows in sugar. Hey, are you really fine with that? Oh, is it because there's nothing unique about this whole meeting? Is that it? Fine, you can stay silent, but just try not to throw forks at people, alright? That's dangerous. Sega Zero was silent and still, so much that she looked as though she was asleep. So I guess it was something that the guild leader wanted to settle. I know that the one who interrupted was Pensilgton, but even if I had to go with the process of elimination, it wasn't that hard to guess at all. Or was there something else that you would like to know? Something that wasn't included in the original question? Mute. Let's see. I am not so sure about that. For me small talk was pretty much useless, but I guess it was also a part of meetings like that. But as I was rattling my brain as to what to talk about with Sega 100, Animalia appeared again and joined us as a conversation partner. Saraku-san, let me tell you this before anything else. Cutting straight to the chase, if you ever feel like joining some other guild, our SF Zoo will be happy to greet you in our ranks. Yeah, right. Chapter 97, Meeting Goes On. The Desire to Speak and Hinting Clues Part 2. So far I feel like I was way too passive about this whole thing, so if they think that I'm just going to sit here and obediently listening to everything they say, I'd say they have a different thing coming. As for me, there is only one condition that our guild has. Mainly, I want you to tell us how to access rabbits, the country of Vorpal bunnies. Yeah, no shit, go figure, who would have expected that? As I was seriously debating with myself whether or not to disclose the information related to the unique quest tied to the Vorpal bunnies, I suddenly remembered something important. I'm really grateful, but hey, what is going on over there? I know you guys are excited, but could you please give me a meal back for the time being? A moment later the members of SF Zoo gave me a meal back, But how should I put it? He didn't look the same to me. My poor Emule, what have they done to you? Emule, hold on, Emule. Those scars aren't real. They are only psychological. Humans are scary. What the hell is a double peace sign? I'm just a bunny. How the hell am I even supposed to do that? I tried to swing a carrot right in front of Emu's face, but it was all to no use. No matter what I did, his consciousness was not returning. Looks like I have no other choice but to use my trump card here. Rabbit pie. Twitch. His ears started to move. Special rabbit parfait. Twitch, twitch. His ears move even more. All you can eat buffet, for free, everything's on me. J, just a little bit more. I'll add to it that one tome of spells that you said you've always wanted. Really? Make it 3, then. There are 3 magic tomes that I really want right now. See? It wasn't all that hard. Good thing that Emule was so easy. If he wasn't, then I don't know what could I possibly have done. But still, hearing my words, the lifeless Emule sprung back to life in an instant. He jumped high in the air and hit my head with his own. Ouch. What was that for? Was that some sort of revenge for those crazy zombies? 'Cause that hit felt stronger than usual. Ha. So cute. Please don't mind me. I won't do anything more to you. Is that so? It looks like Animalia-san was aiming at Emule with some sort of crystal-like objects, most probably trying to take pictures of his every action. I didn't really care about her crazy, so I turned towards Emule and asked him. Say, Emule, what is it? What is the exact way of getting invited to rabbits? You mentioned some sort of snake hunt way back, haven't you? Upon visiting rabbits, there are 2 possible extra quests that you can undertake. One of them was the one that I did, the invitation from the bunny country. The conditions were still unknown to me, but they must have had something to do with that whole Vorpal soul thingy that I allegedly displayed. The other one is the tour around the bunny country, which was supposed to get you all familiar with the area and the zones that were surrounding it. I don't know about regular players. No, it seems that the best way is to be a pioneer yourself. But rabbits in general doesn't refuse entry to guests who want to visit. Yeah, I thought as much. As a matter of fact, most of the time I was inside of the bunny court, a place where the players who didn't start invitation to bunny country couldn't enter, but I could see quite a lot of players strolling through town through the court's windows. Looking at the other players from far away like that, looking as they were going on about their daily lives and struggles, had some sort of divine vibe to it. But at least I knew that there must have been some other way to get to rabbits aside from the extra quest. Let me ask you again, is there a simple way for us to reach rabbits or not? Mew 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 mew. I cannot give you a straight answer since I'm not all that knowledgeable about rabbits' history in the first place, but I'm sure that if Sanraku-san asks nicely, something can be done about it. Edward Unai-chan is a real sucker when it comes to pleas like that. I wonder if Waisash has as many children as letters in alphabet, but that name, wasn't that Waisash's eldest son? If what Break told me before was true, he would be someone really important in the bunny court. According to her, Waisash was already thinking of retiring from ruling and passing his role on to someone else. That would make this Edward Unai-chan one of the most important people in this town, right? NNH. How do you feel? Can you hear me now? By all means, right away. I'll let you know about the details when we meet. It seems that all the things that Emule went through today caused him to develop quite the trauma. The reaction was something really interesting. In about a matter of seconds, Emule's face became red with joy. It was a good thing to see Emule like that, even if it was to see the reaction of Animalia-san. And while Emule started to dance with joy in place, I could see that the members of SF Zoo stopped listening to us some time ago. So you've been making this by some time. Gestures knowingly. Maintaining eye contact really helps in this kind of situations. I'm happy for you. But incidentally, how much did you manage to get for that? Foo. There goes about 20% of my debt. What a nasty guy this Pensilgton is. However, library is partially at fault in here as well, but as long as both sides are satisfied, then who am I, an outsider, to complain? Now then, before Emile-chan comes back to us, how about we make this thing as official as it can be? I would like the leaders of each guild present, SF Zoo, Library and Black Wolves, to present their emblems. As Pensilgton said that, 3 emblems appeared in the sky. One had an image of Black Wolf with a sword, the second one was a book with a spider, and the third was a dog's paw with cute wings growing out of it. Looking at the 3 emblems, I couldn't help but to notice that Pensilgton was smiling in a really nasty way. It was the same type of smile that Mad King Pencil Warrior used to have while tyrannically ruling over the world of United Rounds. Chapter 98, Dancing on the Palm of Someone Else's Hand Part 1. Well, judging from the way in which the things concluded, I think it is safe to say that those 3 guilds were pretty crazy about us. After the members of the other guilds went home, we moved to the Café Snake's Apple that was also in this town. To my words, Pensilgton said, it seems that the Black Wolves were keeping an eye on Sanraku-kun for a while now. Well, it's small wonder since we are frequently hanging out with each other for a while now, and people are always wary of me and those I'm associating with. Aren't you over-exaggerating a bit? Maybe they just wanted to know about Lucan's attack patterns. I don't think that was their goal. Sanraku, the one to answer right now, was not Pensilgton, but Katsu. Ordering and eating yet another cake, Katsu continued speaking while pointing towards me with his fork. As a professional gamer, I can tell you that much. Even if it's a standard display mode, the current full dive technology allows you to easily observe and memorize the patterns that your enemies keep on using. So understanding the patterns has a bigger role than you might think. Sanraku, Katsu's face distorts in an expression of regret. Sure, I know it as well. Information is key in this game, and depending on how much you know about your enemies, it can often spell the difference between victory and defeat. Story bosses are all good and well, because they tend to involve all of the players, but the same cannot be said for unique monsters. You need to invest more time and money in them, and they are clearly not for everyone. They are a problem that requires different methods to solve. Now that you mention it, precisely. Next, the library. They are a little bit better informed than the other 2 guilds, and from what I could see they can hold their own when haggling quite well. Meaning they know how to assess the value of information and the price to pay for it. Generally speaking, the goal of every guild out there is to gain as many rare and unique items as possible and to conquer the newly opened places before anyone else does exactly that. That's how it's supposed to be. But that's not what library is after. They are fine with others gaining items and growing in power, with others discovering new areas before them. They only care to acquire as much knowledge as possible, all to better understand this world. Nevertheless, they are still people, and people can be tempted if you have the things they want. You have to be a true maniac to be willing to pay 20% of someone's debt just to acquire 1 book. I'd say that's an adequate price, since there are currently only 3 such volumes in the entire server. Putting it that way, that was actually quite a reasonable argument. For us it may not be worth all that much, but since there are only 3 copies of it in the entire game, it means that people would actually be willing to pay quite a bit of money just so they could get their hands on one of those. And finally, we have SF Zoo. As you could see, Sanraku-kun, they are like a fleet swarm of locusts. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that they are players and not actually monsters in human shape. I get that much. They seemed like a bunch that would be ready to cap my knees if I chose to not give them a meal peacefully. I would like to know just what is their definition of potentially hazardous behavior. You can get rabbits outside of the questline Invitation to the Bunny Country, you know, but most probably these guys will be forced out of there before they know it, since they will most probably focus more on sightseeing than doing the actual quest. Is that supposed to be a gag? Nah, no way, that's impossible. There was no time limit on that quest, but on the other hand, can you imagine what will happen to that place if those SF Zoo freaks will be allowed to stay there for as long as they want? I could only imagine a grim future for all the bunnies out there, filled with much screaming and begging for help as the tentacles of despair slowly creep their way all over rabbits. Sanraku-kun, I don't know what other secrets you are hiding right now, but maybe it would be best if only we know about them. For the sake of everyone else's sanity. I have no problem with that, However, if they were to offer me something really valuable in exchange for more information, I don't know if I'd be able to openly refuse them. It was a good thing that Emil was not here right now. Because of that I could answer honestly and after thinking matters through. However, unlike Asher and Kai, I got a feeling that SF Zoo wouldn't try to break any sort of taboos. It means more or less that their action would not cause any direct harm to neither the players nor the NPCs. Oh well, we can cross that bridge once we're actually on it. If push comes to shove, we can always help each other out. That's what guilds are for, right? Chapter 98, Dancing on the Palm of Someone Else's Hand Part 2. Precisely. We are a guild right now with shared inventory and all that. There may be information that we might want to keep to ourselves, but there are also those that we might want to make good use of. That being said, we simply cannot give them away for free. Pensilgton opens his hand and shows us his fingers. For the moment, we have 5 huge pieces of info that we can consider as our trump cards. We might not be as grand or possess the resources like any other guilds, but we can use those 5 to make a name for ourselves. Then, closing each finger respectively, Pensilgton started to enumerate the trump cards that were currently in our possession. First of all, since we have cleared the unique quest connected to Wisman before anyone else and we have access to information about this whole behemoth. Secondly, since we managed to beat the Gravekeeper Wisman, we have obtained the inventory accessory with some really powerful weapons inside it. Third, we have the monopoly on the profession of Grandmaster that our furry friend Break managed to achieve. Fourth, the same can be said about going to rabbits as well as the existence of the Kate Scythe race that our dear Sanraku-kun discovered. And fifth, utilizing all of the above information, we have a huge head start when it comes to taking the next unique quest that comes around. In other words, even though each of us can hide a trump card of our own, as a guild we have those 5 to give us an advantage. It's just a matter of time before the rest will catch wind of that as well. Information is everything in this game, and the fact that 3 people possess information that can keep the 3 biggest guilds at bay. Don't you think it is really enjoyable? Being able to play people around like it was nothing? Pensilgton, do something about your face. You're starting to creep the hell out of me right now. Union rounds was different. I could go all out on livestock there and slaughter them like the pigs they all were. But this is different. We won't kill them. We will keep feeding them, fattening them up, making them grow, only to get rid of them once the situation is stabilized and they will get us the biggest possible profit. Aren't you aiming to become that kind of criminal mastermind that always ends up getting disposed of? If it comes to that, we shall kick the living fuck out of you and then exile you to the middle of some godforsaken nowhere where you will rot until you die. With Pensilgton starting to act crafty like that, it may be necessary for us to seriously start thinking about our future. That being said, I'm not as good as Pensilgton when it comes to planning a few steps ahead of me, but I can wholeheartedly focus on the nearest task that awaits me. For now let's just go to see if Break will be able to fix the reactor. In the meantime, it might be a good thing to start thinking how to deal with SF Zoo so that they won't cause unnecessary mayhem in rabbits. I also need to keep my promise to Emil. Even if it's nothing major, it is better to keep a high affection meter with the bunnies. You never know when it might come in handy. I would also need to sell all the unnecessary items that I managed to amass. Let's go shopping later to earn some coin for ourselves. I think I'm going to go for now and grab something to eat. Sure thing. Let me know if there's going to be some new development. And don't try to dodge our mails or calls ever again, Sanraku. Yeah, go blow yourself. Saying that, I wave my hand as a goodbye sign and then leave the cafe. Now then, for as long as Emil stays in rabbits, the only way for me to return there is by killing myself. And if I'm going to kill myself, better to make it worth my while. No? So I bought some MP recovery potion and went to my usual mining spot located at the Crystal Cliff. Good evening, Scorpion-kun. I'm sorry to interrupt your sleep, but you'll have to bear with me for a moment. You don't mind, don't you? There were only 2 scorpions on the cliff right now, but in about 10 seconds their numbers would grow tenfold. Nonetheless, with the inventory on my side, even if there were 200 of them, It would pose no threat to me at all. I attract as many of them as possible before I retreat into my absolute safe zone inside of the inventory. While I wait for the scorpion's aggro to wear off, I admire the godly architecture that surrounds me. That's right. I removed some pieces of my equipment here once. Right. The aggro should have worn off right about now. I drink the MP recovery potion and return to the crystal cliff. Just as I was about to return to the crystal cliffs, I can feel some nasty tentacle of bad premonition wrapping itself around my mind, but since I couldn't exactly put my mind on what it was, I dismissed that premonition as something with no importance. When I returned, the only thing that greeted me was silence and night sky. About 10 meters away from me, there was a mining spot ready to be excavated. Now then, first of all, what kind of materials? Why are there no materials falling? And what's that sound? Rumbling in the earth? Some sort of quake? That timing. Was it something that began right before the scorpions collided into themselves? Behavior pattern change, system intervention. Add all that and divide by the factors that I'm aware of. Update. The crystals all around me begin to move in towards my position. Moreover, it's not a transition from being inactive to active, but it was just as if they were waiting for me to return. What a nasty surprise. In the very next moment I was crushed to death and turned into minced meat by 4 gigantic crystal pieces. Chapter 99, Even When Things Fall Apart, There's a Strategy for Everything. Part 1. Ha! Are you shitting me? When I logged out, I decided to check the game's official website to confirm a hunch I was having, and lo and behold, it was there. We've adjusted the behavioral patterns for some monsters. The notice didn't specify the monsters whose behavior got changed, but I had a feeling that I knew just one of them that fell under that category. Talk about being awkward. I knew that it was a loophole in the system, and I knew that there would come a day when they would eventually fix that, but that day came rather faster than expected. God damn it. Does that mean I'll need to revise my whole strategy? While sipping on a jelly drink, I lean back in my chair thinking about my future plans. The biggest bummer would be that I would no longer be able to farm money using the materials from the crystal cliffs. This means I'll need to find a new way of earning money, but I don't feel like doing it at all right now. Maybe tomorrow. Really now, in order to make a lot of money, I'd need to have a higher level and be stronger to not be bothered by anything or anyone. So does that mean I'll have to power level? But after beating the Gravekeeper Wisdom, I leveled up so much that I wouldn't possibly gain any level anytime soon. As I was getting closer and closer to level 80, it would grow increasingly tougher to farm levels, and I would need those to beat the challenges that await me in the future. So I would need to start leveling up sooner rather than later. Level up. Farming. I just couldn't let go of the crystals so easily. The monsters out there were clever, their design matched their surroundings, and the items were just the best price-wise. On the surface, the crystal scorpions are just awful. However, their tactics, AI, shift between being active and inactive. The specifics of dropping items and their behavior in Swarm made them really rewarding to fight, and it was creating a unique source of motivation. Undefeated but also easy to defeat Swarm AI. Besides, the value of the items there was simply too good to pass up. The gemstones are not only materials for item making but also a priceless source of income. I need to find a way to disable the crystal swarm. Then I will be able to mine out there as much as I want to, whenever I want to. However, the safety of the inventory was no longer a solution, since their behavioral patterns got changed. Possible solutions would be to widen the distance between myself and them, or to time my attacks accordingly. Range attacks. Item drops not related. Rocking in my chair, I conduct an intense brainstorming session. I felt as though I was so close, I could almost feel the solution. It was so close yet so far away. Unable to come up with anything, I started to play around with the jelly drink that was in my mouth. I must have been rather desperate, looking for inspiration in a pointless act such as that. And sure enough, thanks to the physics engine governing the planet Earth, I soon enough choke on my drink, spit it out and watch it fall onto the floor after it drew a perfect parabola in the air. I quickly tried to reach out my hand to catch the falling liquid, but since it was a real life and not a game, my movements were slow and clumsy, and I had to watch the liquid spill all over the floor. The moment I saw that, it was as if the supernova just exploded. A light bulb above my head lit brightly, and all the other things that in cartoons symbolized finding the solution. It seems that I arrived at the answer I was looking for. Newton, falling down. Yes, falling down. Universal law of gravitation. Everything that goes up must fall down. It is a law that the game engine imposes equally onto everything under its jurisdiction. Sure, some things are partially excluded from that law, but they are tempered by something else in return. What's the location of the crystal cliffs? How can I get there? What is the thought pattern of the crystal scorpions? Just to what length are they willing to go in order to ambush me? Foo. Now then, let's make this whole operation a one to remember. You thought I would just give up? Think again. At first I intended to just let it go, but now I changed my mind. Sleep is for the weak. Real strategists use every moment they can to conjure new plans and schemes. Needless to say, there was one more piece of the puzzle that needed to be found, but that can be done thanks to trial and error and level up. Chapter 99, Even When Things Fall Apart. There's a strategy for everything. Part 2. Sanraku-san. Back so soon? Hi there, Emule. So, any progress? Edward Unai-chan said that he would like some time to think the matter through, so he asked us to wait until tomorrow. And I got a call from Break-Oni-chan. Right, so let's get it over with. First, we'll go to break. I pick Emule up and throw him over my head, and since Emule was so familiar with sitting on my back so much, he corrected his posture in an instant and made himself comfortable. I was also getting really used to this feeling of having him on my back. Sanraku-san, for some reason you seem to be awfully fired up about something? You can tell. I might have formed a guild with my buddies, but I still have my own individual goals to achieve, so I was going to make some preparation for them. One must always be prepared to be stabbed in the back by one's allies. I think you should really apologize to every friend out there who is getting along with his buddies. Oh, come on now. Besides, we are going to visit a different kind of friend of mine. You see, they are really shy, staying motionless for most of the time, only beginning to move when they want to kill you. Could you really consider someone like that to be a friend? Now, the crystal scorpions and I are best friends. Besties. Anyways, just thinking about the visit we were about to make was enough to fill my chest with that strange kind of gentle warmth. We were going to have a nice long talk, although most of the communication would be done via physical violence. Lots of violence. That's not exactly what I would call a little preparation, if anyone asked me, which I know no one is going to do. Arriving at Break's place, I entered with Emule still riding on my back. Ooh, so you've come, huh? How's it going? Break greets us while wearing some kind of strange goggles on her head, which looked like a very advanced piece of sci-fi tech to me. My job just entered its final stage. Soon, I will be able to give you a legacy weapon you deserve. Sure thing. As a result of consultation with the other two, we decided that if we were to choose from the weapon or a mobile frame, for now we would choose a weapon. Because even if we were to share it, its value would still be better that way. You can do whatever it is you want with it. I'll leave that to you. Ooh, then maybe we could go to the ancient ruins tomorrow? We could see just how large this place is and maybe find something useful in there while we're at it. I'll keep that in mind. It would be nice to be able to use things like robots, power armors and sci-fi weaponry. I tilted my head and was about to leave the workshop when, now hold on just a minute, there's something I need to talk to you about. As I turned myself around, I saw that Break removed her goggles and was now looking at me, so I turned towards her. I would also like to make a request. Could you allow me to try and make a legacy weapon utilizing the crystal materials that you gathered? I don't really mind it all that much, but can something like that be done in the first place? I always thought that Grandmaster was a profession solely focused on repairing broken items. Technically it can be built just like any other normal weapon, but that would include failing many times in the process. You could possibly waste a whole lot of materials. Don't mind. There's nothing wrong with doing trial and error as much as you need to in order to achieve the desired result. Much appreciated. Incidentally, would it be possible to create double swords that way? To that question I received a negative response. The best thing that could be done for me right about now would be to reinforce the weapons I was already holding, or to make something completely different so that I have more diverse combat tactics. If you could make one. After that I visited a few more places to finish my preparations for making our grand operation successful. And then we proceeded to go to the Valley of the Dead. Why are we going here again? The ancient ruins are really tempting when it comes to EXP, but the mobs there are too much of a drag to deal with. So we'll just have to make do with what we have here. It's safer that way. Additionally, as a countermeasure for Hummin Rich in this dungeon, I've bought a bunch of holy water, brought a Dullahan blade in here with me, and bought a tome of magic for a mule so that he could learn a new spell or two. I'd estimate that the average level here is about 80. Think we'll be able to wipe all of the undead in here clean? With the use of my new spells we shall rip them all a new one. Regrettably enough, most of the new spells that a mule learned were not the offensive ones but rather support ones. Chapter 100, When You Walk Across the Sky. Nothing is impossible. Part 1. Where the fuck do you think you're going, huh, bitch? GI. The moment I make eye contact, one of my prey is paralyzed in fear, and the other one simply runs away, knowing what's best for it. The predator and its prey, the one who runs away and the one who gives chase. We've been going on for quite a while with this aggro pattern. Undead hate the living and attack them on sight. The wild wyverns hate the undead and attack them on sight, and while they are at each other's throats I take this chance and kill all of them. All right, mule. Now that's done, let's get the hell out of here. Affirmative. Magic chain. The moment a mule chants the spell's name, a magic circle appears right above our heads. Then a magic chain shoots out from the circle and latches itself onto the wyvern that was trying to get away. I feel kind of bad for doing this since it was running away, but to hell with it. This thing wouldn't probably show us any mercy. Off with its head. Magic hedge. The spell shoots towards the wyvern that was being pulled towards us by the chain. Magic hedge managed to make a deep wound on the wyvern's neck, and I swung my Dullahan blade right at the fresh wound. As a result of that, the wyvern's head is detached from its body and the wyvern explodes in the geyser of red polygons. It was another thing that I needed to watch out for. As my level steadily goes up, more and more monsters will start to run away from me, as the effects of the curse will start to kick in. Geez, I'm getting tired of playing tag all day long. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but Sanraku-san, it's hard for me to target anything when you are bouncing around like that. Please bear that in mind. I know where you're coming from with this, but right now it's a little bit impossible. Right now I'm nothing more than a horse. Scratch that, a bird. That is because right now a mule was frantically clinging to my head as I was giving chase after enemies at full speed. It was more effective for me that way, since a mule wouldn't be left behind. But still, even though a mule was as effective as always in the way in which he was supporting me by blasting monsters away with magic, I got a feeling that he was heavier today for some reason. First of all, the way in which he was able to bind the escaping wyverns with magic chain and magic bind of the same effect showed just how vastly he managed to improve his abilities since our first meeting. It also goes to show just how powerful a magic caster a mule really is. In other words, the stronger a mule was getting as a magic caster, the stronger and more effective his spells will become. However, the biggest advantage of this magic is that not only it binds the target, but it also prevents it from making even the smallest kinds of movements. In some earlier cases it happened that the wyvern managed to break the chain and get away with us being unable to reach it. So I guess that the spell has some hidden stats or characteristics when it comes to binding specific targets. Is it the level difference? Or perhaps the distance? But even so, it was a really cost-efficient spell. It also seems that one of the figures I managed to obtain earlier was really effective when it comes down to attracting the wyverns towards us. Mainly, the female knight one. When I showed one of those to a merchant earlier, I was informed that it was a relatively rare item and that he would buy it from me for a very reasonable price. I was also informed that those figurines were idols, intricately painted and rich in detail. Their price was also quite high. By the way, the most valuable of figurines are presumably the ones modeled after the 7 unique monsters. If you ever happen to come across more such figurines, I'll be more than happy to buy them off of you. Maybe we should go idol hunting after we are done with this business here. Sanraku-san. Sanraku-san, it's a Dullahan. Dullahan straight ahead of us. Who? A rare enemy means lots of EXP for me to gather. And now we even managed to come across a Dullahan. It looked exactly the same as the one we bullied before. I don't know if he remembers me, but regardless it assumed the fighting stance as soon as we entered its aggro range. A mule. Time to start the Operation Heroic Fall. Huh? What's that? It's the first time I ever heard about it. Ha ha ha. That's because I came up with it only recently. Phobia. Let me explain the basic assumptions of the Operation Heroic Fall. Basically, it is a plan that assumes that we tie the chain to Dullahan and then smash it around like a bag of potatoes, hopefully killing it in the process. Sanraku-san, your ability to be able to trample on the honor of the dead people like it is the most logical thing to do is simultaneously scary and amazing. Please remember, they must have had some sort of significant other during their lifetime. Someone who would lament the fact that they were unable to pass on and roam the land as monsters like that. It is the least we can do for those significant others, to put their loved ones to eternal rest. Sanraku-san. I think that it was actually cool of me to say something like that, even though in reality it was a dialogue borrowed from some other medic-like NPC from a completely different game. But a mule doesn't need to know that. Again, when it comes to shitty games there are really two major kinds, rare exceptions that tend to shine at certain points and give you hope for the better, which never actually comes, and the true shit experience that continues to butt-fuck you with its crazy from the moment you press start button until you turn off the console. The former was making you feel all warm inside, thinking that the worst was finally over and that it will only be better from now on. But when the reality kicked in it made you feel as though you just saw a small bird fall out of its nest or a small cub getting ripped apart by wild beasts. It was sad, but also oddly fascinating. The latter? It was so bad and tragic that it was no longer funny. And why does Emil turn his eyes away, looking all guilty like that? All right, let's split this guy like a watermelon. Chapter 100, When You Walk Across the Sky. Nothing is Impossible Part 2. Of course it would be much easier, since we had no blindfolds on. And the role of the watermelon would be its neck. With the chain created by Emil and latched onto the Dullahan, we managed to pull it off its horse, and as it was approaching us fast I activated Infinite Stream and started to thrash it around like a soccer ball or a really huge bag of potatoes. At the same time as I bully the Dullahan, Emil keeps on firing magical attacks at its horse. I wonder, if I was to attack the place where the head should be, would it still count as a critical from hitting the neck even if it technically wasn't there? Operation start. As the Dullahan's body keeps on flying through the air on the chain I mercilessly keep on slashing it with my Dullahan sword. However, I also add new strikes to the combination and even jumping attacks, trying to recreate the tensai techniques I witnessed in the battle against Wisman. Each time one of my hits connects with its armor I can feel the shock of the blow getting transmitted through the blade to my arm. It felt like hitting a balloon filled with mud and watching the ripples slowly spread. While savoring this peculiar feeling, I brace myself and resume my attacks with even greater ferocity. I also decided to add even more power to the blows by activating Moon Jump. In response, I could see and feel that the Dullahan was starting to resemble a rotten potato. I was just hoping that I won't have to witness some sort of nasty goo-like substance oozing out of it in the near future. While the headless Dullahan screams like a demon as a result of being pummeled against the ground, I could also hear the painful moan of the horse being torn to pieces by Emil's magic hedge. I must hand it to Emil, once he gets his mind on the job, he does it splendidly. The Dullahan then falls onto the ground, twitching miserably and blood-colored polygons seep out of the cracks in its armor. I then approach it with my Dullahan sword raised high, looking down at it with pity. I'm sorry for doing this, my friend, but I really need that precious EXP that you are holding within yourself. I then bring the sword down and take it out of the ground once the Dullahan changed into a geyser of red polygons. But even before I did that its body managed to become completely limp. At the same time, the Dullahan's horse also falls to the ground and becomes motionless, turning into red polygons soon after. Now that I think about it, Dullahans are much like vampires. Vampires that like sunbathing. Vampires that like to eat lots of garlic bread. Vampires that like to adorn their bodies with lots of silver accessories. They had lots of weaknesses. Vampires are kind like Dullahans. That makes me sad. At least now you can sleep peacefully, Dullahan. Although I made you look like a punctured tire. I even tried making a cross sign in the air, but then it occurred to me, what kind of religion was dominant in this game in the first place? I haven't really seen any churches in this game so far, but since there are saints in here it must mean that there was at least some sort of Christianity, right? Let's try asking Katsu about that. Since he is a monk, and the monk is very close to a priest, right? The Dullahan, being a rare enemy as it was, right now seemed to me like a martyr who sacrificed himself so that I could grow stronger. Level 79. Looking at numbers alone, that's just one poor level up. But in this game there is more to leveling up than just making the skills become stronger. Was it really just a transition from 78 to 79? No, that's not it. It means that I was gradually growing stronger. Hummin Rich, Iron Golems, Dullahans, Wisman. All of those fights were making me grow more accustomed to battle and making me stronger, making it possible to undergo more difficult fights. It was also making it possible for the skills to go stronger and even discover new ones. And just now, as I was looking through my status screen, I could feel my mouth getting distorted in a twisted kind of smile, seeing that I just got a very particular skill, one that a preview I saw in that magazine some time ago. I was waiting to do this. Double jump. PN, Sanraku. LV, 79, 5. Job, mercenary, dual wielding. Money, 62,000 money. HP, 40. MP, 50. Stamina, 100. Strength, 70. Dexterity, 70. Agility, 90. Technique, 65. Vitality, 2. Luck, 104. Skills: Infinite Stream, Into. Continuous Slash. Growing Earrings, Infight level max. Drift Step, Setsuna no Mikiri, Hand of Fortune level max. Greater Climbing, Climax Boost level max. 6-fold Jump, 7-fold Jump. Ricochet Step level max. Oppressive Step level 4. Moon Jumper Skywalker. Hungry Wolf, Off-road level max. Secret Sword Dart Water Mirror Moon. Ignition level max. Overheat level 6. Nitrogain level max. Dualism. Fistfight level 1. 10 Counter. Power Slash level 1. 1 Strike. Equipment: Left hand, Dullahan's Beheading Sword, 2H. Right hand, none. Head, Mask of Bird's Eye View. Vitality +1. Torso, Curse of Lycan. Waist, none. Feet, Curse of Lycan. Accessories, Inventory. Chapter 101, Crystal Waterfall, Sympathy Through Isolation Part 1. I jump in the air. Then I jump again, this time using the air itself as my footing. Then I just jump over and over again. The biggest advantage of this skill is that it is not affected by the topography of any kind. This means more or less that no matter the land, water or even fire or magma, I will be able to jump over it. It makes jumping through the air possible, and is influenced by other jumping skills. This is just the best. I couldn't possibly ask for more. I could see that I managed to obtain several new skills, but for now we can leave them be. I can always give them a go sometime later. For now I wanted to test the different ways of activating this skill, to see if it could be activated by means other than jumping through the air or emptiness. Once I did that, I was more than ready to proceed with my plan. Say, Emule, I would like to go solo for a bit. Let's meet again at El Dolato's back alleys tomorrow at sunrise. I'm fine with that and all. But what are you going to do, Sanraku-san? I am going to try something even more vorpal than ever before. I can finally graduate from just dodging the crystal scorpions. Now I can finally become able to defeat them. In the first place, the physics engine applies to everything in this game without fail. Players can run, arrows can fly through the air, and some monsters can soar through the sky. Everything made possible thanks to the physics engine. If the engine wasn't perfect, people would bounce around with every single step, Arrows would fall to the ground instantly and monsters wouldn't be able to fly up in the air. Sometimes this system might become buggy and many glitches may result from that, but I see this game is not one of those cases. The apple falls to the ground, so it's no wonder it can hit you on the head. Now then, prepare yourselves, crystal scorpions. You are about to witness just how horrifying of an opponent gravity could be. The crystal cliff may be your home turf and you may have an overwhelming advantage there, acting like landmines just waiting to get detonated. But, I have now obtained a trump card that will let me null all that advantage and get rid of you all once and for all. So I enter the crystal cliffs head on and go straight towards the center of this location with little to no hesitation at all. So far no enemies came to greet me, so I guess the RNG I encountered now is in my favor. However, if you load one bullet into the revolver and keep on pulling the trigger, you will get the bullet eventually. So it was only a matter of time before something would show up. Just then a bunch of crystals change into scorpions, and they look visually displeased, as if I just woke them up from a deep slumber. However, it must have been only my imagination, because in contrast to Kate Scythe or Vorpal bunnies, crystals are unable to present emotions of any kind. Now then, let's go all out right from the get-go. Ignition, off-road, nitro gain, dualism. I activate all of my combat skills without hesitation and then I throw my half-naked body to meet its death once more. Naturally, the crystal scorpions will become active one by one as a result of that, so it won't be long before the reinforcements shall arrive. You are ha 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 ha. Stand up, wake up. Good morning, it's time to party. So no sleeping. It was like a crystal tsunami illuminated by the moonlight. Although I was the one who chose that particular course of action, this sight was always causing me to break into a cold sweat. After a few more seconds I finally find myself right where I want to be, right in front of the scorpions, right at the rear of the cliff. Perfect. Now, time for a chicken race. Be sure that none of you strays away from the pack. The despair that one could feel upon witnessing a horde of charging crystal scorpions could be even greater than the one experienced upon seeing a raid boss or unique monster for the very first time. It was quantity over quality. There was no way that a single person could hope to win against a horde of monsters of high level, even if their AI was severely lacking. But if that was the case, then the solution to my current predicament lies elsewhere. If I cannot kill you, then I'll just force you all to kill yourselves. Without hesitation, I jump backwards and throw myself right into the dark abyss of the valley illuminated by moonlight. I can feel that a godly game even cared to reproduce this unique feeling that accompanies the free fall, the one where you feel all of your innards racing towards your throat. Honestly, I wasn't even surprised by that anymore. And the crystal horde mindlessly rushes after their target without even a shred of hesitation. By doing so, their fate was sealed, death by falling from somewhere high enough. It was one of those things that would be equally delivered to all denizens of the game, no matter their race, equipment or status. The only thing that would save them right now would be some sort of way to reduce the damage from falling, but seeing how they were acting just now, crystal scorpions have no such way at their disposal. It would be more than enough if their AI ordered them to stop right before the edge of the cliff. Now, you'd better fall off one by one really nicely, otherwise it will be most inconvenient for the customers that are right behind you. The momentum of the crystal horde is so great that even if they would try to stop now, they would be unable to do so. I doubt that any creature this size would, not to mention that each and every single one of them wanted to be the one who would do me in, and because of that, they didn't hesitate to hurt their companions or even themselves, as long as it would get the job done. I named that tactic Crimson Scorpion Falls. Isn't that great? Killing all of you without actually having to battle you? Enter travel. Slowly but surely, the crystal tsunami was approaching me. They were so amassed right on top of one another that they started to get further and further away from the cliff as the time went on. Rather than a tsunami, they looked like a living waterfall right about now. That is, if a waterfall could reach about 20 meters forward. It is scary to think what would have happened to me if I was dead in the middle of this waterfall. For sure, if I were to be caught up in something like this, I would get crushed and I would die. Chapter 101, Crystal Waterfall. Sympathy Through Isolation Part 2, Yubei. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Because I teleported while being in motion. When I arrived at my destination I hit my back rather hard. So while I was waiting for my MP to recover, I massaged my back in order to try to make the pain go away. I knew it, even a simple escape like that has to feel like a close call. Still, it was far safer to wait in here for the crystal scorpions to just kill themselves than to stay out there and watch them die. I just have to stay here until the scorpions get thinned out a little bit. Right, that should be quite enough. Transfer, exit gate. The world around me changes once more and I come back to jumping in midair. If I look down, I can see the red polygons sparkle just like stars down below, in the depths of the dark valley. For a moment out there a certain thought occurred to me. What would have happened to me if I were to fall down there just like the crystal scorpions? Would I shatter into polygons in midair? Or would that happen once my body crashed against the rocks at the very bottom? Anyways, I chased that thought away in a hurry. Now then, let's defy the laws of physics some more. I use the Skywalker skill, and then sevenfold jump, ricochet step, off-road. All of the skills that would help me jump even higher and even faster right about now. My feet gently step on the void that surrounds me. The feeling of stepping in the air was totally different from jumping off of the beaten ground or any other conventional foothold, so it was making me feel anxious just a little bit, but bit by bit I was getting used to it. Now that I think about it, if Skywalker lets me traverse the sky, shouldn't moon jump technically let me reach the moon itself? The art of jumping, the predecessor of Skywalker, moon jump. Thinking about what was more appropriate for my current situation, I began to approach the crystal cliffs again. And the moment my feet touched the rocky wall, the full power of ricochet step could be demonstrated. It was an evasive skill and the number of its consecutive uses was as big as the skill level. When used in a narrow space, it could technically be used without stopping, turning you into a kind of human cannonball. However, since the name of the skill had step in it, it was applied to only that action, a step. This skill was more or less useless if you failed to find a proper foothold. Right now, I would be able to bounce off the wall 7 times. Practice makes perfect. Whoa, that was too close for comfort. Nonetheless, one needed to be careful with one's steps, because sometimes the system was not doing a good job with properly registering them. Right now was a perfect example of that. Even though my foot touched the wall and I should have bounced off of it, I slipped instead, and if I didn't thrust one of my daggers into the rock wall, I would be on my way down to join the scorpion bunch. The dagger went right into the rock like a butter knife into butter. I knew it was a crime to use a weapon like that, but at least I was sure that it would support my weight without fail. But the situation wouldn't stay like that for long. If I were to fall to my death right now and join the crystal scorpions, it would be the biggest irony ever, but I get the feeling that it would be well worth it. I wish that a mule could see me right now. That's strange. It was then that something occurred to me. Something that was obscured up until now because of the afterglow of my great victory. I didn't level up? Could this be that falling to their death counts as monster suicide instead of player kill? No, it couldn't be something like that. If that was the case, then poison death would also count as suicide. But even though the battle seemingly ended, I was yet to receive my precious EXP points. Although I managed to achieve my goal of getting rid of the scorpion so that I could mine peacefully, the cause of my current predicament was not giving me a rest. There are 2 possible explanations of this situation. One was that entering the inventory was counted as fleeing from battle and no EXP was appointed. Honestly speaking, the possibility of that being the case was quite big, and if it was indeed like that, then I must take that into account on my next go. And as for another possibility, a kind of camouflage, image change. The battle may not be over yet. Shangri-La Frontier is a game which utilizes the following system. If you fight 100 enemies, even if you defeat 99 enemies and have but one more to defeat, unless you defeat that 100th one, you wouldn't receive but a single point of EXP. There are no more enemies in the nearest vicinity. I'm only surrounded by genuine crystals right now. I wonder if it's a rare enemy again. Why do I get the feeling that it will be a highly blood-hungry one? It may be something like mutating monster, A rare enemy that evolved from the normal crystal scorpion. It may not be like its other brethren, and that may be the cause why I happened to overlook it amongst the transparent crowd. It looked like an inverted crystal scorpion. It was larger. Instead of scissor-like arms it had something similar to hammers. Its stinger was way bigger and sharper, presumably able to pierce through any kind of armor or shield its opponents might wear. It also had a pair of crystal horns growing out of its head, which was making it look similar to a demon. Needless to say, it must have been much more dangerous than any normal scorpion. If there was a saving grace in here, then it is that it's alone. There were no more reinforcements coming, and presumably there would be no more. A kind of a lone wolf, I see. What a coincidence. It just so happens that I am a lone wolf myself as well. At that moment, I was no longer thinking about running away. At the very least, it would be a waste to be given an opportunity to fight the rare monster and not take it. I don't know how that guy will react, but I could always fall back into infantry if things go south. Chapter 102, The Hunger Impulse Part 1. The first thought that came across my mind upon seeing that monster was, its designer has something seriously bad going on with her head. The very next thing that came to my mind was, but points to her for trying to create something like that. And then another thought was, you think the root of this monster may lie in something of sexual nature, by any chance? And my most recent thought was, you fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna kill you. I am going to fucking kill you and beat you into a fucking bloody pulp. You piece of shit. Just to whom was all of that pent-up anger directed? The programmers who are directly responsible, or maybe the management staff that green-lighted this idea in the first place? The only thing I could be absolutely sure was that the battle with this golden scorpion would not be a quick one. God damn it, I wish I had an energy drink or two on me right about now. If I was going to characterize the battle with the golden scorpion, it would be this specialized encounter. Since it was bigger, better equipped and possessed more aggressive behavior patterns, it was necessary to adopt a new kind of strategy against this guy. Underestimating it could spell my doom any moment now. Its claws and stinger, it's unbelievable how much harder they could hit. It was nothing like the regular crystal scorpions from before. I was sure that they would pierce through reinforced heavy armor like a knife through butter with little to no effort at all. Another difference was the golden crystal that grew all over its body. It was sturdy and my attacks did little to no damage to it, but I got the feeling that it was softer than the regular crystal around here. That being said, since it was this sturdy, I knew that it would be impossible to use some cheap tricks and attacks against it. Also, even though it was so sturdy and massive, it seems that its mobility was way better than that of regular scorpions, which was kind of bullshit if you were to ask me. And since I was unable to back away to the safety of infantry because of its mobility, so far I have died about 8 times to it. But the biggest problem was its stinger. Bigger, longer, more deadly and venomous than that of the regular scorpions. But instead of following the regular logic of pierce the enemy then inject it with poison, this guy of course had to possess the ability that would allow it to freely spray the poison all over the arena at its leisure. It also fired it in 3 different modes: single shot, burst fire and laser. What the fuck is up with that? All of the above elements combined into my current predicament, one where I was fighting it for at least a few hours and I was unable to make any visible progress. Battle of this level of intensity. This is nuts. And even if I was able to do some amount of damage, this fucker would back away and put some distance in between us instantly. If that fact wasn't enough, apparently it also possessed some sort of healing ability, for when it raised its claws to the moon, all of its wounds seemed to have closed instantly. This was doing some serious damage to my poor heart, but my fighting spirit was yet to be broken. I was still in the game. Still, fighting for so long was starting to take its toll on me. But I still managed to fight in such a way to collect as much information as possible. Now, that information would allow me to create a sort of battle strategy for the next encounters. First of all, contrary to its smaller brethren, it seems to be somewhat less durable. Its overall appearance was fascinating, but when compared to the normal scorpions its armor was full of cracks and crevices. If I succeeded in sticking my blades through those, it should be possible for me to damage it. The only thing I should be really worried about is the long-range venom-spewing attack. The single shots were quite easy to avoid, and the others were manageable too, as long as I remember to maintain a reasonable distance from this beast. The laser deals a devastating amount of damage, but if I continue to run away from it, it should be possible to avoid it completely. Not to mention that during this attack, which lasted for about 5 seconds, it was impossible for the scorpion to attack me in any other way. But it should be noted that even though there were opportunities for me to avoid those attacks, allowing myself to be hit by them even once would spell a game over for me instantly. I don't even want to think what's about to happen if that venom touches me. Its self-restoration is also quite a drag, but it seems that moon is the key to it. Speaking of which, wasn't the power of the moon also used by Wiseman to create an alternate reality where Setsuna's grave was located? So maybe the way in which the golden scorpion regenerates itself with the power of the moon works in the same way as the solar panels that absorb the energy of the sun? I wonder if it will be interrupted if the clouds hide the moon behind them? It would be nice. Otherwise it will be increasingly more difficult to deal with. The problem was now how to deal with those hammer-like claws. The solution was pretty obvious, but difficult to carry out. Run away and return. The rest is just a matter of avoiding that ridiculously high attack damage. But, hunting like that was never my forte. If I could somehow destroy some of its parts, it would somewhat limit its attack options. Not that I cannot try some other means of dodging and evading, but if I could act on the simplest of scenarios, that is what I would like to do. 6 MP left. This means that if worst comes to worst, I could seek shelter inside inventory 6 more times. 6 emergency evasions, but if I could help it, I don't want to use them at all. One reason was that I still wasn't sure if transferring to inventory would be treated as fleeing from battle or not. Actually, I know nothing about what's happening outside inventory while I'm inside it. Therefore, even if I was forced to use inventory, I wanted to stay inside it as short as possible. But I won't lie, a brief respite would sure be nice. However, since this battle was dragging on for so long, my MP recovery potions and recovery items were running dangerously low. So there was that as well. Come on, Golden Scorpion. Can't you take down only one person? Is it that much of a problem to you? I then swing one of my swamp daggers at the scorpion in an attempt to provoke it. As expected, it bounced off of one of its claws that look more like an oversized shield than the actual claw. Chapter 102, The Hunger Impulse Part 2. Although my dagger bounced off like that, there was no need to panic. I still had the second dagger at the ready, so I was ready for almost anything. The hammer-like claw came crashing down towards my location with almost unimaginable speed, creating a huge crack in the crystal floor, sending small crystal pebbles in every direction. At the very next moment the scorpion lashed with its long tail, smashing it into the place where I was currently standing. I managed to evade the tail attack just in the nick of time and find myself some safe space amongst the rubble. First of all, let's see how you like some attacks from above. Swamp daggers were actually anti-weapons, which means that there were a myriad of ways in which you could use them, as well as they possessed good damage values and reasonable durability. But I decided to change my weapons to Yuzuki. My reason for that? Each time I attack with Upper Fang, there is a chance to score bonus critical hit damage, and each time I score a critical hit with the Lower Fang, I would restore a small portion of my maximum HP. I feel like the key to winning this battle will be more or less reliant on my ability to skillfully balance those two extra abilities of my weapons. 50-50 would be ideal in this situation. For some reason this is becoming more and more fun. I restore some of my HP with Yuzuki's ability and then activate Nitrogain again. Then I activate Hungry Wolf, which was already used at least several times, and then I activate the rest of my skills with the exception of one. For some time I was using Empire Bee's swords to attack the scorpion's tail, but I had to switch them once their durability started to sink dangerously low. Oh no you don't. I won't let you break them. The midair jumping and skywalk turned out to be crucial during this battle. Thanks to that, I was able to jump over the golden scorpion and position myself right behind its tail where it was harder for the scorpion to attack me. I could also use the momentum created during the jump to attack the base of its tail a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. Nice. At the same time the scorpion was effortlessly trying to attack me with its claws. From time to time it tried to attack me with its poisonous stinger, but each time I was able to evade it with my water mirror moon skill. Unleashing this skill would take the aggro off me and allow me to get some more free hits in. Shit, I got too ahead of myself. The effect of spamming attacks and deleting my stamina bar to 0 is just like it used to be. I had a skill that could mitigate it slightly, but for the price of being able to move I would take increased damage for a while, and right now it was something I would rather avoid having to deal with. In that case, oh, for fuck's sake. Transfer, inventory. Being out of stamina and open for attacks. There was no other choice for me right now. While being there, waiting for my MP and stamina to recover, I could feel my tension slowly fading away. Even though it was not my actual body, mental tension was something that my real body could actually share with my avatar. While fighting alongside Pensilgton and Katsu I thought I started to build a natural resistance to tension, but apparently that was not the case. Guess my skill progression in that particular case was really slow. Let's go back. Like hell I'm gonna let you do whatever you want. I then go out of inventory and rush at the scorpion at full speed. I throw one of my knives forward and once I see it sink into the crack in between the crystal around the scorpion's claw, I use Hand of Fortune to plunge it even deeper into its body. I use the attack that was a lighter version of Pile Bunker with one of my daggers, hitting the back of the scorpion's claw while simultaneously avoiding its attack. Give it a rest. Already. Then I turn my twin blades into one sword. This version of Yuzuki also possesses a special ability called Moon Aura. It is an ability that imbues the crescent moon-shaped blade with additional power that is unleashed upon a single blow. I direct that single blow towards the base of the scorpion's tail, hoping to sever it once and for all. And when I felt that the blade started to tear through crystal and flesh instead of bouncing off of it, I was suddenly confident that I managed to achieve just that. Alrigged. The severed stinger flies high into the air, making a beautiful parabola while it was at it. It got stuck to the ground just a few centimeters from me, way too close for comfort. Ha 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 ha. In that moment, every single chart and battle plan that was in my mind disappeared. Stinger collection comes before anything else. As long as I can collect it, I'm fine with everything else. Remembering the previous instance when the RNG goddess fucked me over, I broke into a mad rush towards the severed stinger, probably setting a new record on that short distance or something like that. Go get it before it disappears or the scorpion manages to recover it. Got it. I then proceed to place the golden scorpion stinger in my inventory with utmost care. Ha! What's this? Fury mode. But I feel like time began to flow once more. Each time my sword hits the golden crystal, I can see something like a small explosion occurring, and even the fragments of the golden crystal were so filled with magical power that there were sparks flying all over them. Victory is, well, I'd say about 20% at best, although it was nerve-wracking. Now I could finally get rid of all that tension that was filling me and begin collecting the materials. I shudder just thinking what would have happened otherwise, but that's about it. That being said, whatever shall I do next time something like that happens? No. When it comes to that, I'll just have to be ready. The moon slowly begins to sink. The sky gets brighter with every second and before I know it the sun starts to peek out from behind the horizon. I wanted to go home, but I was currently not in the mood for returning by death. What to do? Wake up, you morons. Chapter 103, Craving Tenacity Part 1. I don't really have an instruction manual for this game, and I don't read all that deep into the wiki pages. However, there are still things that I am able to understand just by looking at my surroundings. For example, that the AI of the golden scorpion was pretty similar to that of the regular crystal scorpions. I don't know what the developers were thinking, but thanks to that it should be entirely possible to kill this monster just like its brethren. Ha 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 ha. Soon the alarm should inform me that the sun is rising. I race around the crystal cliffs screaming like mad, paying extra attention not to get hit by the big hammer-like claws that were falling onto the ground time after time. Why was I even running around and screaming like that? It was painfully obvious. If I behave as loudly as humanly possible, so much that other players could even hear me inside of the valley down below, I should be able to draw the attention of the remaining scorpions that should still be lurking somewhere around here. And when I got a visual confirmation that there were indeed crystal scorpions approaching me at a very fast pace, I made a quick U-turn and started running back towards the gold scorpion, avoiding its hammer claws in the process. Just like you would do when you try to avoid an oncoming car, it's all about the right timing. Now I jump into the air right before colliding with the golden scorpion and traverse the air with the help of my skywalk. However, even though its stinger was gone, that doesn't mean that the scorpion lost its means to attack with it. It lashed its tail at me and I could feel the hit connect with my right arm. You think something like that will stop me? My current action, my position, the position of scorpion and its hammer claws, taking all of those factors into consideration, the answer should be nothing but obvious. I used that moment to separate Yuzuki into two swords again, and placed the upper fang back in my inventory, since my right arm was numb from that blow and I wouldn't be able to wield it effectively. Then, when I start seeing the crystal group that was approaching us fast, I grow more and more confident in my strategy. With the moonlight slowly disappearing behind my back, I pointed towards the scorpion with my finger while I declare, "Take a good look at me, because I'm the one who is going to crush you to pieces. How do you like that?" The target of the crystal horde was me, of course, but what would happen if they were absolutely oblivious when it comes to their surroundings or their own well-being? It seems that the scorpion's AI misunderstood the situation and didn't register the incoming enemies as one of its own, and so it turned away from me, raised its hammer claws and rushed straight towards the incoming horde. It chose to intercept them over rushing after me. If I chose to face them, I would have been swallowed by the crystal tsunami without a shred of doubt. And even if I were to run away, they would eventually catch up to me. But like that, I could avoid being stuck in between the scorpion and the crystal place. "Oh, that's so nice of you. Now then, please do your best to protect me from these pests." The golden scorpion and the crystal wave were just about to clash with one another under the slowly disappearing moonlight. Just then I approached the golden scorpion from behind and gently tapped it on its wounded tail. "Good luck. Please do your best there." "No, but honestly, drop dead you asshole." Thinking about it logically, that golden assholes should be able to make a paste of the small fries. But I should take a look just in case I would have to deal a finishing blow to either group. Up until now I was laying on the floor inside of inventory, just chilling. But then I decided to get up and see how the carnage was unfolding. Transfer, exit the inventory. There was a momentary flash of white light and in the next moment I exchanged the rough and metal landscape of inventory to the all too familiar crystal cliff. Upon my return I shifted my gaze to look at the golden scorpion, and the only thing I could say was, "You've got to be shitting me." Defying every expectation, the golden scorpion was still standing, although it was in a state that could only be described as half dead. I could see that it did everything it could to crush its adversaries, but at the cost of sustaining heavy injuries itself. Its whole body was covered in cracks, and the right hammer claw was missing completely. Its tail was also almost completely ripped off, with only bits and pieces being left and hanging from its body. It must have given its all to defeat the crystal scorpions, as I could see their corpses literally polluting the whole area. Upon closer inspection, some of the golden scorpion's legs were also missing. But it was still alive. Chapter 103, Craving Tenacity Part 2. There were some kind of fumes oozing out of the cracks in the golden crystal. Was it magical power? Or maybe blood that was quickly evaporating? Whatever it was, the more it was losing it the weaker it was becoming. To be able to take out so many crystal scorpions and survive. Unbelievable. The golden scorpion managed to crush its opponents not by clever strategy or tactics, but only by brute force. And what's that? There, in the distance, There was a group of crystal scorpions that was running away from here. Could it be that they deemed the fight as lost and decided to run away instead of picking up a lost fight? Why are you running, huh? Why the fuck are you running? Aren't you the ultimate predators? Hearing that, there was a new wave of fumes coming out of the scorpion's wounds. I got a feeling that it was something like the declaration of its will to fight. It was so intense that it was distorting the air all around here. Although its form was greatly damaged, the battle was not over yet. It may be half dead, but it was still dangerous. Who would have thought? A mob that reacted emotionally to a taunt and decided to attack even though it was probably against its patterns. This only goes to show just how unique the AI of the rare enemy is. Looks like the battle would still continue. Not that it was necessarily a bad thing. Quite the opposite. It filled me with a new sense of determination. You've done it, Shangri-La Frontier. Good, good. If it's a fight you want, it is a fight you shall get. No trick and no cheats, just come at me with everything you've got. I managed to persevere up until now. I needed to keep my cool right now so that I won't make a stupid mistake. Stupid mistakes are what kills people. Then I activate all of my available skills and grip my weapon tightly with my left hand. My right hand was still feeling numb, so I decided to leave it as it is instead of gambling with holding a sword in it. Instead, I wanted to focus as much as possible on the left hand and the weapon I was holding in it. Here I come. At the same time the golden scorpion launched itself right at me, raising its remaining claw and dragging whatever it was that remained out of its body with it. As the scorpion comes closer, it brings its hammer claw to the ground, dragging its wounded body at a surprisingly high speed. Even though I managed to evade the attack and tried to respond with a few attacks of my own, the magical fumes coming out of its wounds prevented me from getting closer. The scorpion responded by throwing the remnants of its tail at me, which swung in an irregular motion. I managed to lean backwards to just barely avoid the swing, my back right now almost parallel to the ground. Then I was forced to immediately roll to the side, as the hammer claw came crashing down towards where I was just a moment ago. Shaking off the feeling of crystal shrapnels digging into my back, I start a mad dash from place to place, each time just barely dodging the hammer claw strikes that fall to the ground, creating small craters where it strikes. In face of that, I could feel overwhelmingly inferior. But all this time I was looking for a solution, a way that would help me ascertain my victory. I have searched meticulously and diligently until the time has come. You're mine. Finally, the golden crystal reaches its limit and shatters under the pressure from the erupting magical power. There was one last gust of magical fumes and then the body of the golden scorpion shakes before it eventually came to a stop. Why is it that you can defeat so many enemies by forcing them to inflict harm on themselves? I couldn't help but wonder about that. Then I take a stance that I practiced so much during my days in United Runs and deliver a mighty piercing strike to one of the scorpion's eyes. Just to be sure, I repeat that action 7 more times until eventually every single eye of the golden scorpion was gouged out. The blade finally reaches deeper into the scorpion's head, delivering a cracking sound that is different from when you crack a shell or crush something underneath your foot. Then the golden scorpion started to glow brightly in what I supposed was a one last death rush of magical energy. Now, let's just get this over with. I want to be done with this so that I can finally go to sleep. Chapter 104, Desperation at the End of a Fierce Battle Part 1. Logically thinking, the threat represented by the golden scorpion now that its eyes had been gouged out should be close to zero since it was no longer able to target me. It could only respond to my attacks with some claw slam or tail lash here and there, but it wouldn't be able to hit me since it was throwing them in the completely opposite directions. However, apparently that's not the case here. In the meantime I opened and closed my right hand energetically to confirm that the numbness was finally gone. If I wanted to make some high-risk, high-reward plays right about now, I needed to be absolutely sure that I had some sort of contingency plan just in case things go south. Of course it was all to RNG, but that's not important right now. The time until it completely collapses, I'd give it about 2 more minutes. Whatever one's motives may be, Every single player plays games in order to achieve something that is impossible to pull off in the real world. Therefore, when facing a strong opponent like that, a certain amount of recklessness was necessary in order to make the victory complete, a certain randomness, a certain dramatic factor. Unfortunately, RNG played a really huge role in those things. After all, if you don't have fun, what's the point in playing games in the first place? So let's try to do something fun here, something that would make this win more memorable. It seems that the Golden Scorpion was no longer able to control the aim of its attacks, and was just swinging and charging at random. Of course, there were certain holes and intervals in those actions that I could exploit in my favor. Also, it seems that it was even more dangerous now that it was blinded and severely damaged. I used that opportunity to close the distance in between us and slash at it about 3 times with my right-hand weapon. Just as the hammer claw was about to close in on my location, I used Water Mirror Moon to direct its aggro somewhere else. Then I took the explosive idol out of my inventory and threw it high in the air. Wow! It was ticking just like any normal time bomb. Explosion should occur in 3, 2, 1. Now, the figurine falls to the ground and for a moment out there it looks like it's about to swell tremendously before eventually letting out a huge spherical explosion that blasted the scorpion away. The blast was so huge that it literally blew away the crystal pieces that were scattered all over. Even I was being pushed back by the shock wave. Oi, stop it. Stop it. At this rate we will be both blown away. You hear me? Will be blown away. I had to pierce the ground with my swords to be able to stay in place. On the other hand, the scorpion's tail was now barely hanging onto its body by a single thread of skin, which would most probably fall off eventually. It would be a lie if I said that it didn't feel oddly satisfying to see the scorpion's tail finally ripped off from its body and flying into the distance. At the same time, I had so much trouble with cutting it off and the explosion did it just like that. Really? I wonder, if Yuzuki got any destructive attributes to it, would it be easier to achieve? Oh well, this is the end, you gold scorpion bastard. Now the only means of attack for the Golden Scorpion were to rush at me or to smack me with its hammer claw. But even so, right now it was all too easy for me to unleash a barrage of devastating attacks that it would soon deal a finishing blow to it. Even when compared to Wizamon, I must say that you were a most formidable opponent. I could say that with all certainty. Maybe its stats weren't as big as those of Wizamon, but it was definitely strong. The moment when a boss or a strong enemy is defeated, there is no more satisfying and lonely moment in the life of any gamer. I then activated the skill Crescent Vorpal and slash at the scorpion's hammer claw diagonally from the bottom left to upper right. But it wasn't the end. Right after I passed the blades through the hammer claw, I twisted them and directed them towards Scorpion's main body. It's morning already, so go away together with the moon. Skill Secret Sword Art, Crescent Moon Cut. Skill that I bought at Rabbit's, allowing me to slash from upper right to lower left, tracing a shape of the crescent moon in the air. Being cut off from its body, the hammer claw shoots in the air and traces an arc in midair before eventually falling to the ground. The movement of my swords stops, but this doesn't mean they have lost their power. I watched as the scorpion got up and began charging straight at me, getting my swords ready. This would bring an end to this whole fight. The timing was nothing but perfect, and just as the golden scorpion was about to get close to me, its own hammer claw came crashing down onto its head, crushing it and spraying red polygons everywhere. HNNNGGGHHH. Alrigged. As the rain of red polygons and shattered crystals falls all over me, I let out a victory cry. It doesn't even matter if another group of crystal scorpions becomes active or not. There was nothing that could possibly beat the euphoria I was feeling right now. However, unlike the battle with Wizamon, it was a war of attrition in a whole other sense of the word. Here I needed to deliver the top performance almost non-stop at every single attempt, for even longer than 30 minutes. In a sense, this battle may have been even harder than the one against Wizamon. I'm so tired, but it was so much fun. I want to go to sleep. I lie down on the ground, smiling so radiantly that it could well rival the radiance of the sun. Even if I was to be mauled down by the incoming crystal horde, I'm positive I could go down with a smile. However, there was still work to be done here. First of all, I pick up my stuff from the ground. Then I examine a golden crystal shard that was left after the golden scorpion died. Thinking about it right now, scorpions. Maybe I could use their materials to try to enhance some of my weaker weapons? It would certainly be worth a try. No harm with getting stronger. Thinking that, I start gathering the materials and putting them away into my inventory. Maybe I should take a screenshot and make a wallpaper out of it. Chapter 104, Desperation at the End of a Fierce Battle Part 2. In the first place, since the enemy had a rare status, there are dozens of golden crystal shards just littering the place. I carefully pick up every single one of them, paying extra attention not to miss anything in the process. And when I placed the last shard in my inventory, only then could I let out a sigh of relief. The battle was over, and so was the night. This is a truly godly game. Right now my chest was filled with a rather healthy sense of accomplishment. I could already tell that it was something on a completely different level than accomplishing something within a shitty game, where it was nothing but struggle against the bugs and unreasonable system mechanics. However, that exact sense of frustration was the source of energy that would fuel you to push forward when it comes to shitty games. So wait, does that mean that shitty games can bring something productive if they really want to? Like generating stress in order to get rid of even bigger stress? Now then, what to do? Honestly speaking, going back to Idolato from all the way up here would be kind of problematic. No, let's put that another way. I didn't want to go all that way on foot. So what? Logically speaking, diving off the cliff to my death was the most sensible answer, but it would be a waste of my good mood, since right about now I felt more alive than ever before. Even though it is just a game, it makes me feel like that. All right. Time to put those feet of mine to good use. It was then that I felt the whole cliff starting to shake violently. In the distance, I could see another wave of crystal scorpions coming closer towards my location. Is it just me, or are they even larger than the previous ones? Oh, won't you look at that? Perfect timing. I was just looking for an incentive for a quicker run. Almost immediately after that I started to run in the opposite direction to the crystal scorpions, hauling ass like mad since my movement speed skills were all on cooldown. The back alleys of Idolato, the vast majority of night players logged out for now, and slowly but surely the daytime players started to take their place. But fortunately I was able to arrive at the promised meeting place without any trouble or running into obstacles. Speaking of which, it was an actual miracle that I managed to get away from those scorpions without even a single scratch. Am I amazing, or what? Emule, are you in here, buddy? Yes, sir. Right here. One of the randomly placed boxes shook heavily, and after a moment Emule jumped out of it energetically. Emule shook some dust off of his fur and looked at me with a smile, and then his eyes became bigger than ever before. What an amazing aura you have about you right now, Sanraku-san. It's like your Vorpal soul energy doubled or even tripled suddenly. Really now? Maybe I'm becoming even more Vorpal with each passing day. Oh yeah, here, a souvenir. It's so beautiful and it sparkles so much. What is it? Excrement of the crystal scorpion, apparently. Phobia. Hey now, don't throw it away. It's a rare item, you know? Even if it's a piece of crap. Then, together with Emule we went back to Rabbits and went straight towards Break's workshop. Oh well, if it isn't our birdhead lad. Good timing. That thing you're left with me is almost finished. Then, before she could say anything else, I take out a certain item and place it on the anvil. The stinger of the golden crystal scorpion and another item, a crystal that was as big as a basketball. Break, after spending a few days on repairing the reactor for me, looked at the stinger with her eyes as big as a pair of saucers. This isn't any ordinary crystal stinger you've got there, and this thing is extremely rare and hard to obtain. Worth nothing but a small fortune, almost impossible to break. Crystal nucleus of the golden crystal scorpion. The rusty anvil is basked in delicate golden light. Was that my extremely high luck stat that allowed me to obtain it? Or maybe it was the fact that I was taking down such strong enemies all on my own. Anyways, it was apparently extremely lucky for me to have obtained such a rare treat. Taking a closer look at it, it looks as though there's a whole different galaxy contained within the crystal ball. Who would have thought that I would get my hands on something so valuable? If you'd be so kind, I thought that maybe you could use some of those items in the legacy weapon you're making. You know, to give it a little bit of extra kick. Break, everything all right there? Break's eyes got even wider, and her mouth hung wide open. Having my suspicions, I waved my hand right in front of her face and then checked for the pulse. Yo, she dead. I'm alive, you stupid tart. Apparently she just fainted with that kind of expression from all the excitement. I exchanged a short glance with Emule, and then we all laughed shortly but sincerely from just how absurd this whole situation seemed to be. Emule then returned to his rightful place at the top of my head while Break started to closely examine all of the materials, looking at them with fascination. Before logging out there was one thing I wanted to do. So we returned to my room and entered inventory, with the intention of giving the repaired reactor a spin. Foo-fa-fa-foo. I am the first one to give myself a ride in this incredible power suit. Taking a stroll through the inventory's space, I reached out towards the power suit that was still supported by its stand. Making my choice, I approached the suit of my choice and placed the reactor in the corresponding slot, waking the armor from its long slumber. Phew, ha 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 ha. Now, awaken, my Siryu. I won't go into details here, but suffice it to say that I lost the incentive to play Shangri-La Frontier for about 2 days straight. Chapter 105, If They Can't Eat Bread Let Them Eat Rice Part 1. The shossing despair and the fatigue from my battle with crystal scorpions and the golden scorpion forced me to escape from Shanfro back to reality. Looking up at the clock, it was around 5 a.m., and while I know that getting up so early is not all that healthy for your body, insomnia is a much bigger threat in my opinion. I leave my room and just like a severely malnourished and dehydrated zombie I descend into the kitchen. Ana-chan, what's up with you getting up this early in the morning? Shut it. I don't want to hear that from someone who is wasting his youth for something as retarded as part-time jobs. Well, excuse me, but if shining as brightly as the star is retarded for you, then there's nothing I can help you with that line of thinking. Just look at her, how strong my little sister is. But since I'm logging into the game every single day, then maybe there will come the day when I'll be as good as Katsu is at gaming. So anyways, what's wrong? To be blunt, you look as if you just went through hell. Nah, how should I put it? It's like as if you finally bought the clothes you were desperately saving your money for, but then they turn out to be too small for you. Something like that. Seriously, are you really okay? Are you sure you can photosynthesize well enough? Want me to get you somewhere with more sun? I don't think that would help me all that much when it comes to gaming. Hey, what am I to you? Some kind of a mindless plant? While trying to deliver a karate chop onto my little sister's head, I remember the despair I felt at that exact moment. There was nothing that could possibly profit that nasty turn of event, but at first it was simply amazing. However, this thing was not a power suit per se. It was in fact a power armor consisting of 4 elements: head, torso, arms and legs. Meaning, the Lucan curse applied to it as well. It almost made me bash my own head against a wall. But it's just that, I knew it. I tried so hard to repair the reactor and get this thing working, but in the end it turns out that I won't even be able to use it properly. Also, I found out that most of its armaments were unable to function properly unless the full set of armor was being worn at the given time. The only saving grace was that I was able to confirm that the power armors could be activated and were functioning properly, but it was still a bitter pill to swallow, knowing that I won't be able to give them a go anytime soon and realize their true potential. That despair caused me to be unable to log in to Shanfro for about 2 days. And the worst thing was that the people would never possibly be able to understand just how much it hurt, just how much damage it caused me to suffer. Maybe what I need right about now is a change of pace. That's right, Ana-chan. Even if you happen to fail, the only thing you need to do is to get up and try again. Right? Or if that analogy was too hard for you to understand, try to do something else to see if it brings different results. Substitute. Change of pace. I see, that was actually quite helpful. Thanks. With a slightly better mood, I thanked my little sister and went back to my room. Yeah, except I was not talking about those stupid games of yours, you know. Fumu. There you go. I take the Shanfro game chip out of the console, put it back in its box and store it away at the game shelf. Then I turn towards one of the other boxes that were neatly stored there. Basically speaking, before playing Shanfro I was pretty much prejudiced and only played shitty games most of the time, but that doesn't mean that every single game that I bought is a shitty game. And one of those non-shitty games was Nephilim Hollow. As a genre it was a mecha fighting game. The setting for this game is that one day metal giants fell down from the sky and that almost led to the destruction of humanity. The players can choose between 3 distinct factions in the game and battle the other factions using those giant robots. I have always thought that it was a good game if someone was looking for a high-speed mecha combat while doing crazy acrobatics in the air. But even though it has such a nice premise, it's not all that well known or well populated. Why is that? Because it is really difficult, not in terms of actual difficulty, but when it comes to controls. I was introduced to that game even before I met Katsu and Pensilgton. One of my friends recommended it to me saying it's like trying to play guitar, bass guitar, drums and keyboard all at once, all alone. I was immediately sold by that description, and certainly, that description was not wrong. The pilots are not really sitting inside of the robots, but they rather fuse their minds with their systems, operating them like their own bodies. It is really interesting mechanic, but it also makes it tremendously difficult since you must take a whole bunch of things into account while piloting. For example, let's say that you have Gatling guns on both of your arms and shoulders. If that was a normal style of piloting, you'd only need to press a button or touch a panel to shoot them effectively. However, when it comes to Nephilim, that type of piloting is not an option, and rather than a machine you need to treat your robot like a natural extension of your own body. That is, the player must simultaneously control the movement, dodging, systems and combat aspect of the mecha. Technically you could leave the movements to the CPU, but that would cause your overall win rate and immersion to dwindle tremendously. Chapter 105, If They Can't Eat Bread Let Them Eat Rice Part 2. If you wanted to think of reaching high into this game's ranking mode, you needed the ability to precisely maneuver your frame and engage in combat at the same time at ultra high speed. Because of that it wasn't unusual for a pair of people to pilot the same frame together, since that would ease the amount of input to watch out for by half. So I was wondering how would someone like me, who usually plays solo, would do. However, once you get used to that the game is really enjoyable, since the developers did a really good job with balancing gameplay with the story. That being said, the learning curve and high difficulty of entry made this game somewhat inaccessible to newbies, making the game something that was more enjoyable to watch than actually play. Yes, it is a good analogy to say that Nephilim Hollow was a direct opposite of Berserker Passion Online. Both games were not all that popular, but if the former was attracting the players because of its easy learning curve, the latter was scaring people away with its difficulty. Besides, Crap managed to turn its bug-ridden gameplay into one of its main selling points, but the Nephilim Hollow couldn't do something like that. Was that a difference in management, or was it something else? Nonetheless, taking my little sister's advice, the only thing that could satiate my hunger for mecha action was some actual mecha action. I had another mecha game in my collection, but it was a truly outrageous shitty game, so I'll leave that be for now. So, what kind of character I want to play in this game right about now? There was surely a different kind of excitement that was accompanying getting back to an old game from the excitement of playing a brand new one. That's right, Kingfisher, was it? After logging into the game, I went straight to the warehouse where I was storing my own custom Nephilim. I know that it was just a game, and the one not that much grounded in reality, but I could swear that I saw my frame covered in a thick layer of dust. It's been a while, Kingfisher. God, I can't believe just how good the color scheme works for you. It gets me every single time. The idea behind this frame was fairly simple. I took every single thing that I deemed unnecessary in order to maximize its movement speed, and then gave it a set of weapons that would be capable of taking down my opponents in one fell swoop. That is the kind of frame the Kingfisher is. I stripped it of almost all of its armor and gave it only the parts that would accelerate the speed of its movements without losing in the field of aerodynamics, which made it look more like a doll rather than a steel giant that fell from the heavens. However, thanks to that, it could achieve speeds normally impossible for a middle-class frames, and the extra thrusters would allow it to exceed those limits even further, although only for about 5 seconds or so. But the specifications of this build made it to be like a firework. It was capable to maintain high speed but only for a short amount of time. It was difficult to maneuver while doing so, and if even one piece of its equipment would somehow get damaged, its mobility would drop even further, making the victory almost impossible to achieve. In other words, it would require of me to defeat my opponents in around 3 minutes or even less. Thinking about it now, power armor and a mecha are only similar on paper, but in reality they are worlds apart. Who cares when it comes to that? It's just the case of properly adjusting your mindset. It was nothing but a minor detail, nothing I needed to be overly concerned about. After I checked everything, I went to the entrance of the company I was affiliated with without delay. The maneuvers are just as sweet as I remember them, but my shots are still messy and my feints easy to see through. I'm rusty, that's for certain. Normally, since I specialize in long-range combat, I would have taken care of my opponent long ago, but the battle was starting to drag on. It was enough of the proof that I got rusty with this game. Last time I played that game it was a few months ago, but at that time I was aiming for the very top of the ranking ladder. There was tension. There was excitement, but I must admit that even though I was meeting lots of good opponents, I somehow started to feel burned out. But now, if I remember correctly, the name of that player is Pilot Trust has issued a duel invitation to you. Would you like to accept? That's it. Rust. Now I remember. Are the rumors about my return traveling that fast? Seeing the name Rust displayed on the screen served to jog my memory. It was one of the top-ranking players from around the time I was still around. Rust's frame had its boosters placed asymmetrically, which allowed it to perform some truly amazing maneuvers that made it resemble a falling leaf dancing in the wind. Our last duel ended in a draw, but for me it really felt like a bitter defeat. Truth to be told, that sense of defeat was the final straw for me, and after that I went to vent my frustration on other shitty games. I wanted to practice some more, but since an opportunity like that presents itself, I accepted without hesitation. Before long, I can see a red frame appear right before my eyes. Some details and armaments were different about it from the last time I saw it, but without a doubt, it was Rust's most trusted frame, Phoenix. My Kingfisher had a color blue for its main paint job, so it was a nice contrast to the Phoenix's red. All right. I shall beat your ass faster than it takes to prepare a cup of instant noodles. By that declaration, a huge blue and red bird took off in the direction of the city. Chapter 106, New Wave Incoming Part 1. I lost. I screamed at the top of my lungs when I respawned at the entrance, without even caring that I was gathering the attention of other players that were present out there. Goddamn it. I was too focused on that last attack. Thinking about it now, I was as good as dead once my thrusters and other parts got damaged. Once it lost its mobility, Kingfisher was nothing more than a sitting duck. If the damage was directed at the legs, I could have tried to prolong the battle to force it into a draw again, but the new match time made that task increasingly more difficult. There's nothing wrong with my offensive power, but what good will it do to me if I'm not able to avoid incoming attacks? That is to say, I also didn't expect the arena to be so small. It made maneuvering that much harder, because of which I couldn't realize my full potential, but it's no use worrying about it now. After all, equipment is also a crucial part. Without some good parts it will be impossible for me to rack up wins again. It goes to show just how much things have changed since the last time I was around. New weapons, new parts, new strategies. Compared to that, I was clumsy and sluggishly slow. Originally Kingfisher was modeled after a certain boss in this game, but if I wanted to change my style and play in a different way, the only thing I needed to do was to change some parts and voila. Thinking about that, I cross my arms over my chest. On a side note, this Sanraku, contrary to my Shanfro counterpart, was fully dressed, so there was no threat of people giving me the look all the time. That stupid player name. No doubt about it. You're the Kingfisher. Rust. Oh. Yeah, right, Rust. Thanks for a wonderful match out there. GG, good game and all that. GG. Go shove it up your ass. When I turn around I can see a girl's avatar approaching me. She was glaring at me quite intensely through her visor, which could be selected at the very beginning of the game as an accessory. Incidentally, the accessory I was wearing on my head right now was called Old Nephilim Fusion Auxiliary Unit. It was an advanced accessory that one of the subclasses, a Gadgetman, could use in this game. Its stats were pretty good, but the only downside was that it looked kind of like a huge kettle. The fact that it hindered my field of view and that no one else was wearing it at the current moment was a testament to the fact that I was gone from this game for a long time. Why the hell are you back in this game? Why? Even if you ask me that, wasn't just the urge to have fun enough of a reason to do something? While I was thinking that to myself, I saw a young man walking towards Rust and tapping her on the shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was even younger than his looks. I'm terribly sorry. Rust might talk and behave like that, but in reality she's really glad that you came back to the game. You're the worst. Looking closely now, Rust was gently pulling my clothes as if she was trying to get closer, but I couldn't feel any real hostility coming from her. She seemed like a little dog that found a bone that it was looking for so long. Would that make this boy, Mold, its owner? Now hurry it up. I want a rematch. I'm terribly sorry but I'm really busy at the moment. Mold, you idiot. Ouch. As Rust kicked Mold's shin and screams at him, Mold jumps up and shrieks in pain. Putting the comedic skit aside, it seems that one of the top-ranking players wanted to have a rematch with me. So my answer could only be one. Sorry, but not right now. In that instant I could see that the expression on Rust's face changed drastically. She was red on the face and her eyes narrowed down considerably. She then asked quietly, "Why?" "Well, you see, I was going to come up with a new build for Minophilim. I read quite a bit of patch notes while I was waiting to log in. It seems that this game was receiving updates and new content quite regularly, unlike certain crap that had months of drought only to release a shitload of content in one go. I will most probably return to Shanfro in a day or two, but for now I wanted to see if I could improve Kingfisher to some extent." When I said that, Rust turned towards Mold and apologized to him. Her expression softened considerably. "It's not that I hate people who take playing games overly seriously. If you are passionate about something, then sure, go right ahead and be that way. But you need to take into account that not everyone wants to take something as seriously as you do. In that case, tomorrow, let's have a rematch tomorrow morning." All right. I accepted Rust's challenge and smiled at her, even though she wasn't able to see it because of the mask that was on my face. Then I decided to give constructing a new Nephilim a go right away. Chapter 106, New Wave Incoming Part 2. In order to build a new Nephilim from scratch, there are 3 processes which must be followed. First of all, you need to catch yourself a wild Nephilim. You do that over and over and over and over again. In this game, Nephilim is the term used to describe a giant machine that fell from the sky on one day. Most of them fall down from the sky still in the active state, which means they will try to attack the player on sight, since they will perceive the players as enemies. The player usually accepts the mission from one of the 3 Nephilim companies and then proceeds to capture the mecha. While going on such missions, you could stumble upon inactive Nephilim from time to time. The first Nephilim is issued to you by the company as a part of the game's story. Every consecutive Nephilim you want, you must hunt it down for yourself. There was an option of buying it from the company as well, but those frames have worse stats and the price isn't really worth it. This is something I have never considered in my plans before. Next step is to equip the captured Nephilim with custom parts. And since the Nephilim's exoskeleton looked like a human mannequin, equipping it with parts was actually like playing dress-up dolls. The parts could be found in the wilderness, bought from the company or black market, or even traded with other players. Each source has its own merits and demerits, but usually you want to obtain the best parts possible. Homing missiles that explode on contact with the ground. Nah, this might be too much of an overkill here. Once all that is done, you need to register the Nephilim to you and give it its own unique name. There, one fresh, new Nephilim, coming right up. Name, and name, huh. Well, this time around I can't really name it after its color scheme, so unlike Kingfisher, maybe I should go for something that would resonate with its overall appearance? Let's see. How would that sound in English? Or maybe German would be better? Nah, German is too pretentious. From now on, your name shall be Super Gutsy Man. The second place in the ranking was greatly confused at the current moment. He heard that since this morning, Kingfisher, who was once said to have destroyed the whole ranking ladder in this game, has returned. Super Gutsy Man has fought with Kingfisher before. It was the only player, other than the rank 1 Rust, that could best him in combat so easily. From what Super Gutsy Man has heard, Rust had a real grudge against Kingfisher, and so he thought that it might be worth his while to give it a shot at taking Kingfisher down in order to get to Rust that way. Especially since Rust's Phoenix completely and utterly destroyed his frame, which was equipped with a truly devastating heavy armor and quadruple cannons. For Super Gutsy Man, it was a crushing defeat. But this time it would be different. He wasn't the same guy as he was all that time ago, when he only started to climb the ranking ladder in hopes of getting all the way to the top. He did extensive research on all of the top players and their frames. He even went as far as to change his own playstyle and discard the quadruple cannons in favor of photon lasers, which could track his enemies and even bent a certain amount of times. Thanks to that he managed to climb all the way to rank 2, with only Rust separating him from sitting at the absolute top. What is this? Could this be what they called fate to happen across the legendary Kingfisher, the one who was Rust's equal? Here in a random duel he decided to enter. Sanraku was surely the name of the Kingfisher's pilot, but the frame itself was not Kingfisher. So Super Gutsy Man felt kind of honored that he would be the first one to fight Sanraku's new creation. And once both frames spawned on the battle arena. Fiddler's Club. Super Gutsy Man. I remember him to be strong. His frame, Hellhound, was equipped with a bending laser both at the front of the frame and at its back, which made it a bit problematic to fight. But my Fiddler's Club couldn't possibly have asked for a better sparring partner. Contrary to Kingfisher, this frame couldn't possibly destroy its enemies with one blow, but it was created just for the sake of fighting other human opponents. It's not my hobby to follow a loss with another loss, so let's give it my best to try and bring Phoenix down together with this gloomy mood in which Shanfro threw me. Chapter 107. This isn't a battle, but only a one-sided slaughter. Phoenix. From my battle with it as well as the stories of other players, I came to a conclusion that it was a monster of a frame, and the skills of its pilot made it truly terrifying to deal with. The common opinion of the other players was that thanks to its asymmetrical boosters, its maneuverability was totally unpredictable, and that made fighting it that much harder. Actually, if it wasn't for the pilot's abilities, the Nephilim in itself wouldn't be that terrifying. But the skills of the pilot made all the difference. I guess that's what mecha games are all about. I am sure that Katsu would disagree with me on that subject, but maneuverability, fighting prowess, reading your opponent's movements in advance, there was a whole lot more to those games than people may initially think. Katsu always looked down on those kinds of games, but seeing people like Rust here made me think that every type of game has their naturally born geniuses. At least Rust seemed to be that way to me. Her main forte is close and mid-range combat, but thanks to her exquisite piloting skills she could also perform really well when it comes to long-distance combat, which seemed to make her almost invincible. But just like everyone else, there must be something she's weak at. Something that would give me a chance at beating her. Anyways, as long as she and Mold work together, it would be almost impossible for Kingfisher to beat them. I heard that Mold is what is called an operator, and that Rust was responsible for combat and other stuff like that. This means that if you are a solo player, your effectiveness is actively dropped by half, since the battles would change from 1 versus 1 to 1 versus 2. That was a problem. Due to the relatively small player base, There was a small number of players with their own operators, but amongst this small number Mold was considered to be one of the best. "Hey, Kingfisher, here, you should take this." "What's this?" "It's the battle record from most of the games that Phoenix played in ranked matches. You're going to challenge her again tomorrow, right? You sure I can have it? I'm one of your biggest fans. That machine of yours. I hope that you can show us all something truly crazy tomorrow." "I'm not so sure about that. But, I would lie if I didn't say that I'm not looking forward to tomorrow as well. I see that there were also veteran players who were hoping to see Phoenix being brought to its knees. In particular, I've managed to get some good intel on her from two strong players, number 2 Super Gutsy Man and its Hellhound, as well as the number 3 guy who was piloting the Frame King's Gambit. I also heard that Rust refused to change her frame for as long as it stayed undefeated, so part of the reason why everyone was supporting me so much was so that they could see the next frame that Rust would come up with. It would be fine if she was only so stubborn when it comes to ranking matches, but apparently she even is like that when it comes down to casual play. I can't really deal all that well with people with an attitude like that. That's right. That's right. Even though Phoenix isn't that great of a construction, it still remains undefeated. It pains me to say it, but right about now you are probably the only one capable of taking her down." "Oh, shut up. I'm sure that anyone would be able to do so if they only tried hard enough." Honestly speaking, the former me would very much like the idea of conquering the ranking board all on my own. But right now when it's like Rust versus everyone else, I would really like for someone to teach her her place. And just like that, the morning of my fated battle with Phoenix has finally come, as I built a new frame and received lots of support from other players. "So that's Kingfisher's Sanroku's new frame, huh?" "The name of that frame is Fiddler's Club." "Is that some sort of word play in English translation?" "Fiddler can mean both a violinist and a cheat." "The meaning of the name is unimportant to me. I'd much rather want to know what it does and what are its weaknesses. It wouldn't hurt you to at least let me finish speaking, you know." There was a sudden sound of destruction and one of the buildings collapsed. In this game there was no script for a building to collapse on its own, so that must mean that someone clearly attacked it and caused it to crumble down. It was a message, a clear declaration of war. The message was, "I am here." After understanding this and ruling out the possibility of a trap, Rust headed towards that location. There it is. That reaction. It's Fiddler's Club. It looks like it also managed to spot us. What is that? Does it have 2 right arms? Scissors is a unit bookmark. It's not a common weapon, or at least it's not something you'd think of putting on a medium-sized frame like that. Maybe I'm blind, but it looks like every single part of that frame is meant for a heavy-class Nephilim. Judging by its equipment and height, Nephilims could be divided into 3 basic categories: lightweight, medium weight and heavyweight. For someone like Rust, who was one of Nephilim Hollow's strongest players, recognizing the opponent's strategies and basic information just from its equipment was as easy as pie. Its right arm is equipped with bookmark, and its legs are equipped with multi-stage propulsion thrusters. Now when it comes to the left arm and back I can't see, and the head I'm not sure. It looked as though the Fiddler's Club was a huge unit with its main weapon strapped to its right arm. Bookmark is a really specific weapon shaped after a pair of scissors, whose main job was to catch the opponent in between its blades and then cut them in half with one swift, powerful motion. It was mainly a weapon for large Nephilims. It was hard to use, but if wielded properly, one could easily achieve one-shot kills with it. At least that was Rust's evaluation. If you chose a weapon like that, it means that you think you have the skills necessary to use its full potential, and if you had that potential, you'd choose a strategy that would let you capitalize on that. And its head was equipped with 2 antennas, which made it resemble a snail's eyes or that of a crab. Rust was currently digging through her memory to remember what that particular headpiece was capable of. It disappeared. Rust. It's optical camouflage. The reaction is still visible on the radar. Let's get it started. There was light coming out of Fiddler's Club head, and in the next moment it disappeared completely. When Rust heard Mold's scream, she immediately knew that to do. Optical camouflage was a technology that reflected the light shining on the object, concealing its shape from others. She positioned Phoenix and started firing its Gatling gun in a certain spot. We can determine its position based on the light emitted by the boosters. There, a row of bullets fly through the air and penetrate the space where Fiddler's Club was just a moment ago, but it looks like that space was empty. However, Rust didn't fail to notice the light of the thrusters going to the side in order to avoid the incoming bullets. Apparently it was drawing closer and closer in an erratic pattern, all the while avoiding the Gatling gun fire and trying to get in the range of a melee attack. At least that much could be said from its boosters' trails. Certainly, that kind of movement was not something an ordinary person would be able to do. However, Sanraku was not an ordinary player and Rust was fully aware of that. Come on out, Fiddler's Club. No, that's not. It happened faster than Rust's brain could register what Mold was saying to her. To put it in simple terms, the undefeated Phoenix was split in 8 equal parts and fell to the ground. A respawn indicating defeat. Rust was standing at the entrance to the battle arena, as silent as the rest of the spectators. Apparently their brains were too shocked after what they saw to fully understand what just happened. Nephilim Hollow. Ironically, that was the only thing that was left of the once undefeated Phoenix. Chapter 108. A lion goes all out against a bunny. Phoenix gets a pizza cutter treatment. Part 1. What did you just do? After the battle finished, Rust rushed towards me, seeing that I appeared at the arena entrance once again. Mold was standing right behind her, but the two of them looked as though the truth of their utter defeat was yet to fully reach them. I mean, sure, I can tell you what I did back there, but wouldn't it be more fun to just figure this out on your own? I shook my head at Trust, who was demanding another rematch, having a really hard time to keep the blooming sense of superiority contained. 1 win, 1 lose, 1 draw. The score was finally even. In short, this battle just now made it as though that previous match never really happened. You there, Mold, was it? I get the feeling that you get what just happened. More or less, I think. Mold, what's that supposed to? I get a feeling that Mold understands what truly happened during the match, that he and Rust got caught right in the middle of a trap sprung by my Fiddler's Club. Phoenix has fallen. However, even though Rust tried to forget the humiliating feeling of losing, she quickly started to survey her surroundings, turning towards Mold at the same time. Tell me, what the hell happened there? The moment you tried to do a melee attack, what Fiddler's Club used was a jamming sensor. Jamming sensor, the device that feeds your opponent false information about your coordinates. Indeed, the combination of optical camouflage and jamming sensor was a thing to be feared in a game like this. It was able to let you escape virtually any kind of situation. But that doesn't make any sense. She was paying close attention to the images left by the thrusters, and even so they still ended up getting sliced and diced into fine pieces. They didn't even get a chance to retaliate properly. The only people who would be able to fully understand this situation were the third-party viewers, or people such as Mold. Essentially, the moment you couldn't figure out its location, Fiddler's Club went right behind us. Impossible. If he wanted to get behind me, I would have seen the effect of his thrusters trying to flank me. And he couldn't possibly have walked on the ground. Aircraft frames possess no ability that would allow them to walk on the ground. They are units that consume energy constantly in large quantities, but in exchange can stay in the air and maneuver all over it. So if he wanted to get behind her in one swift motion, he would need to use his boosters, and there was no way she would miss that. Wait, did he perhaps move without any indicators? Just as yet another battle begins, Rust tries to analyze the situation. The propulsion created by boosters is a heat wave visualized as a burst of flames, so if his movement method didn't rely on them, there would really be no possible indication of his movements. No way. Mold, this guy knows about invisible movements. If my guess is correct. Phoenix turned towards one of the back alleys that went from the main street. Fiddler's Club was standing there patiently, waiting. She aimed at it with her weapon and fired away. Fiddler's Club disappeared just like the last time, the flame effects coming from his thrusters becoming obstructed as well. There is only one type of maneuver that does not produce any indicators when moving through the air. Phoenix takes aim at the pile of rubble slightly to the side where Fiddler's Club was standing and fires away. Shortly after, Fiddler's Club's appearance is revealed. G-Gravity Boy? Why, where? There was no way. A new type of accessory that was introduced in the update about 2 weeks ago. It was disguised as its additional arm, and it's the secret of his disappearance trick. Chapter 108, A Lion Goes All Out Against a Bunny, Phoenix Gets a Pizza Cutter Treatment Part 2. My, oh my, looks like the cat is out of the bag. Well, honestly speaking, I wasn't even hoping that the same trick would work here more than once. Luckily for me, the thing was only one of the aces that Fiddler's Club was keeping up its sleeve. Even so, I must say that this jammer plus camouflage technique earned some truly interesting results. Not to mention that I can even switch modes from a biped to a quadruped if I see fit. The lower half of its body was rotating on a vertical axis, so it was possible to switch its 2 legs into 4, and even equip arms on every single one of them. All thanks to the advanced customization that made it all possible. Now then, what are we going to do here? First of all, its mobility was abysmal, all because of the tremendously increased weight. That could have been somewhat mitigated by installing a larger booster, but the weight problem would still be there. So it wasn't even remotely close to the mobility that Kingfisher presented. Next, the fuel usage. If you don't know what you're doing in that department, you're pretty much done for. So in order to make it possible to divert energy into the legs switching mechanism, some kind of compromises and smart management was required. I was planning to equip it with some countermeasures to its fuel problems as well, but since I was working on a tight schedule here, it was something that needed to wait for now. So instead of a prolonged battle in mind, I decided to do something else entirely, a short skirmish-oriented frame that could use up all the fuel it wanted and finish the battle without having to worry about anything else. This here Fiddler's Club was capable of eating through all of its energy reserves in a matter of seconds, but if you managed to get the enemy in range of your armaments, they would not be able to escape from them. After a brief pause, Phoenix begins to move again and accelerates. Apparently it was going to force me into battle rather than trying to maintain its distance. It was a good choice, since Phoenix was equipped with dual melee weapons and Gatling guns that would allow it to be prepared for any kind of scenario. I avoid the Gatling gun shots landing onto the ground and then charge forward with minimum effort, using as little boosters as I could. I had to admit, she had a tremendous advantage over me, be it in midair, on the ground or when it comes to overall experience. So if I was going to best rust, this is a skill that drives you into a kill or be killed kind of situation. After calmly assessing my situation, I deploy the optical camouflage once more, then I activated the jamming sensor, disappearing from Rust's perception for a few seconds. I then changed my leg units into a flight mode once more. My plan was to boldly approach the Phoenix and then get rid of my camouflage by myself. As for the jamming sensor, it could easily be cancelled by attacking, so there was no problem there. But there was always a possibility that after our last battle, Rust would be vigilant for close-ranged attacks, so she could be keeping her melee weapons at the ready. At least that's what it looks like from my perspective. It was a pretty bold and somewhat reckless move, but without taking any risk there can be no way of getting a reward. Even if I can't avoid it, I can at least try to intercept it. Try to get out of range and get within my own range. Bookmark is the main weapon, and a huge shield obstructs the vision of the left hand. Seeing Fiddler's Club appearing seemingly out of nowhere, Phoenix have no other choice but to grab its melee weapons and prepare to defend itself. The distance in between the two was too small to use a long-ranged weapon and too big to effectively use a melee weapon. Phoenix could easily close the remaining distance in a matter of seconds, but since she wasn't sure of the full capabilities of Fiddler's Club, she had to assume that it was a trap. And knowing that it was the player who had to make a decision, not the frame itself. Approach, keep your distance, attack, or maybe fall back to safety. However, the enemy could easily respond to every single move she would decide to undertake. That is why, this wasn't really a battle. It was the hunt, and it was the Fiddler's Club in the role of the predator. It's impossible that he returned to this game only yesterday. It was at this moment that Fiddler's Club released a capture net that was equipped on one of its legs towards Phoenix, effectively slowing it down for a few seconds. The blossom made out of reinforced wire bloomed in midair as it encompassed Phoenix, who was unable to do anything to avoid it. The speed of the net was far greater than that of Phoenix's boosters, so it didn't matter if it was to fly up, down, left or right. It was exactly what Fiddler's Club wanted. For Phoenix to try to use its staple irregular maneuvering to try to evade the net, even though it was impossible to do like that. It knew where Phoenix would be and it could prepare to attack accordingly. There was also no other way to deactivate the capturing net, other than the frame itself deactivating it of its own volition. In other words, there was no way for Phoenix to possibly avoid the stake driver that suddenly flew from behind Fiddler's Club's shield, piercing one of Phoenix's wings and drastically decreasing its flying and evasion potential. If you were focusing entirely on long-range combat, this King's Gambit would not work, but since you've decided to take the battle up close and personal, you've sealed up your fate with that. It would take 3 seconds for Fiddler's Club to shorten the distance. In 5 seconds, Fiddler's Club's finisher would destroy its enemy mercilessly. The bookmark shoots forward, grabbing Phoenix by the neck and tightening so much that Phoenix would be unable to escape. The only thing that Fiddler's Club needed to do now was to wait for its pilot to issue an appropriate command to finish it all. Sorry for that, but the name can be a little bit deceiving. Even though it's a scissor, there's a total of 6 blades. In the next moment, 6 blades started to run across Phoenix's body, similar to a way in which a pizza cutter cuts through pizza crust. It was a type of attack meant for taking down huge, heavy-armored Nephilim. So for someone like Phoenix, it only took about a second for its durability to fall down to 0. Just like in the previous game, Phoenix exploded in an effective fashion, putting a nasty smile on my lips. Chapter 109, Upping the Win Count Part 1. With the final score being 2 losses and 3 wins on my end, even though it was somewhat of a close call, it can be said for sure, it was a complete and utter victory on my end. It seems that Rust also understood that, and she was trying her best to control her emotions and not to let them show up on her face. You know, for some reason I feel like I'm drinking a full-bodied wine straight out of a plastic bag. Gunanu. Now. Fiddler's Club does not have a main motif. One-shots, traps, chases, combination attacks. It was well equipped for a whole variety of situations, which was making it relatively hard to deal with if you didn't know what to expect. In a nutshell, if you tried to maintain your distance, you'd get bodied. If you tried to get up close and personal, you'd get bodied. No matter what you do, you get bodied. What the hell is this? This is just so shitty. Ha ha ha. I understand where you're coming from, but trust me, there are a lot more shitty tactics and glitches when it comes to mecha combat. Glitches? Say what? You don't need to know. You wouldn't get it anyway. When it comes to shitty games, there were a lot of them that had mechas in them, and some of them were so glitch and bug-ridden that their services had to be permanently terminated as a result. There were lots of them, but right about now instead of frustration I was thinking about them with a tear in my eye. There was even a game that had a rifle that would fire rapid-fire shots with deadly precision almost equal to aimbot even from hip fire. It was a very interesting thing for duels, but once it dominated the meta it was quickly nerfed and eventually brought down. Sometimes I get a feeling, could it be that beta testers fell asleep while doing their job? Or were they doing it at all? If you can, we can go up to 10 matches. I'm sorry, but for now I will admit my defeat, but don't get me wrong, I still want a rematch. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. I wonder if I'll still be playing this game when the time comes. As for the rematch itself, what was that? Apparently even for a top-ranking pilot there were still things someone like that hasn't seen before or things you could always improve on. For example, that trick with the optical camouflage plus jamming sensor. As for the meta, I don't know if anyone will be trying to imitate some of my strategies, but as a matter of fact it won't be my concern. It was then that I realized that a whole bunch of people were looking towards me, apparently overhearing my words. Does this mean you won't log in any longer? I don't know. I may log in from time to time, but I won't lie to you. I mainly logged in so that I could have a change of pace. That's not good. Really, really not good. You are Wait a minute, Rust. Rust suddenly grabs my avatar by the collar and begins to drag me off somewhere. It was even more surprising since her avatar was rather petite. Mold tried to separate me from Rust, but it was of no use. Instead, Rust started to spew words at me as fast as a machine gun. Sanraku, you picked a perfect time to go back to Nephilim Hollow, since it is starting to become active and fun again. Surely, if you continue to play it, it will become fun for you as well. So you should continue to play it. No, I want you to continue playing it. Rust's eyes were dead serious, and since her words were spontaneous and coming straight from the heart, which was making them even more convincing. Also, Mold gave it a rest and was no longer trying to stop her. However, there was not all that much motivation for me to continue playing this game. It was interesting and certainly fun, but it wasn't a game that I would like to play on an everyday basis. And there was a huge difference between being interesting and addictive to play. Honestly speaking, I came here only because I was unable to ride a robot in Shanfro. What did you just say? Shanfro? Robo? You mean Shangri-La Frontier? Rust's grasp on my collar became even stronger than before. Her eyes were shining with a different light now. She was no longer just a person who loves Nephilim Hollow. That's right. It was the shine of someone who was playing Shanfro before. I cursed my loose tongue. No, it's nothing. Nothing. Please forget about it. I tried playing Shangri-La Frontier before, but I couldn't really get into it because there was no mechas in there. Chapter 109, Upping the Win Count Part 2. Ha, ha ha ha, what a fucking disaster. That being said, I do believe that you've told me something really interesting. This was starting to become quite a nuisance, especially since I had no real obligation to respond to Rust's requests. However, I was lacking penciled and speech skills to effectively talk myself out of this mess without complicating matters even further. I could always try to bust myself out with Park, but I don't want to turn to such drastic measures in this game. Not because of the penalties, for they are rather lenient, but since the people in this game are rather good in nature. So if possible I would like for my alignment to remain good as well. This wasn't a shitty game, and even if playing it some more was certainly a tempting offer, I wanted to devote myself to Shanfro still. At least for the current moment. Just as I was thinking of a way out of this messy situation, it was all blown away by the next nuclear bomb that Rust dropped on me seemingly out of nowhere. Maybe now would be a good time to give Nephilim Hollow a rest and try something different instead. Hey, can you tell me more about mechas in Shanfro? Now I wish that Pensilgton was actually here right now. At this rate all the information about robots in Shanfro was about to be exposed. In return, I might be able to tell you something about the unique monster Cutanid of the Abyss and its questline. What do you say? 7 unique jokers of Shangri-La Frontier. One of them was out of the picture, only 6 remained. I was the one who was holding that missing joker. But all of a sudden another one appeared right in front of me. So, how did it come to this? The very next day, I was in the area known as Ground Zero. The area itself was the place in which the very first Nephilim fell from the sky. Fiddler's Club was currently right in the middle of it. No, even though I knew the reason, I was still having a rather hard time to believe it. I want you to fight me one more time tomorrow. That's what Rust said. If you win, I'll tell you everything I know about the unique monster from Shanfro. I wasn't expecting to hear the name of one of Shanfro's unique monsters in a game like this. Cutanid of the Abyss is the name that is already known to me, but although we know its name it is impossible to find it or to fight it, not without first triggering the unique quest that is related to it. To be perfectly honest, I still have my suspicions about this whole situation, but if Rust really wanted to trick me, why would she drop that specific name to begin with? But if I'll be able to get some intel on it, then all the better. On my own, the search for information would be much like grabbing empty spaces in the dark. She said she would come with a new frame, but I wonder what it will be exactly. But in the next moment I felt a tremendous shock coming right through Fiddler's Club's right arm. It was struck right in the middle of its joint, and next thing I know its right arm was severed from the rest of its metal body. I activate the optical camouflage on the spot together with a sensor jammer and try to hide behind a pile of rubble. Then I start to survey my surroundings in search for a place where the shot came from. There was another shot. This one hit right in the landing components on my legs, making me unable to land on the ground, sentencing me to hover in midair from now on. But no matter where I tried to hide, the bullets would always reach me, and I was almost 100% sure that the shots came somewhere from behind the desolated buildings, flying from the angles I wouldn't be able to notice or perceive. That bastard. She won't make it easy for me, will she? Then I saw it. A long-distance type of frame equipped with a heavy sniper rifle built in almost exactly the same way as my late Kingfisher. It came out from somewhere in between the buildings in the distance. Then I could feel Fiddler's Club coming apart as a barrage of heavy sniper bullets tore through its body. Oh, like hell, I'm going to let you beat me in that way, I swear. I could hear Rust laughing from somewhere far away in the distance in a really annoying way. Chapter 110, What to Do, What to Aim For, What to Rely On, Part 1. In the end, Fiddler's Club was turned into a bunch of scrap metal in no time by Rust's new frame, and because of that Rust got that really nasty and self-satisfied smile on her lips right now. I'm counting on you from now on. No, how should I say this? I'm sorry. It's alright, it's alright. Besides, it was my fault because I was being careless. Well, it is understandable that since Rust had motivation to win, that she would go even that extra mile to make absolutely sure that she would win. So from now on I decided to play along with Rust's request and promised her that I would return to a build that is more Kingfisher-like. I was able to do it just fine. But, is it really my favorite thing? Certainly it was fun. But if it wasn't for other people, I wouldn't be able to gather enough equipment parts to do what I initially wanted. I could try to talk to some people and see if they could help again, but I can't guarantee anything. Not to mention that since the core of the mecha armor wasn't my thing to begin with, the decision to let Rust try it out was not my own to make. She would have to somehow convince both Katsu and Pensilgton to let her do it. That being said, if we could in return learn something about the unique monster, I say it's not that bad of a trade. Katsu sure won't be happy about that since he has that obsession about discovering things on his own, but he can get lost for all I care. This was our only chance to get our hands on some juicy info, and what was the possibility that we would be able to find something on our own? That's right, less than zero. Pensilgton was the real problem here. More often than not, if he spotted an opportunity for extracting some useful information out of someone and then using that information to his own gain, he would do that, along with screwing over the people who got him the info in the first place. So while the info on the unique monster surely sounded interesting, from my perspective, I have too little information to make a decision. That's right. Few people know about this, but there is always an X attached to the quests related with the unique monsters. That is because I believe that in order for us to be able to locate the unique monster, we would need really specific information. Anything vague would simply not be able to cut it. You heard that right. Do you happen to know anything about the unique quest related to this cutanid of the Abyss mold? Right. The quest itself is named Punching the Apostle of the Abyss. It's a unique quest that can be found in 5th Year. It orders you to hunt down the ghost ship at the sea, which you can get by talking to the self-proclaimed great pirate Strood at the docks. Oh, I already like the sound of that. So how about that? We heard that at 5th Year from the great pirate himself as well. Apparently the ghost ship is named Crying Innsman. Apparently it is a ship that only shows itself in front of the people who are dedicated to taking on the Lord of the Abyss. Lord of the Abyss. Indeed. It looks like there's a high probability that this quest might be related to the unique monster after all. But still, there were too many maybes, too many if we are to act based on this intel. We must be absolutely certain. I knew it. This won't be enough. So, what about your decision? You see, scenarios directly related to unique monsters tend to have an X at the end of their names. So if we want to use the info for negotiations purpose, we must choose something that is related to those X quests, not the unique monster probability. In other words, if we don't activate an X quest via clearing that punching the Apostle of the Abyss quest, we can't use that in negotiations. It will give us jack shit. Chapter 110, What to Do, What to Aim For, What to Rely on Part 2. Oh, if it isn't Sanraku-san. I logged into Shangri-La Frontier, which felt like a really long time has passed since my last login. While I was putting Emil on my back where he belonged, I happened to hear something rather interesting from him. There is someone other than me here at Rabbits at the moment? Why, yes. One of my acquaintances happened to bring this juicy gossip to me not so long ago. I thought that you'd be interested in hearing that. I see. So it must mean that there was someone other than me who happened to trigger a flag for invitation to the bunny's country. This also means that there is a high probability that this someone will be able to reach the Epic of the Vorpal Bunny Unique Quest X. No, I think that is almost a given at this point. Not good. This is definitely not good. A trump card can only be considered as such if you alone are the only person who is aware of its existence. If that other player tries to spread the info about the invitation to the bunny country on the internet, my advantage might as well go to shit. After all, even if I killed that player in order to silence him, it would still amount to nothing. And it would only flag me as a player killer for nothing. God damn it. How the fuck did this guy manage to satisfy the conditions for this quest even though they are so stupidly high? Fuck me. If I don't start planning some sort of contingency method just like Pensilgton, my precious trump card will really become useless. Now, I know that the SF Zoo promised not to make a commotion around these parts, but who's to say that this guy won't go straight to library or Black Wolves upon hearing about the unique Quest X? Should I consult this with Pensilgton? No, I have an appointment with Rust and Mold before that, but taking care of the new guy in Rabbits should be my top priority for the moment. Duh. It makes my fucking head hurt just thinking about that. Pia. I shake my head in frustration, almost causing Emil to fall off of my back. Emil, that other player beside me, do you happen to know his name? I'm pretty sure my source told me that their name was something like Akatsuakane Dono. Akatsuakane Dono. So Akatsuakane? Like, the dono is just honorific? It's a completely unknown name to me, one that I haven't really heard ever before. And I'm taking into consideration all the players from all the games that I have played before. Besides, trying to identify the player in a specific game only from their name was like trying to find contact lenses in the middle of the desert. Sorry. I'm going back to sleep again. Phew. I'll get up soon. I promise. Can that even be considered sleep? Then I'm going to take a quick nap. I quickly log out and then search the phrases Invitation to Bunny Country and Unique Scenario X on the internet. I keep searching for a few minutes just to make sure that there are no hits yet. I then log in again and once I open my eyes I start running, with Emil still chilling on my back. Emil, if possible, I would like to meet that Akatsuakane person. Or the one you've heard about him from. Do you happen to know where they are? Akatsuakane Dono-san should be at at the king's place, waiting for him to grant him an audience. As for my source, he went somewhere and I have no idea where. So this means we can't meet for now? Time is money right now, but for some reason I felt as though every passing second was wearing my body down more and more. To think that the situation would develop into such a clusterfuck all of a sudden. No. Need to calm down. Must calm down and think it over rationally. This is such an RNG situation. And while I know that there is a possibility that this Akatsuakane Dono doesn't spread the information on the internet, for fuck's sake, that's an extremely small number. What is an RNG? Basically the way in which the gods tell you to go and fuck yourself. I shout while slapping my cheeks in order to calm myself down. Although this game was way more realistic from all others, I still didn't feel any normal pain. but only a slight numbness. I didn't calm down from that, but at least I could think. From here on out, the only thing I could do was to actually try my best. What I must do, what I could do and what I didn't need to do for the moment. More than devising a plan or constructing a chart, my thought process right now was more similar to trying to untie a ball of yarn that was all twisted and tangled after a kitty was playing with it. Emule, for now there's something I must do on my own. So we are going to split up. Is that right? That's why I want to give you an important mission. Something only you can do. Oh, only I can do. I got it. Leave it to me. I told Emule what he needed to do, and after we split up I ran towards Break's workshop at full speed. Break, is my order ready yet? Oh, it's you, lad. Kukaku. Of course it is ready. My greatest masterpiece ever. Its name is Gil. That's it. Great. Now I'm all fired up. Now just wait a dang moment, lad. There's more I wanted to talk to you about. We can talk however long you want after that. For now, thanks, but I need to go. See you. I shouted over my arm while running forward, still being able to hear the echo of Break's screams for quite some time. From here on out, it's all about RTA, real-time attack, and in order to do that, there was something I needed to do. Chapter 111. While running, frustration is the best fuel. Part 1. It was something I'd rather not do, but my back was pushed against the wall here. I needed to get to 5th Year by tomorrow. To do that, we needed to clear the ancient ruins and one more exploration zone at a relatively fast pace. I fully realized that it is an accomplishment that would be impossible to do solo. Hence, I needed support here. Preferably someone who wouldn't pry into why I was in such a hurry to get there. I am really scared of that person. But I guess beggars can't be choosers, right? I feel sorry for using someone else like a simple tool, but as Pensilgton says, if you happen to find the right tool for the job, you should always use it. And what to do with him afterwards, I guess it all depends on the outcome. It really made me feel like a total villain here. But again, my back was against the wall here, and if I wanted to really achieve my goal, hiring help was more than essential for the success of this operation. The rendezvous point is the entrance to the Elvental dungeon. All right, let's go. Emule left for rabbits. The important mission I left for him was to keep tabs on this Akatsuakane Dono guy until I get back, to inform me if he happened to log in or to tail him if I were to not make it back to meet him in person. It was no exaggeration to say that the validity of my Epic of the Vorpal Bunny trump card rested solely on Emule right now. Akatsuakane. I don't know what he did to trigger a flag for invitation to the bunny country, but he certainly must be someone with a tremendous amount of skill. So how am I even going to stop him from spreading the precious information around? In the first place, why was I so desperate to keep the existence of rabbits a secret? To begin with, the sheer difficulty of conditions necessary to trigger the flag for this quest is going to be a sort of natural barrier preventing the players from actually getting there. But now that others started to act like landmines for me, I guess the time was about right to try and see if there really was a unique monster related to Vorpal bunnies or not. Maybe there is some special item related to it. Nah, that would be too complicated. Or maybe something that is relevant to Vorpal bunnies as a whole. First of all, I wasn't a complete solo player. Guild Wolfgang was the biggest proof of that. Pensilgton, Katsu and I, working as a team. All for one and one for all. And all that crap. And even if our teamwork left much to be desired, we were able to achieve great things because of our cooperation. This is our guild's greatest strength. There was always an option of inviting this Akatsuakane guy to our guild. Like that we would be able to secure the existence of this X-quest at least to some extent, and be that as it may, I don't think I'll be able to complete that quest entirely on my own. But before doing that, I was actually going to recommend that both Rust and Mold would join us. Sure, I lost to them, but this doesn't mean that I couldn't recognize their potential because of that. I had a feeling they would be a strong addition to the team. I heard from them that they have both reached 5th year with their characters. Mold was around level 85 and Rust was around level 87. That's right. Speaking of levels, what is my own level right now? Defeating those scorpions and that goldy one should have netted me a plentiful of EXP. So while dashing my way through the ancient ruins, I opened my status screen to see what was going on. Oh, wait what the hell? PN, Sanraku LV, 99 extended, 150. Class, mercenary, dual wielding. Money, 62,000 money. HP, 40. MP, 50. Stamina, 100. Strength, 70. Dexterity, 70. Agility, 90. Technique, 65. Vitality, 2. Luck, 104. Skill, Beast Bane selectable. Growth Earrings selectable. Infight level max. Drift Step selectable. Setsuna no Mikiri selectable. Hand of Fortune level max. Greater Climb selectable. Climax Boost level max. Eightfold Jump Shinano Possession. Ricochet Step level max. Hate Stomp level max. Skywalker selectable. Hungry Wolf Werewolf's Pride. Off-road level max. Legendary Blade Art Water Mirror Moon Deadly Secret Art Utsura Mikagami. Ignition level max. Overheat level max. Nitrogain level max. Duelist Blood War. Striking level max. 10 count Retribution. Power Slash level max. Single Strike selectable. Fatal Blade Art Breaking Moon. Takeuki Fighter level 1. Kenbu Blade Spin. Piercing Stand. Acrobat level 1. Lightfoot. Equipment, right, Yuzuki Upper Fang. Left, Yuzuki Lower Fang. Head, Mask of Bird's Eye View. Vitality +2. Torso, Curse of Lucan. Waist, none. Feet, Curse of Lucan. Accessories, Inventory. Chapter 111. While running, frustration is the best fuel. Part 2. Putting aside the fact that for quite a while I was running around without any waste equipment put on, it seems that quite a lot of my skills got to a high level or even underwent a change. Some others even reached a level so high that they could be changed into quite a few things. But the thing that drew my attention the most was the level 99 extended and the number right next to it. I was aware of the fact that the update that went live during our fight with Wizarman released the level cap. So I guess that extended means that as of right now my own level was going to be even bigger than 99, right? No, thinking about it logically, 99 still means 99. I can't possibly imagine that a single golden scorpion would let me level up more than 20 times, so the larger group of crystal scorpions must have had something to do with it. But aren't those numbers a little bit dangerous? Thanks to being creative like that, I could earn levels in a much better way than catching some stupid fish or lobsters. Damn, if I'd checked that before leaving rabbits, I could have gone to the gardener and done something with all those skills. But I mean, if I don't open that level cap and go past 99, I won't be able to level up anymore or do anything else, right? This means that Sanraku had to beat yet another adversity before he could reach completely new heights. Once I get this business done, let's do just that. Disturbance. I have no time to deal with small fries like that. And so I decided to ignore the iron golem that flashed right next to me at the edge of the status menu screen. It was a golem, right? I'm not so sure. That's why I'm asking. It will take some time to comprehend all the changes and organize my skills again, but now that I have achieved level 99, reaching 50 shouldn't be all that hard. It was also a great help to know that this dungeon's layout was like a tunnel. If I started at one end of it, the only thing I needed to do now was to dash straight ahead towards the other end, without any sidetracking alongside the way. According to what I heard, there are two major roads that lead towards Fifthia. One of them, the shorter but harder one, is called Route 5 and leads from Fourthia. The other, longer but safer road leads from Fourthia to Sixthia and is called Route 6. And even though it is safer, wasting time is something I absolutely couldn't allow myself to do right now. I continue to dash through the dungeon while managing my stamina bar, putting together a plan while I was at it. First of all, the important problem that has suddenly surfaced out of nowhere. For the sake of my own convenience, the Akatsu Arcane problem shall be postponed until I deal with the matter at hand. Besides, since I have no idea when the guy might show up, the only thing I could do was to wait for a mule's report. Next, my journey towards Fifthia. Let's call it 5th year's RTA for convenience's sake. I am going to burst through this dungeon on my own, and then be joined by that person somewhere alongside the way, and we shall reach our goal together. Originally we were supposed to do a quest around this area, one that was related to the Epic of the Vorpal Bunny's X-Quest, but unfortunately circumstances being as they are I was forced to postpone that as well. If you were to ask me why I was in such a hurry, it's because I promised Trust and Mold to meet with them at 5th year tomorrow at 8 AM. In order to let Trust ride the power armor in this game I need to convince both Pensilgton and Katsu. In order to do that, I was planning to use the Cutenid of the Abyss as a bargaining chip, but for that to actually hold any worth I needed to first verify if that info is accurate. That's why we're meeting in 5th year like that. To undergo the quest punching the Apostle of the Abyss, despite becoming friends recently, together with Rust we were still more like strangers. We are not friends here in Shanfro and we are not on good enough terms to exchange email addresses. In other words, it was my bad, because if we exchanged addresses, we might have made plans in some other way than simply with our mouths. That's the gist of it. If we don't verify the information regarding the punching the Apostle of the Abyss, we might lose our only clues regarding another unique monster. I shouldn't have agreed to do this so soon right off the bat. If I had more time, it would be a whole different story, or, if I had more info from other people's experiences I could have avoided the mistakes they have made, but that is a privilege I couldn't afford right now. What? I then looked ahead and after noticing something my whole body came to a halt, only to jump back and assume the battle position. DNA scan, complete, no matches in database. Mode switch. Code scan. No matches. Registering as threat. Calculating threat level. Then, a huge machine landed in the place I was just a moment ago. It was huge and chunky, but aside from that it looked just like a human, without any extra parts or weapons or anything that would betray its threat level when it comes to combat. Instead, it looked right at me and declared in a cold, emotionless robotic voice, "Exterminate. Chapter 112, Legacy Weapon. Black Rabbit Part 1. As far as I was concerned, this enemy wasn't the boss of this whole area. Apparently his name was Overseer Golem. It wasn't the machine from the era of the gods, but rather a naturally occurring enemy from this area. I could tell because it looked awfully like the rest of the golems in this dungeon, and it was nothing like Quizaman was. This thing here was not even that. This was the rare enemy called Iron Golem Omega, security drone. Its purpose was to wander around the dungeon and gather information on everything that was inside of it. Especially intruders. I don't have time to be dealing with even rare enemy right now, but still. Conjuring up a plan to get to 5th year as soon as possible, I prepared only to face the boss of this area, the Overseer Golem. And my strategy for it was so flawless that it would go down in under a minute that should everything go as planned. The question is, how well can I fight this thing without any kind of information about it? Because not that I'm complaining, but this thing. This Omega Golem looks rather tough. Doesn't Omega always stand for something truly overpowered? My mind was telling me that I should just look for another solution and avoid the fight for now. But my body. Truth is, my body was already on the move. Switching into full-on attack mode. I was eventually going to use it anyway, so I guess there's no harm in taking it for a test run. I search for Black Rabbit in my inventory and open its status screen. When it comes to stat limitation, are you fucking shitting me? You seriously need 300 stamina for this thing? But wait just a moment. You can raise that stat with your equipment, so getting there shouldn't be all that hard. If we add to it my newest helmet, that would leave me at a whooping 500. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much, Giant Beetle. Thank you oh so much. Having 150 skill points to distribute. The other requirements such as 100 points in strength and 70 in skill were easily met. This means that all conditions to use this weapon are now good to go. The skill of Grandmaster Smith Break managed to revive the glory of the once-forgotten era of the gods. Legacy weapons are the living remnants of the past, and while this one was also enhanced with materials from crystal scorpions and precious gems, It was good to say that right now it was combining the best of both worlds. So right now even the strongest of enemies in this game should be afraid of me and my power. If I remember correctly, just before I left her workshop, Break wanted to tell me the name of that weapon. Legacy weapon, Guiltibril or something like that. Supposedly, it was her best creation to date. I also remember one more thing. The other equipment that I asked her to make for me from the excess materials from the crystal scorpions. I asked for a fairly simple thing. If you can't make it a double sword, then make it as a pair of fighting gauntlets instead. Now I'm all fired up. Nice. Nothing can stop me right now. Click. Once the gauntlets cover my arms all the way to the elbows, I smash them together, making their scorpion-shaped knuckles create a loud metallic sound. They were really large and sturdy, almost as big as a human head, and their SF design combined with the intimidating sound they made was giving off the impression that you would aim for a knockout in the first round. That level of intimidation. Additionally, even though they were jet black in color, they had that golden veins and glow to them. There were also silver elements, but they were much more scarce than the golden ones. I always wanted to at least once try to beat someone into a bloody pulp, and now I can do it no problem. Both my skills in fight and Hand of Fortune. I always had a feeling that they would go the best paired up with a gauntlet-type weapon. Not to mention that unlike Katsu's monk class, I could just switch back to bladed weapons anytime I wanted, without having to worry about any kind of penalty on my end. The joys of being a mercenary. That's why I wanted Break to make me a weapon like that, in case I would need a different source of damage from the usual dual swords. Chapter 112, Legacy Weapon. Black Rabbit Part 2. So far I have played a whole lot of shitty games. Of course, along the way I have also dealt with a variety of weapons. Swords, spears, bows, guns, axes, shields, you name it. I've tried it. Gauntlets were no exception. I am pretty much confident that if you leave me with a weapon for about 30 minutes, I'll be able to wield it skillfully. Of course, even someone like me had his weapons of preference. Here comes the experience from one of such games, where you had to mainly fight with the help of various martial arts, although it pains me greatly to bring elements of shitty games into a godly game. Let's do this, you walking piece of scrap. I'll show you my unparalleled skill. The golem also assumed battle position and looked about ready to engage. Seeing that, I smiled broadly under my helmet. Let me show you the strength of my unique fighting style. One round in the ring with you is all I need. Those words were not really meant to be a signal of any kind, but nonetheless we both rushed at one another upon hearing them. The golem's arms started to fold rapidly, only to take the shape of two thin whips with which it started to swing around the place. Seeing that move made it obvious that it wasn't the only attack utilizing that ability, so I needed to stay vigilant. Where have I seen that move before, I wonder? It could try to slash me with its arms, but it might as well try to reshape them and try to crush me instead. But its attack speed was slow and its movements too predictable for me to get caught up in them. If you want to try to damage me, increase your speed or attack in a less predictable way. Then we might talk. The exact moment my opponent's arm lands on the ground, I close the distance between us, keeping up my boxing stance all the time in order to protect my face from any sudden attacks. Now, let's see how you like this. I use the infight and Hand of Fortune for additional damage at close range and bonus damage according to my luck stat. Then I activate Nitro Gain and Climax Boost as well, alongside a few other skills that are highly compatible with close-range combat. I take a stance in which my left foot is slightly forward and my back arches backwards. It was a position that was normally used for throws or tackles, but my aim here was slightly different. Since the golem was at least 3 meters tall, throwing it was out of the question. No. I was aiming for its legs all along. I shift my whole weight onto my left foot, take a firm stance and swing my right arm. Even though it was a presumably high-level enemy, even if his level was 99, there is no way in hell that it will be able to shrug a damage like that off with a straight face. Especially since it is powered up like that. Golems, or machinery in general, are not afraid to have their limbs damaged because they don't have an instinct that would advise them to be afraid. Even if its opponents are far stronger than them, The golem's strategy would not change. Elimination of intruders. That's their job. This unit in particular. That is why, when it comes to slowly chipping away their defenses, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves without even the slightest shred of feelings. By the way, robot characters are the most common to sacrifice themselves or to take one for the team in games or comic books nowadays. In other words, making a robot a rare enemy is somewhat of an unusual decision. I managed to land a clean strike right to the back of the golem's knee. Needless to say, the scorpion head gauntlet doesn't fail to land a critical hit. A cracked knee joint means that my current attack managed to deplete its endurance and the blow came to pass at its fullest. In response, the golem tried to back away, but I wasn't going to let him do that. Now fold it. I forcibly withstand the reverberation that was currently going through my left arm and put even more force into my right arm. I couldn't see the damage that Hand of Fortune managed to do, but since I raised my strength stat quite a lot, it should be good. Since it was almost at the luck level, I then mercilessly assault its cracked knee joint. As a result, the cracks start to spread from its knee even further in every direction, but it was still intact. The reason that it didn't break was because those weapons didn't have any destructive attribute to them. But what's important here is that now one of its legs was heavily handicapped. A skill that grants you 2 critical hits for free. Wish I could use critical hits without skills, but oh well. It's just a side trip. I must wrap this up really quick and be on my way. That being said, I swung a mighty blow at its leg while aiming for his other one right after that. Everything was going as planned, but still, it took me almost 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And you're not even a boss monster. Chapter 113, Trying to Fix a Hole with a Hammer Part 1. Is it just me, or is this some kind of a new trend recently? Oh well, let me just say this. There are way too many enemies with self-healing. First the scorpions, now the golems in this dungeon. Why do I get the feeling that there will be more enemies like that down the line? Even though it looked like a human made out of blocks, the design of this monster was excellent. Once it detected that some parts of its body were being destroyed, it stopped attacking and focused on throwing those parts away and replacing them with new ones. It was a slow process, but it certainly was far better to just throw in a new part in place of the damaged one rather than trying to fix what was already broken. However, there was a good part to this scenario as well. At least I could try out some of the new skills I managed to obtain. So it wasn't a complete waste of time. Still, the power of a level 99 monster was not something to look down on. I know that 20 minutes for a solo kill on a level 99 enemy is good and all, but at this rate the battle might continue for another 20 minutes or so. Seeing that you can fight for like 20 minutes on and the enemy just keeps on regenerating, the battle turns into a war of endurance, and when it comes to that it will be your loss no matter how you look at it. So I should actually take pride in the fact that I managed to beat it in 20 minutes with my current set of skills and equipment. It even dropped some strange item that looked like a part of a greater device, so I might as well take it to break later on. Then I just carried on down the road, until I reached the place where various debris piled up under the walls. So, I guess it would be time for an area boss. Overseer Golem. It uses the junk that's laying around and debris for both attack and defense purposes, and because of that it can even change its characteristics on the spot. At first glance it looked to be a formidable opponent, one that would be extremely hard to take down. However, since it was a boss in a high-level area that could even be considered endgame, lots of players fighting with it over time managed to pinpoint its weaknesses, trivializing the fight to the point that some of them even considered it easier than the snake boss in the first dungeon of the game. There, at the end of the large and spacious hall, there it was. Something that looked like a literal mountain of rubble, junk and debris. There, right in the middle of that mountain was a wide circular opening, inside of which was the Overseer Golem. That mountain of junk was sort of the last defense that the players needed to traverse in order to get to it. No other players in sight, lucky me. Without any hesitation, I equip my swamp daggers and dive right into the boss arena. The reason why I was going to use that weapon was because I wanted to see just how much of a difference my current level would make. With Black Rabbit gauntlets I would be unable to see that clearly. Yuzuki and Delicant's sword were also out of the question, since the area was not suited for large sweeping attacks and maneuverability. That and oopsie, looks like the boss was about to emerge. Looking ahead, I could see that the pile of rubble that was blocking the exit started to collapse. But it was clear to me that it wasn't a random occurrence but rather a natural phenomenon for this place. Because it wasn't a simple pile of garbage, it was the boss of this area. Noticing the incoming intruder, it activated and started to get up. In a short while, the boss took its normal appearance, with its upper half looking like a human being, and the lower half consisting of a whirling pile of junk and trash. The first thought that comes to my mind is, it's big. I got a feeling that this boss is far larger than any other boss that I've encountered thus far. And that statement is not wrong in the slightest. From now on this will be a literal mountain climb. Apparently the world record for time attack here is 1 minute. It might be a little bit of a stretch, but let's aim for 1 minute for now. Now it was time for my usual opening skills combination. I activate them one by one, additionally throwing a few of the new ones just for the heck of it to see how they would work with the rest of them. Take boat jump for instance. Usually the leveling of such skill would only increase the number of jumps you can make in quick succession, but right about now it received some additional effects on top of being significantly easier to activate. So by repeatedly trying new combinations of skills it was possible to discover some new effects on top of raising their attack power, critical hit damage, stamina usage, increased durability and so on and so forth. I got that from watching Katsu combine his own skills. In addition to all that, there were still some skills to spare in my arsenal. So it was true that when it comes to mobility, this version of Sanriku has reached the ideal that I was striving towards. So I couldn't help it but laugh as I was approaching the Overseer Golem, who looked about ready to attack me on its own any time now. 15 seconds have passed. First things first, let's get behind your back. How do you like that? Chapter 113, Fixing a Hole with a Hammer Part 2. Leveling up and evolving the secret sword Dark Water Mirror Moon allowed for its effects to change as well. Normally this skill would spawn a clone of myself behind the enemy's back and focus its aggro onto itself. This improved version, however, worked in a different way. It allowed for the effect of this skill to be reversed. Instead of spawning a new source of aggro behind the enemy's back, it was spawning it right in front of it. In other words, even though my real body was on its way behind its back, the Overseer Golem dropped one of its fists onto the created copy of myself, crushing it mercilessly under its massive press-like body. Normally I'd use that skill to create the opening for some other damage dealer, but right now I was able to effectively utilize it in such a crafty way. It is kind of ironic that someone who is supposed to possess Vorpal Soul is trying to sneak around their opponents in order to get a backstab at them, but what can you do? Getting behind its back I can see various junk that creates its body, broken weapons, debris, some vehicle parts, strange gizmos I don't recognize at all. Man, what a clusterfuck of junk it is. All of this junk was assimilated into the golem and became a part of its body. Most probably it was all parts of some wreckage long ago. I survey its back and look for easy spots to climb on, determining my route up. 23 seconds have passed. Climbing should take about 5 seconds. While the effects of other skills are still active, I activate others that would help me climb in a more effective manner and prepare to traverse about 300 frames in under 5 seconds. Off-road lets me maintain my balance even if the ground I'm standing on is not all that stable. Acrobatic lets me consume less stamina for any kind of jump or acrobatic action made within a certain amount of time. Ricochet step will make me disregard a few other factors that would be crucial during a climb like that. And if my footholds run out, no problem. Skywalker has me covered. 25 seconds have passed. Let's go. Start. I leap onto the edge of the first major debris that was within my reach. After a second I use the broken window frame as footing and launch myself higher. After 2 seconds I slide over some broken pillar and jump off the broken sword. making the body of some unknown vehicle my next foothold. After 3 seconds I use the incoming barrel to cut my way up short. After 4 seconds I use smaller junk as stepping stones, and at their end I sink my daggers into the overseer golem's body that was slightly exposed and activate a new batch of skills. Greater climbing allows me to climb even faster and steadier on an uneven ground, and I assist myself with my daggers to be extra sure that nothing goes wrong. The higher I go, the harder my climb becomes, but my skills help me compensate for that more than enough. Finally, I arrived at the place I chose as my goal, a huge crane. 30 seconds have passed. From here on out it's the real deal. It looked like a giant crane, with the difference that it had a huge steel wheel attached to its tip. Just what is this? It looks like some sort of huge construction equipment, or one of the things they use in those blockbuster Hollywood movies. This huge excavation wheel. A number of players verified that it can actually be destroyed. Once destroyed, the damage impairs the movement algorithm of the overseer golem and causes it some nasty direct damage. It's a stupid weakness, I know. However, it is designed to be unreachable as long as you don't have any climbing skills and destruction attribute to your weapon. The wheel is held in place by a steel fork, kind of like the front wheel of a bicycle. Destroying them would cause the wheel to fall off, but it will only be successful if the golem is leaning forward. And if it isn't, what do you do then? It's easy, really. You just make it lean forward. 33 seconds. First is the one on the right. I activate my attack skills and unleash a flurry of strikes onto the rusted parts with such swiftness that I would like to have it memorized in some sort of way. Clank, clank, clank. Oh shit, it's tougher than I thought. Fucking shit. Was it because the daggers weren't strengthened enough? I switch to my gauntlets in a hurry and unleash a flurry of violent attacks on the forks. 45 seconds. The right fork is destroyed, which leaves me with 15 seconds. No, it's too late to chicken out. I need to take care of the left one as well. Or that's what I was supposed to do. Firing up. I got a hang of this during the previous fight. Recognizing the voice command, the left gauntlet starts to glow brightly. As the scorpion's core hidden inside of it started to activate, the whole gauntlet changed its shape and started to shine brightly. Immediately after that, if you compare the gauntlet to a human hand, there was a small stinger-like object starting to grow out of the place where the middle finger should be. That stinger pierced through the remaining fork, which was now on the verge of collapsing. Of course, it was not enough, but I wasn't finished yet. That little stinger was like a seed, and what do seeds do? They grow. Of course, as nature intended. Now, time to spread my wings a little bit. Growing up, divine blessing of Scorpion. Apparently something like that was quite common back in the age of the gods. During that time, everything could be attributed to one of two things, control or activation. It is said that weapons from that time can harness the hidden power of the materials used to create them and utilize them in combat. If so, what would be the power of the left gauntlet? Harnessing the power of the crystal scorpion. Rapid growth of the stingers. In order to create stakes out of them, I then hit the place where I was standing with the gauntlet. Then I activate the command that was sleeping deep within the gauntlet, one that embodies the true nature of the crystal scorpion and their relentless nature. At that moment the gauntlet shone brightly. In the next moment, a huge stake was erected from the gauntlet at high speed and with tremendous force, throwing my body high into the air. Chapter 114, Dance in the Air meets High Firepower Part 1. As I already said, weapons from the era of the gods utilize the power of their materials in order to boost their own power. For example, the left gauntlet of mine can grow those small stingers from its knuckles, and in response to a certain type of vibration upon impact it can change that stinger into a 3-meter crystal pillar that is shot from the gauntlet like a stake driver. This crystal pillar only remains for about 5 seconds, but it is enough time to find all kinds of exploits and ways in which to use it. For example, it can be your mid-range weapon, a tool for destroying terrain, or a means of fast travel, as I demonstrated just now. Ha 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 ha. This game is just getting better and better. This is what I'm talking about. It wasn't the most elegant of maneuvers out there, but at least it made it possible for me to shorten the climbing time by a considerable amount and made it possible to jump over the steel wheel. Now we just need to stick the landing. Whoa, shit. With its body starting to lean forward, the golem started to flail its arms around in order to maintain its balance and return to its rightful position. It was a dangerous situation for me, one where I could slip off and fall to the ground if I didn't think of something fast, and so I strengthened my grip on the dagger's handles. Now then, 48 seconds have passed, time to wrap this thing up. Time for my go-to combo, Infight plus Hand of Fortune. Despite having a really narrow footing here, it was a far better situation for me than one could expect. I slam my gauntlet-clad fists into the fork, furthering the cracks in it and finally hearing a loud metallic sound, signaling its destruction. Or shucks, looks like the decoy time is over. It's really high up here, so better take extra care not to fall down by accident. Overseer Golem starts to throw his body around in an attempt at shaking me off of itself. It would be pretty easy to be shaken off like that, but unfortunately for it, I needed it to die within the next 9 seconds or so. I jump onto one of the parts that were sticking out of its shoulder and use it as footing to get right on top of it. I then jump in the air, put my hands together and swing them both down right onto the golem's head while adding more skills to them, making a move that would be called a double sledgehammer if this was a professional wrestling match. First one was called Shock Strike, and it was a skill that when applied to the head via blunt force trauma had a high chance of inflicting status effects such as stun or confuse. I paired it up with a skill called Late Banisher, which basically prolonged the effects of any negative status effects applied to the enemy. Yeah, now get dunked on. The angle was good, the power was good, the skill combination was good. The attack connects with little to no problems to the golem's head, delivering a mighty blow to it. All conditions are met and the chained results are more than great. I don't know if the golems have brains, but their monster cores should be inside their heads, right? So that core must have suffered some serious damage right now. Haha. Better watch out. Next attack is going to hurt you even more. Then the Overseer Golem made a sudden crouch motion, combined with all the shaking and unstable foothold right under my feet. I got thrown off its back, but not before I saw the other fork fall apart and the huge steel wheel come off and fall to the ground as well. In slow motion, to boot. I appreciate the effort, but it's for nothing. Sorry. I got taken away to the safety of my inventory, and once I did that, the fall animation was broken and as a result I wouldn't receive any damage. I have no idea why this maneuver would ever reset the fall damage, but truth be told this is made thanks to technology of the gods, not simple magic. Perhaps there is a distinction between the two that I'm not all that aware of. I have used the inventory to break my falls on several occasions now, and every single time the only downside was that I would slightly hurt my back by the fall's momentum. But then I just needed to get up and exit the inventory. I was back in the falling position, but this time around I would be ready. Ooh, talk about a nice sound. Chapter 114, Dance in the Air meets High Firepower Part 2. With a loud sound of one heavy object crashing into another heavy object, the steel wheel came crashing down right into the golem's core. It looked absolutely brutal, and it was no wonder that the Overseer Golem let out a blood-curdling scream as a result. How about that? Lovely image change, if I do say so myself. The recast for my skills being over, I used Skywalker to negate the effects of the fall and land safely on the ground. After all, there was a huge difference when falling from 5 meters up and from 2.5. I feel a slight numbness in my legs which signals that I failed to completely avoid the fall damage, but at least I was able to stand on my own 2 feet. At the same time, critically damaged Overseer Golem was already starting to crumble down. Since it isn't strong enough to support it, once destroyed the steel wheel will fall right into its head and cave it in, killing it instantly. Thinking about it logically, it is so stupid and gimmicky that you wouldn't think that a boss in a high-level dungeon could actually have a weakness like that. The rain of debris falls all around me when I land. I know that its head was supposed to be caved in, but in reality the wheel managed to completely rip it to shreds and destroy it. Then, after shaking a couple of times without its head, The overseer golem's body exploded in a rain of crimson-red polygons. It's a little bit sad that I won't get any XP that way, but right now speed was my biggest concern, so I'll live with it somewhat. While still on the run, I grab the bluish ingot and snatch it into my inventory while still maintaining high speed. I dash towards the appointed meeting place. I was going to meet there with someone who replied to my invitation approximately 20 seconds after I sent the request. Silence. That player was doing nothing more than just standing there. Since Shangri-La Frontier was an online game, meetings inside it weren't all that uncommon. So there was absolutely nothing at all weird about a lone player standing in the middle of the road and waiting for someone. Other players would usually just shrug it off and think to themselves, oh, they must be waiting for someone, and then be on their way to do their business. Or at least that's how it was supposed to go. Isn't that Sega Zero? I've heard lots about her, but I didn't think that I'd see her in a place like this. What is she doing here? I mean, take a look at that. That high-end equipment is a sight to behold. All unique items. This is the Tenma set, right? The one that comes with a sword and shield as well? A reward for clearing a unique quest? It is said that in that unique quest you had to defeat a monster that is on a unique monster level. That player's name is Sega Zero. She was one of the strongest players in the game for the current moment and the holder of the title of most attack power in the game's history. That title was yet to be taken away from her, and being the strongest in a game like that meant that she was standing atop the food chain. Wasn't she supposed to be amongst the pioneers that were soon to depart aboard the flying ship heading towards the newly discovered continent? What is she doing here, in the middle of the road? The surrounding dungeons were nothing that a high-level player should concern herself with, so it must have been about the player she was supposed to be meeting with, and certainly it must be someone truly amazing. But if so, then who is the one Sega Zero's been waiting for all this time? Eager to know the truth, the players surrounding the white female knight tried to act normally while taking short glances towards her, not wanting to miss a single moment from this scene. Then, finally, the immovable Sega Zero moved. Seeing that, every single person surrounding her started to feel tension that was comparable to soloing some of the hardest quests in the game on your own. This must mean that the one she's been waiting for has finally appeared. And no matter how you look at it, a normal player making someone like Sega Zero wait is simply unacceptable. I'm sorry. Have you been waiting long? I just got here myself. Don't you dare lie to me. And what is wrong with this pervert? Sega Zero was one of the most admired players in this whole game, a true idol of sorts that everyone wanted to get close to. And the fact that she so eagerly accepted the invitation from this Sanraku guy. All of the other players knew what was going on here and wanted to scream it out loud. This was totally a date. Chapter 115, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 1, Part 1. PN, Sanraku. LV, 99 Extended. Job, Mercenary, Dual Wielding. Money, 1000 Money. HP, 80. MP, 50. Stamina, 100. Strength, 100. Dexterity, 100. Agility, 100. Technique, 80. Vitality, 901. Luck, 129. Skills: Dancing Senboo, Piercing Drill, Formula Drift Level 1, Momentary Sight, Agar Tram Level 1, Trial Traverse Level 1, Insane King Possession, Gravity Zero Level 1, Frit Float, Manigam Pride, Deadly Sword Datu Shiromi Kagami, Burnout Level 1, Ryutuxel Level 1, Blood War, Reet Vanisher, Dirty Sword Level 1, Sword Fighting, Fatal Sword Dart Breaking Crescent Moon, Sengoku Takeri Level 1, Kenbu Spin Blade, Piercing Stand, Swift Foot. Equipment: Left and Right, Dullahan's Beheading Sword, Head, Battlefield Helmet, Vitality plus 500, Torso, Curse of Lucan, Waist, Excavated Belt Old Soldier, Vitality plus 400, Feet, Curse of Lucan, Accessories, Inventory. After organizing my skills and disposing my skill points, my endurance reached the whooping number of 900, which was honestly quite terrifying in my opinion. Speaking of which, since I realized that I wasn't wearing the waist equipment for a while now, I quickly corrected that mistake at the nearby town store and bought something there. Although it was a normal piece of equipment from the rare enemies component, its stats were equal to the equipment from the endgame, not to mention the helmet that I was wearing and its stats as well. By the way, without my bird mask on, I was feeling strangely restless. Also, this belt was so good that it allowed me to use the gauntlets no problem, without any loss in stats. 15 minutes left until the appointed time. Well, I'm already here, so I might as well head there right now. The place we are supposed to meet at is a famous landmark called Fallen Giant's Sword. I don't know what that is, but judging by its name it must be hard to miss. Thinking that, I'm heading forward while looking at my skills at the same time. That's what happened about 5 minutes ago. That's strange. So far I haven't seen or heard about anything that would even remotely resemble Fallen Giant's Sword or a Holy Knight. But my worries were soon alleviated. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? I felt as though it was something so surreal that I was dreaming. If so, please snap me back to reality or let me escape from it even further. Surely, both of them were there, right in front of me. A giant statue of a broken sword that some demon lord would surely use and a person looking just like a holy knight standing right underneath it. There was no mistaking it. The aura of intimidation that was emanating from her was so dense that you could almost see the damned thing. It felt like she was a boss monster that was guarding the way and would not grant passage to anyone crazy enough to dare and approach her. At that moment, Sega Zero's appearance was more terrifying than the broken sword behind her. I know that I was supposed to meet her, but right now I wanted nothing more but to become someone else and get the fuck out of here. However, I simply couldn't do something as rude as that to my fellow gamer. It would be a highly uncultured thing of me to do, something not even a complete noob would dare to do if they were in my shoes. I'm sorry. Have you been waiting long? I just got here myself. I speak after gathering up my courage, and while I think to myself that she's been obviously waiting here far longer than 5 or 15 minutes. Also, I could feel the burning gazes of other people who were shifting their gazes from me to Sega Zero, and back to me. Is that so? Look, I'm sorry for asking you for help so suddenly like that. No, it's alright. It's just, I have time to spare, so it's alright. Why did she say that right now? Was she really happy that I invited her? No, it can't be that. There's just no way. Or is it? I know that my partner is one of the most powerful players in Shanfro, but there was always a possibility like that. After all, I'm a member of Wolfgang and I'm using one of the strongest members of Black Wolves as my support. So it's a matter of course that some kind of gratitude towards her will be necessary. Maybe if we happen to score some good items alongside this run, I shall give it to her as compensation. So, once again thank you for coming here today. Shall we get going then? Don't sweat it. After all, that's what friends are for, right? Scary. I don't know why, but that statement right now sounded super scary. I know that she means well, but were free good intentions always this scary? For that reason alone, I was more than happy and grateful that I was wearing a helmet that was covering my whole face. Honestly, I don't know if I would be able to respond to that with a smile just now. Can't wait to see more? Want to show your support? Click here to be a patron and get additional chapters ahead of time. Chapter 115, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 1, Part 2. This area feels much the same as the ancient ruins, but unlike that dungeon, which as you may know is a factory of some sorts, this place is a site of a former battlefield. I see. It certainly gives off a vibe of a fierce battle over here. According to library, the scale of the battle here must have been massive. We don't know if it was a decisive one, but since the weapons factory is located nearby, it must have been brutal and rich in casualties. The sight before our eyes surely serves as an undeniable proof of that hypothesis. In the distance, there were ruins of some massive formation, most probably a castle or other fortress like that. It was surely a sight to behold, one that would never age or deteriorate because of its nature. The destruction weapons could cause surely was massive. Aside from that, it was mainly a grassland with moss-covered remains of huge weapons and strange devices. Even though they were supposed to feel ghastly, there was something strangely eye-catching to them. The ruins were distinctively different from any Japanese-style or Western-style formation as well. How should I put it? They looked kind of like the remains of a battleship that crash-landed after sustaining too much damage. Something like that. And judging from the weapons sticking out of the formation's sides, it must have been a mobile defense fortress. Besides, judging by its sheer size, it must have been a massive thing when it was still fully operational. Just how amazing were the people of the era of the gods? Was it a giant that built this thing? Kind of like a child builds things from Lego blocks but on a much larger scale. At least it's a blessing that no monsters of such size appear in Shangri-La frontier so far. That is why library was created, to investigate that which took place before us here. Omega, nah. It's nothing. Just some random thoughts that are stuck inside my head after what I've been through today. While telling a lie as easily as I breathe, my brain was working full throttle right now, trying to connect the dots of information I managed to acquire thus far. There's no doubt in my mind. This weapon here surely must be somehow connected to the wreckage that I saw in the ruins earlier, a relic from the era of the gods. Maybe? And the Omega symbol we saw at that secret laboratory, was it perhaps a mechanical creation, something that was designed with slaying the owners of those giant weapons in mind? And those arms. Maybe that Omega was its wielder, or maybe it was something else entirely. More importantly, there was a word that would just keep on nagging me, not letting me go. That word was Bahamut. But I still have way too little information. Unless I change that somehow, my speculations will only remain just that, speculations. And seeing how the information would not come to me one way or another, my bet was on the X-quests and the mysteries of the world they are supposed to unveil. Sanraku-san? I'm terribly sorry. I was just lost in thoughts right there for a moment. Sanraku-san. You said that your top priority for now is to break through this area, right? Well, yeah, there's a little meeting I must attend to. And because of that I need to get to Fifth Seal by tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, but I just can't tell you that it's related to unique monster. Now when you are such a unique monster not yourself. Meeting in Fifth Seal? Well, yeah. With some players I met by accident in another game. I see. By any chance, is some of those people, NNH, a woman? Yeah, one of those people sure is a woman. Why? The next moment there was a loud bang, and Sega Zero swung her sword towards me with almost inhuman speed, slashing open the side of the wyvern that appeared before us seemingly out of nowhere. Hi-ei, Sanraku-san, watch out, it's the Storm Wyvern. It's level 99, so please stand back and leave it to me. No, I can fight as well. I'm level 99 extended myself, so I want to test myself against opponents of equal skill. In an instant I activate all of my buff skills and slam my Dullahan sword against the neck of the confused Storm Wyvern. Even though the Storm Wyvern had its side crushed by Sega Zero, it was still struggling to get up when my huge sword sunk into its neck. Unfortunately for it, it was already too late. Sega Zero, Godslayer. The Storm Wyvern's fate was sealed the moment it didn't run away after having its side crushed. Before it could break free of the Dullahan sword holding it in place, the wyvern's body was split in half from the base of its nose to the tip of its tail. The force of the blow was so tremendous that it even left a huge and deep crevice in the ground as a result. The poor thing didn't even get a chance to let out a death cry before it got changed into a myriad of red polygons and evaporated just like that. As always, that firepower sure is amazing. Well, if I can make a suggestion. What suggestion? Sega Zero begins to awkwardly speak up after returning her sword onto her back. This is, you see, what I want to say. Sega Zero is, kind of mouthful. So maybe you could, like my sister, I mean, Sega 100, call me just Sega. You have a point there. Somehow, as I was listening to Sega Zero's awkward word, I got a feeling that this aura of intimidation of hers was no longer to be found for now. It felt as though it was hard for her as well to tell me those words. Certainly, it would be nice to be able to call her some other way, but Sega was not at all fortunate of a choice here, since it would sound just like the name of the Black Wolves leader and all that. Then HHH, how about calling me Ray. Like zero from my name? This is much easier to pronounce, I think. Ah. So your name isn't Sega Zero but Segre, huh? Alright then, Rit. Is? I felt as though something smacked me to the back of the head all of a sudden. But what is it? There were so many thoughts coming and going through my mind at the current moment that I couldn't possibly put my mind on it. Oh well, I'll think about it later. Somehow, it feels really embarrassing to call someone like that, right? Please forget I said anything and no, that's not it. I don't mind, really. Right. So, from now on, I'm counting on you, Ray! Exclamation mark. Are you alright? If you're feeling sick, you can always log out for now. No, I'm feeling fine. In fact, I feel like I could take on even Night Prowler right about now. At least against that person I'm fairly sure I could win. But with Night Prowler, it was a bit of a stretch to assume so. I know that she holds the title of the most powerful player in the game at the current moment, but I'm not sure just how much of a support she can be. Well, at least it's better than nothing. Well then, shall we get going? Yes, no matter what may await us, I'm sure we'll be able to slash through it no problem. With that remark, there was a sound of sword cutting through the air. Ha ha ha, let's just get back to rabbits. Chapter 116, Embracing the Light of Ambition, Part 2 Part 1. While continuing through the area, I had time to do some thinking about my current surroundings. I know that our goal for today was simply to bust through, but I wanted to gather as much information as I can while being at it. For that, some genuine investigation is needed, and when it comes to lore and all that stuff, Sega Zero, Rhett turned out to be a surprisingly good teacher. No matter how basic or stupid the questions I would ask her, she would always take the time to answer all of them in earnest. It seems that there are some strong monsters inside those ruins, and even though they are level 89 at best, even some level 99 players seem to struggle against them quite a lot. And judging by my experiences with Wysash and Wisman thus far, I get a feeling that investigating those ruins may turn out to be essential in my quest for discovering more information about the mysteries of this world, or at the very least learning something about the era of the gods. Honestly speaking, I would like to make Re part of all this, but unfortunately I cannot do that. At least not yet, so it cannot be helped. But I must say, it's actually amazing. What is? Thanks to the curse placed upon me by Night Prowler, only the level 99 monsters come towards us, with small fries running for their lives in the opposite direction. After the storm wyvern we encountered a couple more enemies, mostly armored rhinos that looked like a literal meat wall covered in a thick mixture of stone and bone plating all over their bodies. Even though they were little walking bulldozers, Rare managed to slash and cleave them in half with ease, not even breaking a sweat. After a small amount of encounters like that, she murmured in astonishment, "I knew that you're good at fighting monsters, but so far I haven't seen you getting hit by them not even once." Well, as you can see, you need to be good at avoiding damage when every opponent basically has the potential to one-shot you with ease. In fact, without the ability to dodge the incoming damage like crazy, I wouldn't be able to get as far as I have gone now. The way in which this game allowed you to build your character, your skills, your personality. It was good to say that there weren't two exactly identical builds in this game, that each and every player was unique in her own way. Still, I kind of understand where she is coming from with that. Some members of Black Wolves have similar build to you, Sanraku-san, but they still end up taking lots of damage. Well, I'm sure it's just a matter of getting a hang of how the game works. Or maybe a previous experiences. Bugs train people's patience. Lags make people forgiving. Shitty games make people strong. Far stronger than they would even imagine. I once told this theory to Katsu. His only reaction was that his sides almost killed him from laughing too much, and he wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he considered that theory to be bullshit. Still, I believe in it. And seeing just how well I was doing at Shanfro even though I was still an inexperienced player, this theory rings even truer for me. Pile up enough dust and it will eventually make a whole mountain. Pile up gaming experience and it will turn into habits that stick with you no matter what kind of game you will play next. I've actually been wanting to ask you this for a while now. How long have you played this game, Ray? For about a year or so, I think. So that makes you like a veteran player. And it only took you a year to achieve the title of the most powerful player? That's an over-exaggeration. I had my friends from the guild helping me out all the time. It's not as though I managed to achieve that all on my own. Seeing just how humble Rose right now, I think that it is actually impossible to judge the true nature of a person from the way in which they act inside the game. My first impression of her was that she looked like someone who would forsake the real world for the gaming world, and I know that was very rude of me. But seeing her now, she was actually a really nice and humble person. And whether or not it was just an element of role-playing her character, that was of no importance to me. It's another armored rhino. Lever growing it to me. A slight correction. Ray's character surely wasn't an element of a roleplay. Her action just now, intercepting a charge of a huge monster that was going approximately 40 kilometers per hour right at us, was genuine kindness. Still, I think she might have a screw or two loose out there, but at least her kindness is genuine. So I respond to this kindness of hers with an attack of my own. I know that my playstyle is not the safest one out there, but intercepting the equivalent of a speeding car was not something I would consider doing on the spur of the moment. Just how much experience in fighting does she have to be able to do something like that so naturally? It only goes to show that her title as the strongest player is not just for show. And there was always a possibility that even though she was so kind, she would try to extract some valuable information out of me. Should I just take initiative from now on and avoid that at all cost? Chapter 116, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 2 Part 2b. But still, I'm getting tired of all the enemies running away from me. That's right. Sanraku-san, are you considering lifting the curse from your body? Part of me really wants to do that, but part of me is also afraid at the same time. This is the truth. I was more or less getting used to it at this point, but not being able to equip any armor on the cursed parts of my body was starting to become a problem. It's also true that the curse's merits helped me more than demerits did me harm, but at least I want to be able to wear boots. I would like to get rid of the curse on at least one part of my body. But at the current moment that might be easy to say and hard to actually pull off. Not to mention that even without the curse, meeting Saint Aristelia is already hard enough. Saint Aristelia? I don't know anyone named Aristelia, but that saint part made me believe that we weren't talking about a player here. This game. Religion is not all that important here, or at least it's not a determining worldview factor. Instead of one supreme god there are three deities, and each one of them has their saints. When it comes to Aristelia, I believe her NPC name is Aristelia, Saint of Benevolence. Aristelia, Saint of Benevolence. It seems that in the whole of Shanfro people with this title are the only ones who can cure all kinds of curses. It is said that their power is so great that they can even break curses placed upon anyone by the unique monsters. But of course, when you are surrounded by a whole bunch of church officials and high-level players, it is difficult to meet someone like that in person. If you really want to meet her, I'm afraid that you'll have to first go to the church and organize the meeting through them. And there are also Saints Guard to consider. Going through the church required a lot of money to donate. The latter you needed to satisfy a whole bunch of other conditions. And now that I think about it, at the time of the meeting Sega 100 said something about being able to arrange a meeting with a saint for me if I really wanted to get rid of the curse. Well, for now it's not that big of a problem, so I think I might as well stick with it for a while longer. But putting into perspective the incoming battles against the unique monsters in the future, an upgrade in armor is more than necessary. In other words, unless I get rid of the curse I might not be able to wear that power armor and my defense will still be paper thin if nothing else. It won't be much longer before the sun will start to set. If possible, I would like to get through this area soon. The area boss is a little bit further ahead. This area was way larger than I expected it to be. Without res guidance, I don't know if I could get through it on my own without losing my way at least a couple of times. Well, We still have a lot of time before tomorrow morning, so we can push forward without having to worry too much for now. I guess you're right. Let's proceed forward with caution. Yes, caution is best. Sanraku didn't know that Sega Zero knows him in real life. He also couldn't possibly know that right now Sega Zero was guiding him towards his goal via the longest possible route. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit longer. Since she was given this chance, she didn't want it to end right away. With that little bit of selfishness, Sega Zero and Sanraku kept on going forward via the longest route possible. Sega Zero didn't know. She wanted to talk to him longer. She wanted to be together with him just a little bit longer. She wanted to smile just for him and laugh just together with him. It was a trivial thing and a trivial lie born out of her love for Sanraku. A lie that almost resulted in failing to fulfill her promise to him. Their relationship, it was no longer something that would affect only them, but it would influence the whole of Shangri-La frontier. But it was something that neither of the two could know at that point. And one more thing. Unknown to either Sanraku or Sega Zero, there was a certain event that was proceeding further ahead slowly but surely. If you're in trouble, run. Most of the time that solution tends to solve the problem. Wait, Pierre. Better give it a rest already. That's just how those guys are. There was a person who was running away. There was a person that was letting out a deep sigh. And there was a person that despaired over the failure of his mission. But this is a tale for another time. Perhaps. Chapter 117, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 3 Part 1. The boss of this area is known as Dragon Usurper. The tricky part about this fight is that it uses steel magic to snatch magic attacks and skills and shoot them right back at its opponent. I see, I get it. I don't get it, really. Additionally, since it is a dragon-type monster, it can fly in the sky and breathe fire. So it is important to know when to attack and when to switch to defense, kind of like a turn-based battle. Fumu. So basically it's like an old-school RPG, when you and your opponent throw attacks at one another interchangeably. Also, once its HP drops below a certain amount, its attack patterns and behavior will change as well. For example, when in dying state, it will try to steal skills and even weapons from the player. If it catches you off guard, your weapon will be stolen, but it can drop the weapon if dealt enough damage, so you can always get it back. Yeah, it's cool and all that, but say, aren't we lost? No, I don't think so. Ray replied to me with a really unnatural voice. The sun was already set and the moon was already high in the sky, illuminating the surrounding with its silvery radiance. No, I mean, I know that I'm still a newbie when it comes to this game, but I'm already a level 99 player. I have some experience, and even if this area was larger than anything else in this game so far, it wasn't possible for someone to be lost inside it for a couple hours straight. Sorry about that. No, it's not that I mind. It's just that I've been wondering about that for a while now. But saying that seemed to have quite the opposite effect on Ray, who started to apologize even more than before. In fact, this little detour of ours allowed me to get some good item drops, and my pockets were starting to be filled more and more, so it wasn't an entirely bad thing. And even if we are lost now, we still have time to reach 5th Sha by tomorrow morning, so no worries on my part. But with the mood suddenly becoming so depressed, I needed to come up with a topic to direct the conversation somewhere else. However, since we talked so much already, I was afraid that most of the topics we could talk about now were already exhausted. Something else that we could talk about. Oh yeah, that's right. I know that Shanfro's engine is amazing, but won't you take a look at that? The moon looks so beautiful tonight. There are many games that utilize Western-like landscapes, but none of those games could possibly hold a candle to Shanfro at the current moment. VR, virtual reality. Even though the scenery and images in the night sky are based on the real world, in here they still look different, but not any less beautiful than in the real world. Not to mention that the game even took care of the weather conditions, for the night air is much colder than during the daytime. Talk about a high quality, this is. I think I could die happily right now. Why? Was the moon too beautiful to her or something like that? And why was she looking at me instead of the moon? What was that all about? And why was she looking like a samurai ready to commit seppuku right now? Come on now, I know that we can respawn and all that, but don't you think that dying just like that over nothing is a little bit much? Instead, why don't we enjoy this game to the fullest, huh? That's right. The graphics in this game surely are realistic. Ha 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 ha. Did she think I meant something else? Oh well, doesn't really matter. Even though it was the middle of the night and I had problems seeing her facial expressions, it shouldn't really be that much of a problem. Say, Ray, does the monsters change in here depending on the time of the day? They do, as a matter of fact. In this area, one of the most dangerous monsters at night time is a monster called Majority Hound. They usually appear in packs. Oh, is that so? Good to know. Majority Hound. That bastard, huh? Or maybe these ones differ in some way or another, but there are also monsters that can apply various curses, so we need to watch out for them. Won't you look at that? If it isn't Sanraku and the strongest one Sega Zero. Suddenly being called by our names like that, together with Rui turned towards the place from where the voice originated. Animalia, San. It is an honor to have such fine top players remember my name. If only she was alone. Behind Animalia, there were a dozen players all fully equipped and looking as though they were going to war. Not your typical Sunday picnic, I suppose. Sorry for prying, but what are you doing here, you guys? Capturing a zone? As you can see. Is that so? You wouldn't think that judging by how heavily equipped you guys are. Double booking, perhaps? Double booking? Is there some event that is currently going on here? I turn towards Ray, but she just shakes her head, apparently not knowing anything about it. Arthur Pensilgton, that bastard, and that other asshole. I knew that you guys may be hiding something, so I was right to doubt you. And won't you look at that? So could you not get in our way? Or you can try to stop us. Go right ahead. But surely you realize that we have an advantage here and that going against us would be a really foolish endeavor, right? Wait just a second. What the hell are you talking about? Weren't you all supposed to go to rabbits or something? Why is this woman so hostile towards me all of a sudden? Could it be something rabbits related? Sure thing. I am hiding something from them, but they shouldn't have discovered it yet, so they had no reason to be hostile. Whatever their deal, the members of SF Zoo with Animalia in front of them were now armed and ready to fight. Were they so angry at me that they decided to convert into a park guild? That would be the worst development possible, but for now there was still something fishy about this whole situation. Forget about it. We asked you for a surefire way to visit rabbits constantly, but now it doesn't even matter. It's okay. Sorry to say this, but what say you we burn it to the ground? I don't seem to follow. What's the full story? What the hell are you even talking about? I'll tell you. If you promise that you and this here Sega Zero-san get the fuck out of here right this instant. I cast a quick glance at Ren. She nods her head. Apparently Ray seemed to understand and lowered her sword, which she had at the ready this whole time. Chapter 117, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 3 Part 2. So if we do this, you'll explain to us what is going on? Foo. You see, we know. Oh. We do know about the condition of the X-Quest you were so desperately trying to keep hidden from us. Excuse me, could it be that the existence of the Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies somehow got leaked? No, that's impossible. At least I want to believe that's impossible. Even if it got revealed by the most probable source, Akatsuki Dono, it would be about invitation to the bunny country, not the Epic of the Vorpal Bunnies. And what is the source of this information, if I may ask? You can thank your great leader for that. All right, time out for a second. I make a gesture of time out with my hands and then quickly check my inventory. I confirm the setting of my items, set up an appropriate chart and make some additional adjustments just in case shit hits the fan really fucking hard. Right, please continue. What was that just now? I just had to make sure that once I get my hands on that retarded fuck nugget he'll be turned into a bloody mess for sure. For now I'll keep Yuzuki on hand and ready my scorpion gauntlets as backup just in case. Animalia seemed to be really suspicious of me out there, but nevertheless she kept on talking. I see. Ekam, what I wanted to say. We have already established that in order to gain free access to rabbits, you must encounter Night Prowler Lucan and land 100 successful critical hits on him. This will unlock the X quest that will grant us access. So we don't need your help with that anymore. Animalia continues speaking. All the SF Zoo members in this party are debuffers that can stop monsters from moving. They believe that stopping Night Prowler in its tracks will allow them to land those 100 critical hits, thus giving them access to rabbits via the X quest. It is also said that when it comes to raid battles, SF Zoo can be equal in power with Black Wolves, so thinking logically, they had a huge chance of success with this strategy. Listening to Animalia's explanation, I became genuinely intrigued, and the plan of bashing Pensilgton's fucking face in was gradually being pushed to the side. Then, after explaining it all, the raid party started to dash off into the distance, ever so confident in their strategy that they formulated the intel given to them by Pensilgton. I guess they were so absorbed in them that they didn't even consider the possibility of Pensilgton playing them like a goddamned fiddle through me. That bastard really has a way with words. Meeting me here was a mere coincidence, but I guess he wanted to worsen their relationship with me thanks to that plan, and as a result, he would feed them false hope and they would waste a tremendous amount of their resources betting on that gamble. Dealing enough critical hits to Night Prowler is not the only condition needed for the X quest to appear. So technically he didn't lie to them, but instead fed them only partial intel. They believe that the only factor here is the specific number of critical hits, completely disregarding things like number of people, level, and weapons. And the truth here is, no matter how many times they critically hit Night Prowler, if they do that with that many people on board, this won't count as displaying the true Vorpal soul. And once they learn the hard way that Pensilgton fed them partial information, they will be furious. Or they will simply fall right into Pensilgton's hands, who will definitely promise to feed them the right intel this time around for an even greater price. Certainly, Pensilgton sold SF Zoo a rotten apple as if it was a perfectly ripe one. However, they couldn't possibly know that this apple was not only rotten on the surface level, but deep down to the core as well. Besides, as long as both Katsu and I remain silent about that, there is no way for them to prove that Pensilgton played them for fools, since he can always say that's what I've been told as well. Pensilgton knows about the Vorpal weapon in level bits, but the only person who could prove his words to be false is me. So in the end the SF Zoo will get their asses handed to them on a silver platter, waste their time and resources, and Pensilgton will still be in the clear. I don't know if karma exists in this world, but it should certainly bite him in the ass quite hard one of these days. I feel like we were holding the detonation switch for a nuclear bomb here, or were playing with scissors around the threads of a puppet. I know that Animalia-san is not a bad person deep down inside, but even if I wanted to warn them about the trap that was set for them, there was no way for me to do that without sticking out my neck. Okay, I understand. But one more thing. What are you guys doing here of all places? Foo-fa-foo. So I see you've noticed that as well. Huh? Cold night's wind blows. For a moment out there my cyber brain felt netherworldly chill running down my spine and I thought that for but a moment every other noise except for Animalia's voice disappeared from the world. This is the information that only we SF Zoo know, our race in the whole. We've managed to figure out the place in which Night Prowler Lucan appears most frequently. The cold wind blows again. However, it was not a wind current brought as a natural phenomenon. It was a phenomenon brought about by the appearance of a huge unnatural mass. And seeing that the two of you are here, in this place of all the places to be, away from the area boss, don't tell me you've managed to figure that one as well? The cold wind blows. Wait, away from the area boss. Does that mean Rose guiding me towards somewhere else this whole time? I tried to look at references, but she only turned her head away, in a very apologetic fashion. To be able to determine not only the general area but also the exact location, guess the SF Zoo will need to re-evaluate the worth of your small guild after all. For me, It seems that you guys came here with the same goal as us, to defeat the unique monster. The cold night's wind blows again. This is Chapter 118, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 4 Part 1. It was dark, even darker than the darkest night. I imagined that the process of creating this thing was rather easy, since all you needed to do was to paint the whole thing black and be done with it. Looking. It was a chunk of data that was even more broken and terrifying than the Golden Scorpion. Even though it was a model made out of zeros and ones, the feeling of approaching death was so overwhelming that your whole body was feeling it all the way to its very core. It felt as though you were just waiting for your own execution. Even though I was way stronger than the day we first met and it put the curse marks on me, I could understand it in an instant. We couldn't possibly win against that thing. It would be utter stupidity to think otherwise. Night Prowler Lucan emerged from the darkness of the night and gazed at us with its golden eyes, his jet black body not making even the slightest move. It looked at the members of the SF Zoo calmly, then switched to and eventually its gaze fell on me like an executioner's blade. After all, it wasn't just a mindless monster. I assume that the AI steering its actions was as advanced as the ones animating the actions of the most advanced NPCs. Everyone, begin the operation. The strategy is the same as we agreed on. First, anti-dragon formation. As we were glaring at one another, I realized that I readied my weapons out of reflex. If it wasn't for Animalia's sharp command, I would most probably have rushed towards this monster without thinking. I was confident that I would be able to at least put up a decent fight, so the command issued to the members of SF Zoo confused me greatly. I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation at hand. They needed to get the hell out of here before they were literally slaughtered. Sanraku-san, let's put some distance between us. It is impossible to simply aggro this thing just like that. The battle hasn't started yet. In terms of racing, we were still waiting at the start line for the green lights to light up. Before the slaughter begins, we need to be as far from SF Zoo and Lucan as humanly possible. Are you sure about that? Ray, do you have any experience with fighting Night Prowler? About 3 encounters, in all of which I got one-shotted instantly. Oh, you've encountered it even more than I did? Should I call you senpai then? Nah, forget about it for now. For me it was only once, but it was enough to understand that this beast will not simply go down without putting up quite a fight. I also don't want to interfere and die because of SF Zoo, so for now let's just wait and see how the situation develops. Even against an entire raid team, I don't think that Lucan will fall that easily. Besides, it was an opportunity for me to witness its battle style from an outsider's perspective, so don't mind me and just let it slaughter you all for my experience's sake. SF Zoo. Seeing as they were experienced in catching formidable monsters, none of the party members seemed to have wavered in Lucan's presence. They were all calm and composed. Let's see, 5 tanks. No way. Please don't tell me that all the rest are debuffers and not your usual tanks. No less. Those guys were literal walls or even meat shields. With full body armor and tower shields in their hands, they seem to have sacrificed every single fiber of offense in favor of defense. They lined up in a single row, protecting the debuffers like an insurmountable wall. This is SF Zoo's most basic formation and tactic. The tanks are just there to focus aggro on themselves and sponge all the incoming damage. The debuffers do all the real work. I can't imagine they are going to withstand attacks just like that. Do they have some special skills that help them tank better? If you have 5 tanks, you can easily switch the one aggroing the attacks if you needed it, and when others are taking the damage, you can replenish your health and wait for your defensive skills to go off cooldown. Tanks focusing the aggro on themselves were a force that no monster could possibly ignore, and once they do that, the literal storm of debuffs will follow suit from behind them. It was surely a poor boss subjugation strategy, focused more on catching your prey alive rather than finishing it off. But that's about it, ? For some extent such a strategy will surely work, but there are so many more elements that you need to be aware of when it comes to enemies, not to mention that their mobility is pretty much non-existent at this point. Wow, this is going to turn really ugly really fast. Night Prowler is as cunning as any player out there. It wasn't a bad idea for SF Zoo's tanks to scatter slightly to avoid being taken out all at once like bowling pins. It might have worked wonders against any other monster, but not against Lucan. Chapter 118, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 4 Part 2. Lucan melts into the darkness like some sort of apparition, and right after that it appeared behind one of the tanks, as if it was always there in the first place. Lucan's shadow transition was something that only a veteran of fighting with it could possibly grasp. For a complete newcomer, it might have been instant transition. So no matter how tight your defenses might be, in the face of that attack you are nothing more than a punching bag, soon to be ground into minced meat. One of the tanks got smashed with Lucan's paw and flew forward while rolling on the ground. Poor Sap didn't even see it coming, so responding to that attack was also impossible. But surprisingly enough he was still breathing. Guess that's to be expected if you sacrifice your attack power and mobility and pour everything into defense. In addition, their communication was also quite good. One of the remaining 4 tanks covered the fallen one and took a fatal blow in the process, but he bought enough time for the 3 others to pick up their comrade and patch him up. It was good that they were so proficient at tanking, but that would leave the debuffers vulnerable and open to attacks. However, first group fire. Atlas Bind. The first group, about 4 magic casters, cast their spell at the same time in unison. Their spells turned out to be chains, and each one of them bound one of Lucan's legs. They shot from the ground and immobilized Lucan, but seeing how it immediately started to struggle to break free, the spell's effects wouldn't last for long against an opponent like that. Good, hold it down. Second group, back them up. But it doesn't seem like SF Zoo was quite finished, for the second group of magic casters fired their spells at Lucan. Another chain, withered human arm, binds of ivy, stone arms. All of those elements got placed on top of Atlas Binds, reinforcing the restraints on Lucan's limbs. Is that supposed to make the Atlas Bind stronger, or simply hold it down in case Atlas Bind breaks? Just as I was considering that, Animalia came to the front. Leader. This is how the perfect capture looks like. Behold, Hands of Tartarus. Animalia raised the weapon she was holding in her arms. It was a staff, but just one look at the thing would confirm that it was most probably a unique weapon, unlike anything her squad was using. When she chanted the name of the spell, Lucan's legs started to twist and distort unnaturally. At first I thought it was a bug, but I soon realized that it was in fact the space itself being distorted around its legs. Then, there was a giant arm that popped out of the distorted space, firmly grasping Lucan's torso and not letting go of it. What is that thing? This is the unique ability of that woman's weapon, Key of Hades. If I remember correctly, it holds the power to render any creature immobile for about 30 seconds with no ways of avoiding that effect once the spell captures you. Any creature, It looks like SF Zoo really has a chance at capturing Night Prowler Lucan. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. If anything, even though I realized that I wouldn't be able to best that monster at the current moment, I see that defeating it is not in the realm of impossible. But despite being immobilized, the expression on Lucan's face was not of an animal that was soon to be robbed of its freedom. Is that so? Look, at this rate, they will surely. No, take a closer look. Here it comes. That's right. Now I remember. I finally started to understand what exactly happened at that time. In a moment, all of the information in my brain formed one single chain that finally started to make sense. At that moment I was sure of it. Night Prowler Lucan somehow managed to unite with the shadows and create an invisible copy of itself. Or not. It was not the shadows. For me, it looks as though Lucan was united with the darkness itself, not only the shadow. To be more specific, the darkness I was referring to was not the darkness on the ground or the air. It was the darkness of space itself. And now I can clearly see that at the exact moment of attack, Lucan's body stayed the same, with not even a single move being made by it. Hypothesis: that attack was not invisible by it. Far from it. Actually, it was something along the lines of being attacked by an invisible alter ego. And the trigger to that attack is the disappearance of moonlight, and the light of the stars itself. a state of perfect and impeccable darkness that no light could possibly hope to pierce, an attack of an entity hidden in the darkness of the night, or even completely assimilated with it. Do you remember what kind of weather there was during all of your encounters with this thing? Night Prowler Lucan. It seems that I was in the wrong about the meaning of that name. It's not Night Prowler because it attacks at night. It's a Night Prowler because it uses the night itself to attack you. At the same time I arrived at that conclusion, the darkness mercilessly assaulted Animalia. Chapter 119, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 5 Part 1. The first thought that went through Animalia's head was that it was impossible. They wouldn't be able to beat this thing. Strange. Is this the true power of a unique monster? Indeed, the strategy employed here by the members of the SF Zoo was so flawless and powerful that it could even affect Phantasmal Dragon, one of Shanfro's strongest monsters, for a whole 1 minute, rendering it completely immobile. For example, that strategy would allow them to subjugate the boss of this area, the Usurper Dragon, without as much as breaking a sweat, thanks to the cooperation of the high-level players and strongest restraining magic out there. There was not a single boss, mob or rare enemy that would dare to resist them. Or so she thought. Now then, Lucan-chan, I wonder how your fur feels to the touch? Pushing aside her anxiety, Animalia's curiosity got the better of her and she started to approach the Night Prowler. Animalia's unique weapon, Key of Hades, granted her access to the unique spell called Hand of Tartarus, an ultimate restraint spell that would render any creature immobile for a set period of time, no matter the kind of creature. The trade-off for this wonderful effect was that for the next 5 minutes she would not be able to recover HP and would continuously take small amounts of damage every second. Eventually, at the end of those 5 minutes her HP would sit at the whooping value of 1. For Animalia, however, death was a small price to pay if it meant that she would be able to satisfy her curiosity and grope the animal she was chasing after for a whole 1 minute. A twisted logic, but logic still. For Itsukushima Maria couldn't play with animals in real life. Ever since she was little, Maria would suffer from severe allergic reactions to various kinds of animals, which for an animal lover like herself was a true torture. Even being in the same room with a single hamster could prove fatal for her health. Throughout her childhood Maria tried to interact with animals on many occasions, which would always end up with her being hospitalized for a long period of time. She already lost count of how many tears she shed because of that. That is why for Maria, since it was so realistic, Shangri-La Frontier was a godsend, a true paradise on Earth. You can pull weeds out of the ground. Your boots leave their marks in the soil. Stones you pick up have different shapes and sizes. Ripples form on the water's surface when you throw something into it. So if the game can even replicate fleas running on the animal's body, it is no wonder that the physics of the animal fur would also be super realistic. So the ultimate reason for why Itsukushima Maria created Animalia and established SF Zoo was not because she wanted to fight the monsters, but to get to know them and collect as much data on them as humanly possible. A giant wolf. I wonder what kind of feeling its fur will have. Is it fluffy or maybe hard and rough? Hand of Tartarus is a spell that no creature can oppose. No one who gets caught up in it can move an inch. Yes. No move was allowed as long as Hand of Hades was active. That is why Animalia was sure Lucan was immobilized and didn't exercise any caution, and other members of SF Zoo started cheering and taking screenshots. Fufu, it's good to be the leader. At least I have the privilege of first touch. Of course, she didn't forget their original purpose. After they touch it all they want, they will critically strike it 100 times. Fulfill the requirements for the X quest and then off to Rabbits they go. At first she was disappointed that she couldn't go to Rabbits right away, but right now it was different, for the perspective of reaching Rabbits was finally well within her reach. She could almost taste it. If she would have received full access to Rabbits, she could cuddle and play around with cute bunnies as much as she possibly wanted. Think we can combine touching it with scoring those critical hits. Their eyes meet. At that moment, Animalia was convinced. Lucan was unable to move. It wouldn't be able to even if it wanted to. Those eyes were empty and lifeless, just like that of a doll. Its golden eyes kept on staring into nothingness. devoid of any sign of sentient life in them. But if those were not its eyes, then who was staring at Animalia right now? The night. The night is staring at me. But there was nothing out there, just the darkness of the night and the remains of the fortress that could be seen in the distance. But Animalia could clearly feel it. It was staring right at her. Not from over here, but from somewhere else entirely. Impossible. She could feel something staring at her out there, hidden in the deep, black night. The intense feeling emanating from that gaze. Yes, it was the same kind of gaze with which a predator looks at its prey. It was at this moment that Animalia finally noticed the true identity of the night prowler Lucan. A black wolf that attacks people at night at random locations. No, the truth is the order is reversed here. It was the darkness of the night which took the form of a giant black wolf. Chapter 119, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 5 Part 2. The moment she realized that, Animalia's body was lifted in the air by a tremendous blow coming from the side, a blow that all things considered simply ignored the laws of physics. In Shangri-La Frontier, there are two ways of assessing the damage that was dealt to you. One was the numbers. The second one was the sensation that accompanied the blow. Hi. With the corner of her eyes, Animalia could pick up a slight movement. It was low quality, but it looked just like a pair of big and sharp jaws. The jaws that grabbed Animalia and bit into her flesh, thrashing her around like a ragdoll. It's biting. What power, and it's growing even stronger. Am I going to get eaten? Animals are cute, precious and way better than humans could ever hope to be. But not this one. This one, it was different from the rest. Animals are creatures you should love and they will love you in return. No, help me. Soon enough, Animalia was about to be eaten by an apex predator, something that not every average Japanese person could experience firsthand. Then its jaws suddenly closed and Animalia's avatar was shattered into a million pieces by an attack so brutal and graphic that probably none of the SF Zoo members have ever witnessed before. Even though I have seen some pretty gruesome images throughout my career as a gamer, seeing Animalia's body break and twist like a shrimp sent chills down my spine. It was realistically brutal. Maybe Shanfro should be age restricted if such vivid images could be shown here. I can certainly see minors becoming instantly traumatized by them. And what followed was even worse. Anyways, debuffers became pretty much obsolete in this battle at this point. Because no matter how many times they would try to capture Lucan, it would simply create a new alter ego and simply transfer its consciousness into it. Not to mention that because of the clouds covering the moon, visibility was already poor as it was. The tank squad was targeted first, and their vitality stats as well as defenses were superb. But it was impossible for them to tank against a supermobile enemy the movements of which they simply couldn't predict. It was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter, or playing billiard with humans instead of balls. With the tanks being sent flying into the rest of the group, the chaos that ensued was far too great for them to coordinate in any kind of coherent fashion. And the fact that the tanks were taking so long to kill was only making the suffering of the group that much longer and greater. Now the worst thing they could possibly do is to bundle together. It so happened that all of the tanks fell down roughly at the same time, and as they were desperately trying to avoid imminent death, the invisible predator broke through their ranks and started slaughtering the debuffers. It's pretty damn amazing in a horrifying way, seeing human bowling balls and pins. Some of them disintegrate on the spot, while others bounce off the ground or roll all over it for a moment before coming to a stop. Even high-level players with appropriate equipment were unable to withstand the sheer brute force of Lucan's attacks and started dying one after another without being able to defend themselves or resist. The fact that their leader got massacred right in front of them certainly wasn't helping. Without the tanks the battle was already over, and even if the mages somehow managed to revive them in time, it would hardly make a difference at this point. This is just too cruel. Watching that horrifying spectacle from behind the rocks, I muttered those words in a silent voice. Those of the people who died were now laying on the ground with their equipment stripped off of them, awaiting respawn at the inn. About 3 people were left on the field, and they all chose to commit suicide rather than having their stats decreased and their equipment stripped off of them. It was a wise decision on their end. The battle was already lost and staying alive would accomplish nothing at this point. It would be a fool's errand. I knew it would happen. If even someone like Sega Zero got decimated with one blow by this monster, then SF Zoo didn't stand a chance in the first place. It was foolish of them to even think they would be able to pull this off. As for Lucan, it was just sitting there, licking its own paws. Talk about a picture of carefree right after the battle's end. Thank you, Animalia. Thank you, SF Zoo. There was one more person left there on the battlefield, half dead and looking our way as if begging for help. He was saying something, but from this far I was unable to understand what his words were. Look, sorry man, but I'm not going to risk my own neck for your sake. Thank you for reference material. You can now rest in peace. You wouldn't be able to tell because of the mask on my face, but I was smiling in a really nasty way. Also, I was shifting one of my thumbs up and down continuously before eventually bringing it down. The guy didn't see that, however. His body erupted into red polygons just a second before my thumb went down. Now, whatever shall we do? Chapter 120, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 6 Part 1. I could see Lucan's attacks, but there was no way for me to possibly defeat it. First of all, our strengths were basically worlds apart, not only in the case of attack power but all other basic stats as well, not to mention that alter ego of his. I would simply die a meaningless death if I tried to do anything, but it is a unique monster, so if we happen to defeat it, is something the matter? It is almost certain that we shall unlock some sort of X quest or set a flag for one. It would be nice to be able to do this on my own, but it seems that I won't be able to avoid adding black wolves to the entourage this time. After all, the thing was their sole purpose of existence, hence them naming themselves after it. Compare them to our clan, we were still but an inexperienced pup, and seeing SF Zoo's tanks just now, I was convinced all players who managed to hit the level cap are exceptionally strong individuals. Not only would they have exceptionally high stats, but they would also have appropriate equipment and experience to back it all up. And even though SF Zoo's party was not the most fortunate one out there, you could tell that there was a whole lot of strategizing that was involved in that formation. I guess the monopoly of black wolves when it comes to Lucan will be something that can't be avoided. Our guild was not a formation made out of weaklings, but compared to the Black Wolves it was like trying to fight a royal straight flush with a simple pair in poker. The difference was simply too great for us to close it anytime soon. So what can I do now? Is there anything that I can do to make my situation a little bit better? The easiest thing to do here would be to get the hell out of here or die together while trying our best against it. What to do? First, I need some sort of a plan. I start to stretch lightly as a certain thought occurs in my head. Don't think it will go the same as the last time. This is another very important thing when it comes to playing games. Mindset. It is especially true when it comes to player killing. Let us illustrate this example on two players who want to achieve the same goal, say, slaying a dragon. One player has successfully managed to defeat the dragon many times and see no problem with fighting it. The other party has never succeeded in defeating the dragon and can't seem to be able to do it no matter how hard they try. Even if both of them have the same goal, their motivations are the extreme opposites. And in games that difference in motivation can very much be critical at times. There are also players who can't seem to be bothered to get motivated. But let's just not talk about them for now. Honestly speaking, I want to challenge Lucan. I want to, even though I know that I can't win, but I at least want to jam my weapons right in its face as a show of my guts and resolve. However, even though beating Lucan might be extremely hard, the flag for the next X quest might be well worth the effort. Let's go even darker. Suppose I let Lucan kill Ray. Nah, there was no way I would be able to do that on purpose. 1. There would be a penalty for that, and 2, because I am not that kind of player. I know that this is just a game, and that I put myself at a disadvantage because of such a mindset, but just the way I want to play. Besides, a little struggle towards your goal is never that bad of a thing. Lucan X quest. Beat it. Unable to defeat it, but it's not only about my current situation. There was also rabbits to consider, 5th seal by tomorrow, and and Sanraku-san started to talk to me while staying at my side. The moment I heard those words, something seemed to have clicked inside my head. There it was, that little Sanraku inside my head who couldn't do anything else aside from screaming really loudly. Would it be her fourth time having to fight Night Prowler Lucan? Sega Zero couldn't stop thinking about it as she witnessed SF-Zu getting decimated by it. The first time around she got one-shotted before she could react in any way. The second time around, even though her equipment was already quite decent, she got turned into a human bowling ball and sent flying into her fellow teammates. Then came the third time, and she was alongside her Black Wolves colleagues. All of them were around level 80 or so, and it only took approximately 1 minute for them to get decimated and turned into nothing more than a wet stain on the ground. At that time she got done in just like Animalia just now, and just now was supposed to be the fourth time, together with Sanraku. What's going to happen now? Chapter 120, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 6 Part 2. Frankly speaking, Sega Zero was not all that gung-ho about fighting Lucan as her sister and guildmates. Sure, she wanted to defeat it with her own hands, but she was also a realist about it. Being completely honest, even the way she is now, Sega Zero didn't think she would be able to defeat Lucan. That's right. What's important is here and now. As long as you're having fun, it doesn't matter what the future may bring to you. If they defeat Lucan, it's all good. Should they get defeated, they will have to start this whole area over from the very beginning, which would only increase the amount of time they would have to spend together. For Sega Zero it would be ideal, but for Sanraku, probably not so much. Better yet, they could get themselves killed on purpose. Their opponent is a unique monster that took out a whole squad of SF-Zu. It wouldn't be strange for that monster to easily defeat two lonely players with ease. Disgusting. How shallow of me. Sega Zero suddenly came to her senses and upon realizing what she was trying to do scolded herself. She should instead take the initiative here and aim for the best result possible. It was unthinkable for her to inconvenience others just so that she could profit off of it. Still, Sire Zero was ashamed of herself that she wasn't strong enough to beat Lucan all on her own. Looking to the side, there was Sanraku with his bird mask. He seemed to be thinking about something on his own, but his eyes were staring right at Lucan this whole time. She couldn't tell what exactly he was thinking, but one thing she knew for sure. Surely, he can't be having much fun right now. There was a precious jewel right in front of him, but he was hesitant to grab it. Too many thoughts were clouding his judgment. It was all Sega Zero's imagination and assumptions, but incidentally they happened to be spot on. That is why there was only one thing she could say to Sanraku. It's the thing she always thought when she saw him going back home with a new game in the bag. Sanraku-san, let's do this, and if we can't beat Lucan, let's at least enjoy ourselves to the fullest while trying. I said it. Good. Sega Zero thought to herself. When Sanraku came to her and asked her for help with clearing this dungeon, Sega Zero was ecstatic to the point where she was basically ready to start dancing on the spot. That is why Sega Zero could get serious right now. Because she was not alone. She had someone beside her who was worthy of witnessing her going all out and having a blast while doing it. And since Sanraku received 2 curse marks from Lucan, it means that he was a worthy opponent acknowledged by the beast itself. He would surely be able to keep up with her. Sega Zero smiled to herself. She couldn't be sure of that, but she knew deep down inside that Sanraku was currently smiling as well behind the mask. Let's do this, and if we can't beat it, let's at least enjoy it with all of our might. Those words were so impactful that they made me stop thinking what I was thinking about in but a second. I could say that they were a real eye-opener for me. I then looked at Re with astonishment. Re kept on staring at me. I couldn't be sure, but I somehow knew that behind her helmet, she was smiling right now. Foo, foo fa fa foo, cute cuckoo. Ha 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 ha. I smiled as well. Or rather, I was so happy that my happiness overflowed and changed into a fit of laughter. Yes, that's right. There was nothing to think about. Damn you, Pensilgton. Trying to steal all the fun away from me even if you weren't here to run away or to face it. It was so simple of a matter that worrying about it was downright stupid. Thinking ahead is good and all, but the most important thing is to have fun and not get bored with the game. We can think about item disposition later, for now it doesn't really matter. So what if Rare raises a flag of Lucan as well? Like I care. What if Black Wolves monopolize Lucan and manage to defeat it first? Let Pencilton worry about that stuff. Nice. Even though it was the middle of the night, for me it felt as radiant as the middle of the sunny day. Whatever happens from now on, I'll just leave the future problems to the future me. As for now, let's do this, Ray. No matter if we win or lose, it's still going to be better than sitting here on our asses and debating things aimlessly. Right. Better prepare your ass, Lucan. I'll show you the power of the level 99 extended. This won't be like the last time. I can promise you that. Chapter 121, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 7 Part 1. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to a spontaneously formed party that on the spur of the moment decided to recklessly abandon all logic and challenge one of the strongest unique monsters. My name is Sanraku, a shitty game hunter who started with paper-thin defenses, graduated to cardboard-thin defenses and right now was sitting only slightly higher. Also, I managed to hit level 99 extended. Right next to me we have Rei-san, who formed a party with me without actually knowing how bad my defenses really are, the absolute madman. That's all, folks. Typical. Our bodies started to move before we even knew it. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Lucan's attack came crashing down on me right at the moment when I was the most vulnerable during my approach. Its speed was simply monstrous and I wouldn't be able to avoid it by any normal means right now. So I used my transfer to the inventory, eventually bringing down the number of uses of this trump card of mine. Seeing just how fast and merciless Lucan is, there was no way that I would be able to avoid its attacks by going into inventory and right back again like that. So I just dashed towards Lucan's front legs, glaring at him and readying my weapons to fight him with all my might. It feels as though I'm trying to sneak a peek. I then use the secret sword dart to nail Lucan's aggro in place while I dove right under it. Then I rolled to its side and shouted while switching my weapons at the same time. Ray. Apocalypse. Ray slammed her sword against Lucan's rear leg, covering it with a substance that looked like boiling magma. But no matter how many times Ray hit it with her magma sword, Lucan still refused to calm down. What's more, it seems as if it was growing even more ferocious with each consecutive blow. It was to be expected that its counterattack would be deadly. So when I saw it directing its fangs towards Ray, I quickly changed to my gauntlet and strike it on the jaw in order to try to get the aggro back on me. And it seems to have worked. About 4 to 5 blows later Lucan stopped for just a single moment and glared at Ray before eventually turning his attention back to me. Ray used that opportunity to attack it even more. Switch. Right. This is where our roles switch. This time around Ray would take care of focusing its aggro on her while I would attack it. I've got this side covered. I then slam my gauntlet-clad fist right into Lucan's side, scoring a critical hit. It was possible due to the combo of my high luck stat and hand of fortune, but also because of the unique ability of the right gauntlet, even more critical hit chance upon attack. Upon contact, the place which I slammed my fist into shone with a brilliant mixture of silver and gold. However, it was not nearly enough. Lucan tried to counterattack, seemingly unfazed, but its fangs met only a crystal pillar that I shot out of my left gauntlet, anticipating the place which its attack would come from. Being hit with a crystal javelin like that surely must have hurt. That hit a little too close for comfort. It's all right. Sword dart dancing blades. Lucan jumps towards Ray, crushing the crystal pillar that was in its way as if it was nothing more than a toothpick that was getting in its way. This attack was not something you'd be able to dodge easily. However, Ray didn't use her sword to attack in a normal fashion. She took a really strange stance and thrusted her sword forward, piercing Lucan's belly and avoiding its leap completely by rotating her body. There was a brief moment of silence, and then Lucan turned towards us in an unfazed fashion, showing no sign of fatigue or damage. I honestly don't know what to say to that. Are we even doing anything to it? That's what I'd like to know. I would like to see its HP bar if possible. Was that too much of a thing to ask for? The tanker and attacker were the most optimal strategy here, because we would be able to act accordingly to any kind of situation that rises. It wasn't the fastest plan of attack, but considering our circumstance, it was the best thing we could come up with. After all, it's slow and steady who wins the race. Ray, how about now? How much? About 6 more times, I think. Is that so? Right, I understand. Before we entered the fray, Ray told me about a certain trump card of hers that she could use with the help of some fairly expensive support items. You see, Ray's weapon, Satanail, allows her access to 2 of the most powerful attack skills in the entire game, Apocalypse and Catastrophe. That is, if she manages to satisfy the conditions for their activation. Chapter 121, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 7 Part 2. This is the reason why Sega Zero holds the title of maximum firepower, and if there was ever a chance of us winning this battle, that would be it. That is, if she manages to land that blow. Believing Ray's words that she would definitely manage to do it, we were now balancing on a really tight tightrope trying to keep her safe for long enough. God damn it, why won't you keep on attacking me, you damned mutt? First of all, what is the pattern of the aggro for this monster? Just when I was thinking that it was prioritizing the cursed opponent over normal ones, it was shifting its aggro towards Ray again. It wasn't a wolf. It was a goddamned cat doing whatever the hell it wanted. However, he who hunts 2 hares will catch neither, and the only reason we are able to balance things out was because Lucan was shifting its attention between us. The moon is hiding behind the clouds again. It's coming. There's a certain item in this game called Torch. It is an item that illuminates the area in a 5-meter radius from the item, and it was really convenient for lighting up dark places such as underground passages and caves. This game is designed in such a way that you can see something even in a dimly lit environment, so an item like that is not that popular. But even so, presto, the movements of the shadowy alter ego are not all that complicated. But the real problem was the moment it appeared, because we can't be sure where the attack will come from. So I focus my senses and try to hear where it will be. Breathing, the ground, fur shifting in the wind. Anything that could serve as an indicator. Where will the invisible death strike from? It is there, even if we can't see it. If only I could predict its actions, it would stop being such a great threat. I can feel chill running up my spine. Then there was a gust of wind. It wasn't a natural phenomenon, but rather an action provoked by the movement and exhale of a large mass of darkness fast approaching. My senses managed to warn me in the last possible moment. Ray, I was sure that she managed to sense that as well, and I took a look towards the moon high up in the sky. The moon was hidden behind a thick veil of dark clouds, and the malevolent wind was the only thing I was feeling for the moment. But then, because of the wind, the clouds disperse and the moon peeks out from behind them, illuminating the battlefield with its light, and in that light I could clearly see it. Lucan's alter ego disappeared into nothingness. I knew it. If the moonlight shines onto it, it cannot use its special attack. What to do? There's no way to counteract it, and it is too unpredictable. Light, shit. I wish I had a flashlight on me or something like that. No. Unless we can't stop the skill from activating, it wouldn't do us any good. The flow of wind, the clouds in the sky, there were so many of them out there that it was despair-inducing. How can we win if the weather itself is our enemy? No, wait. There is a way, at least I think so. Really? But using that in front of Ray? No. What am I thinking? Weapons are to be used, not to be put in display cases. It's like buying a new pair of shoes and never wearing them. And cool weapons are worth showing them off. I then ask Ray to aggro Lucan for a moment and disappear inside of the inventory. Yeah, sure, I can't wear the whole power armor, but it doesn't need to be whole. But what if it doesn't work out? Screw it. It's too late for worrying about that. Let's do this shit. I take out 3 items from inventory. One of them was the ether reactor that Break managed to restore to its former glory. The second one was the helmet of one of the power armors, a piece necessary to operate the rest of the armor. And the third one? a vermilion body resembling a mythical bird, with its wings folded and waiting dormant for the command of its master. "Now come, this will be your first job ever, Suzaku." I place the ether reactor inside of the power suit Suzaku, and then, the vermilion bird wakes up and descends onto the battlefield under the bright glow of the moonlight. Chapter 122, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 8 Part 1. A new window popped in the corner of my field of vision, displaying me various information about the non-standard tactical weapon Suzaku. Now then, let's see how much of a punch this baby can. No, not that. I didn't bring this machine here for its firepower. While I wear the control helm and gaze at the machine hanging in the sky, it gazes right back at me with its lifeless eyes, and a set of characters begin to appear in front of my eyes. I cannot wear the whole power armor at once. However, supplying the energy from the reactor to the non-standard tactical weapon was a whole different story. And here's the best part: to command the tactical beast, you only need a headpiece. The feeling of wearing that helmet was almost similar to my usual mask, but the metallic feeling of it certainly got the point across. It was a component of a power armor all right. However, it was a distinct feeling, different from a normal metal helmet. Isn't that thing supposed to temper my visibility? Or maybe it's some kind of exception. Normally, wearing a helmet impairs your field of vision by a large margin. It wasn't the case with this thing, but compared to the usual mask that I wear, I couldn't shake off a feeling that something was clearly different in here. Aside from seeing various information about Suzaku that the helmet was feeding me in real time, it felt as though my vision was even enhanced, which was an awesome feeling, to be honest. Also, the helmet was providing me with some sort of augmented vision which allowed me to see clearly in the dark, to the point that I could actually see my surroundings in great detail as well as witness Lucan as clearly as if it was daytime. And lastly, the message. It was written in a clean way, and apparently it was a message from Suzaku itself, asking for orders. "Stand by, awaiting orders." Right, I know that it might be a little of a tall order, but those clouds that cover the moon, think you could do something about them? Roger that. Was that moment of silence just a processing of my words, or was that disbelief alongside the lines of "you seriously called me here just for that?" But I could see in its eyes that no matter what order it may be, it was going to do everything in its power to fulfill it. But right now, for me, no, for us, it was of the utmost importance. Only Suzaku and Soryu could fly out of the 4 non-standard tactical weapons, and the fact that it has wings made Suzaku just perfect for this task. It was only going to be like an oversized fan, but that's more than enough in this situation. Then Suzaku spreads its mechanical wings. Looking closely, those weren't the actual wings, but rather a whole bunch of small boosters connected closely together. There was the fire coming from the boosters, and a huge flame burst out of its tail as it started to move, spreading its wings in the night sky and having the moon behind it, creating one heck of a sight to behold. You know, somehow I already feel bad about using you for something as silly as this. Sanraku-san, over there. Watch out. Oh, oopsie. I'm terribly sorry, Lucan-chan, but it seems that you won't be able to use your special move for a while now. You may be mad at us, but it is our only chance to defeat you at our current level. Possessing an ability like that, one that disregards every single factor in the current battle and hits you like a truck the moment you least expect it. It's just that you are so strong, we don't have any other choice. There were small sparks flying in the air, and right after that there was a huge pillar of flames shooting into the night sky. Without the interference of clouds, the moonlight illuminated the battlefield, and as participants dancing all over it. Used Apocalypse about 5 times now and was currently using Catastrophe for the 3rd. We managed to fully grasp the attack patterns of Lucan by now, and unless something completely unexpected happens, we should be able to bring it down if we stay with the current strategy. But there was a small problem with it as well. That bastard, did he figure it out as well? Is he aiming for her on purpose? It's been almost an hour since the battle started, but right now Ro was the only one who was targeted by Lucan's attacks, and his aggro was staying locked onto her no matter what I did to bring its attention towards myself again. I knew it. Its AI is in a completely different league than that of normal monsters. It was learning throughout the battle, assessing the threat level of its opponents and estimating which threat to attack and which to ignore. Once it does that, it launches itself at the biggest threat and tries to kill it in a cruel, fast and efficient way. Re's skills are something to be afraid of, but her main source of damage is her skills. Now, it's just a matter of time before something goes wrong. Either she gets distracted, or her skills go on cooldown, or her concentration might get broken. One saving grace was that this whole area was a wide grassland with little to no obstacles in our way. So if worse comes to worst, we might as well try to run for it and put some distance between us. But Re had it even worse than me, since Lucan was mostly after her this entire time. Shit, I'd really like a group of tanks with aggro-focusing skills right now. Chapter 122, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 8 Part 2. I mumble that to myself while throwing my fist towards the sky in a threatening manner, all the while checking my status window and trying to focus Lucan's aggro back on me to give her some time to breathe. I even considered generating the crystal pillar to accelerate myself further, but I gave up on that idea in the end. At this speed it would be hard to generate the pillar at the right angle and in the right direction. I would only end up setting myself back instead. And even if I used the pillar for attack, Lucan would have no problem with breaking it to pieces, just like it did not so long ago. But still, putting aside the issue of moving or attacking, I really needed something that would allow me to divert Lucan's attention from Ray. Something with a nice punch that would also give me a nice burst of damage. Or maybe, I should use that? No, that's my ultimate trump card. So I should save it until Ray's really in a pinch, not before that. If I had to compare the deadly sword art that Yuzuki could use to a card from a deck, it would without a doubt be a Joker. It is a skill that is really difficult to trigger and has many drawbacks and backlashes, but as a result it would offer attack power equal or even greater than the skills Ray has in her arsenal. What to do? What to do? As I was considering that, the crystal pillar became available to use. I also can't remember how many buffs I have activated recently, and which ones were about to end and which were still good to go. That's bad. However, there was hope. Hope in the shape of a certain weakness. Not Lucan's weakness, but something more general. A weakness of all wolf-shaped creatures. And that's good. Ray, back away a little bit. Why don't you? Firing up. Just for today I think that having to do voice authentication is quite a hassle. The left gauntlet activates and fires a crystal pillar. It was a slow projectile compared to guns and other firearms like that. But still, a projectile flew forward and hit Lucan's side. I then activated the gauntlet again, but this time around I hit it against the ground, propelling myself in the air thanks to the erected crystal pillar. Up becomes down, and in this reversed world I shout another voice command, and then the world goes back to normal as I feel my insides turning from the force. Growing up, I use the momentum of the growing crystal pillar to land safely on the ground without losing my balance. Because of that my body was able to accelerate faster than it would normally do. Thanks to the improved vision, I was able to draw the most optimal path to take judging on all the factors that were in front of me. I run for about 5 more steps before I make a jump. Then I jump in midair while going diagonally. Reducing the influence of gravity over my body increased my speed even further, and I was approaching Lucan at a very high speed. I believe in this game. For the longest time I was used at the game screwing me over, being broken as fuck and in some instances even unplayable and bugged beyond belief. But this game is different. Just touching your neck was enough to prove it. The engine imitated the pulse. It is actually amazing with what level of detail they managed to recreate avatars in this game. It's not something that is all that necessary for gameplay, but Shangri-La Frontier was taking recreating the players as avatars really seriously. That is why even enemies can have weaknesses in this game that their real-life counterparts could have. For example, since the system recreates the nervous system running under the skin, even the mobs should not be immune to the feeling of pain. And even the mightiest of foes couldn't be immune to pain. If even the great Benkai could cry, then so can you. Now cry, bitch. I swing my fist. Use the crystal pillar as leverage and deliver a mighty blow right under the knee of Lucan's front leg. I then activate Infight and one other skill which was a long-awaited melee attack steroid, and then deliver yet another blow right onto its shin. Gruuak, ha ha ha, you might be a unique monster, but that scream right now was just pathetic, you little bitch. My hand goes numb for a moment. The power of the blow hitting the wolf's bone was so great that recoil was even greater, but it was enough for Lucan to lose its balance, and I used that moment to put some distance in between us. Dashing around like a bunny trying to evade the ferocious wolf, I managed to point Lucan's attention towards me and force it away from Ray. For now, at least. Scorpion gauntlets are powerful but slow and heavy to handle. If it is speed and precision you want, Yuzuki would be the weapon of choice here. Good for the defensive playstyle. Switching my equipment, I do some quick math in my head and do rough estimates. The trigger here will be the moment Rhea hits her limit. Now, if only I could keep it off Rhea for long enough. I estimate that the next 15 minutes will be critical, but it would be a time where the odds would lean heavily in Lucan's favor. The question remains, what to do now? The battlefield in the middle of the night. A burning bird in the sky and a jet black wolf on the ground, and in between them an armored knight and a half-naked birdman, wielding their weapons in unison, their shadows advancing forward as one. Chapter 123, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 9 Part 1. My swords felt heavy. My armor felt heavy. My whole body felt heavy. I'm sure that not only my virtual avatar, but my real body as well felt that way, and that is all while heavily leaning on Rhea's abilities in this battle. But she herself must have been close to approaching her point of exhaustion, especially since her armor and sword worked in unison. It must have been exceptionally taxing. The sword is infused with a holy power and the armor is holding the power of darkness. And during battle those alignments were switching with one another, making for a truly unique playstyle. Based on the current setting, Rhea was receiving bonus defense stats or attack stats, which was crucial in taking down some of the more formidable opponents. However, our opponent right now was none other than the apex predator, Night Prowler Lucan, a monster that could easily one-shot Rhea even with her defensive boosts engaged, and because she was wearing heavy armor her evasive capabilities were drastically reduced. And even if Rhea somehow managed to avoid direct hits, her HP would still eventually reach critical levels thanks to the small portions of damage her skills were inflicting on her. Being locked in combat like that made it difficult to drink HP recovery potions, so the only option was to use healing crystals, a very rare and very expensive resource. Amazing. Hoping to get out of this battle unscratched was like hoping to waltz right into the eye of the raging storm and live to tell the tale. At the same time, Sega Zero couldn't stop being amazed at the sight of the mechanical bird that was in the sky right now, blowing away the clouds and making sure that the moonlight would shine onto the battlefield. It was way more advanced and way more sophisticated than anything that Sega Zero had ever seen before in this game. And it was all thanks to the half-naked man who was currently going all out against Lucan. Sega Zero knew that Sanraku was bearing 2 curse marks that Lucan placed on him. It must have been really inconvenient for him to not be able to wear proper armor on his torso and legs. First of all, the statistic called defense in this game wasn't determined by sheer numerical value. More than its stats, armor was pretty much crucial in this game because it was protecting your body from harm, so having parts of your body exposed like that was simply asking for trouble. No matter how masculine his body was, Sega Zero was somehow feeling embarrassed to be so close to a half-naked man all this time. At the same time she understood why it is that some of the players would choose to leave their curse marks on their bodies, but still, her goal of introducing Sanraku to the Saint Iris Tiller didn't change one bit. But having not 1 but 2 curse marks placed upon you was actually insane. For Sanraku, the pressure must have been unbearable, knowing that one single attack of Lucan could have ended his life. It's because of that his skills were all specialized in defense and evasion, but there is a limit of how many times skills can save your skin from a certain death. That is why she needed to support him and protect him from danger. Once she decided on that, Sega Zero's spirit and concentration became as light as a wind. Even though he must have been aware of his own power shortages, Sanraku was currently doing his very best to achieve victory in this difficult battle. Still, it was Sega Zero who was at a much more severe mental burden, because their strategy was resting on the fact that she would have to land all her strongest attacks perfectly. And just like that, they continued to play ball pass when it comes to a growing Loken, switching in between attacking and defending accordingly. More, just a little bit more and all the conditions will be satisfied. But somehow, that time felt unbelievably far away for Sega Zero. But there is also a parameter known as hunger in this game. And right now Sega Zero tried to take off her helmet and quickly eat a portable meal set to get rid of that status, since it was decreasing her stats. It was at this moment that she heard Sanraku's scream and realized that she made a huge mistake. Alter ego. Watch out. Due to her carelessness, a dark shadow was now approaching her. It was their mistake for assuming that Loken would keep his aggro on the person that was currently attacking it the most. A mistake that could cost them dearly. This wolf turned out to be more cunning than they initially thought. It knew that Sega Zero would need to restore her health and it chose to attack right as she was about to do so. Damn, it was already too late for her to defend or try to evade. And even though there are ways to revive after death, you have to use them before you get killed. Even though Loken's huge body was already starting to cover her sight, Sega Zero somehow knew that Sanraku was looking at her right now. And even though she knew that the end was near, it filled her heart with warmth and joy. But she was also terribly sad. I'm so sorry, Sanraku-san. I was only a burden to you in the end. Even though they agreed to do their best together, she made a fatal mistake like that. She could only apologize and hope that she would be forgiven. The wolf's fangs were quickly approaching her. The darkness formed into a huge mouth that seemed to be devouring even the light itself, and soon that sharp darkness would close upon her body, snapping her in half just like it did with an Amelia. She wasn't afraid of a brutal death. She died a number of times over the past year in this game, and even though death by being snapped in half was not a preferable end, she was ready to accept it without any complaining. However, being chewed and swallowed certainly will not be pleasant. That is why Sega Zero failed to notice something. No, she wouldn't be able to perceive it, since Loken's body was blocking her vision. Sanraku was not behind Loken, as he started a mad dash towards it, closing the distance in between them in a matter of seconds. I was going to keep it hidden for some more, but fuck it. Yutsuzumi. Somehow, she thought that there was something strange about Sanraku's voice. Then, in the next moment she experienced something truly bizarre, as Loken's fangs were about to close on her body and snap her in half. She felt as though her body got pushed to the side, or moved, and she felt something similar to lag. Then, there was the sound of Loken's fangs hitting something, but instead of dying, Sega Zero was still alive. And the thing that was miraculously in between Loken's fangs was a log. When you talk about a substitution, of course the first thing that comes to mind is a wooden log. After it chewed it for a while in suspicion and then spat the remains out, Sega Zero could see that the thing that was in its mouth just a moment before was indeed a wooden log. Even though Sega Zero was aware that there was a class in this game that allowed for such a skill to be used, it was the first time she saw it up close and personal. It is a skill characteristic of a class that you get from leveling up Bandit class enough times, as well as coming from the skill that you get from mastering the stealth skill. It was a skill that allowed one to move without making a noise and lowering the levels of attracting aggro from surrounding enemies. Truly a skill that only a special hidden class could have in its arsenal. Ninja? That's right. Incidentally, are you perhaps the acquaintance of Sanraku, my fair lady? Yes. My name is Sega Zero. I knew it. But I must say, I was expecting a bird head. I heard that it looks kind of funny and I really wanted to see that. But still, what a performance. It seems that person truly is something else. Chapter 123, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 9 Part 2. Looking back, Sega Zero witnessed a very peculiar sight. A person stood there wearing an outfit in a toned color scheme and revealing both knees and elbows, most probably designed for the ease of movement and sneaking around, and with a fox mask for some reason. Certainly, masks like that weren't counted as headgear but accessories, and it was not unusual for players to wear them on top of helmets purely for fashion reasons. Sometimes the effects could have been hilarious. Looking over the person's head, Sega Zero could see the player ID, Akatsu again. This led Sega Zero to some truly bizarre brainstorming session about the origin of that name. If she recalls correctly, Akatsu was the old way of Japanese people to call a dragonfly, and adding its color, which was called Akane, you'd receive Akatsu Akane. There were so many things wrong with that name that Sega Zero didn't know where to start. Now, I do believe that some proper introductions would be in order. She knew that she shouldn't do that at such a time. However, for Sega Zero, there was something she needed to ask right now. Something that was coming from the very depth of her heart, a burning desire to know. What kind of relationship do you happen to have with Sanraku-san? He's a precious senpai of mine that I really respect. Seeing the beautiful form of Akatsu Akane, Sega Zero barely managed to ask that question with trembling lips. Senator Pei. Somehow, those words sounded really dangerous. First is hop, then is step, and what comes after that? It should be obvious. Of course it's jump. The moment I saw Loken closing in on Rai, I honestly thought, oh fuck, it's all over. But surprisingly enough, Rai was saved by someone who appeared on the battlefield at a tremendously high speed, and their speed was almost inhuman. If it was Katsu or Pencilton, I could understand. However, it was a player I didn't know, so I don't understand how a feat like that was even possible. As I approached them, a whole lot of question marks were floating around in my head, soon to be turned into exclamation marks upon seeing what the name of that player actually was. Akatsu Akane. What the hell? Akatsu Akane? When I was thinking about this guy, my mind was filled with words such as ephemeral enjoyment, or strategic thinking, creating the image of a seasoned veteran who knew what he was doing. But what I saw right now hit me in the jaw even stronger than an uppercut with a fucking sledgehammer would. Akatsu Akane. The name of the player that was one of my biggest concerns right now. The one after which I sent a meal in the hopes of intercepting him. I never would have thought that we would meet here in such a place. Seeing him approaching us fast, even goddamned Loken seemed confused. Honestly, I know how it must have felt, but sorry, it was an opportunity that I simply wouldn't waste right now. I leave Loken some bait to play with and then escape the range of its attacks. Then I joined Akatsu Akane, who even though he had a mask on his face, I could feel the atmosphere of sheer happiness emanating from him. Why, what the hell are you doing here of all places? It's so nice to finally be able to see you. Listen, I'll cut to the chase right away. Have you ever played Berserker Passion online before? Why are you bringing crap in here all of a sudden? Bringing that up was like dropping vanilla ice cream right in the middle of the plate full of spicy curry. But he must have been the real deal to mention a name of such a cursed shitty game right in the middle of a truly godly game like that. But that seemed to be more than enough for Akatsu Akane, whose eyes must have been sparkling with joy as he gained a conviction of some sort. I knew it. I knew that you must be that Sanraku after all. Well, basically I go with that name in a bunch of games, but it's me, Dragonfly. You helped me out quite a bit last time. Suddenly there was a silence that lasted for an awfully long amount of time. It took me ages to finally remember the player who demonstrated me a whole new bug that I was previously unaware of. Dragonfly? As in, the Dragonfly from that time? Yes. Who would have thought that we would meet up in a different game? Dragonfly, Akatsu Akane. I see. So he's someone who picks a theme for his name, just like Katsu does. And no matter how ready you thought you might be, the power of that revelation was always formidable. I never would have thought that he was in fact someone I had met on a chance occasion like that. Akatsu Akane, wearing a mask with an image of the fox, was jumping up and down in place as if he couldn't possibly contain the joy of our encounter just now, and the muffler he was wearing around his neck was shaking strongly in sync with his jumps and leaps. Shaking. Oh, won't you look at that? I thought it was a muffler, but it's actually a bunny. Kaya. A mule. That's right. It's been a while since we've last met. No, No. No. Don't give me that, it's been a while. Crap. And what's up with you? Anyway, Emil looked really groggy for some reason, as if he was shaking constantly for quite a while. Also, if it wasn't for that squeal right now, I would never guess that he wasn't a genuine muffler. No, wait. How come you're actually here right now? Right. Since I have never before visited this region, I thought it's a good time to change that. Yes, I really did my best here. You might not want to believe it, but I came here all the way from Thirdma while running. Now then, I didn't think it would be possible, but apparently I've just met someone whose stupidity was even greater and different from that of Katsu and Pensilgton. Chapter 124, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 10 Part 1. The smile on Akatsu Akane's face while he said that he ran all the way out here was too much for me to handle. Indeed, if he was like that, then it was possible that he might have the skills that would allow him to spontaneously unlock the X-Quest invitation to the bunny country. Still, I don't know just how he managed to do that, but maybe Emil will know something since he was with him for a while now. We'll need to investigate this matter sometime later. I have a whole lot of questions for you, but let's save those for later, okay? Sure thing. Is that monster the infamous night prowler Lucan? I might be still but a hatchling at level 43, but I shall lend you a hand. Sure, great, go right ahead. Huh? I thought I might have misheard him, because what he told me just now was plain stupid and unbelievable. Level 43? That's right. It is all thanks to Emil-chan here and Sickle-san that I managed to get here. Sickle, if I remember correctly, it was another one of Emil's many siblings, whose level was just slightly below of that of Breaks, which means more or less as a child of Wysash's level should be around level 90. And given that Emil's level is close to 90 itself, talk about one heck of a babysitting party. Surely they would be able to blaze through any area boss this game might throw at them at this stage without as much as breaking a sweat. I'm afraid it's not even close to being useful against someone like Lucan. I thought as much. So I came to a conclusion that I won't be able to do much in terms of raw firepower, but providing an emergency escape is a whole different story. Somehow, he is the type of gamer that you don't see all that often these days. How should I put it? Enthusiastic? Yes, that would be the word. Completely different from schemer or realist. It's the type who believes that as long as you keep on doing your very best, you shall obtain the results that you are striving for. He is kind of like me, someone whose skills seem to be directly linked with his motivation. But it's actually a good thing, since players like that tend to be more useful on the battlefield and yield better results from other players. Nonetheless, bringing Akatsu Akane along for the ride would bring its own set of merits and demerits. The advantage would be that the party size would increase. But even if he is useless against Lucan at level 43, at least he can make up for it by supporting Rendai with that substitution jutsu style skill, protecting us from imminent failure. Not to mention bringing in 2 high-level Vorpal bunnies, which would increase our chances even more. But such a tactic has its own set of demerits. Honestly speaking, Rendai are kind of not enough to take down a beast such as Lucan on our own. No, it's not like that. We were giving it our very best, but we also knew that if our trump cards turn out to be useless, we might as well give up. However, with Akatsu Akane bringing in 2 NPCs to the battle, NPCs that couldn't respawn upon death, suddenly, losing stopped being an option here. It's not that we want to win against Lucan, we just can't allow ourselves to lose against it right now. With the arrival of our new allies, my whole attitude towards this fight started to change. Yufa. Seeing that Lucan stopped playing with my decoy and turned towards us yet again, I let out a soft sigh and started to mentally prepare myself. Now then, we still had some trump cards left in our hands. One of them was known to me, but the other 2 was still a giant mystery. Still, gathering some fragmentary information should be enough for me to conjure up a suitable strategy, and although this strategy would surely turn out to be unsure and unstable, if we are lucky and everything goes right for us, we might be able to actually pull this off. Akatsu Akane, your role is to assist Ren and keep her safe at all costs. She's our trump card in this fight, and if we lose her, we might as well forget about beating Lucan. You can also support me, but wait for my signal until my preparations are all but complete. Sure thing, just leave it to me. And sorry about that, but I'm going to need those bunnies that are hanging around your neck. Sickle, was it? Can you tell me something about yourself really quick? I'm a noble warrior. A bunny samurai. Well, I guess it was information, but putting it in terms of cooking it would be like asking for ingredients and receiving the answer like, fish is vegetable. However, samurai was at least something I could work with. With that I could at least think about the most suitable formation for our party to assume for the current moment. Right then, Emil will stay here, and you and Sickle shall go to and assist her in whatever way you can. You don't have to attack Lucan yourselves. Just try to make sure that Re succeeds with all of her attacks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I shall do my very best to be of use to you. Then I send Akatsuake an invitation to the party and he accepts it in a hurry. I do the same for Sickle, and thus a 5-member party is formed, with 3 players and 2 NPCs on board. In other words, none of us here will be able to haul us back home until we either win or lose against Lucan. Lucan then gazes at us. But who is he going to target? It could turn out to be really messy if it was going to target Akatsuake right off the bat. All that we knew was that it was going to be the final round, and if we wanted to clear the Night Prowler Lucan raid, we needed to win with no losses on our end. Wasn't that like a trial for some kind of a hero? And the hero being a half-naked rando. Somehow, I'm really sorry about that. But weren't all heroes of ancient Greece half-naked or completely naked? And still they managed to achieve such heroic deeds. So I guess that being half-naked is alright in the end. Thank you so much. BC World, Chapter 124, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 10 Part 2. Right, let's do this. Come on a mule. It's time to make history. Or maybe you want to say that a meerkat is far better than the Vorpal bunny? We bunnies are way more fluffy and cute. Wait a minute, is that Upyoch Lucan? Night Prowler Lucan? Ha ha ha, took you some time to realize what was going on. This is insane. I don't wanna do this. Let me out. Or at least give me a cushion or something like that. Sorry, but no can do right now. You're going to be sitting on that metal helmet more and more in the future, so might as well start getting used to it right now. Oh oopsie. My bad. This party wasn't 3 and 2, but actually 3 and 3. Right now I was motivated to not lose. It's kind of strange really, but with a mule on my back right there, I felt secure and I felt like I could do literally everything right now. Also, let's not omit the fact that a mule was like a magic missile batter that was strapped to my back. With that, there were quite a few options we could make when it comes to attacking. I think I'll leave focusing Lucan's aggro to a mule's magic, and while he is doing that I can focus on dishing as much damage as I possibly could. Occasionally it might try to target her with one of its attacks, but that's what Akatsuake and Sickle are here for, to support her and protect her from harm's way. Front legs. Let's go. Hiya. Magic chain. SF Zoo showed us that restraining its movements was indeed a valid strategy up to some extent. In the next moment there was a magic chain that shot out from Emule's hands and entangled Lucan's front legs, restraining its movements. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to stop it completely, but at least we got a moment to breathe when it came to a sudden stop. But it lasted only a short while, and after a second or two we could see the chain starting to break and Lucan started to move again. But before it managed to do that I got close to it and used that opportunity to slash it with my swords a bunch of times, not going to waste any opportunity to dish out some damage. I know that my attacks weren't much, but it was weird that even though I felt that the blades penetrated its skin deep, there wasn't a single drop of blood that spilled from its wounds, unless there was another possibility directly related to that. It really is strange. Despite having age restrictions, Shanfro uses polygon geysers to represent the blood gushing from the wounds. In other words, wounds of any kind would result in red geysers instead of real blood. Sometimes the polygons would be red, green, or even blue in some instances, but no matter how deep or grievous the wounds that Lucan was receiving, there was no such thing coming out of it. Therefore, it might be necessary to assume that since there is no blood being spilled, we weren't doing any real damage to it. Then, considering the setting for this unique monster, the answer to the dilemma becomes apparent really quickly. That's not its real body. It's something else. Lucan is capable of producing its alter egos, and visible or not, it might actually be that the real Lucan is not here at the current moment, observing and controlling the movements of its alter ego from somewhere else where it is safe from harm. Then, assuming that everything changes, as we will have to adapt to this new and sudden revelation. Mule, shake the fucker up a bit. Roger that. Mew mew mew. Mana shaker. It was the type of magic whose damage could be said to be infinite when it comes to its sheer destructive power. However, even if Emule was at a level 90 threshold, he wouldn't be able to deplete the HP bar of even a level 1 player by a small amount. But if so, wasn't there a contradiction? Sure it was. But let me demonstrate the true utility of this spell on this here Lucan. The moment a wave attack from Emule's spell hit Lucan's shoulder, it collapsed onto the ground, albeit momentarily, and a series of tremors started to appear all over its body, although there was no visible damage to its flesh. For you see, Mana Shaker is an attack that is highly effective against apparition-type enemies and creatures whose bodies are created out of magical power. In other words, Garu or Bingo. It seems that even if it doesn't look like it, it's still an apparition-type enemy after all. It seems that this huge body was just a diversion that was supposed to draw the player's attention away from Lucan's real body, which was surely out there somewhere. In short, it must have been something similar to a poltergeist, a ghostly entity that could influence the real world. And seeing its proficiency in creating alter egos, it must have power over darkness and shadows. In other words, the wolf right in front of us is nothing more than a remote-controlled puppet. So we could hit it all we want, but it wouldn't do a thing, since we were only damaging the puppet, and not the one pulling its strings. So if we want to defeat Lucan, we need to find a way to disable that puppet of his. But still, it doesn't make any sense. So does that mean that if you're not a magician, you cannot even damage the real thing and hope to defeat it? Or maybe there is a way to do it as a physical fighter? No matter how intricate the opponent, it would simply be bad design to make it susceptible to only one type of damage while making it impossible to damage it with the other. It would be like making physical fighters look like complete tools compared to magicians. The other way around was also a no-go, since making something immune to all kinds of magic would limit the options of magic-only classes. So there must be a way to do this both ways. If so, then there is still hope for us. But it seems that the last attack didn't really manage to do anything to Lucan. It's glaring this way. It's really glaring this way. Oh wow, won't you look at that? Now all the aggro is focused on me. I don't wanna do this. I wanna go. Chapter 125, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 11 Part 1. A huge pure white sword is swung and its blade cuts deep into Lucan's side. But even after many more attacks like that, Lucan showed no sign of even being staggered. Instead, its wounds closed quickly, as if no damage was inflicted upon it in the first place. But since we were fighting it for quite some time now, surely we must have been chipping away at its resources. In fact, it wasn't spawning its alter egos as often as before, and the number of shadow spears it was summoning from the ground also decreased considerably. Would that be the limit? Or was there a reason for his patterns to become like that? To figure that one out, it would be nice to have a strategy guide. But sadly no such thing was available to me at the current moment. How much more? Only once. Lucan breaks the wooden log with its fangs, and at the same time Mana Shaker assaults its hind legs. This brought Lucan's attention towards us, but it was actually a good thing. The more it is focused on us, the safer it becomes. Although we've been good so far into the fight, there are going to be problems we'll have to address one way or another. I'm terribly sorry, but I can't use Utsuzumi anymore. That's okay. Now stand back. Apparently Ninja class was equipped with a special item called Wooden Shinobi Logs, which was used to activate their class skills. At the same time, if you run out of said logs, you wouldn't be able to use your skills any longer. And seeing that Akatsuakane couldn't predict that he'd be going against Lucan, He burned through his load of logs relatively quickly. Another string of letters appears right in front of my eyes. Operational time limit, less than 2 minutes remaining. Unfortunately, the reactor I had on me is rechargeable. So it means that whatever I choose to power it up with will only work for a limited amount of time. And that limit was fast approaching. And not only res, but my own concentration was slowly approaching its limits. Just one more time and res trump card conditions will be satisfied. But will we be able to hold on until then? Less than 2 minutes remaining. In less than 2 minutes Suzaku will be gone and the moon will no longer be shining upon the battlefield. It will be much harder for us to do anything then. The impatience hastened my movements and I had to watch out even more on Lucan's attacks from now on. After all, it was a kind of game where snakes can throw shit at you, so the only way to go forward was to expect the unexpected. Next attack please. Give me a minute to prepare. Suzaku's limit was fast approaching. With so many timers going on at the same time in my mind, it was becoming increasingly harder for me to keep track of which skill was about to end and which was about to go off cooldown. As for Lucan, it was turning out to be even more of a dirty cheater, predicting my movements to a fault and anticipating where I wanted to appear in advance. I was barely keeping up with dodging its giant fangs closing on my head. What to do? I heard from Re that her trump card is difficult to hit with, so we would have to pin it down and stop it from moving somehow. I don't have any skill that would effectively stop it from moving and Emule's chains are offering very little in that regard as well. If so, our only real option would be to rain attacks that forcibly stop it from moving on it, which is the bane of mob's existence in every game. It would be best to use my own trump card here, but for me it would also be hard to hit it with it unless it stopped moving completely. Not impossible, but difficult. How should we approach this? Special attack, normal attacks, or maybe something else entirely? It's not just a matter of guessing. We need to get as close as we can for Re's trump card to hit. And in order to keep it immobile we must successfully manage its fear factor. Realizing just how tall of an order that is, I wanted to laugh out loud. Try to collect aggro and pin it down in one place. No. That would turn out to be really bad if we got wiped out all at once. We need to be as efficient as possible with as little attacks as possible. But what about the insta-kill attacks of this thing? Oh fuck. I avoided a flurry of front legs attacks that were fast and deadly, keeping my distance to avoid the shock waves that they were produced upon hitting the ground. Then I closed the distance and got ready to counterattack on my own. Chapter 125, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 11 Part 2. If I was alone, I would have easily taken on the ultra-fast attacks of Lucan, but with Emule being here right now I didn't want to risk it. So right now my priority was not to dish out as much damage as possible, but to find a safe way to chip away at its health bar. Seeing the SF Zoo fight with it, it was safe to assume that it would simply ignore the tanks and leap for the rear guard right away, so apparently having its mobility reduced was more of a threat to it than having tanks take on his aggro. It's really frustrating that its effectiveness is so ridiculously good. This monster could easily predict the moves and habits of its opponents and utilize them against any threat it might face. In other words, it was even deadlier than any other kind of opponent I've faced so far, and making even a single mistake here meant certain death. The time until Suzaku will be called off is 1 minute and 30 seconds. I had to make sure to use it to the fullest before we lose our only way of keeping the clouds away. It won't be a game over, but it will certainly be troublesome to leave it as is. I wonder how should I even formulate an order like that? Just who are you talking to? Just to that little birdie in the sky. Sanraku-san. No way. Is your head so badly screwed that? Keep talking and I'm gonna shake you off my back. That's strange. Normally I'd never react like that. What could that mean? Did I learn some really bad behavior from Katsu and Pensilgton? I hope not. Alright, Suzaku. One more job before going back to sleep. Listen well. On my mark. It was the most crucial moment. After we finished our brief strategy meeting I passed some orders to Suzaku and then changed my weapons from Yuzuki back to the Scorpion gauntlets. Emule, make sure to adjust your timing just right. Sir. Yes, sir. Sanraku-san, I'm going in as well. Okay. Here we come, Lucan. Don't let yourself be distracted. Pay close attention. 3, 2, 1, now. I twist my body as I punch one of Lucan's front legs, maximizing the strength of my blow and hitting it where it should hurt it the most. It was enough to throw Lucan off balance. It wasn't long, maybe 5 seconds at best, but it was more than enough. In that short span of time, a lone knight in full armor got right in front of Lucan's face, brandishing her huge sword at it. Catastrophe! A huge slash with a gigantic sword goes through Lucan's head and cuts it deep across the eye. Although it was an attack that would make any other monster die on the spot or at least writhe around on the ground in pain, Lucan simply toughed it out, and soon enough his damage die started to regenerate, as if the damage had never been done in the first place. It was glaring at us like mad. All conditions fulfilled. Right, let's go. Yes, this is where the final act starts. With all of us being ready, we could finally give it a shot to tie the stupid mutt in one place. Now, Suzaku acknowledged. Incineration, magic blade slasher activate. Suzaku then descended down onto the battlefield like a burning meteor. Gathering up all of its remaining power, it deployed a set of long and sharp blades from its abdomen while the fire from its thrusters continued to burn everything that was below it. Suzaku aimed its attack right at Lucan's hind legs. Legs that were the crucial part of any living animal's mobility, as long as it had a physical form. Of course, there was no way that Lucan wouldn't be unable to notice the falling Suzaku, and it tried to intercept it and stop it, but sorry, Lucan. Unlike with normal playing cards, when it comes to trading card games you can have more than one trump card. Technically you can have as many of them as you like. Ikusto Chaj, Mana Shaker, I'm the one who brings forth chaos. Once you get a hang on the aggro criteria, it is only a matter of formulating a strategy. With the updated AI algorithm that allowed it to evaluate threat levels, it was basically synonymous with bestowing fear on it. Me being the first trump card, cutting it deeply. Second one being a mule, waiting behind me and firing his magic at its legs diagonally. Was the third one, hidden behind a mule and I, already beginning the chant to unleash her strongest attack. Suzaku being the fourth. It was a perfect setup where even if you managed to avoid one of us, the three others would still get to you. It was the ultimate kind of deadlock, one from which there was no escape. There was only one thing it could do right now. I knew it. RNG really is the biggest shit out there. Of course the moon lighted to shine just now. With that, the alter ego disappears from our sight, making itself invisible again. But right now we were all out of our trump cards. So if we don't manage to handle it somehow, we are as good as screwed. I'm counting on you. Akatsu Akane, Chapter 126, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 12 Part 1. Humans in general are a very stubborn species. If we are faced with a certain problem, no matter how many times we might fail, we will eventually get it done. Just give us enough time to adapt. Sickle-san, let's do this. This is our big chance. If we don't display our Vorpal soul here, we won't be able to look further straight in the eyes next time we see him. Take this situation, for example. Even though we've never met before and we aren't even friends, random pioneers converged here and are fighting arm in arm to overcome great adversity. That's the power of us humans. Now, about Lucan and its attacks. It's almost certain that its weak point is light. Now that its body came to a stop, it should move using its alter ego. At least I was hoping it would do just that. Let's burn it up. Although Sanraku said that to no one in particular, he was hoping for Akatsu Akane and Sickle to know what to do now. And while from his experience in Berserker Passion Online Sanraku knew that Akatsu Akane would not fail to deliver, the presence of both Emule and Sickle was still a cause for concern. But for now he chose to pay it no mind. When in a fight like that, it is best to assume that everyone knows what they need to do and that their own equipment and abilities would keep them alive. And it was out of that assumption that Akatsu Akane and Sickle said that they will do something about that alter ego of Lucan's. I hear footsteps. I can't see them, but they are there all right. Akatsu Akane Dono, I'm ready when you are. Shouldn't we already be on the move? Oh well, here we go. The reason why Akatsu Akane covers his face, it was partially because of fashion reasons, but also because he wanted to hide certain curse marks that were carved onto his face. But now the fox mask was removed and his real face came into full view. There was a huge cross-shaped mark all over his face and eyes, making his appearance rather distorted. Hidden ninja art. This skill was extremely rare even amongst the ninja class, and the strength of this skill is directly linked to the vitality of the caster. Of course, since Akatsu Akane's level did not exceed 50, there was only so much that he could do with it, but it was something at the very least. It is a secret skill given to players of ninja class, a book of secret shinobi arts given to players after clearing a series of training quests and class-related quests given by various shinobi masters. And it was given to Akatsu Akane as a reward for the last quest he cleared. It was the ninja skill Gakka ticket which gave him the secret skill that allowed its user to use a fire-breathing jutsu, resembling that of a dragon. Its image was still vivid in Akatsu Akane's mind. For Akatsu Akane, who was playing this game less than a month, obtaining such a skill was truly like hitting the jackpot on the lottery. Fuyu, dragon fire breath. Ha, he shouted while completing several of the hand seals he learned by heart by now. And then what came out of his mouth was not just air, but a pillar of dragon fire that shot up to the sky just like a beam of light, illuminating the surroundings, chasing the night away. In that aspect, you could say that it was more of a powered-up flashlight than a genuine dragon breath meant to attack, but compared to the genuine dragon fire that was said to be able to bring down whole fortresses, the one from Akatsu Akane was the size of a toothpick. But still, even if it wasn't able to generate high temperatures to melt everything around it, the amount of light was just right. I'm so sorry, Pierre. When he stopped breathing fire and regained his voice, he immediately started to apologize to Suzaku because his fire brushed against it while it was coming down. At the same time, a small bunny with a really big sword was already on its way towards Lucan's alter ego, wanting to manhandle it in a violent fashion. I can see it, not with my own eyes, but with the eyes of my soul. Even though there was still some time before dawn, the dragon fire breath used by Akatsu Akane made the surrounding grassland as bright as during the day, exposing Lucan's alter ego and making it completely visible. The alter ego rushed towards Sanraku, but a bunny with a sword intercepted it completely. Brace yourself. Here is my take no Makezuchi. Then the bunny swung its sword, but it went not towards Lucan's alter ego but rather right into the ground by Sickle's feet. Then you could see something similar to an electric current traveling from the sword's blade and disappearing into the ground. Just then, a whole lot of sharp bamboo sticks started to spring forth from the ground, piercing everything that was in their path and forming a small forest. I thought as much. Such a huge wolf won't be brought down with a single strike like that. Cough, cough. Sickle-san, I was always wondering about that, but why does bamboo grow out of the ground when you strike your sword in it? Years of training. Boy, that's all I'm going to tell you. Will I be able to grow crystals out of the ground if I train hard enough? I wonder. After that, the beginner player could only sit back and watch the rest of the Lucan fight slowly unfold right in front of his very eyes. Chapter 126, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 12 Part 2 Shangri-La Frontier. A godly game where the players can breathe dragon fire from your mouth. No matter how you look at that, it was clearly a laser that you can see so often in many robots. But it was more than enough to uncover Lucan and leave it for Sickles' magic attack to do some damage, and the greenish wall was enough to seal the movements. So now was the right time to use our trump cards. This will be it. Lucan gazes straight at me. Was it because I happened to be nearby or was it because of my curse marks? But those eyes of his, they looked really nice. Come on and try to get me. Marking point. Attack in progress. Emil attacked Lucan's hind legs once more, and although it started healing right away, the damaged parts were also fragile because of that. And even the strongest monsters won't be able to do much when their legs aren't working like they used to. But it doesn't matter right now. For the diving Suzaku managed to pierce Lucan's hind legs, all thanks to Emil who weakened them first. Truth to be told, Suzaku already lost its power, but since it was still on the move it was carried forward and its legs penetrated the target. Want some oil later as a reward for a job well done? And let me say this. No amount of oil would be enough to reward you right now. I've been waiting for this. In fact, I've been utilizing the crystal pillar quite modestly throughout this battle. It is one ability of the gauntlets, but what about the second one? The other one was the ability to store the light of the moon in the form of magical power, which would then be utilized to empower the next attack. The reason why Suzaku was keeping the clouds away was to keep tabs on Lucan's alter ego, but also so that I could charge the gauntlet more efficiently. One more thing, the ability of the gauntlet itself. It's the ability to give damage boost by converting the accumulated magical power and then releasing it all at once converted into raw destructive power. And the best thing, there is no limit to the magic power you can accumulate. Looking at it objectively it may seem like a totally OP ability, but the truth wasn't as wholesome as you might think. Because there were disadvantages to that ability as well, quite grievous ones. First of all, you needed magical energy to activate the mechanism. You can put in any amount you want, but as long as it was charging up, you wouldn't be able to use the crystal pillar, as it would deplete the charge. Then there's recoil. The description of the excess mechanism states upon impact, the user of the mechanism shall receive a considerable amount of recoil damage. Now, the term considerable amount was really ambiguous, since it could be anything from blowing my arm off to blowing away all of my surroundings, and even if the recoil damage didn't kill me, the weapon would end up being destroyed anyways. And lastly, if I end up using the excess mechanism, the next time I would be able to use it is a week later, or maybe even longer than that. Now, I could have used it way sooner, but I decided to not do that. My reason from that being, it was a sort of ultimate trump card of mine, an attack that depending on the circumstances could be considered a true strongest attack in the entire game, and unless it was for an X-Quest, I didn't want to betray that I had something like that. But, this time around, including the first energy and recoil problems, let's try to accumulate about 80% of the needed capacity. Because of that, I wouldn't be able to use it again for about a week, but it wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't need it anymore. You either go all out or go home. If you try to avoid the moon with everything you've got, then I'll just try to slam the moon in your face that much more. Each part of the gauntlet moves, and the core placed inside it shines brighter and brighter. The cause of that was the core of the golden crystal scorpion I fought on that day. The effect of this core was as follows: to turn the bright light of the moon into a pure destructive power that could be unleashed all at once. There was no way for Lucan to escape, as long as the sleeping Suzaku was blocking its legs. There was no way for it to dodge or avoid so much and as much, and even if it was able to dodge, but I'm faster. My positioning, its positioning, timing, frame priority, aggro confusion, everything starts to tie up nicely, and the spider's web called Operation Exterminate Lucan leads me to only one place, the middle of its stomach. Now, this will be like a starter before the main dish, but will it make me so full that I won't want to participate in the main course? Accept the feelings from that night. Super attack, reject. The solid gold broke through the dark night and then exploded. Chapter 127, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 13 Part 1. At the same time as the right uppercut hit the jaw of Lucan, I pierced its jaw with a crystal spike. It was a standard maneuver for me, but with the added effects right now it looked even more spectacular than usual. The accumulated energy that was currently being released was strong and destructive enough to even tear the very fabric of night into shreds. It was close in nature to a pile bunker, but this time around it was only a means of applying the magical force right into Lucan's core. Now, weakened by this attack, there was no way that it could simply be able to tank the attack that was coming its way. There was a huge blast of energy at really close range, strong enough to blow back and raise the remnants of Lucan's jaw up in the air. Alongside its jaw, I could feel my right fist becoming broken and full of cracks and fissures. As I was being pushed back by the recoil, I could feel my right fist flutter all over the place against my will. I tried to support it with my other arm, but it was precisely at that moment when there was a huge shockwave that separated me from Lucan, putting some considerable distance between us. Bua? I could feel it coming from my hand and spreading all over my body, a huge and painful sensation, similar to having your whole body struck by the blades of an electric fan going at full speed. It was enough to make me go numb all over for a brief moment and lose focus. Unfortunately for me, I was unable to hold my ground only with my feet, and as a result I was blown away like an NPC soldier after receiving a mighty blow from a playable character. Sanraku-san, I'm okay. Now make a minced meat out of it. My whole body feels surprisingly heavy right now, as if it was filled with lead. This will serve as a nice reminder that recoil is not a power to be underestimated in this game. To feel like that with only 80% capacity. So does that mean if I charged it to, let's say, 200%, my whole body would just evaporate? So it means that if you miss your attack with a skill like that, not only will you not gain anything, but you'll end up sending yourself back to the inn in no time. But this is nothing. See? I can still move. Call it experience of all the shitty games that I have played since the dawn of the full dive system, but if it wasn't for that I couldn't be standing here right now, and it's a godsend that there weren't any lag or stupid bugs accompanying this feeling of numbness. I forcibly lean in the air and I try to shift my center of gravity forward. It was really hard for me to do right now, but I was doing my best at getting it done. Otherwise I would be blown all over the place like a simple rag doll. Long story short, regain your balance to the point that even if you fall down, you won't die. Rest recovery, throw recovery, holding your breath recovery, bathing recovery, stain recovery, suction recovery, explosion recovery, jump recovery, fall recovery, healing recovery, regeneration recovery, overtime recovery, avoidance recovery, betrayal recovery, disguise recovery, physical adjustment recovery, self-inflicted wounds recovery. Throughout my gaming career I have conducted various types of recovery under many different circumstances. For me, recovery from a blowback like that was as easy as breathing, and I could also brew some tea and eat a rice cracker in the meantime as well. With my positioning perfectly ready, I take out a recovery potion and health potion and try to chug it down my throat. But I wasn't able to do that. All because I wasn't wearing my usual bird mask, but a metal helmet instead. Could it be? Could I have developed a severe case of bird brain from wearing a bird mask too much? Is this it? Am I going to die? I could see someone approaching me at a really fast pace. It was Akatsuki, but with his current status there was no way in hell he would be able to catch me in time. Yuga, ouch. I crushed right into Akatsuki and both of us were thrown backwards, crushing into the ground. Fortunately enough Akatsuki cushioned most of the impact, so I managed to live to tell the tale, avoiding a truly embarrassing death. Thanks. No big deal. It could have been a pretty romantic and heart-racing situation if this was a gouge, not the middle of a fierce battleground. As I got back on my feet and thanked Akatsuki, we both slowly retreated, putting some safe distance between Lucan and ourselves. Now then, with all of the preparation done, would you like to see what the strongest attack in Shangri-La Frontier looks like? Chapter 127, Embracing the Light of Ambition Part 13 Part 2. I am the incarnation of chaos, an endless expanse of the heavens and the bottomless emptiness of the abyss. This skill truly deserved to be called a trump card, for its power was unparalleled by anything else in this world. And even if it lacked finesse unlike some of the magic spells and its chant was needlessly long and complicated, it made up for it by the sheer amount of its raw destructive power. Tenma, two sides of the same coin, a being that reaches the extremes. It is a crushing force that combines in itself the power of Satan's catastrophe skill and overwhelming destruction of Satanael's apocalypse, a combination of the two most powerful spiritual deities who, when combined, couldn't be bested by anyone or anything. A sword and an armor creating a set, items that could only be obtained after clearing ultra-high difficulty unique quests, Demon King of the Heavens and staring into the depths of the abyss. Normally those pieces of equipment sealed away the attributes that were opposed to their own alignments, but now, their energy was rapidly being released, and both sword and armor were rapidly decaying as a result of that. At the same time, swirling pools of light and dark energies began to gather alongside the blade of the sword, creating vortexes of great power that was almost pushing everyone present into the ground. I am the conqueror, one who does not falter in face of adversity in its path. For I am the power that shall clear all obstacles that show before me. Lucan rushed forward, aiming at the place where black and white paths were crossing, but it was held in place by the mechanical bird and the magic of the Vorpal bunnies. Then Akatsu Akane and Sickle intercepted it, delivering a mighty blow to its jaw, separating one set of deadly fangs from the rest of its body. Lucan then tried to quickly regenerate the portion of the body it had lost, but it was already too late for it to do anything. It could only look at its opponents with eyes filled with pure and unadulterated hatred. I am Satanael, who reigns in the heavens. I am Satan, who reigns supreme in hell. As for Sega Zero, she honestly thought that this incantation was too messy and difficult to memorize, which makes it almost useless. But right here, right in this moment, she thought that she finally understood what it all meant. This was going to be the last attack, one that would end this battle for sure. With this, she could finally fulfill the expectations Sanraku-san had for her. With that in mind, Sega Zero finished the chant while bringing the sword down. Thus ends the world as we know it, and a new one emerges from the ashes. Armageddon. A mixture of black and white energy being released, there was a torrent of a continuous spiral of raw destructive energy raining upon the battlefield and Lucan, each wave even more powerful and even more destructive than the previous one. It was a true ultimate assault that would melt even someone like Lucan down, since every wave of destruction was only growing proportionate to the last wave, increasing its strength to the levels that would threaten the existence of the very fabric of the world itself. Finally, when the last wave of Armageddon came to a halt and the moon slowly began to sink, the white and black glow dissipated, uncovering the remains of Lucan with 80% of its body now gone. It should be impossible for any creature to retain its shape after an attack like that, much less to be able to stand on its own, but somehow this beast was managing it. Was it still not enough? Could you cover for me for a moment? That was really exhausting. The expense of using Armageddon was that all color, luster and power was lost from Sega Zero's equipment. As Sanraku, Akatsu Akane, Emule and Sickle formed a defensive circle around her, she no longer looked like a proud knight but more like a decaying corpse of one. The decaying remains of Lucan gazed at her, and then let out one last sorrowful roar before eventually disappearing for good. Only the inactive Suzaku was left in the place Lucan once stood. Did we do it? Is that another flag? No, it certainly doesn't feel like a flag at all. We did it, guys. We've managed to beat Night Prowler Lucan. Anxious Sega Zero. Worrying Sanraku. Akatsu Akane already celebrated victory. As each of the players was inside their own world, they suddenly heard the voice of one of the bunnies behind their back. Sanraku-san. Look over there. Lucan is. Akatsu Akane. Lucan, that bastard. It's still here. It didn't have any physical appearance, but that feeling was so unique that I would never mistake it for anything else. It was right there, still in the darkness, where there should be nothing right about now. It felt as though even if they managed to defeat its alter ego, it only laughed at them and mocked all of their efforts. At least that's how it felt to Sega Zero. Earned the title of Keijiru. Item obtained, Divine Light of Guidance. Would you like to accept the unique quest text Extinguishing the Darkness with the Light of Courage? Yes, no. Chapter 128. At Dawn, Overcoming Regrets or Not Part 1. We did it. We truly managed to do it. In just one single moment all the tension vanishes from within me, replaced with a huge feeling of relief. It felt so good that I wanted to shout in victory. I'm sure that if I glanced to the sides at Ren and Akatsu Akane, they would be doing more or less the same thing. If it wasn't for the help of the Black Wolves Ace and her strongest firepower, I would never have been able to do this on my own. But thanks to her we've done it, and as a result new unique quest text was open to us. I wonder if bringing Lucan down like that will also help with pushing forward the epic of the Vorpal bunnies. Talk about ridiculous. No, it's nothing, I was just talking to myself. That's right. There's not all that much that can be done about that now. As a gamer, I cannot linger on the past events, but look forward to new challenges that await me down the road. No time to start getting all sentimental now. Also, there's the issue of Pensilgton that will need to be addressed at some point. I had no doubt in my mind that once he gets enough information or power he will try to raise his status to that of a final boss, but luckily enough the time isn't now. Unique Quest X. This is a prerequisite to challenge yet another unique monster. That's right, in case of Gravekeeper Wisman it was Unique Quest X with love from the other side. I'm not sure that I follow, but does that mean I can take up that Unique Quest X as well? It's alright. It's a lot more fun with more people on board, and besides, we wouldn't be able to do this without your help. Yes, it would be a whole lot more fun when throwing yourself into the dark waters you don't know anything about. It's a whole lot more fun to have companions who can watch your back along the ride. I take a look at the quest window that just popped up. Where else to go when seeking an explanation or guidelines? Maybe it will even give me clues for what I should prepare myself when it comes to this new challenge. Special effect: guiding light. A small flame burning in the middle of a dark night, guiding the way towards the Emperor of the Night. If the unique monster Night Prowler Lucan is within a certain range, it will show you directions. Lucan, even though united with the darkness, can also shed light. The light of guidance is its own light that it once held but lost it when it united with the darkness. So it's a radar, huh? It remains to be seen if it is going to be useful. But one thing is clear, it is a passport necessary for us to challenge the true body of Lucan. And unlike the Wisman quest, where we needed what needed to be done from the get-go, could it be that we need to search for Lucan all by ourselves without any clues? Looking at the darkness that was surrounding us, I could kind of tell that there was something there. It couldn't be seen, but it was clearly staring at us, watching closely. Fine then, if you are holed up in your home, I'll search the sky and the earth, find that home of yours and drag you out by the collar if I have to. Perhaps sensing the determination rising within me, the invisible gaze seemingly started to laugh at me. No, wait just a moment. Oi, what the fuck do you think you're trying to pull here, you stupid mutt? Just because you're an AI, you think I will forget about it? I've satisfied the condition met in the description, so do the deed like the good mutt you are. I've succeeded in defeating the thing that put it on me. So now it's your turn. Lift that stupid curse of yours from me right this instant. Once I reached level 99, it can be said with utmost certainty that the demerits of the curse started to outweigh the merits. And the only way of breaking the curse was either seeing a saint about it, or beating the shit out of Lucan and forcing it to lift it itself. And even though we've managed to beat it as a party, a defeat is still a defeat. Phew, haha, I'm the winner here. Therefore I require my prize, and I demand it right now. Now I just hope that its AI was advanced enough to actually comprehend human speech. Without that, there's just no way that it is going to understand what I want from it. Or if that's a no-go, at least let me equip my armor on the cursed body parts. I've defeated Wisman while being half naked. I've defeated Golden Crystal Scorpion while being half naked. I've even defeated Lucan's alter ego while being half naked. It sounds cool and all, but it doesn't change the fact that I was half naked all the time. At least let me wear some boots or pants, for fuck's sake. We are humans because we have shame. Without it, what would be the difference between us and simple beasts? It's another quote from a game that I have played in the past, but it fits here quite nicely. Although it was a weird game with many questionable mechanics, the reaction of the characters and their voices and emotions behind them were all genuine, so it was helping immensely. If it wasn't for the shame factor, it wouldn't be nearly as realistic or exciting in the first place. Chapter 128, At Dawn, Overcoming Regrets. Or not really Part 2. Aside from being offline, it will be really hard not to attract people's attention when you are basically running around half naked, and since my current target was Fifthsia, one of the biggest cities out there, Its population is probably way bigger than any other town I've been to so far, so if I could wear normal clothes, then of course that is what I will want to do. Of course, it's all depending on how things will actually turn out here. There was a long period of silence. I remember a mule saying that for Vorpal bunnies Lucan was something of a natural enemy, and that Ra once claimed that Lucan acts too intelligent to be called a mere monster. I was waiting for Lucan's response. The signs that were almost completely gone now re-emerged again and converged into one single point, glancing at me. At this point it felt basically like saying, "Oh, one more thing," over and over on the phone. "So you basically gave up on hanging for a while now." It might have been a little monster, but it was still a unique monster. A little bit of respect is needed. "All right, just let me put on some actual clothes since the occasion is good and all." Lucan stared at me for a while from the dark, all silent, but then something in the darkness moved and then I suddenly felt a rough impact running throughout my body and I was launched into the air. The pressure was simply unbelievable. Fortunately I managed to regain my balance mid-air, but such situations were really bad for your heart. Sanraku-san, you are so sticky. It feels like a piece of candy. Not good. Is that really the right time to be making comments like that? It wasn't just about the timing. Apparently my mind couldn't quite catch up with this situation and I ended up speaking aloud the very first thoughts that came to my mind. I mean, I've been at the peak of tension and concentration for the whole night without stopping. So it's no wonder my thoughts were running rampant right now. Hold on, my dear tongue. My head is that of a bird, but when I lick it it doesn't taste like chicken at all. But maybe Lucan could taste it like such? No. But I don't want to become its snack. Obey. With that strange sound I was thrown onto the ground, roughly in a southeast direction. God damn it. Now I think I understand how a piece of gum feels while being stuck onto somebody's soul. At least wrap it in paper and throw it into the trash can. But my current motion was also something that I needed a moment to grasp. And based on that and the fact that Lucan's battle was over, I was curious to see what my current status was, and so I opened up the right window. PN, Sanraku LV, 99 extended. Job, mercenary. 2 sword style. Money, 1000 money. HP, 80. MP, 50. Stamina, 100. Strength, 100. Dexterity, 100. Agility, 100. Technique, 80. Vitality, 1601. Luck, 129. Skill, Dancing Senbu. Drilling. Formula Drift Level 1. Instant Visibility. Agar-Tram Level 1. Trial Traverse Level 1. Insane King Possession. Gravity 0 Level 1. Frit Float. Moon Pride Managam Pride. Deadly Sword Art. Yushiro Makagami. Burnout Level 1. Ryutuxel Level 1. Blood War. Reed Banisher. Dirty Sword Level 1. Sword Fighting. Legendary Sword Art. Breaking Crescent Moon. Sengoku Takeri Level 1. Kenbu. Spin Blade. Piercing Stand. Melodic Foot. Equipment, left hand, dash. Right hand, Black Bunny Gauntlet. Head, non-standard Special Armored Head Shell, Gloss Feather. Vitality plus 1200. Body, Lucan's Curse Mark. Waist, Excavated Polished Waist Belt. Old Soldier. Vitality plus 400. Feet, Lucan's Curse Mark. Accessories, Inventory. Lucan's Mark. Upon defeat, Lucan will no longer recognize those who defeat its alter ego as bait. The curse mark is the proof that the person is an opponent worth killing by Lucan personally, a sort of mark of being the strongest bestowed by the strongest. The only way to get rid of the mark is to destroy Lucan's true body. Monsters of an equal or higher level to the mark bearer will choose to engage the bearer. Monsters of lower level than the mark bearer will actively choose to avoid the bearer and escape from it. Characters marked by Lucan will be unable to suffer any negative effects labeled as curse. As compensation, bearers of Lucan's mark will receive additional dialogue lines when speaking to NPCs. Bearers of Lucan's mark cannot change classes. If the bearer of the mark chooses to equip armor on the body part marked by the curse, that piece of equipment shall be destroyed after a certain period of time. No, that's not it. Chapter 129. An isolated ocean at the end of a fierce battle part 1. No, that's not it. That's not it, Lucan. It's not something unreasonable, right? I said release the curse, not enhance it. And what's more, why is there an additional equipment destruction condition added there? What's the deal with that? Would you be satisfied if someone who was supposed to secure your house rigged it with a self-destruction device? Ha ha ha. Or put an exploding dynamite belt around your waist? Why the fuck is it getting worse? Moo. If something like that happened to me, I would also succumb to despair, so I can't really blame you. There were some good things added to it, but the demerits written in small print. What the hell is this? Was I just scam big time or what? Lucan, you son of a bitch. And here I try to be nice to you, to end this event on a positive note, but you had to go and one-up yourself on that one, didn't you? No, wait. You motherfucker, I'm so not going to forgive you for this. I see, if it was his plan all along, then he's a brilliant tactician, that stupid mutt. After taking a moment to take delight from my screams of mixed despair, desperation and sudden enlightenment, the signs of Lucan's presence completely disappeared. In other words, from now on it would be even more of a hard mode for me to hide a trap inside of a trap. What the hell is this, an inception? You can't do this to me, game. That's just too much for one person to handle. Are you alright? Maybe try jogging for about 200 meters? That will surely cheer you up. I don't feel like running at all right now, but I guess some RTA is better than sitting around and doing nothing right now. There is no such thing as a humanity meter in this game, so please don't worry about me. Now, is there a Shangri-La Frontier TA out there? But more than that, I should try to look at the bright side rather than worry about the future. I need to remember to thank Rep properly next time I see her. She was only supposed to help me capture this area, but she ended up going against Lucan with me. Oh, don't worry about that. It's not that I mind, but if you really want to thank me, then I guess that we could date. Go together. Dating. Wah. All of a sudden, Rhea started to swing her sword around her like mad, turning the surrounding grassland into a sea of molten magma that would be potentially dangerous for our lives as well. That's dangerous, woman. No. After all, we didn't even defeat the area boss yet. That's right. I guess I might as well accompany you some more until we get our original goal done. The fact that she was still able to swing her sword with such vigor, does that mean she's that good of a fighter, or was it simply that her thirst for blood wasn't quenched quite yet? I guess it takes all kinds of players out there to make the world, huh? SF Zoo clearly showed me that today. Also, does that mean that Black Wolves are full of people who are just like when it comes to combat? Apparently that seemed to be the case here. I guess there are players like that as well, innocent on the outside, but once they start fighting they turn into bloodthirsty demon lords of the endgame boss class or something like that. That's right. I'm pumped now. I feel as though I would be able to take even Seagwim right about now. Seagwim is that super strong unique monster. Talk about dreaming big. But it would most probably wreck me in a matter of seconds. I can see that Rose getting especially pumped up for some reason. I was worried about that Seagwim monster she mentioned, but right now I was too tired to think about it. I don't want to think about any unique monster for a while now. Think. Monsters. Unique. What time is it now? About 4 o'clock. What about it? It's so late. It took us that much time. Isn't that bad for us all to be staying up so late? No. I forgot that it is summer vacation right now, so even if I got up at noon no one should be able to tell me off because of that. But more importantly, I had an appointment at around 8 in the morning. Although we still had time, adding room for reorganizing my equipment, buying some supplies, bathroom and shower break, getting something to eat. That's right. If you neglect your real-world body, it will hinder your in-game performance. And since there have been cases of people being hospitalized after playing too much in a full dive environment, taking care of yourself is of utmost importance. For now we need to reach the town, secure a checkpoint there, return to Rabbits, ask Break to repair broken weapons and armor, strengthen what can be strengthened, log out, take a shower, go to the bathroom, eat something. Yeah, adding all that up, there would be next to no time left before the appointed time. And if I don't reinforce my weapons before a certain time, Break won't be able to make it in time. Creating a draft timetable in my head, I arrive at a certain conclusion. We didn't have enough time. With so much in need of being done in so little time, we needed to act fast, or we might not make it in time. We need to beat this area, and beat it fast. You said the area boss is something called the Usurper Dragon? No, I've actually made a mistake there. Surely it was. Let me check. That's right. Surfing Dragon. So instead of Usurper Dragon we will face Surfing Dragon, right? Well, whatever. If it's the normal boss for this area, it can't be anything too hard. But we seem to have forgotten about something. Until now we didn't even realize it, because fighting to the fullest against Lucan was so entertaining. Since we were fighting it with the intention of going down during the battle, we used up almost all of the tricks that we had up our sleeves. So right now we had none to spare. Chapter 129. An Isolated Ocean at the End of a Fierce Battle Part 2. Get over here you stupid lizard. Sanraku-san, what do you think you're doing? Don't you dare throw me at this thing. I see. Bunny carpet bombing much? Akatsuakane, hate to break it to you, but bunnies can't fly in the sky, you know? But maybe if you throw it hard enough. No, out of the question. I don't consent, you hear me? I do not consent to this. Run. In order to avoid the fireball coming at us from above where our attacks couldn't reach, we spread around. This boss, turns out its name was Usurper Dragon after all, really stealing magic and using it as his own. But more importantly and more annoyingly, it was able to fly, so it could effectively stay out of the range of our attacks. By the way, for our party, we had no one who would be able to use ranged attacks. That is why we needed to wait for the Usurper Dragon to come down to us so that we could whack away at it. But since we were in a hurry it felt as though the battle was dragging quite a bit. Sickle, Akatsuakane and I were helpless here, and Emil's attack barely managed to reach it. If that's the case, it was only natural that we would turn towards Re for help. However, I'm so sorry, if only I was able to join you, we could have beat it faster. What are you talking about? You are the real MVP here today, so no need to feel bad about anything. That's right. And even if it's stronger than us right now, there will come a moment when we'll manage to overpower it. If the price for the powerful attack in my case was losing the gauntlet and being unable to use its powers anymore, I could say that I got off the hook relatively easily. In Re's case, the consequences were even more severe. Both Re's armor and sword lost their holy and hellish powers, becoming nothing more than pieces of junk that couldn't even be considered to be made out of metal or even clay. Because of that, Re was unable to use any of her battle skills and all of her stats have been cut in half. It seems that it was a really troublesome disadvantage, because in some cases it was said that you wouldn't even be able to unequip such equipment. The damaged armor would be permanently stuck to you. If only I could use some of my skills. You're doing more than enough to help by letting us know what to watch out for and how to act. Fucking finally. Stupid lizard came down. Sick him. Boys. When the huge dragon landed on the ground, everyone ganged up on it and started whacking it with their weapons and best skills. Either way, since dragons are most common boss enemies in video games, everyone pretty much knew what to do, applying standard dragon fighting tactics to it and gradually bringing its HP down. There isn't a boss out there who could handle such a tactic. The following scene contains audio only because of its overly graphic nature. Ugh, I'm being eaten. I'm seriously getting devoured here. My brother. No. Wait, you bastard. Wait, what the fuck? Don't you fucking dare take off while I'm still on you. I'll die for sure if I fall from this height. Sanraku-san, please save me. My weapon. It's the family heirloom. Give it back. Easy there, Akatsuakane-san. Once this lizard is dead, you can have it back from its intestines. Calm down. I can't use any of my skills with my bare hands. I can only throw shurikens at it. Help me. Sanraku-san. I'm about to be eaten alive. Huh? What's that? It looks like this thing is about to vomit. Emule. Accompanied by a cacophony of moans and loud noises, the usurper dragon lands on the ground. We thought that it was easier than Lucan, but the truth couldn't be any more different. Good thing that this was the last boss before getting to 50s. After having fought Lucan, I don't think I would be able to beat yet another opponent like that. We did it. Somehow. This monster was such a difficult boss. Next time we bring the big guns with us. Like a fucking catapult or a trebuchet or something like that. Ha ha ha. Emule was almost eaten and then Vord. Akatsuakane got his weapon stolen. Without Res assistance I don't think we'd be able to actually beat this boss on our own. Again, flying monsters are such a drag to deal with when you're a melee fighter. As the sun begins to rise, we break through the last meters of grassland and safely arrive at 50s. Because of the fierce battles we fought together, even though we've met only recently, we became quite friendly with one another and we were chatting happily. The only players that we saw here were the ones who were about to be a part of the expedition on the cruise ship that was soon to depart for the new continent. So that means that the rest of the players use this place as a starting point when exploring those ruins. Well, now I'm curious what kind of monsters are dwelling inside of those ruins. Who knows? Maybe knights of some kind? While Akatsuakane had lots of question marks flowing over his head, Rare tried to explain things to him in as much detail as she possibly could. They were going at it for a while before eventually they realized that both Emule and I were staring at something in the distance. Oh. This is. Yes, before the update it was the last possible city the players could reach, but now it's the gateway to the new continent. The sun slowly rises. It was the first time for me to see the sea in this game, and it was beautiful, shining and glittering in the rays of the morning sun. Beyond that vast expanse was a completely new world that no one has ever seen before, and this city, previously the last place in this world, was now serving as a gateway to that new world. 50s, the 15th and the final place on the continent of Invulus, where the biggest kingdom of men was located. The ending point, the goal for all players who started their journey all the way back in first year. We've finally managed to reach it. Chapter 130. Dreams drive us forward, no matter what they are. A faithful holy knight who fought Night Prowler Lucan in his previous life, got killed by it and then reincarnated by the gods so that he could exact revenge on his killer, traveling all around the world with nothing but his curse marks to serve as his guide, only to finally find his arch-nemesis and with the help of his companions slay the beast with power that no one but him could wield. That seems to be the current setting that is going on for me. Foo. It seems that my legend is going to continue to grow with each passing day. Recently Emule was able to stay in his camouflage form for longer periods of time, so he started to shift from muffler to human form more and more. Metamorphosis sure is an amazing skill. As for me, the curse marks weren't making my life easy. They looked like really nasty tattoos and I think that their symbols grew even more since the last time, so combined with the bird mask and being half naked I looked like someone who would be just perfect to stop at the city's gates and be taken for questioning by the guards. Of course, when you are accompanied by the player who is recognized as the strongest in the entire game and a ninja with a fox mask and wearing a white bunny cloak, there is just no way that any gatekeeper would like to stop you for questioning, much less deny you entry. How is your MP going? You good? Foo. I'm growing some more every single day. And how is Sickle-san going? You okay there, buddy? Hello? Earth to Sickle-san? Please don't talk to me right now. I'm currently doing my best to pass for a simple cloak. That's right. It was around 5 o'clock in the morning, and the number of players would only start to increase from here on out. Feeling the gazes of beings other than NPCs, I turned towards Ray. Thank you so much for all that you did for me today. Not only did you help me reach this place, but you also lent me a hand against Lucan. No, the pleasure was all mine. It was also rather enjoyable for me. Yes. Also, if there was ever anything else that you'd like my help with, I'll be there for you. Sure thing. I'll definitely give you a call if something comes up. Players like Reshore are in a league of their own when it comes to challenging fights, but overall I had a blast while we were playing together, which made me look forward to that next time, whenever it might be. We can save the sightseeing tour for later. For now we need to find the shops and replenish whatever we used up during our fight against Loken and the capture of the dungeon itself. While our group kept on strolling through the city, I was looking for some nice and dark back alley where we could disband our party and I could teleport to Rabbits, but it was then when I noticed that there was someone who's been following us for a while now. The appearance of that person was wrapped in a long black cloak with an intricate pattern on it, and there was something strange in the smile that was peeking from under the deep hood, as if it was beckoning me. What's that? Something is clearly beckoning us from the inside of that dark alleyway over there. It's really suspicious. Why are you looking at me like that, Sanraku-san? Oh, I was just thinking that the bunny who invited me to Rabbits and took me there was also pretty suspicious. You say that now of all times? While Amul continued to pound my shoulders with his anthropomorphized arms, I looked at the hooded figure who was still beckoning me to the dark alley, as if it was calling me specifically. Surprisingly enough, I didn't feel any ill intent coming from that person, and the answer as to who it might be came from the side, where Re still stood. This is Akhanam, the awakened guru. Ah, because you've reached level 99, that's why. Please explain. Re looked at me with shining eyes and proceeded to explain what was going on in an excited voice. Akhanam, the awakened guru, is a special NPC that appears in front of players who manage to reach level 99. It can grant you a special item called Mysterium Arcanum that you can use to unlock a special job. Jobs and classes have tremendous influence on skills you can learn and magic spells you can remember. Wizards can memorize spells more easily and learn a vast variety of them, while dual-wielding swordsmen can learn physical attacks. But judging from the description, this Mysterium Arcanum was something more than that. First of all, the game's system recognizes a distinction on main jobs and sub-jobs. While the main job is assigned to you at the start of the game, sub-jobs can be changed and adjusted as much as the player wants it. Next, I do believe that the Mysterium part means that this item directly interferes with the player's status, not the skills per se. And lastly, the Arcanum resembles the Arcana from the tarot cards, which may mean that they are something really good and powerful. For example, the Mysterium of Chariot Arcana can double the stats of agility and strength, but at the cost of reducing stamina by half. The fuck? It sounded like a brand new sports car made using cut-edge technology, but with overly high fuel consumption. However, there should also be some useful options to pick up there. For example, could Magician Arcana allow spellcasters to cast even more powerful spells with less cost but at the expense of reducing strength they don't really need? Moreover, apparently the cards all illustrated the player, so even though they were pretty detailed it was actually impossible to guess what they did. By the way, what kind of card did you draw, Ray? Mysterium of the World Arcana. It seems that this arcana increased all stats of the player tremendously at the cost of skills becoming more difficult to cast. Wasn't that basically like winning a jackpot in the lottery? Once again I was reminded just how amazing and powerful Rare really is. Would you like to try drawing an arcana for yourself? I then walked towards the beckoning man without any hesitation. It was basically going to be the gacha lottery, and with others watching me I couldn't help but to worry about the results I would receive. Then I was right in front of the awakened guru. Good morning, the one who has reached the pinnacle. The time to awaken your hidden potential has come. It looks like this NPC doesn't engage in non-scripted talk. Now, decide on the mysterium that destiny holds in store for you. Draw the card, if you dare. The man does not respond to that, which was a pretty rare occurrence in Shanfro, and then takes out a deck of cards from his pocket and throws them in the air. But the tarot cards continue to flow in the air, not falling down at all. Furthermore, all of their faces were blank, so I couldn't really see what arcana they were supposed to be. Is this supposed to be randomized? No. I was told that apparently there are some parameters that can affect what you draw. In other words, no matter what card you pull, the results will always be the same. I grasp a card at random. The card depicts a half-naked young man walking alongside a bipedal bunny. There was also a number 0 engraved on the card, and if I remember correctly, the card corresponding to that number in tarot deck is supposed to be a fool. Who, thou art not the one to stand still, always wandering and departing on journey after journey. But there is one thing I can say for certain, which is, the Fool Arcana will help you to rise again, but you can count only on yourself in face of adversity, so sickness and misfortune shall sting even fiercer at you. Do you happen to understand what that means? The Fool Arcana it basically cuts the skill's recast time by half, but for the duration of the skill you receive double damage. It also slightly enhances the effects of healing items. I think, yeah, did I just hit a jackpot? Chapter 131, Epilogue. What Goes Around. Part 1. No matter how I look at it, the Fool seems like a jackpot to me. Besides, I can always recover in safe zones. Anyways, I think it's perfect for you, Sanraku-san. Is that some roundabout way of you saying, you're a fool just like that card? Honestly speaking, you'd have to be an idiot to dare to challenge Loken while being half naked. Oi, you say that, but challenging Loken while being solo level is equally as stupid in my book, you know? I think that challenging Loken no matter how well you are prepared can get you the looks of you are. Talk about crazy, challenging an opponent like that. After that, Sanraku and Emil were running through the back alleys of Fifth Seer while making a whole lot of noise. After the event of obtaining the Mysterium Arcanum was over, the awakened guru simply disappeared as if he was never really there in the first place. According to library's records, it was a mystical being as old as this kingdom itself, and the powers it was bestowing upon the players was based on their past accomplishments. And when it comes to the Fool Arcana, the conditions for that card to appear are still shrouded in mystery up to some extent. Maybe it has something to do with the amount of time you had to spend on obtaining level 99? After all, it took me a really short time to get there. Looking at it objectively, for example, when it comes to Fortune Arcana, the trigger for that is the amount of supposed rare drops you've managed to obtain before reaching level 99. In a similar fashion, Emperor and Empress are arcana awarded to the players who display leadership abilities and issued orders around the battlefield, leading others towards victory. There are still arcana out there that are shrouded in mystery, such as Res the World or Judgment, but apparently if you satisfy the conditions for many of them, you'd have to choose just one once you hit level 99. It was still a topic of some major debates amongst the players. For Sanraku, it's been less than a month since he started his adventure inside Shangri-La Frontier. During that time he did some major power leveling, met and befriended some of the most powerful players in the game, reached level 99 and even managed to beat monsters whose levels far exceeded that of 100 in combat. And the fact that he managed to do all that without the help of at least several high-level players was a feat that even Sega Zero had to recognize as simply amazing. After clearing so many hard and shitty games, even I must say that I'm astonished to some extent. In the past, when she used to buy the same games as Sanraku did just so that she could make conversation with him about them, Ro would give up on them the moment she reached the maximum level cap. And seeing that some of those games were really challenging, it was to be expected that with experience gained in them Sanraku would be able to reach level 99 in no time at all. Unexpectedly, both Sanraku and Emil disappeared in the labyrinth of the back alley and Sega Zero could finally let out a deep and long sigh which contained all of her tension which was building up all throughout the night. It was a night rich in events, some of which she would never even deem possible. And the fact that they managed to best Night Prowler Lucan in combat, unlock the unique quest techs and even receive a special event item is a proof of that was something that she still couldn't quite believe. But there was also something else. Should Sega Zero actually tell her sister what transpired tonight? For all that she knew, her sister gets really crazy whenever Lucan was involved. Nay-san, I want to find out on my own what this unique quest really is, to see if I can beat it with my own two hands. Sega 100, who should be currently spearheading the pioneer expedition to the new continent. Ever since the emergence of the Guild Wolfgang and their spectacular defeat of Gravekeeper Wiseman, felt under constant pressure. She wanted to beat Lucan herself more than anything in this world, so what would happen if Ret told her that she beat it with Sanraku's help? She'd most probably demand to fight it one more time, but this time around with her on board, and the search for the Black Wolf would begin anew. Ren knew that her sister was more of a brute force type rather than diplomacy type, but deep down she was not a bad person. It was this exact charisma of hers that drew people towards her, and it made her the polar opposite of Arthur Pensilgton, whom she always thought to be an embodiment of trouble. I guess that letting her know about a week from now won't be much of a problem. A thought like that occurs in Sega Zero's head as a result of fatigue and excitement combined from such an eventful and challenging night. For now Sanraku said that he would go back and repair his items and reorganize his equipment, and she should probably do the same. It just goes to show just how seriously Sanraku was thinking about his preparations, just like the battle against Lucan, and that fact alone was resonating with her almost at a spiritual level. But even though money was not a problem for Sega Zero, her current condition was an entirely different story. For now I should log out and make myself something to eat. Sanraku fought Lucan while taking care not to be hit even once. Sega Zero, on the other hand, had to keep a constant check on the timing of her skills in order to maximize their damage and effectiveness. Even though the fatigue from playing like that wasn't reflected in the avatars, it greatly affected the players themselves. So Sega Zero decided for now to go back to Black Wolf's headquarters, all the time reminiscing about this dreamlike night she just had together with Sanraku. When they first met, they were like many other strangers out there. The thing she found attractive about him was the way he looked so happy every time he was going back home. There was also the way he looked when he was doing great in the game he just purchased, or the way he looked really down every time something went wrong. There were just so many aspects to him that she still didn't know about, and it was only making her want to know more about him. Being with him was truly fun and she was having a great time. She honestly thought that no one else would be able to make her feel like that. All of those moments were now becoming engraved inside Sega Zero. No, Sega's precious memories that will never disappear. Chapter 131, Epilogue, What Goes Around, Part 2. With that, what was once a shining armored knight and was now reduced to a pile of intimidating rubble started to move. As she was walking through town she saw that the NPCs were all giving her strange or downright scared looks, and even flashing a bright smile from the crack in her helmet didn't do much to improve the situation. And although Sega Zero was in such great mood that she was about ready to break into song and dance, she remembered that there was one more person that was still present here, Akatsu Akane. After saying goodbye to Sanraku, he seemed to be lost in thoughts while gazing at the city's landscape for a while, but then his thoughts returned to matters at hand. Sanraku-san mentioned going back to Rabbits. Well then, shall we go there ourselves as well, Sickle-san? The cloak on the back of the ninja flutters slightly and then it speaks in silent voice. I told you that I'm pretending to be a cloak, so don't talk to me. What was that about now? About returning to Rabbits? The same Rabbits to where Sanraku went to? But that means, what did you just? Hearing Akatsu Akane's words, Sega Zero stopped dead in her tracks. And even though she couldn't see his expression behind the mask, she could clearly imagine just how shocked he must be right now. Damn it. Bonk. I hit my desk, which emphasized practicality over appearance, hard with my fist. I let out a long sigh to try to cover up my irritation and then I fell on top of the bed in an act of resignation. Julie is not at home, and Ken is doing something else. For fuck's sake. We don't have nearly enough members. Opening my mobile device and logging onto my email, I can see a whole lot of messages that decline my invitation for various reasons. At this rate, I guess I can't rely on my teammates in the end. As I view the declining emails one by one, a particular message appears before my eyes. It was written in Japanese, but it's clear that it was changed via a translation tool. I look forward to our rematch in the next GGC. My meteors shall overcome your lava for sure. Now it would be just miserable to lose by forfeit. Members. Need to get some fucking members. Then I remember a team composition that I would only think off as a complete and utter joke. The strongest heroes that he could ask for. An image of friends with whom I could take on even the most powerful of adversaries with ease. There was no other way. After all, most of the other teammates already had plans set up for that date, and even though I managed to secure some assistance, I still needed to fill in for 2 missing places. Screw it. The time for regrets will come later. For a while I was lamenting over the fact that I would have to rely on borrowed strength, but when I was thinking that my long-lasting ambitions would finally come to fruition, I couldn't help but to smile brightly. Subject: a favor to ask. From Modrokatsu to Sanraku, Pencil Warrior. Body: will you go to the global game competition together with me? I'll cover your traveling expenses. I knew it. The level of detail is simply amazing, but without robots this game would be as worthless as garbage to me. A certain 2 pioneers checked out a certain cafe in 5th year for the first time in half a year. One of them was a little girl with silver hair brushed over her shoulder and brown skin, having a bow with no string on her back and an expression that would suggest that she might fall asleep at any moment now. The other player was a burly man with his body covered in scars, which contrasted with his magic robes and a spellbook strapped to his waist. They were talking to one another while looking at the rising sun in the harbor area, while other players slowly started to log in to the game as well. We should head over to the meeting place. Let's do just that. Various players and NPCs go towards the harbor area in a hurry, but the 2 of them walk with leisurely steps, as the darkness was slowly getting illuminated by the sunshine. Normally the town would be nicely lit by now, but thanks to the huge remains of a gigantic ship situated in the harbor, the city was not getting as much sun as it would normally do at this time of day. The place they were going towards was a part of the harbor inhabited by many rogues and bandits, amongst which there was a certain pirate that would give them the quest they needed to undertake. They were supposed to meet with a certain other person here, but what exactly that person looks like? As Mold kept on pondering that question, he turned towards his companion. That being said, how exactly are we going to know if Sanraku-san is here? He said that we'll surely know it's him when we see him. And then they saw a half-naked birdman walking towards them, staggering all the time as if he was a zombie of some sort. Morning. End of part 2.